The Beihuang mountain range stretched for millions of miles, with spiritual energy converging across its hundreds of thousands of peaks, shrouded in a pervasive demonic aura. Deep within the wilderness at the foot of a large green mountain, in a warm corner at the bottom of a cave, 3 eggs lay quietly. Suddenly, a crack appeared in the shell of the middle egg, revealing a smooth, bald little head. Hiss hiss. Su Chengxian looked around in confusion. With a flick of his tail, a forked snake tongue darted out. In that instant, he realized he had become a baby snake. In his past life, he had been a corporate drone, suffocated by the relentless pressure of work. Now, free from the burden of being human, Su Chengxian actually felt a sense of relief. Just as he was imagining the bliss of lying back and taking it easy, a system suddenly activated. Ding! The system detected the host's desire to take it easy and successfully bound itself. The most surprising part? He could gain vitality points and enhance his strength simply by sleeping. Reaching the level of a first-tier demon beast required only 1,000 vitality points, which could be achieved with just a few minutes of sleep. As Su Chengxian prepared to indulge in a good nap, the egg beside him cracked open, and a small, emerald-green snake emerged. The 2 snakes locked eyes. Just as Su Chengxian was about to greet the newcomer, a haughty female voice echoed in his mind. "I am the Empress Ling Xiao. I will not be defeated so easily." The voice brimmed with vengeful fury. "Mark my words, reborn as a mere snake or not, I will rise again and reclaim my empire." Su Chengxian was about to resume his nap when a strange laugh came from the 3rd egg. "K, I live again. Heh." A sinister laugh echoed in Su Chengxian's mind. It seems the method of faking death and starting anew truly works. With his eyes closed, Su Chengxian silently pondered. That laugh was undoubtedly from a malevolent being. Memories surged within him. Those wretched corpses in their graves not only forced him to abandon his cultivation and start over, but also cost him his original body. Now, he had been reduced to a mere snake. He swore to himself. Once he regained his peak strength, he would grind those enemies into dust and trap their souls forever in the 10,000 soul banner. At that moment, movement came from the snake egg to his right. Su Chengxian realized it must be his newly hatched, younger brother. Unable to suppress his curiosity, he poked his head out, meeting the beady eyes of a small white snake. "HM? So this is my sibling in this life?" Su Chengxian scrutinized the little snake. Though it looks rather ugly, it doesn't matter. Once it's refined into the 10,000 soul banner, beauty and ugliness will be indistinguishable. He calculated inwardly. The soul of a blood-related kin. If used as the primary soul for the banner, it would undoubtedly yield extraordinary results. In his previous life, he had been parentless and knew nothing of familial bonds. Yet in this new life, he unexpectedly gained a blood-related sibling. But before that, I need to make it stronger, Su Chengxian thought to himself. My 10,000 soul banner has no use for weak souls. With a swift whoosh, the little white snake, seemingly hearing his inner thoughts, retreated back into its eggshell at lightning speed, leaving only a faint afterimage. "You're lucky you're quick," Su Chengxian sneered inwardly. "Otherwise, your big brother here would have given you a good smack with my tail." He retracted back into his own eggshell and called out to the system. "Why can I hear their thoughts?" The system responded mechanically. Within a radius of 1 meter, the inner thoughts of any intelligent being whose cultivation level does not exceed the host's by 3 tiers can be heard. They can't hear mine? Correct. Su Chengxian found this amusing but quickly grew concerned about his cultivation. This fragile snake form was far too weak, and being non-human, it was incompatible with the Taoist cultivation methods he was familiar with. After some thought, he decided to practice the Shangqing Scripturia celestial technique that did not require an innate Taoist physique to cultivate. However, the constant murmur of thoughts from his neighbors was becoming an annoyance. Su Chengxian asked, "System, can I block out their thoughts?" After receiving an affirmative response, the system silenced the thoughts of his Empress sister and Taoist brother. Finally enjoying some peace and quiet, Su Chengxian drifted into a deep sleep. In his dreams, the system's notifications kept ringing. Vital Energy 111. Congratulations, host has ascended to a 2nd-tier demon beast. Refinement points 1. Vital Energy 111. It was unclear how much time had passed when Su Chengxian woke up, driven by hunger. His first thought was to order takeout, but upon turning to see his scaly body, he remembered. He was no longer human, nor in his original world. What do snakes eat to fill their stomachs? He pondered. Maybe I could take a bite of this eggshell? He poked his head out and bit down on the edge of his eggshell. Ugh, ugh. The soft shell gave way under his teeth, but the strange texture made him gag. Su Chengxian, who had always been particular about food, had clearly met his match this time. Hiss hiss. A small green head peeked out from the eggshell to his left, baring its tiny fangs as if mocking him. Upon closer inspection, Su Chengxian noticed two suspicious holes on the green snake's eggshell as well. Su Chengxian couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. After lifting the block on their thoughts, he heard the Empress's inner voice. Haha, so even the ugly striped snake doesn't know you can't eat eggshells. Meanwhile, his Taoist brother's thoughts were, He hissed. What's he saying? Damn it. I can't understand him. Is he laughing? Could it be that he noticed the bite marks on my shell? Impossible. A young snake couldn't be that clever. Unless, is he, like me, reincarnated? Su Chengxian quietly mused. Interesting. So the Empress can't understand the hissing either. Hiss. Suddenly, a tiny head poked out from the egg on the right. Dao Juan's younger sibling had apparently been awakened by hunger. Two little snake heads, one green and one patterned, simultaneously turned in that direction, their bead-like eyes glimmering with anticipation. Su Chengxian's heart tightened, and he quickly averted his gaze. Why were these two foolish snakes staring at him? Could they have sensed something unusual? No, he couldn't risk exposing his identity in this game of who hides better. But the abrupt turn of the patterned snake's head made his heart skip a beat. Could it truly read his thoughts? Just then, 3 bird eggs rolled in at an angle from the entrance, plopping to a stop near the mud platform where the snake eggs rested. The commotion immediately caught Dao Juan's younger sibling's attention. Su Chengxian let out a quiet sigh of relief. It seemed that the young snake souls were still too weak to perceive others' thoughts. Suddenly, a blur of motion. The two little snakes, one green, one white, shot forward like arrows, each coiling their tails around a bird egg. Then, they both lunged for the largest egg in the middle, eager to claim it. What the? Su Chengxian snapped his head up. 3 bird eggs, 3 little snakes, and you two dare to hoard more than your share? He was about to leap out, but quickly remembered to check his status panel. Host, Su Chengxian. Species, water-avoiding snake. Rank, Tier 2. Blood energy needed for Tier 3 breakthrough, 100,000 points. Blood energy, 10,187. Physique, 13. Soul, 63. Abilities, none. Refinement points, 22. My physique and soul have improved? Su Chengxian mused. The system had mentioned that blood energy could nourish the body and soul, but without actively refining it, the progress would be slow. Then right now, I'll use a refinement point to boost my physique. Su Chengxian decided without hesitation. A stronger body means better chances in a fight, even against snakes. The system responded immediately. Each refinement point can refine 10,000 blood energy, increasing physique by 1 point for every 100 blood energy refined. It also helpfully activated a concealment function to mask any fluctuations in blood energy. In just a few breaths, blood energy surged through Su Chengxian's body, crimson light flickering as a searing power coursed through every scale, every fiber of his being. The overwhelming sensation of strength made him itch for a fight. Suddenly, a new system notification appeared. New task. As the eldest sibling, you must maintain family harmony and discipline your unruly younger siblings. Task objective. Seize all bird eggs and redistribute them fairly. Reward, 3 refinement points, 1 random spirit seed. Su Chengxian grinned. I can complete a task while I'm at it? Hiss. Dare to snatch my bird eggs? Even Dao Jun herself would get a beating. Watch as this big brother shows you how it's Duntail whip attack incoming. Swish, the flower snake made its move. A fierce battle for 3 bird eggs erupted in this realm. Su Chengxian's tail, as sharp and unyielding as a whip forged from steel, struck precisely at the head of the little green snake. Overwhelmed by the searing pain, the green snake released its grip on the egg it had clamped in its jaws, and even the other egg it had coiled around slipped free. Writhing in agony, the snake curled into a trembling ball. Sensing the unfavorable turn of events, the white snake attempted a retreat, clutching its single egg. But it was too late. Snap. Su Chengxian's tail lashed out like lightning once more, landing a heavy blow on the white snake's tail. The white snake, much like its green counterpart, writhed in pain, flipping over onto its back before instinctively curling up and rolling aside. With a graceful turn, Su Chengxian effortlessly gathered the 3 faintly glowing, spirit-infused bird eggs before him. Standing tall and proud, he exuded the aura of a triumphant victor. For him, this battle had been no more than a trivial exercise. The little green snake, none other than Ling Xiao, the future Empress of the skies, endured the pain and struggled to rise. Her dark, beady eyes reflected shock. That dumb flower snake? She thought to herself. The little white snake Lin Jianzi, the future Dao Lord, also braced for another attack. Yet upon seeing Su Chengxian's larger and more robust frame, his tail stiffened slightly. Faced with their coveted prey, the 2 snakes hesitated not a moment before charging again. But the outcome remained unchanged. Snap. Snap. 2 sharp cracks echoed as they were once more flung backward by Su Chengxian's powerful tail. Ling Xiao seethed with frustration. She had already begun to channel her qi and cultivate a trace of demonic energy. Lin Jianzi, on the other hand, silently reflected that he, possessing spiritual power, could not possibly lose to an ordinary flower snake. Su Qingxian, overhearing their thoughts, wore an odd expression. One called him ugly, the other called him dumb. These two were certainly quite rude. The subsequent skirmishes were even more one-sided. Whether it was Ling Xiao's sudden assaults fueled by demonic energy or Lin Jianzi's careful sneak attacks, Su Qingxian deflected them all with ease. His tail, as hard as iron, rendered the little green snake's desperate bites utterly futile. In the end, after multiple rounds of battle, the two little snakes collapsed on the ground, utterly exhausted. They fixed their gazes on Su Qingxian and the three spirit-infused bird eggs, their hearts brimming with unwillingness. Were it not for the loss of their cultivation and divine senses, were it not for the limitations of their juvenile serpent forms, how could they be so thoroughly suppressed by a mere flower snake, albeit one with slightly superior bloodline potential? Yet reality was unforgiving. For now, they were powerless to continue the fight. This was the truth. They, an Empress and a Dao Lord, reborn into their current forms, had been defeated by a simple flower snake. Those precious bird eggs, it seemed, would ultimately slip from their grasp. Unwilling. Unwilling. This thought echoed in the hearts of the two little snakes. Su Qingxian couldn't help but laugh at the scene before him. Two tiny snakes, each no longer than a chopstick and as thick as a finger, were glaring at him with their small, shiny black eyes. One of them called herself the Empress, and the other referred to himself as the Dao Lord. Their delicate, glossy scales shimmered faintly, creating a stark contrast with their self-proclaimed grand titles, making the entire situation irresistibly amusing. Humph. Empress? Dao Lord? Now you know who's in charge. If you don't listen to your big brother, you'll get a beating. Su Qingxian chuckled inwardly. All right, the lesson's over. Time to share the eggs and get some sleep. Hiss hiss. He raised his head and let out a sharp snake cry. Ling Xiao and Lin Jianzi were startled, worried that he might still have the energy to give them another thrashing. But what happened next left them stunned. Su Qingxian gently nudged two bird eggs toward them with the tip of his tail. The two little snakes quickly caught the rolling eggs, swallowing them while keeping their wary eyes fixed on Su Qingxian. They couldn't figure out why this spotted snake had taken all the bird eggs earlier, only to now share them. Though, of course, he did keep the largest one for himself. It's obviously to complete the mission, Su Qingxian thought to himself. The three young snakes began focusing on devouring the bird eggs. Each egg was about the same size as their heads, with tough shells. To avoid wasting any of the egg's liquid, they had to stretch their jaws wide, swallowing as much as they could, then contorting their spines to crush the shells and release the contents. The moment the egg liquid flowed out, the two little snakes' eyes widened. These bird eggs were not only rich in vitality, but also contained traces of spiritual energy. They immediately coiled up, closed their eyes, and began cultivating to absorb the energy. A faint mist swirled around them. Ling Xiao's aura was tinged with black, while Lin Jianzi glowed with a pale white light. Seeing this, Su Qingxian didn't hesitate any longer and swallowed the largest bird egg. As the warm liquid filled his stomach, a wave of drowsiness washed over him. Congratulations, host, for awakening the divine ability. Qi conversion to blood. By consuming the eggs of the serpent-hunting bird, you have gained 11 to soul power, 33 to physique. Mission reward. 3 refinement points, 1 random spiritual seed. Awakened a divine ability? Qi conversion to blood? That was easy. Before Su Qingxian could finish his thought, he succumbed to sleep. Vitality 111. Congratulations, host, for advancing to Tier 3 Beast. Refinement points 1. Vitality 1111. When he woke up again, he realized it was time to shed his skin. It itched an unbearable, deep itch. Su Qingxian squirmed in discomfort, the sensation of being restrained driving him to frustration. It felt as if he were forced to wear a shrunken, scratchy wool sweater, inside out tight and maddeningly itchy. Instinctively, he moved toward the cave wall and found a protruding rock. Ah, finally, he exclaimed, starting to rub his body against it with fervor. From the tip of his snout to his lower jaw, every inch of his skin scraped against the stone. When the skin near the angle of his jaw peeled away, he tilted his head upward and continued to rub against it. Once the skin around both upper and lower jaw angles loosened, the old layer slid off effortlessly. As he turned his head, his eyes brightened. Not far from the mud platform where the snake eggs lay, a cluster of irregular, multi-angled stone pillars stood tall. This is perfect, Su Qingxian thought, darting toward the stones. He coiled around them, scraping and twisting his body until every bit of his old skin was shed. Ah, much better, he sighed in relief, lying on the ground and savoring the newfound lightness. He flicked his tail experimentally and noticed, with surprise, that the tip had grown from the thickness of a chopstick to that of a finger. Stretching out his body, he realized he was now over half a meter long, with his thickest part as wide as a rolling pin. He turned to glance at his sister, the former Empress, and his younger brother, the past Dao Lord. The faint glow from their small snake forms pulsed with their steady breathing, indicating they were still deeply immersed in cultivation. As expected of the former Empress and Dao Lord, such unwavering focus. Suchunan nodded in approval. Suddenly, a translucent system interface appeared before him. Host, Suchunan. Species, water-avoiding snake. Rank, Tier 3. Blood chi required to advance to Tier 4, 500,000. Current blood chi, 412,187. Physical realm, mortal body 298,100,000. Soul realm, mortal soul 261,100,000. Divine abilities, chi consumption to blood conversion. Refinement points, 33. Huh, why do I feel smarter? Suchunan was startled by the newfound clarity in his thoughts. He noticed the addition of realm indicators on the interface, as well as the fact that 3 refinement points had been deducted, likely from his completed task rewards. The system explained. Excess refinement points beyond the retention limit are automatically allocated to enhance the physical body and soul. Blood chi stimulates physical growth, and the snake species' innate shedding ability perfectly accommodates these changes. When the density of the soul and body surpasses 100, cultivation realms are unlocked. I see, Suchunan mused thoughtfully. But what's the deal with this chi consumption to blood conversion ability? The system responded. This ability converts all consumed energy directly into blood chi, which nourishes the soul and physical body. Suchunan quickly did the math. Digesting a single bird egg took 5 days, and the 2 realms combined only progressed by less than 50 points. It was far less efficient than using refinement points directly, which could generate significant blood chi in just an hour. Suchunan stared at the bird egg, his mind swirling with thoughts. A spirit magpie's egg, known for preying on snakes. How ironic. He couldn't help but mock himself. It wasn't that he lacked ambition, but rather, he had chosen the safest path for survival. If lying low could make him stronger, why take unnecessary risks? Abandoning the idea of hunting for bird eggs, his gaze shifted and landed on a spiritual seed rewarded at random. Right next to the muddy platform where the snake egg rested, 2 slender leaves had broken through the soil, faint traces of spiritual energy swirling around them. The system informed him it was spirit-gathering grass, capable of concentrating spiritual energy and aiding in restful sleep. This is perfect, Suchunan exclaimed in delight, swimming over to push the eggshell aside. He coiled his body, ready to resume his slumber. However, a sudden, intense hunger gnawed at him, making it impossible to sleep. Glancing at the still sleeping green snake and white snake nearby, he suddenly realized they weren't digesting as efficiently as his own chi-consuming blood refinement technique, which worked far more rapidly. Looking around, there was nothing but dirt, walls, and the shed snake skin head just discarded. At that moment, the system issued a new task. Task: eat the shed skin. Reward: refinement points 2, random spiritual seed 1. Hint: wasting food is shameful. Shed skin is edible. System: where's your dignity? Suchunan widened his eyes in disbelief. But after a moment's thought, he admitted that this shameless sleep-to-grow-stronger system did, in fact, align perfectly with his own character. Curious, he tentatively bit into the shed skin. To his surprise, it tasted somewhat like dried beef. Turns out, no one can escape the "it's actually delicious" law, he muttered, chewing with a self-deprecating smile. After finishing the shed skin, he wasn't completely full, but the edge of his hunger was dulled. Content, he closed his eyes, ready to sleep and break through once more. Soon, the system notifications began to chime. Blood chi 111. By consuming the shed skin, you've gained soul power 3, physical strength 5. Blood chi continues to rise. Congratulations, host. You've advanced to Tier 4 beast. Refinement points 1. As Suchunan drifted into deep sleep, the small green snake awoke from its cultivation. Feeling the surge of demonic energy within, its eyes sparkled with excitement. It turned its gaze to the now noticeably plump flower snake, a sly grin forming in its mind. Ugly flower snake. If I don't beat the gall out of you this time, I might as well stop calling myself Sue. Just as Ling Xiao was about to launch her attack, a strange sensation swept through her body, a tightness and an unbearable itch. Instinctively, she darted toward a stone pillar and began rubbing herself against it. The molting process was surprisingly smooth, and in mere moments, her body was covered in a fresh layer of gleaming emerald green scales, shimmering brilliantly in the light. She now exuded a newfound vitality and grace. So this is what shedding feels like for snakes, she mused, her energy drained. Coiling herself around the stone pillar, she decided to rest. Glancing upward, she noticed Su Chengxian sprawled on the mud platform, snoring loudly and even blowing bubbles from his nose. She couldn't help but sneer inwardly. What a lazy, useless snake. Her disdain deepened as she recalled how Su had devoured the largest bird egg. For a creature without sentience, at most, it'll absorb a bit of spiritual energy to nourish its soul and might gain the chance to awaken intelligence sooner. Beyond that, it's just nourishment to grow its body. Unlike me, I'm able to refine it fully and use it to break through to a second-tier demon beast. Her gaze swept the cave, noting the absence of any other shed snake skins. It dawned on her that Su Chengxian hadn't molted yet. To have such a large physique without shedding, he must possess some latent bloodline potential. Humph, all that strength, yet no idea how to use it. What a waste. Now that I've reached the second tier, there's no way I'll lose to you again. Once I've rested, I'll make sure to settle the score for the humiliation I suffered earlier. Just then, her eyes landed on the small white snake nearby. Ling Xiao straightened her body in surprise. Him? He's cultivating too. She had sensed something unusual about this younger sibling when they were fighting over the eggs, and now the spiritual energy swirling around him confirmed her suspicion this little white snake also possessed intelligence and was practicing an advanced cultivation technique from the Xian sect. If I can recruit him as an ally, it would be advantageous. But until I can determine if he's friend or foe, I mustn't reveal my true identity, Ling Xiao thought to herself. After all, the relationship between the sacred dynasty and the Xian sects had always been complex and fraught with tension. In the next moment, she noticed the spiritual energy fluctuations around the small white snake and quickly averted her gaze. Lin Jianzi had finished cultivating, and a flash of light gleamed in his serpent eye. She too had broken through to the second tier. The Lingbao Sutra truly is profound. It has allowed an ordinary little snake like me to ascend to a second-tier demon beast with such ease. That bird egg was no ordinary item. Could it be that this is the result of my destiny as a reincarnated being, blessed by the heavens? Lin Jianzi then turned his attention to the other two snakes in the cave. Why has that foolish flower snake grown so fat? And why is the green snake coiled around the stone pillar? Is that a shed skin beside her? His pupils contracted as he cautiously slithered toward another stone pillar untouched by the scent of the other snakes. Before long, he too shed his old skin and, like Ling Xiao, coiled up to rest. Inside the cave, the three snakes remained in a strange stillness, one snoring soundly, the other two lost in their thoughts. About the time it takes to burn an incense stick, Ling Xiao was the first to move. Uncoiling from the pillar, she slithered forward a few steps and adopted an aggressive stance toward the flower snake on the mud platform. Then, she turned her head and flicked her tongue at the small white snake. Is this green snake inviting me to attack that foolish flower snake together? Lin Jianzi's eyes flashed with understanding, and he readily agreed. Holding grudges was not in his nature. And so, the green and white snakes reached a silent agreement, positioning themselves on opposite sides of their target to close a known at the head, the other at the tail. The two snakes moved with lightning speed, launching themselves simultaneously in a blur of motion toward the unsuspecting prey. Their bodies coiled with tension, their inner power surging as faint glimmers danced across their scales. They opened their jaws wide, fangs gleaming with a chilling sharpness. This was the stark contrast between those with intelligence and those without. All living creatures possess innate abilities, but only by embarking on the path of cultivation could these abilities evolve into the demon race's combat techniques. For snakes, these included biting, tongue-flicking, coiling, devouring, and injecting venom. As water snakes were non-venomous, the two of them now employed their most adept combat technique, snake bite. For an unsentient creature, it could take ages to grasp these abilities through instinct alone. But with their intelligence, they could actively channel their power to unleash these innate skills. With a faint but deadly hiss, their sharp fangs aimed precisely for the flower snake's vulnerable spots, the tip of its tail and the crown of its head, the very places they'd been struck before. Yes, got it. Ling Xiao's face lit up with triumph, only to quickly realize something was wrong. Though her fangs had struck true, they failed to pierce the scales. At the same time, Lin Jianzi felt a jarring force reverberate through his teeth. This isn't good. The sharp pain made him grit his teeth as he quickly let go and tried to flee. At that very moment, Su Chengxian suddenly woke up. Hiss hiss. He thrashed his snake body irritably. Who's scratching the soles of my feet and the top of my head? An indescribable itch compelled him to instinctively twitch his tail and shake his head. His soul and physical body, strengthened by the refining of his blood energy, made his seemingly random movements as swift as lightning. Ling Xiao and Lin Jianzi, sensing trouble, attempted to escape but were a step too slow. Smack! Smack! Two crisp sounds echoed as Su Chengxian's tail precisely struck them. Thud! Thud! They crashed heavily onto the ground. Su Chengxian was now fully awake, raising his head to survey his surroundings. Suddenly, the system notification chimed. Ding. The host has a new task. Task objective. Teach the younger sister and brother who dared to ambush their elder brother a lesson, and make them eat your shed snake skin. Task reward. Refining points 2. Random spirit seed 1. Series task. Being a good older brother activated. Additional task. Discipline the younger siblings and achieve the, if they don't obey, teach them a lesson, achievement 3. Extra reward. Refining points 5. Random spirit seed 1. Oh, such a delightful opportunity. Suchunan narrowed his eyes, his expression turning mischievous. Hiss hiss. How dare you ambush me? You deserve a beating. With a flick of his tail, he charged forward. Ling Xiao, unwilling to back down, shouted, "An empress never retreats." However, before she could finish her words, she was sent flying by a swipe of his tail. Lin Jianzi, realizing the danger, tried to dodge but couldn't escape Su Chengxian's lightning speed and ended up experiencing the sensation of flight without wings. Hiss hiss. Su Chengxian raised his head triumphantly, the tip of his tail pointing toward the snake skin near the stone pillar, signaling for them to eat it. At the same time, he lifted the barrier that blocked their inner thoughts, curious to see if they could grasp his intentions. The two proved to be exceptionally perceptive. Ling Xiao initially sneered. What's this stupid snake suggesting? That we eat its shed skin? How could it wait? She suddenly froze. Could it be that this dumb snake has already shed its skin, and it ate the shed skin itself? Lin Jianzi, too, was deep in thought. I underestimated this flower-patterned snake. It's surprisingly powerful. Could it be a great being reincarnated, a recipient of a bloodline inheritance, or simply a case of ancestral bloodline awakening? Two reborn snakes were silently criticizing the little striped snake. To them, a fellow snake with ancestral bloodline awakening, but no ambition, was simply squandering its gift. Without unlocking the demon clan's secret arts, this lazy, gluttonous behavior would surely lead to a limited future. Fine, well, endure for now and settle this later. Despite their disdain, they followed Su Chengxian's instructions and slithered over to devour their own shed skins. As expected, it was just as Emperor Jingza had once said, delicious beyond words. Su Chengxian watched the scene unfold with a faint smirk. These two really needed to be put in their place. They had written him off as nothing more than a lucky, awakening little striped snake with limited ancestral bloodline potential and no intelligence. In their eyes, such an opponent would inevitably be surpassed, and when that time came, they'd reclaim their dignity with interest. If that's what you think, then great, Su Chengxian chuckled to himself. Makes my job easier. Just then, the system's notification chimed in. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Teach a lesson to the younger siblings who dared to ambush their elder brother and make them eat their shed skins. Reward: 2 refining points, 1 random spirit seed. As Su Chengxian prepared to retrieve the spirit seed that had landed on the mud platform, a disturbance came from the cave entrance. A massive white snake head poked in, startling him. Hiss. Child, you're awake? Hearing the familiar telepathic voice, Su Chengxian calmed down. Whoa, is this really my mother? This was the first time in both his lives that he had laid eyes on his biological parent. The large white snake gazed tenderly at the half-meter-long, round and adorable little striped snake. To her, Su Chengxian, with his raised head and wide, curious eyes, looked irresistibly cute. Little stripe, smart, recognizes me. Little green, little white, still foolish, the white snake said joyfully. Bird eggs, useful. Go steal more. It dawned on Su Chengxian then the 3 bird eggs that had appeared earlier were gifts from this mother snake. Hearing her praise him for being clever while calling little green and little white foolish made him puff up with pride, sticking his tongue out teasingly at his 2 companions. Meanwhile, Ling Xiao Empress and Daoist Ling Yun, the 2 reborn beings, watched the scene with growing unease. In their understanding, snakes often devoured their own kind, even blood relatives. Unless could this white snake have awakened intelligence? But she didn't emit the bloodthirsty aura of a higher-tier creature, so her strength shouldn't exceed the 5th tier. What was going on? Listening to their thoughts, Su Chengxian immediately grasped the situation. They knew snakes could eat their own kind, but were unaware that snakes could eat their own shed skins. They had recognized the white snake as their mother due to their shared bloodline, but by conventional logic, a mother snake wouldn't nurture her young. She might even see them as prey. No wonder they kept their distance from her. I see, Su Chengxian mused. This unusual mother snake must have awakened her intelligence early due to some unique opportunity and was now trying to guide her offspring toward the same path. Those bird eggs were undoubtedly part of her well-intentioned efforts. Su Chengxian silently speculated that the snake mother's habit of stealing bird eggs to feed them might stem from her having accidentally consumed a spiritually charged bird egg in the past. At this moment, the large snake was absent from the cave, likely guarding outside. This time, we've got ourselves a reliable mother, he thought to himself with relief. Before leaving, the snake mother mentioned she was going to steal eggs. The thought of the delicious bird eggs made Su Chengxian's mouth water. Having just woken up, he was now wide awake, his hunger growing. He coiled himself up and pretended to nap, patiently awaiting the feast. Meanwhile, Ling Xiao and Lin Jianzi were deeply worried. They debated whether to leave the cave, fearing that if the big snake returned, it might devour them. If that happened, they wouldn't even have a chance to reincarnate. Damn it! How could I forget that this cave isn't safe? Ling Xiao berated himself silently. Why did that white snake retreat? If it's gained intelligence, having it as a protector wouldn't be a bad thing. But I'm too weak right now. He glanced at Su Chengxian. Is that stupid flower snake sleeping again? So calm, does it have a way to communicate with the mother snake? Or is it just too dumb to sense danger? Never mind. It's better to leave. I can't take the risk. The two snakes began slithering toward the cave entrance. As they passed by the flower snake, they both paused briefly. Should I drive this ugly flower snake away? Ling Xiao pondered. If it doesn't die, I could use it to pull my chariot in the future. Let's show some mercy for now. If we meet again, it could serve as the main soul for my 10,000 souls banner. Just as the two snakes were about to bite Su Chengxian to wake him, he suddenly opened his eyes. With a flick of his tail, he swept both snakes back. Where are you going? Su Chengxian said casually. Stay put and wait for mother to bring the bird eggs. Since you thought to take me with you while escaping, I'll let you stay. Ling Xiao and Lin Jianzi repeatedly tried to flee, but Su Chengxian blocked them every time. After a dozen attempts, they noticed his occasional glances toward the cave entrance, which stirred suspicion in their hearts. Gradually, they stopped trying to leave. Hiss hiss. Soon, faint sounds came from the cave entrance. Moments later, 3 bird eggs rolled into the cave one after another. The Empress and the Taoist Lord couldn't help but widen their eyes. There really are eggs? However, this delightful surprise was far from the end. Hiss hiss. In the cave, 3 small snakes eagerly awaited the food their mother had brought. The mother snake gently placed 3 bird eggs on the ground before slithering away. These eggs were different from the usual ones. They were noticeably larger, and their surfaces glimmered faintly with an ethereal glow. These were the eggs of a formidable third-tier or higher magical beast, their shells radiating light as the surrounding spiritual energy naturally gathered around them. Su Chengxian couldn't help but marvel to himself. Wow, these look just like those eggs from the predatory snake birds. Could it be that mother has specifically targeted that family? The 3 bird eggs varied in size, with the largest one shining the brightest. Ling Xiao and Lin Jianzi lunged toward the eggs almost simultaneously, each wrapping themselves around one and preparing to swallow it whole. Seeing this, Su Chengxian acted quickly. With a swift flick of his tail, he struck the 2 snakes with precision. Hiss, hiss, he hissed, gathering the 3 eggs together. Tapping them with the tip of his tail, he said, "Take a good look. These eggs are not the same size." Ling Xiao looked a bit guilty. She had chosen the largest egg. Her natural instincts as a future empress always drove her to claim the best. Lin Jianzi, on the other hand, feigned indifference, but in truth, he had instinctively gone for the second largest egg. Su Chengxian snorted softly and nudged the largest egg toward himself. Then, he divided the remaining 2 eggs between them. The slightly bigger one went to Empress sister Ling Xiao, and the smaller one to Dao sovereign brother Lin Jianzi. The 2 small snakes each took their egg and retreated to opposite sides of the cave. Though Ling Xiao and Lin Jianzi were clearly dissatisfied, they still consumed their eggs and began meditating to cultivate their energy. Before they entered a state of focus, they exchanged a quick glance, a silent understanding. While the ugly flower snake was of no concern, that white snake was someone to watch carefully. I gazed at the green snake before me, a glint of sharpness flickering in my eyes. A practitioner of the mystical arts? I must subdue him. Upon closer inspection, the aura surrounding the snake bore a striking resemblance to my own. Clearly, it too was someone who had been reborn and was cultivating anew. The commanding presence in its every gesture, the unintentional display of authority, it was unmistakably the demeanor of someone accustomed to wielding power from a high position. Judging by the demonic energy coiling around its body, it was clear that its cultivation method was rooted in the pure arts of the demon clan. But I wondered, was it originally a human or a demon in its past life? Intrigued, I pondered silently, my gaze piercing. This contest was becoming ever more fascinating. 2 cunning minds, each probing the other's secrets. A practitioner of the mystical arts? A demon clan technique? And then there was me, with my own unique advantages. This game of concealment and revelation was bound to be thrilling. Yet, as long as I kept my mouth shut, who could possibly discern my true identity? Returning to the mud platform, I swallowed the bird egg. The liquid flowed down, radiating spiritual energy, and an ethereal sensation swept over me. A system notification promptly appeared. You have consumed the egg of the snake-catching bird. Spirit 89, Constitution 76. The unusually high figures startled me, intensifying the vague unease in my heart. Without hesitation, I commanded, System, while I sleep, allocate all refinement points to enhance my constitution and spirit. Understood, host, the system replied. My blood energy began to steadily increase. 1, 1, 1. 20 days later, I awoke first. As usual, I shed my skin, then devoured the discarded snake skin. Checking my current status. Species, water-avoiding snake. Rank, Tier 4 requires 2,500,000 blood energy to advance to Tier 5. Current blood energy, 1,810,087. Constitution level, mortal body 69810,000. Spirit level, mortal soul 73310,000. Divine abilities, blood conversion through chi absorption. Refinement points, 04. Looking at my growth from the thickness of a rolling pin to over a meter in length, and as thick as a young tree trunk, I felt a bit more at ease. Yet, to be cautious, my gaze instinctively drifted toward the corner, where two small snakes rested. A mischievous grin spread across my face as I hissed with ill intent, Heh, let me think, what excuse should I use to give my Empress sister and Dao sovereign brother another beating? Ling Xiao and Lin Jianzi awoke from their cultivation, feeling the surging waves of power coursing through their bodies. The two snakes almost simultaneously realized they had advanced to the third tier, their hearts brimming with pride. I, the Great One, am now at the third tier. Ha! Ugly flower snake. This time ill. Kihi. I've reached the third tier too. This time, it'll definitely settle the score for what happened before. Before they could finish their taunts, both snakes froze. On the mud platform before them lay a thick, vibrant snake body, far larger than they had anticipated. How did this guy grow so much bigger? Has it awakened its bloodline again? Through this period of cultivation, the two snakes had become increasingly adept at their techniques, significantly improving their ability to draw in and refine spiritual energy. They had converted nearly all the egg liquid into their own strength and vitality, using a portion for the consumption required by their training. As a result, their bodies hadn't grown much, not even to the point of needing to shed their skins. However, the flower snake size had far exceeded expectations. Am I seeing things? How is this possible? Could it have converted all the egg liquid into blood essence? Hiss. Impossible. Even a demon saint's bloodline couldn't achieve this. While the two snakes were reeling in shock, Suchunan launched a sudden attack, mercilessly teaching them a lesson. Hissishehe. I knew you two would start provoking me the moment you woke up. In that case, I decided to strike first. Got a problem with that? No problem at all. Don't like it? Then I'll beat you again. The blue and white snakes had no chance to retaliate. Though their strength had grown, the flower snake's power and speed were on a completely different level. This was clearly due to the significant enhancement of its soul, allowing it to control its physical body with unmatched precision. During the fight, the flower snake's attacks fluctuated unpredictably, as if it were deliberately holding back. This peculiar combat style left Lin Jianzi bewildered. I've never heard of a snake using its tail like a whip. No coiling, no wrapping, no biting, not even sticking out its tongue. Truly bizarre. Even without the aid of demonic or spiritual energy, the flower snake's sheer physical strength was enough to suppress the two snakes. When they realized it was intentionally restraining its power, their humiliation only deepened. Despite joining forces, they couldn't gain the upper hand, relying solely on their extensive combat experience to protect themselves. The battle grew fiercer, until the two exhausted snakes collapsed on the ground, utterly spent. Just as Suchunan was about to revel in his victory, a system notification chimed. Congratulations, host, on completing the series of tasks and achieving the unyielding dominance, milestone 3. Rewards, refinement points 5, random spirit seed 1. As he calculated how this would further enhance his strength, the sound of wings flapping suddenly reached his ears from outside the cave. Flap, 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 chirp, chirp. The bird cries grew louder, indicating the arrival of large creatures, several of them. System, immediately allocate all refinement points to enhance my soul and physique. Suchunan quietly slithered toward the cave entrance, followed by the two weakened little snakes. As the sun set, the forest grew dim. Outside the cave, the scene was chilling. 3 talon-like claws, hooked and sharp, extended from long iron blue bird legs covered in scaly armor that reeked of blood. A massive bird was clawing at the cave entrance, intent on breaking in. Suddenly, its sharp talons struck towards Suchunan's position, followed by a deadly thrust from its beak. Bang! Damn it! Suchunan quickly retreated. The system issued a new task immediately. Eliminate the intruder's Fivitier snake hunting bird. Rewards, refinement points 15, supreme spirit-locking flower seed 1. Warning, the enemy includes 4 third-ear and 2 fifth-ear snake hunting birds. Danger level, extremely high. Just then, the mother snake emerged from the river, her body shrouded in mist. Her tongue lashed out like an arrow, striking the snake-hunting bird's eyes. She then sank her fangs into its neck, coiled her body, and strangled it to death, blocking the cave entrance in the process. Chirp, chirp. Two snake-hunting birds in the air screeched and dove down, and a fierce battle erupted. My mother is amazing. Su Changxian silently cheered as he watched the mother snake's skillful sneak attack. It was evident that she had plenty of experience hunting snake-catching birds, as this strike instantly took out one of the opponents. Unfortunately, this was far from enough. The bird killed was merely one of the 4 third-ear snake-catching birds, and its death only provoked the others, igniting their ferocity. Su Changxian, hiding behind the mother snake, was still celebrating when 2 snake-catching birds swooped down with piercing cries. Their steel-like hooked talons gleamed coldly as they aimed directly for the mother snake's vital 7-inch spot. Snake thief, egg stealer, die. A strange voice echoed from above. Su Changxian looked up to see a massive black bird circling in midair, its golden eyes glinting with icy killing intent. Its outstretched wings cast a shadow over the ground like a dark cloud. What this bird can talk? He exclaimed in astonishment. The massive bird was shrouded in a sinister blackened mist, resembling a demon straight out of Journey to the West. The eerie mist, accompanied by a foul wind, was unmistakably the bloodthirsty aura the Empress's sister and her companions had described, a stench-laden blood mist. While Su Changxian was momentarily distracted, 2 of the third-tier snake-catching birds had already engaged the mother snake in a fierce battle. The thick-bodied snake and the eagle's-eyed predators were locked in a deadly struggle. Though the birds had the advantage in numbers and natural dominance over snakes, they were slightly outmatched in strength. The mother snake, having raided their nests and hunted numerous lower-tier snake-catching birds to feed her young, was seasoned in combat and held the upper hand for now. However, Su Changxian dared not let his guard down, knowing there was still one 5th-tier snake-catching bird and another 3rd-tier one lurking somewhere out of sight. Suddenly, a sharp bird cry pierced the air. The 2 3rd-tier birds deliberately lured the mother snake away, exposing the entrance to the cave. Realizing the danger, Su Changxian quickly whipped his tail and retreated. In the next moment, a gust of foul wind rushed toward him as a massive bird claw slammed into the cave's edge with a thunderous bang, shaking loose clumps of dirt from the walls. Whoa, that was close, Su Changxian thought, relieved. Thanks to the battle's foul wind prompting him to step back and his quick reflexes, he narrowly avoided being caught by the bird's talons. But his relief was short-lived as he fretted. What now? These birds are way too strong. I can't hold them off for long. The attacker was a 3rd-tier snake-catching bird, but the even more formidable 5th-tier one still hadn't shown itself. Behind him, Ling Xiao and Lin Jianzi were equally tense. They understood a simple truth. Nothing in this world came without a price. If you reaped benefits without paying the cost, it was because someone else bore the burden for you. The mother snake, who could have escaped, was now paying that price for their sake. I act by my own will, unburdened by morality or ethics. Concepts like good and evil mean nothing to me theory, just things I can discard at any moment. Su Changxian thought grimly. The 5th-tier snake-catching bird, capable of human speech, had clearly developed intelligence and shed the bone in its mouth, making it a formidable foe. With his newly advanced but still 3rd-tier cultivation, rushing in recklessly was tantamount to suicide. Yet if he did nothing, once the mother snake was killed, he wouldn't escape death either. The 2 third-tier birds had pinned down the mother snake, while the 5th-tier one loomed above, watching for an opportunity. On top of that, if he were the enemy, he would have already set up ambushes to cut off any escape routes. Sacrificing himself to save the mother snake would be foolish, but if she fell, he would be their next target. Snake-catching birds were relentless trackers of their prey. Watching the mother snake easily dispatch a 3rd-tier bird earlier, Su Changxian considered lending her a hand. Together, they might have a chance. If they could first kill the remaining 3rd-tier birds, and then jointly defend against the 5th-tier one, they might even drive it away and escape into the water. After all, birds were generally poor swimmers and couldn't dive, making the water a potential refuge from their pursuers. Tisk, why overthink it? Su Changxian muttered to himself. At the end of the day, the decision's already made. I am fighting alongside the mother snake. For her, for myself, what's there to hesitate about? Honestly, I just want to spend more time with her. It's the first time in 2 lifetimes I've had someone care for me like this, even if she's a snake. She's still my mother. If he weren't so unsure of his ability to hold his own, he would have joined the fight already. Facing one 5th-tier snake-catching bird might have been manageable, but 2 was a different story. He needed a plan, preferably one that took out one bird at a time. At that moment, the system suddenly chimed in. Congratulations, host. Your spiritual soul has broken through the mortal soul realm and entered the demon soul realm. You have gained the innate ability, Bewitching Cry. Host may attempt inner vision to explore the spiritual platform realm and consolidate your divine sense. Suchunan felt a refreshing breeze sweep through his mind, as if a fog had been lifted. His spirit felt invigorated, his mind clear, and his perception of the world sharpened. My soul has broken through, he thought, elated. Trusting his instincts, he immediately focused his mind and entered an inner vision state, his consciousness diving into the spiritual platform within him. The spiritual platform stretched vast like a sea shrouded in misty waves. Amid the hazy fog, a green lotus platform appeared, materializing and dissipating intermittently, flickering in and out of existence. At its center, a faint, semi-transparent silhouette hovered gently. This was the manifestation of Suchunan's demon form, residing within the sea of his divine consciousness. This vision stirred a peculiar sense of enlightenment deep within Suchunan, as if uncovering an ancient truth etched into the core of his memory. With a subtle shift of thought, his perspective transitioned from the spiritual platform to his own physical body. Beneath the surface of his skin, his unique demon form was laid bare. Elongated internal organs stretched beyond the bounds of normalcy: stomach, lungs, kidneys, and intestines all extended unnaturally long. Between his densely packed ribs, intricate scales glimmered faintly. Should I count how many scales there are? The sudden thought interrupted his introspection, but in that fleeting moment, he caught sight of countless wisps of crimson energy coursing through his body like threads. As he returned to full awareness, an entirely new sense emerged. A web of imperceptible, hair-like strands radiated from the center of his forehead, rendering everything around him vividly clear. This was divine sense, a mystical power born from the condensation of his soul. With a single thought, his divine sense extended beyond the cave, and the ongoing battle outside became instantly apparent. He could even discern each individual feather on the fifth-tier snake-hunting bird hovering midair, though the bird remained oblivious to his observation. Impressive. This is practically an omniscient perspective. Suchunan excitedly rested his chin on his tail, calculating inwardly. This time, I've got a real chance. A system interface materialized before him. Host, Suchunan. Species, water-avoiding serpent. Tier, 4th. Blood energy, 1,812,087, 2,500,000 required for 5th tier breakthrough. Physical realm, mortal body realm 9, 33, 10,000. Soul realm, demon soul realm 1,033, 10,000. Divine abilities, blood transformation via energy, devouring, bewitching screech. Refinement points, 0.4. Numbers are just numbers. Real combat is what matters, Suchunan mused. With 4th tier strength as my foundation, I can at least withstand a strike from a 5th tier opponent. As long as I'm not taken out in one hit, there's a chance. If direct confrontation isn't viable, it'll rely on surprise and ambush. Victory at the lowest cost, that's my goal. He glanced sideways at 2 other young serpents also lying in wait for an opportunity, a smirk tugging at his lips. What you're thinking of doing, it's all part of my plan. Chirp, chirp. 2 third-tier snake-catching birds were locked in a fierce battle with a massive white snake. Hovering midair, a 5th-tier snake-catching bird stared intently at a spot on the ground, its eyes sharp as lightning. This was the new lair of the egg thief they had been tracking for a long time, a cunning female snake. Each time after stealing eggs, the white snake would cleverly hide in the river, using the water's flow to mask its scent. But today, it had finally been caught in the act. A snake that could think to steal bird eggs to feed its young must have awakened its spiritual intelligence, likely harboring a demon core within. A glimmer of greed flashed in the eyes of the 5th-tier bird. If it could devour the snake's demon core, it and its kin might have a chance to ascend to the 6th tier. Chirp, chirp. The 5th-tier bird let out a sharp cry, commanding its subordinates to lure the mother snake away from the nest. It already knew that inside the nest, the snake hatchlings had consumed 3 bird eggs upon birth. If they hadn't perished, they might have already awakened extraordinary bloodlines. Seeing its subordinates failing to act, the larger snake-catching bird screeched in frustration. It quickly dispatched 3 third-tier snake-catching birds to join the attack on the mother snake. This maneuver was not only to wear down the snake's strength, but also to test if it had any hidden allies lying in ambush. Chirp, chirp. Responses echoed from its brethren in the air. A flash of determination gleamed in the golden eyes of the 5th-tier bird. On the outskirts of the desolate mountain range, where spiritual energy was scarce, ascending to the 6th tier would allow them to venture deeper into the spirit-rich peaks for cultivation. Although the spoils of a lone mother snake and a few hatchlings seemed modest, the inner regions were teeming with high-tier beasts and demon clans. Having its kin by its side would be advantageous. Splitting the rewards wouldn't hurt. As the mother snake began to falter with the 3rd snake-catching bird joining the fray, the 5th-tier bird let out another urging cry, issuing an order in human speech: blind its eyes. The nest grabbed the hatchlings. These words were not meant for its unintelligent 3rd-tier subordinates, but rather to mislead the mother snake. Sure enough, upon hearing this, The white snake twisted violently and forced its way toward the nest. This movement exposed a fatal flaw. The three snake-catching birds immediately spread out, targeting the snake's eyes, its vital spot at 7 inches down its body, and its tail. Seeing this, the fifth-ear bird chirped excitedly, spreading its wings in preparation to swoop down and seize the severely injured snake, slamming it to its death. But the anticipated victory did not come. Instead of the snake's anguished hiss, 2 harrowing bird cries filled the air. 2 of the snake-catching birds, seemingly gravely wounded, flailed their wings in a panic, attempting to flee, only to be snatched by the mother snake. One was bitten down in its jaws, while the other was coiled tightly in its body. In an instant, both birds were dead. Looking closely, 2 tiny hatchlings, less than 2 feet long, fell from the heads of the dead birds. The birds' eye sockets were now empty, pitch-black voids. A blue flash and a white flash streaked by it was the hatchlings that had devoured their eyes. Chirp. Far from angered, the fifth-ear bird grew even more exhilarated. Since these hatchlings were destined to become its food, the stronger they were, the better. Hiss, hiss. Just then, a mottled snake emerged from the nest. Its body length exceeded 4 feet, as thick as a small tree trunk. Was this still a hatchling? The fifth-ear bird's eyes widened in disbelief, but its aura was undeniably of the same lineage as the white snake. Despite its impressive size, the mottled snake appeared clumsy, far less agile than the other 2 hatchlings. Mimicking its siblings, it tried to peck at the third snake-catching bird's eyes, but its sluggish movements only earned it a fierce strike from the bird's wing, sending it tumbling 7 or 8 meters to the base of a tree. Ha! A sluggish snake. Chirp. The fifth-ear bird immediately dived downward, aiming to snatch this foolish mottled snake. For a hatchling to grow so large, its bloodline must be extraordinary. First, it would devour the snake's gallbladder and drink its blood. The remaining snake meat could be shared with its kin after all. It was doing the heavy lifting. Hiss hiss the mottled snake, seeing the bird diving toward it, let out a frightened hiss and instinctively coiled itself around the nearby tree. Chirp. Did it really think wrapping around a tree could prevent being seized? A mocking glint flashed in the fifth-ear bird's eyes that was impossible. The young snake's body appeared frail, seemingly no match for an attack. The snake-catching bird's eyes gleamed with disdain as its sharp talons clamped tightly around the flower snake's body, one in front and one behind. It let out a triumphant screech, flapped its wings with force only to find, unexpectedly, that it could not take off. Looking down, the bird saw that the flower snake was not torn apart as it had anticipated. Instead, the snake raised its head proudly, its forked tongue flicking menacingly, and its eyes glinting with a dangerous light. Alarmed, the fifth-ear snake-catching bird prepared to release its grip and retreat. But a sudden wave of dizziness overtook it. A sharp pain pierced its chest, jolting it back to clarity. The snake's fierce head had sunk deeply into its chest, its icy vertical pupils brimming with killing intent. The snake's venomous fangs were injecting deadly poison. Shriek, shriek, shriek. The bird was overwhelmed with terror, flapping its wings frantically and clawing desperately in an attempt to break free from the lethal entanglement. A surge of greenish-black demonic energy erupted from its wings, whipping up a fierce gust that snapped a nearby sapling in half. However, the tree trunk the flower snake was coiled around was as thick as a barrel and stood firm. As the struggle continued, blood gushed from the bird's chest, pouring directly into the flower snake's gaping mouth. The rapid blood loss weakened the snake-catching bird's resistance, and the flapping of its wings slowed noticeably. A gleam of triumph flashed in the flower snake's eyes as it yanked downward with force, slamming the massive bird heavily to the ground. Suchunan immediately coiled around the bird's body, tearing open the wound on its chest and opening his jaws wide to suck greedily. Warm blood flowed down his throat, but suddenly, something hot and solid slipped into his mouth. What is this? He thought in surprise. Could it be some kind of hidden weapon inside the snake-catching bird's chest? Just as he was pondering, a piercing bird cry echoed from the sky. Looking up, he saw another enormous snake-catching bird diving down with its wings spread wide, its sharp beak aimed directly at his vital spot. What the hell? Suchunan was terrified. He quickly twisted his body and darted toward the direction whereby she and Lingxiao Linjianzi were. Empress sister, Taoist brother, help me out here. Your big brother's too full to fight, I've got no strength left. Hiss, hiss. An extraordinary battle had just concluded. A seemingly ordinary flower-patterned snake had defeated a fifth-ear snake-hunting bird, a creature thought to be invincible. It was a spectacle that shattered everyone's understanding. This snake-hunting bird was no ordinary fifth-ear demonic beast. Not only had it developed intelligence and the ability to speak human language, but it also possessed a demon core and was shielded by its demonic energy. Its skillful command of 4 third-tier snake-hunting birds in a coordinated assault against the mother snake demonstrated its seasoned experience in countless battles. Yet, this formidable creature had fallen to a clumsy flower snake? For Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi, two cultivators tempered by countless life-and-death experiences in their past lives, their precise sneak attack was no surprise. But the flower snake was different. It was merely a small snake with some combat power derived from its bloodline. Suppressing them was one thing. Gaining the upper hand against a fifth-tier demonic beast was another matter entirely. What was even more astonishing was the flower snake's strategy. It feigned weakness, pretending to be clumsy and incapable, luring the snake-hunting bird into underestimating it. This not only led the enemy into a trap, but also made the bird willingly forego its full strength. The plan was simple yet impeccably executed. By exploiting the bird's overconfidence, it had turned the tide of the battle. This level of cunning could not have come from a young and inexperienced snake. Was it reincarnated wisdom, awakened intelligence, or a bloodline inheritance? It couldn't be mere intelligence awakening, as that would only allow demonic beasts to think like humans, not turn them into instant strategists. Nor could it be bloodline inheritance, as such inheritances rarely included lessons in scheming. The flower snake's flawless performance was undeniably that of a seasoned expert. I've seen plenty of so-called prodigies, Ling Yunzi sneered inwardly. No matter how talented, they all need time to grow. This flower snake must be the reincarnation of some old monster. Ling Xiao shared the same sentiment. Being outwitted by a seemingly dim-witted flower snake had rekindled their competitive spirits. As a former empress and a Dao sovereign, how many years had it been since they were last played for fools? Whether it's from the northern wilderness, the southern continent, the eastern lands where my sacred dynasty and the Xuan Gate reside, or even the barren western desert, I will uncover your true identity, Ling Xiao declared. Even if you hail from the celestial realm, I will get to the bottom of this. With that resolve, the two decided to first feast on the blood of the snake-hunting birds before entering secluded cultivation. Now that all the snake-hunting birds had been vanquished, the immediate danger was gone. However, the flower snake's formidable strength had highlighted how far behind they were. They needed to rapidly enhance their cultivation levels. After all, in the world of cultivators, without strength and power, everything else was meaningless. They hadn't even had a chance to land a blow beneath the bird's neck when a piercing screech suddenly tore through the sky. Scree! Scree! The shrill sound sent chills down their spines. Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi snapped their heads around, their pupils contracting sharply. Another fifth-tier snake-hunting bird. This one was clearly the companion of the one they had just killed, and it was now diving straight for the clumsy flower snake. Is the heavens set to destroy me? Ling Xiao cursed silently. If she had known there were two fifth-tier snake-hunting birds, she would have chosen to flee for her life rather than engage in battle. Yet, recalling the flower snake's astonishing performance earlier, a flicker of hope reignited in her heart. Ling Yunzi's eyes also brightened, clearly hoping the snake would once again reveal its miraculous abilities. However, what the flower snake did next completely caught them off guard. It suddenly darted straight toward them without any warning. Damn it! The two of them froze in shock, their bodies stiff as boards. That cowardly snake had bolted without so much as a hint, leaving them no time to prepare. They barely had a moment to react before the fifth-tier snake-hunting bird was upon them, its deadly presence pressing down like a storm. If they were at their peak strength, they might have had countless ways to subdue such a beast. But in their current weakened state, even escaping seemed impossible. Just as despair was about to engulf them, the fleeing flower snake abruptly halted, as though it had tripped on something, stumbling forward awkwardly. Then, with a sudden twist, it turned around to face the pursuing fifth-tier snake-hunting bird, lifting its head high and baring its fangs. Hiss, 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 hiss. The sound of its hissing echoed through the air, and in that exact moment, the massive bird faltered mid-flight, its body freezing in place. The flower snake continued its relentless hissing, and with a flick of its tail, it sent a clear message. Hey, you lot. Stop standing there like idiots. Get over here and help me take it down. Deception is confusion, is temptation. It lures living beings into chaos, stripping away clarity. Suchunan employed his divine powers, causing the fifth-tier snake-catching bird to fall into a daze instantly. Ling Xiao and Lin Jianzi, having honed their battle instincts to perfection, seized the moment without hesitation. A flash of blue and white streaked toward the bird like lightning, their target unmistakable. Its eyes. Hiss, hiss. The venomous fangs glimmered with a ghostly light, and the attack, enhanced by their magical power, effortlessly pierced through the bird's weakest defenses. Blood streamed down from its eye sockets as the bird let out a heart-wrenching screech. By then, the mother snake had also joined the fray. Her most lethal skill, constriction, came into play. Her massive body coiled tightly around the bird's wings as her jaws aimed straight for its throat. Yet, faced with the threat of death, the bird erupted with astonishing strength, thrashing wildly and nearly dislodging the mother snake. Hiss hiss. The mother snake's panic echoed in Suchunan mind. He immediately cast another spell, plunging the bird, which was about to take flight, into unconsciousness once more. Seizing the opportunity, the mother snake sank her fangs deep into the bird's throat, while Ling Xiao and Lin Jianzi devoured its eyes. This process repeated several times. The bird would awaken from its agony, only to be ensnared again by Suchunxian's magic. Finally, after exhausting all its strength, the fifth-tier snake-catching bird succumbed to death, and the three snakes collapsed to the ground, utterly spent. Hiss hiss. Lin Jianzi weakly grumbled, accusing Su Chengxian of deliberately tormenting them. Ling Xiao silently vowed that once it grew stronger, it would seek revenge for this ordeal. Su Chengxian, hearing the two snakes' thoughts, could only smile wryly to himself. In truth, the battle was far less calculated than the two imagined. His original plan had been to use the tree as a fulcrum to outmaneuver the bird, but a misstep during his leap had sent him flying after being struck by the bird's wing. This rather embarrassing mishap, however, was a detail he resolved to take to his grave after all. Even an old man like him had his pride to maintain. Besides, I'm quite formidable myself, Su Chengxian thought to himself with a hint of pride. Reflecting on the recent battle, he felt immensely satisfied with the outcome, even if the process had deviated slightly from his expectations. During his confrontation with the first fifth-rank snake-catching bird, he displayed remarkable ingenuity. Without relying on his innate divine abilities, he invented a completely new method of attack: spiritual sense assault. This unique combat technique was something he had comprehended on his own. Concentrating his spiritual sense into a small sword, aimed directly at the enemy's sea of consciousness. Though the spiritual sword was still rudimentary and could barely maintain its form through sheer willpower, it was more than enough against the relatively weak fifth-rank snake-catching bird. The creature, which hadn't even mastered coherent human speech, had a fragile soul that stood no chance. Su Chengxian's probing attack easily shattered its defenses, leaving it utterly powerless to retaliate. This method proved surprisingly effective. Destroying an opponent's soul was far easier than breaking their physical body. Because he didn't use his innate abilities in the first battle, he was able to conserve enough spiritual energy for the subsequent fights. However, when facing the second fifth-rank snake-catching bird, Su Chengxian chose not to repeat this strategy. The reason was simple. His physical body had already sustained significant damage. During the first battle, the bird's sharp claws had left several bloody holes in his body, and the intense struggle had covered his serpentine form with fine lines of blood. Some of his scales were bent, or even torn off. Although his current form was massive, he was ultimately still a newly emerged young serpent with limited cultivation experience. Engaging in another such close-quarters fight might be possible, but it would undoubtedly result in even more severe injuries. With his companions nearby, there was no need to push himself to such extremes. We're all from the same nest of snakes, so of course, we should work together as one, Su Chengxian thought to himself with determination. Su Chengxian decided to give his younger siblings a chance to shine, willingly stepping back to play a supporting role. As he swayed his snake tail, he silently mused to himself. In a world filled with powerful figures like Empresses and Dao Lords, he was nothing more than an ordinary snake with a system cheat. Being a quiet background character isn't so bad, he thought. I'll just stay in my lane as a humble snake, watching the show as the great ones return and reclaim everything that belongs to them. Now that the crisis had passed, Su Chengxian finally had the chance to examine the object he had hastily swallowed earlier. Entering an internal view state, he saw a peculiar egg, its cyan surface covered in intricate red patterns. Host, this is a demon core, the system explained. A high-level demon beast's core, containing more than 80% of its power. Su Chengxian was puzzled. Such an important demon core should have been heavily protected, yet he had swallowed it with ease. The system clarified that the blood of the fifth-tier snake-catching bird he had drained had dissipated the protective energy and demon power that originally shielded the core. At this moment, the demon core inside him was continuously releasing power, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. In his internal view, he could see wisps of cyan mist Razinga sight that reminded him of how his younger sister looked when she cultivated. What should I do? Spit it out? Su Chengxian worried. Just then, the system suddenly issued a warning. Attention! This demon core is unusual. It was formed around the remnants of a 7th-tier water-avoiding snake's core. Its demon power exceeds the host's absorption limit. Would you like to consume 1 million blood energy to advance your divine ability? Advance. Of course advance. Su Chengxian responded without hesitation. No wonder this 5th-tier demon core was causing him so much discomfort. It contained power from a much higher tier. The system announced, divine ability, digesting qi into blood, will now upgrade to devouring qi into blood. Please remain calm. Immediately, Su Chengxian felt a warmth spreading through his abdomen, particularly in his digestive organs. Within moments, the warmth turned into a burning sensation not unbearable, but similar to the gnawing hunger that wakes one in the middle of the night. Once he confirmed he could continue digesting, Suchunan opened his eyes. By now, night had fallen, and the moon hung bright in a sky dotted with stars. The mother snake had already devoured 2 snake-catching birds and drunk a significant amount of their blood. She now lay on the ground, drowsy and motionless, flicking her tongue in the direction of the 3 young snakes, signaling them to eat the bird meat from the torn necks. Ling Xiao and Lin Jianzi had regained some strength, but instead of going for the meat, they slithered toward the carcass of the 5th-tier snake-catching bird. The mother snake wanted to stop them. She knew that weak demon beasts could die from consuming the flesh of higher-tier creatures, but she was too full and lethargic to move. To her surprise, the 2 young snakes were not trying to eat the meat. They crawled over the bird's body, searching until they stopped at its chest and worked together to open a cavity. Before long, the green snake lowered its head into the opening and emerged with a cyan demon core clamped in its jaws. Hiss! Suchunan lifted his head, his gaze intense as he stared ahead. He knew very well that the handling of this demon core was of utmost importance. As a seasoned serpent demon, he was fully aware of the consequences of consuming the core directly. It would lead to a ridiculous and abrupt end, much like those hastily concluded tales. However, the Empress sister and Daojun brother were clearly much smarter than he had anticipated. The 2 small snakes gracefully slithered toward a massive rock by the riverbank, moving in perfect harmony to take up advantageous positions. The green snake raised its head high, facing the bright moon. Its forked tongue flicked out as it skillfully propelled the demon core into the night sky. In an instant, streams of magical energy surged from their mouths, holding the core steadily aloft as it slowly began to spin. Tonight was a full moon, and the moonlight poured down like a silvery cascade. Each snake took its position, their heads held high, as their chests and abdomens rhythmically expanded and contracted, guiding the demon core to align with the luminous moon. With their controlled breathing, a brilliant moonbeam condensed onto the core, intertwining threads of green and silvery white, which were gradually absorbed into their bodies. Suchunan immediately recognized what it was: moon essence, the purest energy from the sun and moon's radiance. The 2 snakes let out inviting hisses, signaling their companions to join and share the space for cultivation. Interesting, Suchunan chuckled inwardly. Since the demon core couldn't be consumed or stored away, letting it dissipate would be wasteful. He decided to use this opportunity to gauge the abilities of the little white snake. After all, in the world of cultivation, resources were always a matter of strength. As for the striped snake and the female snake, how much could they possibly take? The female snake eagerly dragged her heavy body onto the massive rock, and Suchunan, without hesitation, claimed a corner for himself. Soon, the burning sensation within his body began to subside. The female snake mimicked the others, practicing rhythmic breathing, while Suchunan coiled himself into a resting position, appearing to doze off. Ding! System notifications chimed continuously. Congratulations to the host for upgrading the innate divine ability. Devour Chi, transform blood. The host has consumed 1 low-grade demon core, gaining 304 spirit and 205 physique. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Hunt the snake-catching bird. Rewards include 15 refinement points and 1 supreme spirit-locking flower seed. Blood energy is steadily increasing. 1, 1, 1. Congratulations to the host for advancing to a Tier 5 demon beast. Refinement points 1. Blood energy continues to rise. 1, 1, 1, 1. Drifting between sleep and wakefulness for a month and a half, Suchunan finally managed to fully refine and absorb the demon core. During this period, eating became the only activity that interrupted his cultivation. After all, the 4 snakes in their lair had astonishing appetites. The mother snake, in particular, was practically insatiable. Fortunately, the generous snake-hunting bird not only delivered the demon core, but also provided its own flesh and blood. Its carcass, imbued with demonic energy and drained of blood, remained preserved for an unusually long time. Suchunan consumed the 3rd-rank snake-hunting bird within the first 10 days, and then sustained himself for another 17 or 18 days on most of the 5th-rank bird's body. When the food supply was exhausted, a new problem arose: they had to hunt demon beasts themselves to stave off hunger. This not only disrupted Suchunan's cultivation, but also forced Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi to pause their own training. Excessive depletion of blood energy was detrimental to their current demon beast forms, as sufficient blood nourishment was as essential to demon beasts as a foundation is to cultivators. Suchunan came up with a brilliant idea. He enlisted the help of his beloved Empress sister and Dao Lord brother to bring him meals. Thus, their new opponents became a school of 2nd-rank Shueibua Qingyu fish. Unable to defeat Suchunan, they begrudgingly became delivery workers. I never thought I'd have to catch fish to eat myself. Damn it. Since when has this seat ever done such a bothersome task? Ling Xiao slapped a half-meter-long fish onto the riverbank with his tail, cursing inwardly. That Hua snake must have been a pig spirit in its past life. How can it eat so much? This was already the fourth meal, and each time they had to catch 10 fish of this size. Ling Yunzi, though his snake face remained cold and stoic, was burning with anger inside. That damned Hua snake had been exploiting him for a full 16 days, forcing him to deliver meals 4 times. With a furious flick of his white tail, he sent a large fish flying through the air, then smacked it mid-flight, causing the fish to trace a graceful arc. Under the shade of a tree, a flower-patterned snake, now as thick as a water barrel, lazily lifted its head and effortlessly caught the flying fish in its mouth, swallowing it in one gulp. Just moments earlier, it had devoured the fish brought by the green snake. Suchunan felt rather pleased with himself. It's just delivering food. So why are they so worked up? Having such extraordinary siblings to boss around added a certain satisfaction to his life. Without the need to wear clothes and with food practically delivered to his mouth, this lifestyle was something he thoroughly enjoyed. As long as Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi couldn't defeat him, these carefree days would continue. Thinking this, he glanced at his personal stats in between bites of fish. Host, Suchunan. Species, Bihue snake. Rank, 5th rank requires 5 million blood energy to advance to 6th rank. Blood energy, 3,510,087. Physical realm, demon body stage 1848100000. Soul realm, demon soul stage 1819100000. Supernatural abilities, devour chi and transform blood. Bewitching hiss. Combat techniques, snake bite, snake constriction. Refinement points, 55. After a life and death battle so intense, my soul and body realms only improved this much? Hardly worth it. Suchunan mused, quickly assessing the situation with the same calculating mindset he used when weighing purchases by cost and quantity. It seemed his newly advanced 4th-rank Empress sister and Dao Lord brother would have to live under his shadow for a long time. He smugly flicked his tail, thoroughly satisfied with his current life. Over the past 2 months, he had noticed that snakes were particularly fond of sleeping. The mother snake, for instance, would sleep for over 18 hours a day as long as she was full. Thus, he had no concerns about appearing abnormal for sleeping too much. In fact, his behavior seemed so normal that the mother snake occasionally worried about him. Compared to the diligent moon-worshipping cultivation of Shao Qing and Shao Bai, Shao Hua seemed like an ordinary, unawakened Bihue snake, spending her days in a cycle of sleeping, eating, and sleeping again. Once the bird meat was gone, he found himself awake more often. After all, the fish from the river wasn't as filling as bird meat, requiring him to eat once every 3 to 4 days. Still, Shao Hua was undeniably formidable. Shao Qing and Shao Bai together couldn't defeat him. This completely put the mother snake at ease, knowing her son wouldn't easily starve. She insisted that her eldest son, now nearly her size, continue cultivating on the rock, especially on moonlit nights. The essence of moonlight carried a gentle, cooling energy, perfectly complementing the bloodthirsty aura within a beast's body. It nourished the soul and greatly benefited the awakening of intelligence. By absorbing moonlight, beasts not only unlock their intellect but also condense their inner demon core, thereby enhancing their cultivation and refining their soul. Although the mother snake's intelligence was still limited, she instinctively knew that moonlight was immensely beneficial. Whenever she coiled herself on the rock and practiced breathing techniques, she felt a soothing comfort, and her cultivation steadily improved. Suchunan didn't want to disregard her good intentions, so he quietly stayed on the rock. For him, it didn't matter where he rested. Sometimes, he would remain completely still for an entire day. However, with the sun growing increasingly scorching in recent days, he had started seeking shade under the trees. After a brief nap following their meal, night fell silently. As the moon rose, the snake family took their usual positions on the rock, just as they had for the past several dozen days. Some were fully immersed in cultivation, some mimicked the act of cultivation, while others simply lay there sleeping. Sleeping again. All you do is sleep. You might as well sleep to death. A crisp little girl's voice suddenly emerged from the green snake's mouth, brimming with impatience. Old ghost, your tail crossed the line. You're invading my territory. It turned out that the plump patterned snake had not only taken up its own area, but frequently encroached beyond it. This greatly annoyed the former Empress, who in her past life had a commanding presence but now appeared particularly petite. Got it, Suchunan replied in his usual unhurried tone, lazily retracting his tail. It was precisely this laid-back demeanor that allowed them to maintain their peaceful arrangement. Not long ago, the Empress' younger sister and the Taoist younger brother had both refined the bone in their mouths, enabling them to speak just a few days earlier than him. This demon core will likely be depleted by tomorrow night. Ling Yunzi suddenly spoke, his voice clear and youthful. like that of a child. Because of this, he rarely talked unless it was of significant importance, like now. The demon core was nearly depleted, now reduced to the size of a quail egg, with only a faint glimmer of energy remaining. This signaled the approaching end of Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi's rapid cultivation progress. Su Chengxian observed silently, thinking to himself that it was uncertain whether the core would last through the next night. However, the gains over the past 2 months were already remarkable. The blood and flesh of a few snake-catching birds, combined with the energy of 2 demon cores, had enabled all the snakes in their family to shed their skins and grow to more than double their original size. Though Ling Yunzi understood the inevitability of all things coming to an end, he couldn't hide his reluctance to part with this period of swift advancement. After a brief remark, he fell silent and focused on his cultivation. The night quickly passed. By dawn, the mother snake had gone out to hunt for food, while Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi woke Su Chengxian. "Old ghost, wake up." Ling Xiao nudged Su Chengxian's eyelids with the tip of his tail. Without opening his eyes, Su Chengxian mumbled, I'm going hunting with Xiao Bai." "All right, just remember to bring me back some food." Ling Xiao stared wordlessly at this lazy human. "This time, it's not just about finding blood food," Ling Yunzi said seriously. "We're looking for a demon beast that can produce a demon core." Now Su Chengxian was intrigued. We need demon cores to continue our cultivation." Suddenly, Su Chengxian opened his eyes and studied the 2 small snakes in front of him with a mischievous glint. "By the way, you two should stop calling each other Xiao Qing and Xiao Bai. It's awkward. Would you like to know each other's true identities?" This statement landed like a bombshell. The white snake was the younger brother, and the green snake was the younger sister. As someone well-versed in the legend of the white snake, Su Chengxian had long suspected something was off. Besides, the 2 of them had even altered how they referred to themselves to conceal their identities. "What do you mean?" Ling Xiao asked urgently, his voice growing sharper. "You know who we are?" "Impossible," Ling Yunzi said confidently. "I would never reveal myself." Su Chengxian turned over lazily. "All right, how about this? Whoever calls me Big Brother first, they'll keep their secret." The 2 snakes exchanged glances but remained silent, neither willing to speak up. "No? Then I guess I'll just say it. How do we know you're not bluffing?" Ling Yunzi questioned. "Yin Hao Sacred Dynasty, ever heard of it?" Su Chengxian said casually. The simple mention of those 5 words caused both snakes to tremble. "The Yin Hao demon sect?" Ling Yunzi looked at Ling Xiao in shock. "It's the Sacred Dynasty," Ling Xiao immediately corrected. "So, the demon sect really likes calling itself a sacred sect," Ling Yunzi muttered. Su Chengxian was momentarily baffled. "Wait, the Sacred Dynasty is actually the demon sect? Well, that's unexpected new information. Old ghost, what exactly are you trying to say?" Ling Xiao redirected his attention to Su Chengxian. "Xinmen Orthodox sect, Jinma Mountains Tianxian sect, what do you think about that?" Su Chengxian countered, revealing Ling Yunzi's background in turn. "Huh? That den of hypocrites?" Ling Xiao squinted. "Xiao Bai, little brother, I didn't expect you to come from there. You hardly seem the type. I heard the people from Jinma Mountain despise all demons and evil spirits. Why didn't you bite your tongue and end it the moment you turned into a snake?" "Can snakes even bite their own tongues to end it?" Su Chengxian interjected curiously. "Don't lump me in with those self-righteous hypocrites." Ling Yunzi retorted coldly, though his childish voice undermined his attempt at authority. "Oh, referring to yourself as this seat?" Ling Xiao chuckled. "In the human realm, the strongest in Xianmen are at the true immortal level. Over the past century, no true monarchs or Yuan monarchs have fallen, which means you must be at the mysterious immortal level, a Dao Lord, right? Among mysterious immortals, only Dao Lords are entitled to refer to themselves as this seat." She looked at Ling Yunzi meaningfully. "Xiao Bai, little brother, could you be that Dao Lord, Ling Yunzi?" Ling Yunzi remained silent. He still didn't know Ling Xiao's identity, but she had deduced his cultivation level from a single phrase. This round, he had clearly lost. "Not talking? Then he'll keep guessing," Ling Xiao said with enthusiasm. "Yes, keep guessing." Su Chengxian adjusted to a more comfortable position, watching with great interest. There are only 7 Dao Lords in Jinma Mountain. 2 of the elders are perpetually in seclusion. Of the remaining 5, 3 guard the back mountain, 1 oversees sect affairs. Ling Xiao listed off, leaving only the youngest, Ling Yunzi. Arrogant, eccentric, and prone to making enemies. "Xiao Bai, little brother, I'm guessing you're that Dao Lord Ling Yunzi, aren't you?" "What's your basis for that?" Su Chengxian asked. "Not much, just that I've heard of his exploits and figured he was bound to get himself killed sooner or later," Ling Xiao replied. "And Ling Xiao Empress was infamous for her domineering and reckless ways. No less unreasonable than I am." Ling Yunzi shot back. "Which is why I got myself killed too," Ling Xiao said matter-of-factly. "In the end, it all comes down to not being strong enough. If you're strong enough, no one can do anything to you, even if they don't like you." Ling Xiao let out a faint hum. the tip of her tail lifting slightly. In this lifetime, I will certainly not be so easily killed again. Su Chengxian heard this, and a complicated look flashed in his eyes. Have you ever considered maybe being less insufferable? Old ghost, you call yourself that, yet you're still so naive? Ling Xiao tapped him lightly with the tip of her tail, her tone laced with teasing. Whether people dislike or like you, does it actually matter to you? Some people hate you without even meeting you. No one enjoys being hated, but for the strong, others' opinions are irrelevant. What matters is that those who dislike you lack the power to harm you. Exactly, Ling Yunzi chimed in, his childish voice carrying an air of sinister arrogance. All I seek is a life free from the control of others, to act as I wish. I cultivate my path. They cultivate their sour paths should never have crossed. Yet they schemed against me, leading to my death and the destruction of my Dao. This debt, I will most certainly settle with them. Listening to the two masters speak, one young, one older, Su Chengxian found it amusing. The adorable little girl repeatedly referring to herself as I, the emperor, was something he had gotten used to. So, in the end, you're both saying it's about living your own way and letting others live theirs, he summarized. Yes. The Empress nodded. Indeed. The Dao sovereign inclined his head. Fine, Zizulf proclaimed, old Ghostchengxian sighed. Since we're all in this together now, I wouldn't want you to be too weak and drag me down. After saying this, he felt a surge of satisfaction. To speak like this to a former Empress and Dao sovereignate was so gratifying, he almost wanted to wag his tail in delight. I understand why you woke me up, he said, feigning nonchalance. All right, hey, erase the deal. Go find some magical beasts. If you can't beat them, lure them over and it'll help. Inside, he was practically bursting with glee. Wow, this feels amazing. But let's keep it to 6th tier at most. Anything stronger, I can't handle either. While it felt great to play the senior, preserving his life was still the priority. Recklessness wasn't part of the persona he had crafted for his old ghost identity. All right. Now that I've agreed to help, don't you think you should consider calling me Big Brother? He asked, a hint of mischief in his tone. Without a word, Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi turned and walked away. Sigh. Su Chengxian let out a long sigh. The mission to get his younger siblings to call him Big Brother had failed yet again. Time to sleep. Blood energy 111. Blood energy 1111. Squeak squeak. What's this? Spirit gathering grass? And this? Is this spirit locking grass? Before being awakened by the squeaking noise, Su Chengxian was lost in a dream, organizing the information he had recently acquired. Ever since stepping into the divine soul realm and entering the demon soul abyss, he had gained a unique ability, the power to hear others' thoughts. This information mainly came from 3 sources, Ling Xiao, Ling Yunzi, and the mother snake. Although the mother snake had achieved sentience, its thoughts remained simple and straightforward. It followed its most basic instincts, searching for food when hungry, sleeping, or cultivating when full. This simplicity allowed it to accept its offspring's unusual traits with ease and even feel genuine joy at their exceptional potential. What a harmonious family, Su Chengxian mused in his dreams. The mother snake's previous act of protection had earned Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi's gratitude, which they reciprocated with respect and care. Their willingness to share cultivation resources with the mother snake spoke volumes about the strong bond within this snake family. Su Chengxian had no intention of leaving just yet. First, several system-assigned tasks related to this place were still incomplete. Second, with his younger siblings bringing him food, he could focus entirely on sleeping and growing stronger. Why not take advantage of such an ideal arrangement? Where else would I find such perfect targets for exploitation? He muttered in his dream. From the mother snake's memories, he had learned that their current location was on the outskirts of the northern wilderness mountain range, a region with thin spiritual energy and no spiritual veins. In such a place, it was difficult for demonic beasts to advance in rank. The 5th-rank snake-catching bird was the most powerful creature the mother snake had ever encountered. This made Su Chengxian realize that finding another sentient being capable of smooth communication would not be easy. Too strong, and he couldn't defeat them, too weak, and they wouldn't be intelligent enough. My siblings are still the best options, Su Chengxian calculated. Although they weren't as strong as he was, they were trustworthy. When they lost, they admitted it, and they always kept their promises. As long as he maintained a sufficient advantage in strength, he could easily achieve his goals. With the system at his disposal, he had no concerns on that front. However, he did need to ensure the gap between them didn't grow too wide. Poor quality food would affect his sleep. Besides, higher-ranked demonic beasts were undeniably more delicious. This was why he readily agreed when his siblings suggested hunting high-ranked demonic beasts together. Hopefully, we can find prey that has already condensed a demon core. Su Chengxian continued his musings. For Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi to keep up with him, mere cultivation wouldn't suffice. The cultivation of demonkind was crude and straightforward. Eating, whether it was blood food, spirit herbs, spiritual medicines, spiritual roots, or spirit stones, their strength grew through consumption. However, without sentience or a cultivation method, their absorption efficiency was abysmally low. Ordinary animals had limited lifespans, rarely exceeding a decade at their peak. They followed their instincts to hunt, living muddled lives and ultimately stopping at the level of low-ranked demonic beasts. Thus, the greatest challenge for demonic beasts was how to quickly advance their cultivation and break past the limits of their lifespan within such a short time. For most demonic beasts, their growth followed a repetitive cycle: hunting, digesting, growing stronger, and then either hunting stronger opponents or becoming prey themselves. In this sense, demonic beasts were not much different from wild animals, except for the slim possibility of upward growth. When blood energy condenses into fiendish energy and spiritual energy is refined into demonic power, a demon beast can begin to attract ambient spiritual energy. This nourishes the soul and helps the beast achieve sentience. If lucky, it might suddenly gain enlightenment one day, learning to use blood energy as a foundation to absorb and refine spiritual energy into demonic power, eventually condensing a demon core. This foundational cultivation method, governed by the laws of the universe, was something all demonkind had the potential to comprehend. Strictly speaking, only those who had formed a demon core and understood cultivation methods could truly be considered on the path of cultivation. From this point onward, they could shed their ignorance, aspire to the Tao, and have a chance to escape the shackles of fate. Moonlight was particularly beneficial for demonkind, not only enhancing their cultivation but also suppressing the corrosive effects of fiendish energy on their souls. This was why many demonic beasts sought open spaces or high, unobstructed places to worship the moon at night. Though demonic beasts and demonkind relied on blood food for cultivation, they dared not consume it excessively, fearing that the fiendish energy would overwhelm their souls and drive them mad. Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi understood this well. After hatching, they chose not to pursue the quick growth path of blood food, instead focusing on cultivation. Maintaining a balance between blood energy and spiritual energy to prevent demonic power from spiraling out of control was essential. Neglecting this balance early on would make it increasingly difficult to manage later. The 5th-rank snake-catching bird's demon core had significantly accelerated their cultivation. Suchunan knew they were using the core as a pseudo-core to absorb moonlight rather than directly consuming its power as he had. This approach allowed them to mimic demon beasts with fully formed cores, absorbing moonlight while still safely consuming blood food without fear of imbalance. This was especially important for Ling Yunzi, who cultivated a mystical Taoist technique. Excessive blood energy could hinder his future transformation and the formation of his Dantian and Purple Palace. In other words, they required spiritual energy more than blood energy. Until they condensed their own demon cores, harvesting cores from other demonic beasts was a viable strategy. But Suchunan doubted it would be easy. The two 5th-rank snake-catching birds' demon cores likely came from dividing a single incomplete core of a 7th-rank water-avoiding snake, allowing them to achieve sentience and form cores prematurely. Most 5th-rank demonic beasts couldn't even form a demon nucleus, let alone a core. Thus, Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi would need to cast a wide net and search extensively. This was good news for Suchunan. It meant he wouldn't lack 4th and 5th-rank demonic beast meat in the foreseeable future. Eating my fill, sleeping soundly, and growing stronger life couldn't get better. The more Suchunan thought about it, the more content he felt. Even in his dreams, he couldn't help but flick out his tongue in satisfaction. Just then, a squeaking noise reached his ears, and he felt something poking at his eyelid. Opening his eyes, he saw a pair of furry claws. He looked up. Great sage. Flap, flap. A flock of birds took off from the trees, leaves swaying as they scattered. The golden hues of the setting sun bathed the forest, signaling the time for all creatures to return to their nests. Suchunan was just about to turn around when a deafening rumble erupted from the forest behind him, shaking the ground beneath his feet. As he turned his head, he heard Ling Xiao shouting, "Old ghost, your dinner's here." 2 large snakes, striped in blue and white, slithered out of the forest, followed closely by an enormous creature. It was a colossal wild boar, like a moving mountain of flesh. Its blood-red eyes glowed with a murderous gleam, tusks protruding menacingly, and its every step shook the earth, kicking up clouds of dust. A swirling aura of crimson and black demonic energy surrounded the boar, a clear sign of its formidable cultivation. Just then, a system notification chimed in. Ding! New mission available. Hunt the 6th-tier demonic beast, the mountain-shaking boar, and retrieve the spiritual herb, Clearheart Grass. Mission rewards: 12 refinement points, 2 master servant contract seals. 6th tier. Suchunan cursed under his breath. A damn 6th-tier wild boar. Its demonic energy is even denser than that of a 5th-tier snake catcher bird. Turning to the 2 snakes, he snapped, "Shao Qing, Shao Bai. You two are really taking this whole becoming snakes thing too seriously. You said 6th tier was the limit, And now you've actually brought me a sixth-tier beast? Ling Xiao urgently called out. Old ghost, stop complaining and help us. This boar's gone berserk. Ling Yunzi quickly added. We didn't provoke it, it's trying to eat us. It turned out that while scouting ahead, the two had stumbled upon the wild boar and marked its location for later. Unexpectedly, the beast had pursued them relentlessly, moving with astonishing speed. They had narrowly escaped death several times by working together. Into the water! Ling Yunzi shouted suddenly, the two snakes racing past Suchunan toward the river. It was their way of telling him, fight if you can, but if not, retreat into the water. With two splashes, the snakes dove into the river. Suchunan, however, stood his ground. He reasoned that, with his fifth-tier cultivation, he might just have a chance. Worst case, he could always escape later. Roar! Losing its initial targets, the wild boar redirected its bloodlust towards Suchunan. Its intelligence, now awakened, made it keenly aware of the benefits of devouring cultivators. Seeing Suchunxian's larger form only heightened its greed. The battle erupted in an instant. Suchunxian didn't dodge. Instead, his tail lashed out with full force. Bam! With a thunderous impact, the wild boar staggered, but the recoil sent Suchunxian flying backward. This boar's head is ridiculously hard. The boar charged again. Suchunxian quickly activated his small sword thrust technique, countering with another tail strike. As the boar's attack faltered, he seized the moment to coil around it and unleashed his bewitching ability. Then, baring his fangs, he sank them into the boar's throat. Combat skill constriction. Combat skill snake bite. His sharp fangs pierced through the boar's protective demonic energy, causing blood to gush out. Suchunxian tightened his coils, draining the boar's blood and demonic energy while squeezing with relentless force. Amid the sound of cracking bones, the boar finally collapsed with a thunderous crash. The mountain-shaking boar died in frustration, unable to even unleash its combat techniques before its soul was shattered and it succumbed to a fatal blow. As Suchunxian loosened his grip and unwound his snake body, two splashes sounded from the river. Xiao Qing and Xiao Bai emerged, staring at the scene in shock. They couldn't help but wonder, who exactly is this old ghost? How had his strength grown so much since before? Suddenly, a sharp chirping sound broke the silence. A golden-furred, blue-faced monkey darted out of nowhere, heading straight for the fallen boar's corpse. What the hell is that? Do you even need to ask? Suchunxian said with a hint of smugness, lightly scratching his chin with his tail. It's obvious this is a Malu. A Malu? What is that? Ling Xiao frowned slightly. To him, the creature in front of them was clearly a golden water monkey. Why was the old ghost using such a strange term? Could this monkey have some kind of special lineage? He had never heard of any branch of the monkey family being called Malu. Oh, Malu just means monkey. It's what I call them, Suchunxian explained, though he suddenly realized he had made a mistake. An awkward feeling crept in, and he instinctively scratched his chin with his tail again. Too embarrassing had dropped a joke, but no one got it. Why is this old monkey here? Ling Yunzi turned to Suchunxian, seeking an explanation. Suchunxian chuckled and replied, judging by its aura, this is the golden water monkey that lives on the eastern edge of the mother snake's territory. Though it's only at the third tier of strength, it's the weakest of the beasts occupying territories around here. But it's incredibly fast, making it hard to catch. Plus, it barely has any meat on its bones, so it's managed to survive until now. Not long after you all left, it came over, and it seems to have taken a liking to me. When Suchunxian first saw the golden monkey, he instinctively blurted out, "Great sage." But upon seeing its small blue face, he realized he had mistaken it for someone else. This wasn't the world of Journey to the West, after all. There was no great sage here. Still, the monkey was amusing. Not only was it unafraid of him, but it also proactively helped him plant spirit herbs. Even after being chased away, it would sneak back after a while, lurking nearby and cautiously inching closer. This monkey has gained intelligence and can speak. Could it have formed a demon core? Ling Xiao asked. Suchunxian, however, wasn't interested in bothering with a golden monkey that was so intent on planting herbs for him. He wasn't desperate for food, but the monkey's constant interruptions of his naps had him considering using someone else to deal with it. It has no demon energy, its blood vitality is weak, and it only carries unrefined moonlight spiritual energy. How could it have a demon core? Ling Yunzi explained. A demon core is formed by refining blood vitality and spiritual energy into demon energy. Monkeys grasping at the moon and foxes worshipping the moon are innate skills passed down through their bloodlines, allowing them to absorb moonlight and gain intelligence. Speaking of which, wolves howling at the moon and tigers perched atop mountain peaks are also ways for them to absorb moonlight for cultivation. Ugly snake. I demand you tell me, where is the spirit gathering herb? Ling Xiao finally lost his patience and shouted. Suchunxian had 4 spirit gathering herbs in his possession. one of which was an exceptional grade spirit-locking herb. This news instantly excited Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi, two powerful cultivators. Is this the spirit-locking herb? Ling Xiao crouched low, her snake-like pupils fixed intently on the tiny herb that was just about to sprout its third leaf, her tone filled with anticipation. That's right, Suchunan replied, observing the scene with some confusion. A grand empress, getting so worked up over a mere herb? He had consulted the system before and learned that the exceptional grade spirit-locking herb was only one rank higher in value than the spirit-gathering herb, which was considered a low-level herb in the cultivation world. An empress and a Dao sovereign, and neither of you can recognize such a common herb? Ling Xiao was unfazed. I have never seen one before. What's so strange about not recognizing it? I don't enjoy tending to plants and am no spiritual botanist. The things that catch my eye have always been rare and extraordinary treasures. I, too, never paid attention to such ordinary herbs in the past, Ling Yunzi added while examining the spirit-gathering herb. Tasks like these were always handled by outer disciples or servants. Ever since I refined my first cauldron of pills, I've only used spiritual plants of the second tier or higher. Suchunan couldn't help but chuckle. Huh. Stop pretending. Sure, we know you both had glorious pasts, but heroes don't dwell on former glories. If you're so impressive, stop crawling on the ground and circling my herbs like vultures. Honestly, you both look more like lecherous scoundrels gawking at a rare beauty than dignified experts. Have you figured anything out yet? Suchunan asked. Ling Yunzi carefully sensed the herb and replied, there is indeed a faint gathering of spiritual energy. All that crouching, and that's all you can tell? Ling Xiao snorted disdainfully. A single spirit-gathering herb on its own doesn't gather much spiritual energy, especially one that's so young. Without careful observation, one might not even recognize it as a spiritual herb. Without divine senses or the innate bloodline talent to seek out spiritual plants, Ling Xiao could only rely on such methods to discern the herb. Crouching or lying on the ground didn't bother her. She never cared about appearances or maintaining some lofty image. However, she still couldn't sense anything particularly special about the spirit-locking herb. Then again, if it were so easily detectable, they would have noticed something unusual about the area where the flower snake had been lying earlier. Just sprouted recently, so it's harder to sense? Suchunan feigned surprise. Why didn't you say so earlier? At his words, two pairs of vertical snake pupils immediately locked onto him. What are you glaring at me for? Suchunan shot back without hesitation, his single eye glaring back at them. My one eye is bigger than both of yours combined. I've already told you I have 4 spirit-gathering herbs, and Hayrace just 1. The other 3-inch. Before he could finish, 2 snake shadows darted toward the previous cave in a flash. Haha, spirit-gathering herbs. Heh, spirit-gathering herbs. There really are 3 more. Suchunan chuckled in exasperation. So, they hadn't believed him at all. Moments later, the 2 snakes finally calmed down. Old ghost, we need to plant the spirit-gathering herbs together, Ling Xiao said. Exactly. The more spirit-gathering herbs there are, the stronger the spiritual energy they attract, Ling Yunzi agreed. A single spirit-gathering herb is just a low-grade plant, but several together increase in value exponentially. Adding the spirit-locking herb, we could set up a small spiritual array to make cultivation far more efficient. Ling Xiao finished speaking and looked at Suchunan. Why are you looking at me? Oh, are you worried I won't agree? Don't worry about it. Go ahead and dig them up to arrange them as you like, I have no objections. To Suchunan, the spirit-gathering herbs were nothing more than a sleep aid. Setting them up in an array wouldn't disrupt his rest. In fact, it would draw in more spiritual energy and help him sleep even better. No. Ling Xiao shook her head. Old ghost, spiritual herbs are delicate and difficult to handle. We don't dare to dig them up recklessly. You're skilled in cultivating spiritual plants, so you'll have to extract them yourself. Those spirit-gathering herbs were among the most common low-level herbs in the cultivation world. They were far from insignificant. Any well-established sect would go to great lengths to cultivate spirit-gathering and spirit-locking herbs. These herbs, while not hard to grow, were difficult to cultivate in large quantities. For one, their seeds had a very low germination rate. Additionally, the herbs competed for spiritual energy and could even destroy each other. Yet spirit-gathering herbs needed to be planted in large numbers within a specific area to maximize their utility, gathering spiritual energy, nourishing other herbs, and accelerating growth. The presence of vast spirit-gathering herb fields was even considered a measure of a cultivation sect's strength. To form an array, at least 4 spirit-gathering herbs were required. At the moment, they had exactly 4. The damage to a single spirit-gathering grass will prevent the spirit-gathering array from forming, Ling Xiao said slowly, her gaze falling on Suchunan. Since he had successfully grown 4 spirit-gathering grasses, letting him dig them up seemed like the safest choice. Suchunan, however, gave a wry smile. Who told you I was skilled in cultivating spiritual plants? His tail swayed lightly. Sure, in my past life, I had the bloodline talent for it and enjoyed growing things. But that didn't mean everything always survived. In this life, he shook his now missing hand. I can only dig with my tail, and I can't guarantee they'll survive. Then how did you manage to grow the spirit gathering grass? Ling Xiao narrowed her eyes, clearly skeptical. I just planted them, that's all. Su Chengxian replied confidently. The system provided the seeds, how could they not sprout? I didn't even take care of them, just let them grow on their own and look, they're doing pretty well. Ling Yunzi seemed thoughtful. Old ghost, are you really not skilled in cultivating spiritual plants? Yep, that's right. Then I suppose you also don't know how to use spirit gathering grass and spirit locking grass to set up the spirit gathering array? Huh. Su Chengxian froze. What do you mean? Isn't setting up the array your job? Why is it suddenly on me? Under his questioning gaze, the two snakes fell into a brief silence. I used to only use premium spirit stones abundant in spiritual energy for arrays. Never these spirit gathering grasses, Ling Xiao admitted. Same here, Ling Yunzi added. Unbelievable. What a privileged past you've had. Su Chengxian couldn't help but mock. So now you're relying entirely on me? Too bad. I don't know how either. The three snakes exchanged looks, suddenly realizing they might have made a big mistake. One is influenced by their surroundings, Ling Yunzi said meaningfully, looking at Su Chengxian. Heh, Su Chengxian sneered. Don't think I can't tell you're insulting me. By now, the sky had completely darkened, and the moonlight grew brighter. Ling Xiao raised her head and declared, they'll go retrieve the demon core first. She knew that the golden crow sunlight would accelerate the dissipation of the demon energy within the core, which was why they had waited until nightfall to act. She swam toward the chest and abdomen of the mountain-shaking boar, only to find an unexpected figure there, a golden water monkey curled up in a ball. Monkey, what are you doing? Squeak squeak. Planting flowers. The golden-furred monkey proudly waved the Qingxin grass it held in its paws. Planting flowers? Spiritual roots aren't that. Ling Xiao initially dismissed it, but in the next moment, her pupils contracted sharply. Old ghost. Xiaobai, come here quickly. Hold this monkey down. In making it the grand steward of the inner court, Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi circled around the golden water monkey, their eyes filled with curiosity. This peculiar-looking monkey not only had the ability to cultivate spiritual roots, but also displayed extraordinary ancestral bloodline inheritance. How is it ordinary in any way? Su Chengxian couldn't help but retort. Just look at its golden fur, that bluish little face, those jet-black claws, and its tail that curls into a perfect ring. Give it a tiger skin hat, a tiger skin skirt, and a golden staff, and it could knock you two monsters into oblivion with a single swing. Ling Yunzi and Ling Xiao ignored Su Chengxian's remarks and continued their discussion. Bloodline inheritance and ancestral reversion, these are some of the rarest opportunities on the path of beast cultivation. To possess both simultaneously makes it a truly chosen beast. The ancient demon clan's strength, battle instincts, and even the secrets of unexplored realms, and how to unlock them, any one of these could create a formidable demon. Haha. Ling Xiao laughed heartily. What incredible luck. It's like falling asleep and having a pillow delivered by a monkey. With a monkey that can cultivate spiritual roots, we won't have to worry about transplanting spirit gathering grass. At that moment, the golden water monkey was clutching Su Chengxian's tail, holding in its palms a stalk of clear heart grass, its roots wrapped in black mud. The mud was originally ordinary soil from the riverbank, but had been carefully refined by the monkey and infused with the blood of a mountain-swaying boar. The leaves of the clear heart grass were unfurling, releasing a unique fragrance that intertwined with a faint metallic tang. Spiritual roots require a long time to grow, Ling Yunzi explained. This clear heart grass met disaster in less than 3 years. The fact that it can be revived is a testament to its unyielding fate. How long is long? Su Chengxian pressed. Even 1,000 or 10,000 years might not be enough for it to reach its full potential, Ling Xiao replied, having just tucked away his demon core. Su Chengxian glanced at the monkey beside him and lightly tapped it with his tail. Great sage, do you want to cultivate my grass? Chirp chirp. The golden water monkey nodded vigorously. Then how about we make a contract? Su Chengxian suggested. He pointed his tail toward the monkey's forehead, and a ball of light emerged. This was a contract sigil, a reward from one of his tasks, binding both parties to mutual non-aggression and shared benefits. The golden water monkey hesitated only briefly before accepting the contract. The glowing ball of light merged into its brow. What's your name? Or should I give you one? Su Chengxian asked with a smile. Chirp chirp. I'm called the Great Sage. The monkey thumped its chest proudly. Old ghost, I think little sage would suit it better, Ling Xiao suddenly proposed. Su Chengxian flicked his tail, a glint of challenge flashing in his eyes. Not a chance. You want my great sage to be your imperial eunuch? Let's settle this with a fight. He was determined to make his Empress sister abandon the idea. The mother snake returned from battle, bearing a few minor wounds but nothing serious. In this area, there were no longer any beasts capable of inflicting significant harm on her. As a serpent, her innate ability to heal was a natural gift. With just a meal to replenish her energy, she could recover quickly. Hiss. Xiaohua, stop fighting. The mother snake anxiously intervened, stopping Su Chengxian. These human words were harder than perhaps due to over a month of cultivating under the moonlight or from frequently listening to Ling Xiao and the others converse. She had finally learned to speak human language. Though her vocabulary was limited, she could fluently say words like Xiaohua, Xiaoqing, Xiaobai, and stop fighting. This mother snake, who named herself Shi Xiaotsue, had chosen the name for a reason. Her snow-white scales were adorned with a single green scale on her forehead, and it seemed the name was inspired by this unique feature. She was particularly worried that her eldest son, who had grown nearly as large as herself, might accidentally swallow his younger siblings. Hiss. Don't worry, I won't eat them, Su Chengxian calculated in his mind. Between having one big meal or consistent meals, he knew the smart choice sustainability was the key. Xiaotsue, have you eaten? Su Chengxian asked, observing the mother snake's abdomen. Hiss. I've eaten, but am not full. Then eat more later. We've got fresh wild boar meat delivered today. While it was a pity they couldn't cook it, for a family of snakes without hands, starting a fire or cutting and portioning meat was out of the question. But snakes had their own clever methods. Shi Xiaotsue slithered joyfully toward the massive wild boar carcass, circling it several times. As the moon rose high in the sky, every family member was busy in their own way. Su Chengxian focused on sleeping, Dashing busied himself planting grass, while Ling Xiao, Lin Jianzi, and the mother snake worked together to drag the wild boar into the water. Using her water manipulation technique, the mother snake cleaned the boar, while Ling Xiao and Lin Jianzi used their powers, one transforming demonic energy into a blade and the other condensing threads of magicto to divide the meat. The leftover boar blood flowed downstream, attracting a number of aquatic beasts who watched from a distance. These low-level beasts, barely reaching the first tier, didn't dare approach, and Su Chengxian's family couldn't be bothered with them. As Su Chengxian put it, it's not worth the effort for such small frithied barely fill a stomach. Big chunks of meat are what count. After the three snakes finished portioning the meat, Dashing also completed his task. He planted spirit-gathering grass in a circle along the riverbank stones and tucked the spirit-locking grass beneath an overhanging rock. A quick scan with Su Chengxian's spiritual sense confirmed that the spirit-gathering array was complete. The replanted spirit-gathering grass thrived in the soil enriched with beast blood, appearing even more vibrant. Each blade stood tall, its leaves unfurled, faintly glowing with a rhythmic luminescence. The four spirit-gathering grasses formed an energy field reminiscent of an eye of a storm, constantly drawing in spiritual energy from the surroundings. It really worked? Ling Xiao exclaimed with delight. Too bad the grass is still young, Lin Jianzi added. But as the grass grows, the array's effect will only get stronger. Su Chengxian sighed inwardly. From a Taoist empress to a small snake, from a favored child of heaven to the fringes of the world, the fall from grace was staggering. If it were him, he doubted he could bear such a blow. Dashing fetched water from the river and carefully watered each spirit grass, making them appear even more vibrant and lush. This made Su Chengxian realize he had never watered the spirit grass before. Their survival had depended entirely on the system's care. Not long after the family had eaten their fill, each snake swallowed a single boar leg for dinner. Ling Xiao and Lin Jianzi, as usual, slithered onto a large rock, suspended their demon cores in the air, and basked in the gathered spiritual energy and moonlight. Hiss. Haha. My cultivation will progress by leaps and bounds. Hiss. In time, I too shall ascend to a fifth-tier beast. Feigning the demeanor of a sage, Su Chengxian asked, is a mere spirit-gathering array, made from ordinary spirit-gathering grass, worth such excitement? The path of cultivation is like crossing mountains and rivers. Every bit of progress is worth celebrating, Lin Jianzi replied with a smile. With demon cores and a spirit-gathering array, my cultivation speed is far beyond the days of solitary meditation. Indeed. I once cultivated within a spiritual vein, but that was then, and this is now. Having this spirit-gathering array is already a blessing. Everyone has their time, and those who achieve first should lead the way. Time flies, but it has not been wasted. We have the future ahead of us. Well said, very well said, Su Chengxian praised, tapping his tail. But tell me, have you two ever heard this saying? What saying? When a dragon lies on the sand, shrimp dare to mock it. When a tiger falls from power, dogs grow bold. The words carried a pointed meaning, and the two powerful beings fell silent. Xiaohua, what are you up to? Spirit-gathering grass, spirit-locking grass, they are all mine. The spirit-gathering array was set up by my Dashing. Were you planning to just freeload? I will repay you, said Ling Xiao. As will I, added Lin Jianzi. You may state a request, and I'll fulfill it, Ling Xiao offered. I will do the same, Lin Jianzi agreed. All right then, I want hot pot and starch sausages. The hot pot must be pure beef tallow, and the starch sausages must be made entirely of starch, no meat at all. What is that? I've never heard of it, Ling Xiao admitted. I've traveled across the eastern lands and the human realm, yet I've never encountered such things, Lin Jianzi added. Can't do it? Huh? Heh. Then let's not make empty promises. No IOUs here. How about this, each of you call me Big Brother? I'm always generous with my siblings. Congratulations to the host for completing the Elder Brothers Authority mission. Rewards. Refinement points 2. Random Spirit Herb 1. The system's announcement left Su Chengxian overjoyed. In contrast, Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi, the two snakes, looked utterly frustrated. This flower snake, who called himself Old Ghost, had such a peculiar personality. Why was he so insistent on being addressed as Big Brother? In the cultivation world, they had encountered beings who demanded to be called father, grandfather, or even ancestor, but this was the first time they met someone who insisted on being called Elder Brother. Admittedly, the flower snake had hatched before them, so calling him Big Brother wasn't entirely unreasonable, but the way he carried himself was downright irritating. Saying Big Brother felt like an unbearable loss. What's wrong? Su Chengxian asked, noticing their silence. He adopted a knowing tone. Don't tell me you've never had to lower yourselves before? Even if you eventually became Dao Lords under the Empress, you weren't born into such high positions, were you? I never have. Ling Xiao denied flatly. I was born the treasured daughter of my family, blessed with the moon spirit's sacred physique. At 7, I was chosen as the holy maiden, seated atop the lotus platform, focusing solely on cultivation. By the time I reached the half-saint spirit realm, I had never suffered indignities from anyone, nor have I. Ling Yunzi chimed in. When I entered my sect, I passed the heart-testing formation. From then on, I was an inner disciple under the sect master's personal tutelage. By the age of 100, I had reached the golden core stage and became a prodigy of the sect. Who would dare to bully me? Su Chengxian clicked his tongue and muttered. You know, in life, one must learn to bend and adapt. Perhaps you too were too unyielding before, and that's why you've ended up as snakes now unable to move forward without bowing down. The air was thick with demonic energy as ominous waves of dark aura seeped into the sky. In the distance, a massive, pitch-black cloud of demonic power was forming, blotting out the sun and sky, stirring up the very essence of the world's malevolence. Even from afar, the sound of howling winds and rolling thunder could be heard. Roar. A whoa. A deep, abyssal roar tore through the heavens, filled with bloodthirsty madness and despair. It was as if a mighty demon beast had broken free from its final restraints, heralding an impending spree of merciless slaughter. Ling Xiao watched the eerie phenomenon in the distance with a grave expression. In this land, any beast capable of taking on a humanoid form was classified as part of the demon race, with the great demon realm being their most basic tier of strength. Unlike regular beasts, whose ranks were determined by the strength of their blood essence, the power disparity between great demons of the same level could be staggering. As such, the great demon realm was further divided into 4 sublevels: initial, mid, advanced, and peak stages. Controlling demon clouds, summoning storms, and projecting sound across miles. This level of power suggests at least a later-stage great demon, Ling Yunzi speculated in a low voice. It could very well be a great demon on the verge of ascending to become a demon general. No, Ling Xiao corrected, looking up. It's a great demon that failed its ascension and is now nearing the end of its lifespan. I heard from the Grand Chancellor that the demons in the Wilderness Mountains are exceptionally ruthless. When some great demons are close to death, they roam the edges of the mountains, slaughtering high-ranking beasts in search of those with strong bloodlines to devour. This was the purest form of survival of the fittest. For high-ranking beasts in the wilderness, nothing was more terrifying than these dying great demons. Imagine struggling through countless hardships to ascend from the first rank to the 9th, only to be devoured by a great demon just as you were about to take on a humanoid form. What a cruel fate. Ling Yunzi expressed doubt. If that's the case, wouldn't devouring those with strong bloodlines be detrimental to the demon race as a whole? Ling Xiao explained. The lifespan of a great demon is capped at 200 years. There are at least tens of thousands of great demons in the wilderness. If each one engaged in wanton slaughter before death, the demon race could never dominate a quarter of the world. In reality, every dying great demon is escorted back to their ancestral lands by demon generals. Only with the demon king's permission can they devour the bloodlines of other beasts. Furthermore, truly promising beasts of the 7th rank and above are already recruited by demon generals and won't be wandering near the edges of the northern wilderness mountains. This revealed an essential point. The range of a great demon's predation was limited to the outskirts of the northern wilderness. Most beasts began to develop intelligence around the 5th or 6th rank, and the stronger their blood essence, the harder it was for them to awaken their intelligence and take on a humanoid form. Therefore, after reaching the 6th rank, beasts would typically move toward their respective royal cities. Those with strong bloodlines, as long as they appeared in a royal city or near a spirit vein guarded by a demon general, had a chance of being recruited. What about those who slipped through the cracks? That would simply mean their luck ran out, Ling Yunzi sighed. In cultivation, poor fortune can sometimes be deadlier than poor aptitude. Ling Xiao continued, my Grand Chancellor mentioned that allowing great demons to roam and kill is actually a strategy of the demon race. If a beast manages to survive an encounter with a great demon, it might be saved by a demon general and continue its cultivation. If not, its death is insignificant and even clears space for lower-ranked beasts. This direct, ruthless, and cold-blooded approach teaches intelligent beasts what they must do next. Even beasts without intelligence, after witnessing a great demon's slaughter, learn to emulate the behavior of the strong. This point was affirmed by the reaction of Shi Xiaochue, who was trembling with only one thought in its mind. Hiss. Run, I must run. It had even decided on a route northward along the river. I believe the time has come for us to head deeper into the mountains. With our current strength, we can protect ourselves, Ling Xiao suggested, taking the lead and proposing a relocation. We should have left long ago, Ling Yunzi agreed. A tree with a thick trunk and short reins can't tether a horse, and a wide river with shallow waters can't raise a dragon. The spiritual energy here is too scarce to benefit us any longer. As their cultivation advanced, their need for spiritual energy grew exponentially. The demon cores of the mountain-shaking boars were no longer as effective as those of the serpent-hunting birds and had already been depleted. Ling Yunzi glanced at Su Chengxian, who had grown significantly in size over the past month, and teased, Brother Hua, if we don't leave soon, you might eat all the beasts here. As beasts advanced in rank, their craving for blood essence only intensified. Whether consuming blood directly or condensing their spiritual energy to solidify their souls, they needed to move to areas rich in spiritual veins. Su Chengxian nodded in agreement. Makes sense. Let's move. Other than the mountain-shaking boars, there were no stronger beasts left in the area. He rarely got to sleep for several days straight, often waking every 2 or 3 days to hunt for food. Only after eating his fill could he return to slumber. What a hassle. Su Chengxian found himself utterly uninterested in the act of eating. Although his beastly body didn't recoil at the idea of consuming raw flesh, he couldn't taste much beyond the sensation of fullness. He mused inwardly perhaps the blood and flesh of higher-level beasts might be more flavorful. Ling Xiao Empress and Ling Yun Daojun tacitly avoided bringing up the idea of splitting up. Clearly, traveling together was beneficial to everyone. Having decided to move, the next step was to settle on a specific time. Let's wait a few days, until the demonic clouds disperse, Ling Yun suggested. Why? Su Chengxian asked. The death of the great demon will leave its lair on the spiritual vein up for grabs, Ling Xiao interjected, revealing Ling Yun's thoughts. At that time, we might have a chance to compete on the battlefield. The word compete was clearly not aimed at the great demon's lair. In truth, the lair's ownership had been predetermined long before the great demon's demise. Just as Ling Xiao and Ling Yun were certain of its impending death after all, no beast had ever successfully prolonged its life post-failed ascension by devouring others. Such a feat required encountering a beast with an immensely powerful bloodline and then successfully consuming it to awaken one's own bloodline. The combined probabilities of these events were astronomical. With such fortune and talent, how could one fail an ascension to begin with? Thus, the great demon's death was as inevitable as fate, and its lair had nothing to do with Su Chengxian and his companions. However, every mountain with a spiritual vein was ranked by strength, with the strongest occupying the peak and weaker ones further down. The death of the great demon would inevitably leave one or more spots open near the base of the mountain. Spiritual veins, too, varied in quality, and their first stop would certainly be at the outermost spiritual vein lair. Who wouldn't want a better lair? So it doesn't matter which spiritual vein the great demon came from, Su Chengxian nodded, marveling at the feeling of being carried along by these powerful figures. The opponents won't be too strong, it'll be a good chance to practice, Ling Yun said confidently. And along the way, we might even stumble upon some extra rewards. Ling Xiao glanced at the monkey nestled behind Su Chengxian, a thoughtful look crossing her face. This monkey might carry the bloodline of the Lingbao divine monkey. It's said that the Lingbao divine monkey can sense danger, locate treasures, and, most impressively, understand the application of all spiritual objects. Su Chengxian turned to look at the monkey. Chirp chirp. The monkey looked back at him. It's nothing, Su Chengxian thought to himself. Well, it makes sense, anything called great sage must be extraordinary. With that, the moving date was set. Now, only one question remained. So, are we moving? What do you mean, how? Ling Xiao frowned, puzzled. It wasn't like they had much luggage just swim over with their tails. Simple as that? That won't work, Su Chengxian shook his head. I need to bring my spiritual herbs. Of course, the real issue was that swimming would interrupt his precious sleep. All right, Well, take the water route. Let me figure something out. What could you possibly figure out? Ling Xiao asked skeptically. Boom. An 8th-tier horned bull beast was instantly slain. The massive demon beast in midair resembled a deity or devil, clad in jet-black scales that shimmered like ink. Its eyes glowed with an eerie green light, like two ghostly lanterns piercing through the swirling demonic clouds. Low-tier beasts on the ground froze under its gaze, paralyzed for a moment before exploding into fragments of flesh. Roar. The demon general bellowed with a thunderous roar that shook the heavens. Its colossal body swept through the sky, carried by fierce demonic winds, its voice reverberating like rolling thunder, shaking the very mountains. Driven by madness, it rampaged through the forest, bringing down ancient trees with each step. Beasts caught in its path were consumed by unprecedented terror and despair, either meeting their end or fleeing in disarray. The oppressive aura of the demon beast was like invisible chains, binding their very will. The rampaging demonic clouds and malevolent energy harvested countless lives, whose anguished cries were nothing more than noise to the demon beast. Unable to find its target, it grew even more frenzied. The frightened beasts formed a raging stampede, trampling everything in their path, flesh, trees, and earth alike. The weaker creatures could do nothing but succumb to fate in this calamity. Only the incredibly fortunate managed to survive. That demon beast is as good as dead, Ling Xiao concluded, observing the distant demonic clouds. It may seem ferocious and powerful, but it's already lost its composure and abandoned all hope. Otherwise, it wouldn't be slaughtering indiscriminately like this from the start. Facing death, staying calm is easier said than done, Ling Yunzi remarked. Unless, of course, you're like mealways prepared well in advance. Little white brother, what gave you the sense you'd get yourself killed someday, prompting you to prepare so thoroughly? Ling Xiao teased. It wasn't some premonition, as His Majesty suggests, Ling Yunzi replied dryly. It's just a precaution. Walking the path of cultivation often means treading the line between life and death. I just didn't expect to need it at the Dao Sovereign level. If I'd known, I wouldn't have ended up in the body of a lowly snake with ordinary aptitude. Well, this time, make sure your preparations include a proper follow-up plan. Your Majesty's tongue is as sharp as a viper's bite. Really? Thanks for the compliment. By the way, where's Ugly Flower Snake? Ling Xiao asked. We might need to leave earlier than planned. They were positioned at the edge of the mountain range, an area devoid of high-tier divine beasts. The only threat, a mountain-shaking boar, had already been hunted down ahead of time. While they were outside the immediate slaughter zone of the demon beast, the formation of a beast stampede would drastically expand the affected area. This demon beast's temperament was so poor that its reckless killing spree had begun days earlier than anticipated. Across the river behind us, Ling Yunzi replied. What's he doing there? Trying to coax that purple-gold wind-chasing turtle into being his mount. What kind of dream is he living in? Ling Xiao chuckled. You didn't try to stop him? The purple-gold wind-chasing turtle species was renowned for their incredibly tough shells, long lifespans, and slow growth cycles. Their shells naturally bore intricate purple-gold patterns that acted as spiritual arrays, absorbing spiritual energy and moonlight. After just one full moon cycle, their shells could become so durable that only spiritual treasures of the highest grade could damage them. In water, they moved with astonishing speed, and once they withdrew into their shells, they were practically invincible. The small turtle in the river was only about 2 zhang in size and less than 10 years old. Considering that purple-gold wind-chasing turtles only reached maturity at 500 years, this one was essentially a spiritual rarity among beasts. I didn't stop him. He thinks he can do it, Ling Yunzi replied. He thinks he can? Ling Xiao scoffed. And how, exactly, does he plan to manage that? By force or by bribery? Force? With their current strength, they couldn't even crack the turtle's defensive shell, let alone catch it in the water. The little turtle was most likely drawn here by the spiritual array or by the moonlight's refined energy from their demonic cores. Bribery? What could Ugly Flower Snake possibly offer? A few spiritual herbs and a newly sprouted spiritual root? Why would a purple-gold wind-chasing turtle accept such meager offerings to serve as his mount? Ridiculous. He must be delusional. Suchunan stood about 10 meters away, observing the enormous purple-gold swift-winged turtle before him. Its shell spanned a diameter of 5 to 6 meters, glinting under the sunlight with a deep greenish-black hue and faintly luxurious purple-gold patterns, exuding an extraordinary aura. Hey, Turtle Grandpa, have you eaten yet? He called out, his voice casual, while the great sage behind him peeked curiously from over his shoulder. Not yet, Suchunan replied to himself as he handed over a fish coiled in his tail. Looking at the massive creature, he couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of creation. Only a place like the vast rivers of the northern wasteland could nurture such a colossal turtle. The shell was exactly what he needed. By his estimation, It had a usable surface area of over 20 square meters, enough to function as a mobile home, capable of carrying his entire family of snakes. Especially for him and Shi Xiaotsue, considering his current body size had already surpassed the width of a small bucket and was edging toward the size of a large vat. Moreover, he could sense his next shedding approaching, and when that happened, his body would undoubtedly grow even larger, potentially rivaling a 100-gene wine barrel. After waiting in vain for a response, Su Chengxian stepped closer and raised his voice. "Turtle Grandpa? Are you home? Are you calling me?" A crisp, childlike voice suddenly rang out. The purple-gold turtle poked its head out of its shell, its small eyes filled with curiosity as it looked at him. Hearing the voice, Su Chengxian froze in astonishment. It was unmistakably the voice of a little girl, no older than 4 or 5. While he was momentarily speechless, the purple-gold turtle cheerfully added, "I like being called Turtle Grandpa. Sounds nice." When the system lifted the mental voice filter, Su Chengxian heard the little turtle giggling in its mind. "Hee hee, they call my grandgrandpa Turtle Grandpa, and now this striped snake calls me that too. It's almost the same." At that moment, the system notification chimed in. Ding. New task available for the host. Form a contract with the purple-gold swiftwind turtle. Task reward. Refinement points 4, transformation grass seeds 2. On the opposite bank, Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi were observing the scene. "Your Majesty, do you really believe this striped snake is an old ghost?" Ling Yunzi asked. "Not at all," Ling Xiao replied bluntly. "His actions lack the depth of an old ghost." An incense stick's time later, the situation had taken a dramatic turn. The great sage had completed transplanting the spiritual herbs, Shi Xiaotsue had been awakened, and all 4 snakes were now coiled atop the purple-gold swiftwind turtle's back. "Old ghost? How did you convince it?" Ling Xiao couldn't help but ask. "Turtle Grandpa," Su Chengxian replied with a smile. "Dai Dai is part of our family now. You can call her that too." The little turtle Dai Dai nodded happily, her small eyes sparkling with anticipation as she looked at Ling Xiao. "Turtle Grandpa." Ling Xiao swam forward, playing along. "Why did you agree to form a contract with the striped snake?" "Big Sister Qing, Su Yi is my nap buddy, and he feeds me too." Under Ling Xiao's curious gaze, Su Chengxian grinned widely. "Sister, I'll leave this to you in the future." "Turtle Grandpa, don't worry, me sister and brother are excellent hunters." "Stupid flower snake. Just die." By the time this news reached Ling Yunzi, several hours had passed. He was about to erupt in anger, but was effortlessly subdued by Su Chengxian. "Hey there, little brother. You can't beat me. How about practicing a bit more?" Su Chengxian teased with a grin. "Ha, thanks for the help, little brother, bye," added Zijin Jue Feng Gue, chuckling from the side. On the water's surface, Shi Xiaotsue gazed lovingly at the children. "Xiao Qing, Xiao Bai, let's catch fish together with mother." To save time, the group decided not to go ashore. This massive river, spanning over 100 meters in width, became their hunting ground. In its depths, reaching several dozen meters, countless aquatic beasts roamed. Some first or second-tier giant fish could grow to over 100 pounds, enough to sustain them on their journey. Ling Xiao politely declined Xiaotsue's offer, encouraging her to focus on cultivating atop the turtle's shell. It wasn't out of concern for safety. This section of the river, at the edge of the mountain range, was relatively shallow and lacked powerful aquatic beasts. Instead, hunting served as a means for both her and Ling Yunzi to sharpen their combat skills. With the spiritual vein arena ahead, preparation was essential. Ideally, they would advance to Tier 5 before then competing, as Tier 4 beasts left little chance of success. Shi Xiaotsue was already Tier 5, and if she could ascend to Tier 6, she'd stand a better chance. As for Su Chengxian, Ling Xiao wasn't worried. With his calm and composed demeanor, entering the spiritual vein estate seemed almost guaranteed. At this thought, she glanced at the flower snake. Sure enough, it was asleep again. "Sleep. Go ahead and sleep. Just wait until you're beaten on the arena. Then you'll cry." But on second thought, this creature's thick skin and brute strength made it a formidable opponent even against beasts of the same tier, leaving her a bit deflated. It reminded her of her time as the Empress, and how those so-called prodigies she had crushed in her era must have felt. Quickly shaking off these thoughts, she refocused on her cultivation. As night fell, she joined Ling Yunzi and Xiaotsue in absorbing the moonlight with the remnants of their beast cores. Oh, the turtle carrying them let out a contented hum as it basked in the moonlight. For the Zijin turtle, as long as it wasn't in a place devoid of spiritual energy, its shell allowed it to cultivate anywhere. The concentration of spiritual energy didn't significantly affect its cultivation speed. While it lacked a beast core, spiritual energy and moonlight helped it sleep more soundly. This was one of the reasons Su Chengxian had convinced it to join them. Besides providing a comfortable sleeping spot and food, he had promised to plant all the spiritual herbs and roots they collected on its back. For Dai Dai, it didn't matter where they traveled. With benefits to gain and carrying others not being much trouble, it happily agreed. As a Zijin Jue Feng turtle, its innate talent included controlling water. Its uncle was even revered as the river god of the eastern land's mortal realm. With just a thought, it could drift along the river in the desired direction, all without interrupting its sleep. Its grandpa had once said it was good to make friends, especially those who seemed like they live a long time. Those who love to sleep often live the longest. The flower snake not only loved to sleep, but also respectfully called it Turtle Lord, which pleased it greatly. The flower snake siblings were indeed impressive, capable of drawing in so much moonlight. It was just a pity their beast cores were so small. If they were larger, perhaps the moonlight could completely envelop it? Its grandpa's treasury had some, but he wouldn't allow her to take any. Without a beast core, it hadn't slept as comfortably since leaving home. That's why, upon discovering the flower snake family cultivating moonlight, it decided to sleep on the opposite riverbank. Dai's eyes darted about as it pondered where it might find a large beast core. The more it thought, the more tangled its ideas became. It yawned and decided to sleep on it, leaving the problem for tomorrow. From that day on, Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi fell into a routine of cultivating atop the turtle's shell and fishing in the river. To feed 3 voracious beasts, they had to fish roughly every 4 days, catching at least 20 first-tier or higher aquatic beasts each time. Fortunately, the 3 weren't picky eaters, and the great sage would even use the beast's blood to nourish spiritual herbs and roots. Suchunan remained the same as ever: eat, sleep, repeat. One day, he noticed several tiny spiritual herbs, no taller than his pinky finger, sprouting on the turtle's shell. Only then did he realize at least 10 days had passed. The demonic clouds on the horizon hadn't dissipated. Instead, they were drawing closer. The itchiness on Su Chengxian's body grew unbearable until, by evening, he finally shed his skin. Over the next 2 days, his body size nearly doubled. The ominous black cloud, after approaching them suddenly, retreated just as abruptly, leaving behind traces of lingering demonic energy on the horizon. Let's find a spot to go ashore and take a look, Ling Xiao suggested, his gaze fixed on the swirling remnants of demonic energy not far away. Bring Desheng along. Wherever a great demon has passed, there are often high-ranking demonic beasts. Rumor has it that rare treasures are often guarded by such creatures. Their plan was straightforward: take advantage of the aftermath. Even if they couldn't find any treasure, obtaining some beast blood to cultivate spiritual plants would still be worthwhile. Su Chengxian glanced at his status panel and quickly confirmed his current condition. Text status. Host, Su Chengxian. Species, water-avoiding serpent. Rank, 6th tier. Blood she needed to break through to 7th tier. 10 million points, 5,610,087 remaining. Physical realm, demonic body realm 249010000. Soul realm, demonic soul realm 2689100000. Abilities and combat techniques. Abilities: Chi Devouring, blood conversion, bewitching screech. Combat techniques: snake bite, snake constriction. Refinement points, 06. Before setting out, he had directed the system to use all available refinement points to enhance his strength, continuing to practice combat techniques even in his sleep. Now, his serpent body was over 30 centimeters thick and nearly 7 meters long. Feeling the surging power within, he estimated that he could likely strangle even a mountain-shaking boar to death. Facing a 7th-tier demonic beast, while he might not win, escaping with his life should be manageable. However, something was on his mind. System, what's going on with the improvement in my physical and soul realms? While it was an unexpected boon, Su Chengxian felt it necessary to understand the reason behind it. Particularly regarding his soul realm, the noticeable increase of over 100 points was significant. Even without looking at the panel, he could feel the enhancement when using his spiritual sense. Host's blood chi is abundant, and with each breath, you refine spiritual energy and moonlight. Spiritual energy and moonlight are especially effective for tempering the soul. Is that so? Su Chengxian clicked his tongue in surprise. So you're saying that sleeping in an environment rich in spiritual energy and moonlight could accelerate strength enhancement? This discovery filled him with greater anticipation for their scavenging expedition. Leaving Shi Xiaozue and Master Gui behind, he set off with Desheng and Ling Xiao Ling Yunzi, heading straight for the area where the demonic energy was most concentrated. An hour later, on this battlefield littered with scattered remnants of flesh and blood, Desheng unearthed something from the shattered roots of an ancient 1,000-year-old tree. Is this a half-rotten green peach? Su Chengxian hesitated, examining it closely. Is this even edible? Chirp chirp. Desheng let out an excited squeal. The entire forest indeed lacked a single peach tree, making the great sage's act of retrieving a rotting peach from the tree roots all the more peculiar. This green peach had clearly drifted here from someplace else. The surrounding scene was harrowing. 2 fierce battles had left indelible scars on this land. The first was the hunt of weaker creatures during a beast tide by higher-level beasts, and the second was the slaughter carried out by a powerful demon. Su Chengxian stood amidst the devastation, deeply sensing the harsh laws governing the northern wilderness mountains. The ground bore extensive traces of beast blood being licked clean, yet there was hardly any sign of torn flesh. This brutal survival-of-thefidist law of nature didn't evoke much sorrow in Su Chengxian. Instead, it filled him with a sense of vigilance. He silently gave thanks that Shi Xiaotsue, due to her first egg-laying, had chosen a more secluded nesting spot, which inadvertently allowed her to escape this catastrophe. Arrogance brings trouble, the heavens punish hubris with rain, and a snake's brazenness only gets it mistaken for a snack. Su Chengxian murmured to himself, resolving to keep a low profile in his cultivation until he became strong enough to avoid becoming someone else's prey. Ling Xiao carefully examined the green peach and noticed a faint trace of spiritual energy within it. Though the peach flesh had rotted, the pit inside might still hold potential. Perhaps it could be cultivated into a peach tree that bore spiritual fruits. Ling Yunzi also leaned in to inspect it and explained, the demon's power hasn't fully dissipated, and the decaying miasma has contaminated the peach flesh. While spiritual objects are generally resistant to decay, once tainted by foreign forces, they rot even faster. This green peach has been here just a few hours, yet the flesh is already nearly decomposed. Following Ling Yunzi's guidance, the great sage placed the peach on the ground. Ling Yunzi tapped it lightly with his tail, and a wisp of spiritual energy flashed. The rotting peach flesh fell away, revealing a clean peach pit. Old ghost, check if there's any vitality left in this peach pit, Ling Yunzi said, turning to Su Chengxian. Su Chengxian dropped his pretense of ignorance and focused, extending his spiritual sense into the peach pit. Penetrating its hard shell, he saw a faint green glow incident, an unmistakable sign of life. A surface inspection revealed no traces of the gray-black demonic energy, which seemed to have been purged along with the peach flesh. The group then meticulously searched the surrounding area but found nothing else of value. Aside from the great sage discovering some beast blood-soaked soil, their efforts yielded little. Thinking quickly, Su Chengxian crafted a makeshift container from the bark of a broken tree to carry the soil, which could benefit spiritual plants. Back by the riverbank, the great sage immediately got to work, planting the peach pit in the center of the spirit-gathering grass. Over the next 2 days, they encountered several more waves of beast tides, avoiding each one with caution. To Ling Zhao's surprise, the powerful demon was still alive. Though they searched the battlefields after each encounter, their findings were meager. There was barely any beast blood-soaked soil left, as most of it had been devoured by the demon. Due to the presence of the demon and the beast tides, they never came across any beasts above the 4th rank, let alone obtained any demon cores. This directly impacted their plan to refine moonlight energy using the cores, forcing them to rely on ordinary meditation instead. As a result, their cultivation progress slowed significantly. On this particular night, with the moon hanging high in the sky, a sudden anguished howl echoed through the forest. The demon had made its move again. Ling Xiao emerged from his meditation and glanced at Ling Yunzi and Su Chengxian. What are you waiting for? Let's go, Su Chengxian said as he stood, silently lamenting that the beasts being killed were growing weaker by the day. Ling Yunzi hesitated, a thoughtful look flickering in his eyes. He analyzed the changes in the great demon's behavior from initially targeting only beasts of the 7th rank or higher to now even going after exceptional 5th and 6th ranked ones. This shift had significantly increased its frequency of attacks. If it weren't for that, how could there be so many high-ranked beasts for it to slaughter? Ling Yunzi murmured under his breath. Their group, however, remained safe. Either their cultivation time was too short and their magical energy barely detectable, or they had no magical energy at all, which kept them off the demon's radar. The only one who stood out was Su Chengxian due to his size, but given that he was less than 6 months old, his stature was only comparable to a 4th or 5th rank mountain python. Brother, stop dawdling. Su Chengxian stretched his long body, his tone brimming with eagerness. Since we're already here, why not take a look? If we miss something valuable, we might regret it. As he moved forward, he continued, even if there aren't any rare treasures, the blood-soaked land left behind by the beasts is still a gain. And if we happen to hunt a few panicked beasts along the way, that's an added bonus. A glint of cunning flashed in his eyes. Stockpiling resources is crucial. Having supplies in hand keeps the heart steady. Accumulate steadily. Advance gradually. That's the essence of the path of cultivation. Feeling smug, he added to himself, look at my vitality, it's all built up from sleeping bit by bit. In just half a year, I've reached the 6th rank. Old boy, your words are quite amusing, Ling Xiao said with a laugh. Especially the part about, since we're already here. Even I feel like we should go check it out after hearing that. Ling Yunzi stood up as well, silently admitting that the phrase, since we're already here, did indeed have a certain irresistible charm. This is one of the 4 great phrases, Su Chengxian said mysteriously. As for the other 3, he'll tell you later. Ling Yunzi chuckled inwardly. 4 great phrases? As a disciple of the Orthodox Xian sect, he had never heard of such a thing. Half an hour later, as he and Ling Xiao watched Su Chengxian dig up a small sapling from the beast's lair, the two of them began to wonder if they had indeed been too uninformed. This is a dragon blood tree, Ling Xiao said. Indeed, a dragon blood tree sapling. Ling Yunzi nodded in agreement. A treasure for the bloodline evolution of the snake and python clans. The two of them exchanged a glance and turned their gaze to Su Chengxian, who looked bewildered under their scrutiny. What? Is there something wrong with this tree? The tree is fine, but you? Ling Xiao was about to ask if the other 3 great phrases were just as effective when a chilling sigh echoed from afar. The great demon is dead? Immediately after, a voice reverberated through the mountains. By order of the Southern King's court, under the command of the white-browed demon Marquis, and led by the Fuli demon commander, a sound like rolling thunder erupted across the forest, shaking every inch of land. Any demonic beasts above the 5th rank. Starting today, you may proceed to the nearby spiritual vein cave. Participate in the tournament hosted by the demon generals. The winner shall be rewarded with the cave, while even the defeated may compete for space outside the spiritual vein cave. The tournament begins in 10 days and lasts 5 days. Do not miss it. The voice carried immense demonic power, reverberating through the very souls of all beasts with awakened intelligence. Su Chengxian recognized it as the lion's roar technique, and in the distance, the demonic clouds gradually dissipated with the lingering echoes. That great demon is dead? Su Chengxian could no longer sense its demonic energy. Yes, dead. Ling Yunzi replied curtly. Just like that? Su Chengxian was surprised. It was so ferocious just moments ago, stirring up a beast tide, killing so many low-rank demonic beasts, and even slaying numerous 5th-rank beasts with its own hands. And now, it's gone without a sound? What else did you expect? Ling Yunzi asked in return. I thought it would die a more dramatic death. Ling Xiao interjected. A dramatic death? In the end, death is still death. When the soul leaves the body, it's beyond their control. It's not like they voluntarily chose to die. How could they decide the manner of their death? Great demons never accept death willingly. They struggle until their very last moment. Su Chengxian nodded in agreement, then asked, now that the great demon is dead, should we go and take a look? What do you want to do? Ling Xiao chuckled, hoping to scavenge some benefits? Not really. I've just never seen a dead great demon before. Actually, I haven't even seen a live one. Su Chengxian paused. So, are there any benefits to scavenge? Not a chance. Ling Xiao snorted. Do you think the demon general who just issued the announcement came merely to confirm the death? If that were the case, a simple soul scan or using a soul lamp would suffice. He came specifically to collect the corpse. Ling Yunzi explained in a low voice. The corpse of a great demon is as valuable as a top-tier magical artifact. In the cultivation world, magical artifacts are categorized as lower tier, middle tier, upper tier, and top tier, with top-tier artifacts worth 1,000 lower-tier spirit stones. This great demon failed to ascend to demon general rank, so its value is even higher. It might even possess self-refined spiritual artifacts or magical treasures. Spiritual artifacts and magical treasures vary in value due to usage restrictions, but their lowest value exceeds that of top-tier magical artifacts. The demon clan would never let the corpse of a great demon fall into outside hands. Su Chengxian was astonished. Are you saying no way, right? Why not? Ling Xiao said matter-of-factly. If it's dead, its body might as well benefit future generations rather than rot in a grave. Ling Xiao Empress, is that why you've been digging up graves to collect remains? Ling Yunzi cast a sidelong glance at her. The Prime Minister needed fertilizer to grow flowers. The remains of cultivators are the best option. Since they wouldn't willingly give them up, I had to help myself to a few. Ling Xiao laughed heartily. Meanwhile, the great sage had already wrapped the blood-soaked soil in tree bark. On their way back, Ling Yunzi remarked while moving along. The one issuing the announcement earlier was a lion demon. Indeed, using the lion's roar, Ling Xiao nodded. And it conveyed the orders of a demon marshal. Seems like our luck isn't bad. Su Chengxian asked curiously. What do you mean? Ling Xiao explained. Great demons are under the command of demon generals, who in turn report to different demon marshals. The Northern Wilderness Mountain Range has 4 demon kings east, west, south, and north. The demon kings and demon lords reside in the royal city, while the outer mountain ranges are overseen by the demon marshals. Demon marshals assign demon generals to guard various spiritual vein caves. Although demon generals vary in strength, their status is equal, and they are forbidden from encroaching on each other's territories. So, the death of a single great demon usually only affects the distribution of the cave under its demon general. But this time, the announcement mentioned the Southern Demon King, demon lords, and demon marshals, which suggests that there are multiple vacant spiritual vein caves. Su Chengxian suddenly understood. So, Vacancies in the caves of various demon generals have prompted them to allow demonic beasts to compete at the demon generals' locations. By the way, how did you know it was a demon general? They addressed all demon generals, Ling Yunzi replied. If it were a great demon, it would have referred to them as generals. Back on the turtle's back, the great sage went off to plant a tree. Dai noticed their haul and glanced over. Wow, a dragon blood tree. The fruit is delicious but hard to cultivate. No worries, we have the great sage. Suchunan laughed. Ling Xiao asked, Master Turtle, did you hear the demon general's announcement earlier? Can you get us to the nearest spiritual vein cave quickly? Once the dragon blood tree bears fruit, they'll share some with you. Sure. Absolutely. Dai agreed cheerfully. Shi Xiaotsue leaned closer and asked, why the rush? There's bound to be a gathering before the tournament begins, Ling Xiao said. Instead of wasting time here, we might as well try our luck there. Ling Yunzi nodded. Exactly. I'd also like to see if I can trade for a pill furnace. Dragon's blood trees are indeed difficult to cultivate. They grow at an excruciatingly slow pace, and flowering or bearing fruit seems like a distant dream. However, for Dai, this was hardly a challenge. Observing the monkey on its back, which seemed quite adept at nurturing spiritual plants, it thought to itself that if the monkey could sense the vitality of spiritual herbs, perhaps it could truly help the dragon's blood tree survive. Dai curled up its limbs, head and tail, blinking its bright, wide eyes as it mused, traveling quickly is merely a matter of thought for me. Gliding over water doesn't take much effort either, so why not agree? The idea of getting there quickly was rather amusing. It could mean chasing the wind and moon, flowing downstream, or cutting through waves. The difference lay only in how fast quickly truly was. Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi were unaware of these thoughts. They only knew that the purple-gold wind-chasing turtle was incredibly swift in water, but had no understanding of its secrets. Back when Ling Xiao was an Empress Dao sovereign, she had seen the purple-gold wind-chasing turtle, but never had the opportunity to experience it firsthand. Ironically, now that she had been reduced to an ordinary young snake, she finally had this rare experience. Suchunan, overhearing Dai's inner thoughts by chance, came to understand the situation. Looking at the scenery rapidly retreating on either side, he felt the speed was just right, smooth and comfortable, perfect for a nap. He thought to himself, too fast wouldn't be good either. Just like driving too fast increases the risk of accidents. With that, he said no more and closed his eyes to continue resting. Even with the speed Dai had limited itself to, their progress was remarkable. In just 2 days, the group arrived at the nearest spiritual vein sanctuary. Once ashore, they encountered a small, curious demon peeking around. After some conversation, they learned that this was the Luyang Mountain spiritual abode, located on the 1,000-mile ascending Dragon Ridge. The main peak of this mountain range was Wangyun Mountain, which also served as the command center for Marshal Fuli. The articulate little demon explained that the Luyang Mountain spiritual vein sanctuary was under the jurisdiction of General Yu. Although the demon had taken on a humanoid form, it was incomplete. Its body was covered in fur. It was short and thin, with a cat-like head and paws, and a tail trailing behind. However, its sharp, bright eyes hinted at a considerable level of intelligence. After finishing its introduction, the little demon bowed and offered its services to gather information for them, asking only for a piece of low-grade beast meat as payment. Suchunan found this amusing, but Ling Xiao directly inquired whether there had been any gatherings for trade in recent days. The little demon immediately replied that General Yu had recently hosted a treasure sermon gathering to the east, attracting many enlightened beasts who came to listen to spiritual teachings and trade treasures. Ling Xiao promptly arranged for the demon to guide them there the next day, promising to provide beast meat as compensation. What's your name? Ling Xiao asked. Cat 19, it replied. After Cat 19 left, Suchunan asked in confusion, why didn't we ask it more questions? This mountain cat spirit seems clever enough, speaking almost like a human. A few more questions could have given us more information. Why send it off so quickly? Ling Xiao was indifferent. What's there to ask? A group of enlightened beasts gathering for a sparring match. What's worth inquiring about? We'll see everything for ourselves tomorrow. Besides, what could a little demon that only charges low-grade beast meat possibly know? It can barely hunt low-grade beasts. Its combat strength is obvious. In the world of beasts, strength determines everything, even for the enlightened. Suchunan smirked. You're right, asking it is no substitute for seeing for ourselves. As for its fluent speech, that's not so surprising. It's just a matter of hearing humans talk enough. Look at Madame Shi Xiaokui. After listening for a while, she's now speaking human language quite decently. He then asked curiously, Your Majesty, where do these little demons come from? Are they considered part of the demon race? It seems like the power hierarchy among beasts and demons doesn't account for these little ones. Before meeting Cat 19, I didn't even know such beings existed. Ling Xiao explained. Little demons are indeed part of the demon race, often referred to as half-demons. Their origins vary. Some are born weak, but develop intelligence early. These creatures can form a demon core as early as the second or third rank. Once they condense a demon pill, they can take on a humanoid form. However, due to their lack of strength, they can only take on a half-human, half-demon appearance. These little demons are weak in combat, both before and after transformation. You rarely see them outside spiritual sanctuaries because most get eaten before they can transform. Another type is formed when ninth-rank beasts fail to fully transform but survive the ordeal, or when external forces interfere. The former is straightforward. If a ninth-rank beast successfully transforms, it becomes a great demon. If it fails, it often dies in the tribulation. A rare few survive as half-demons. The latter is more complex and could involve accidentally consuming celestial treasures or spiritual pills, being influenced by a powerful being, or being forced to transform prematurely. The last type is those born as half-demons. In the intricate world of creation, let me present to you an optimized version. The intertwining of beast and demon clan bloodlines often gives rise to half-demon offspring. This law of bloodline inheritance also applies to unions between humans and the demon clan, where their descendants might also be born as half-demons. Furthermore, the offspring of half-demons themselves have a 50% chance of inheriting this unique bloodline. In the world of the demon clan, minor demons form the largest group. Take Lingxiao Dao, the capital city of the demon clan, as an example. Hundreds of thousands of minor demons thrive and multiply here. In the various marquee estates, general mansions, and spiritual cavern residences, minor demons exist in countless numbers. Although their combat abilities vary, they are easy to command and follow orders without question. More importantly, through constant cultivation, they still have the chance to ascend and become greater demons. Although the chances are slim, and the second transformation is fraught with danger, cultivation itself is a path accompanied by risks, Suchunan remarked with a glimmer of wisdom in his eyes. For a beast to transform into a humanoid form is a gamble with death. If a greater demon fails to ascend to a demon general, they will exhaust their lifespan and perish on the spot. The higher the realm, the greater the difficulty. So now you should understand just how extraordinary it is for me to ascend to the position of Empress and for Little White to reach the Dao sovereign realm, she said with a hint of pride. These words stirred a sense of ambition in Suchunan, prompting him to embellish his own narrative with grandeur. Back in the day, I emerged victorious among millions. Crossing the river on a single reed, I successfully reached the other side. Of course, he was referring to the college entrance exams. As a young man, I faced numerous large-scale competitive selections without fear. Middle school exams, high school exams, college entrance exams. He cleverly emphasized his fearlessness while completely omitting any mention of his scores or outcomes. Such is the art of language. In my sect, even ordinary people can travel 1,000 miles a day, and our magical treasures can observe events across the world. Suchunan straightened his back, thinking to himself that one should always highlight the strength of the collective, as it reflects well on oneself. Ling Yunzi, who had been meditating, couldn't help but open his eyes. Magical treasures that can observe the world? Could it be the Lingyue mirror? The celestial compass? Or perhaps the heavenly realm's Haotian mirror? Or is it the eye of heaven technique? Haha, none of those, Suchunan chuckled, skillfully covering any gaps. It's a specialized magical treasure crafted by a branch within our sect. I don't know how to make it myself. I see. Ling Yunzi nodded. Traveling 1,000 miles a day is not difficult, but it requires mastery of escape techniques or flight methods, such as earth escape or sword flight. However, these can only be learned after reaching the foundation establishment stage. For your sect's members to achieve this, it's truly remarkable. Suchunan felt slightly awkward. Actually, it's possible to rent large flying artifacts. For your sect to make flying artifacts available for rent to ordinary people, its strength must be extraordinary, Ling Xiao sighed. In our sacred dynasty, only the nobility has access to such privileges. Suchunan thought to himself that this topic couldn't continue further, though he was tempted to persuade his Empress sister to overthrow the imperial system. At dawn the next day, Mao Shurjiu came to visit. It respectfully bowed first, then said, "Honored guests, if you wish to hear the teachings or set up a stall, you'll need to secure a spot early." Ling Xiao emerged from the water and tossed it a half-meter-long fish. "No rush. We'll wait until more people gather. Eat this fish first, fill your belly, and wait nearby. We'll head out after breakfast." "As you wish." Mao Shurjiu gleefully grabbed the fish in its mouth and rolled on the ground, causing Suchunxian's tail to twitch with temptation. Half an hour later, after everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, they set out for the Grand Treasure Lecture Assembly. Led by Mao Shurjiu, Suchunan and his companions reached the venue of the Duobao lecture gathering in less than half an hour. At the center of a flat clearing surrounded by several hills stood a massive boulder, 7 or 8 meters tall, serving as the lecture platform. "The one giving the lecture these 2 days is Colonel Langqing," Mao Shurjiu explained, pointing at the boulder. "In the demon clan, Colonel was a respectful title for a powerful demon. As for Colonel Longqing's identity, it was evident from the naming a wolf with blue fur. This practice of naming based on bloodline and species was quite common among demons, especially when it came to direct family members, whose names often bore connections. For instance, Mao Shurjio's name reflected her family ranking. In our family, having surnames and names that are entirely unrelated is actually very rare, Su Chengxian muttered under his breath. That's rare for you, Ling Xiao chimed in. When Xiaobai and I registered, we used the surname Shi. Shi Xiaocui, Shi Ling Xiao, Shi Lin Jianzi? Su Chengxian's eyes widened in surprise. Shi Ling Yun, Lin Jianzi corrected him. Oh, I see. Are you two trying to ostracize and gang up on me? Su Chengxian laughed. Shi Ling Xiao and Shi Lingyan sounds like siblings. Why not have me change my name too? No need for me to change, Su Chengxian said with a smug smile. I take my father's surname. Our father? We don't even know whose belly he's ended up in, Lin Jianzi replied flatly. According to what Shi Xiaocui had shared, their father had been a fourth-rank water-avoiding snake, still lacking intelligence at the time. He had been hunted by a fifth-rank snake-hunting bird and caught in a beast tide triggered by a great demon. Most likely, their father had perished long ago. Doesn't matter. Even if he's dead, he can still have the surname Su, Su Chengxian declared matter-of-factly. Since he never gained intelligence, he probably didn't have a name either perfectly fitting. Ling Xiao responded with one of Su Chengxian's trademark exclamations. I'm telling you, snakes with the surname Su or Bai are blessed with great fortune, Su Chengxian said mysteriously. Why? Ling Xiao and Lin Jianzi both showed genuine curiosity. Su Chengxian proceeded to narrate the legend of the white snake. A great white snake with the surname Bai encountered a wise teacher, cultivated for 1,000 years, and descended to the mortal world, where she married a man with the surname Su. Together, they had children, and in the end, she awakened as an immortal under the Leifeng Pagoda. Is that true? Lin Jianzi pressed further. He then elaborated on the path of cultivation for snakes and pythons, evolving from a python to a jiaolong, then to a qilong, and ultimately transforming into a true dragon. Although the time frames were often exaggerated, the key lay in their cultivation prowess. After some discussion, the three reached a consensus. They would try to persuade Shi Xiaocui to adopt the surname Bai. After all, in this world of cultivation, fortune and destiny were of utmost importance. Just like the duo Bao lecture gathering before them, the hundreds of demon beasts who had managed to attend were the fortunate ones. The rest were either in hiding or had already met their end. As they conversed, Mao Shurjio, who had been scouting ahead for a pill furnace, suddenly ran back. Your Excellency, there's a stall up ahead with some items belonging to human cultivators. Great, let's take a look, Lin Jianzi said immediately. Wait. Su Chengxian suddenly remembered something, flicking out his snake tongue in shock. Hold on, you guys. Did you forget? We didn't bring any money. Money? Demonic beasts don't care about money, Ling Xiao scoffed. If we wait for you to worry, it'll be too late. Let's go check it out first. Following Mao Shurjiu, they arrived at the stall. Lin Jianzi's attention was instantly drawn to a small black gold cauldron in the corner, filled with grass. The stalls for the Duo Bao lecture gathering were scattered along both sides of the stone platform, with about a dozen on each side. Because most of the attendees were large-sized demon beasts, the stalls had to be spaced apart. On the open ground in front of the platform, dozens of demon beasts of various shapes and forms had already taken their places. Some were crouching, others lying down, all waiting quietly for the arrival of the great demon. Su Chengxian's gaze swept over each demon beast. These beings, which he had never encountered in either his past or present life, intrigued him enough to warrant a few extra glances. Among them, three stood out the most. A burly black bear with fur as deep and profound as the night sky, a black eagle whose feathers gleamed like blades, and a lithe red fox with auburn fur. Not only did they exude a dense demonic aura, but they also seemed to sense Su Chengxian's spiritual probing. Clearly, they had all formed demon cores, with spiritual power far surpassing the other demon beasts. Business at the stalls was abysmally slow. Most were selling items like demon bones, hides, herbs, wild fruits, and tree roots, things that, to demon beasts, were less valuable than a piece of low-tier demon meat. The true customers appeared to be the half-demons, identifiable by their leaf-covered waists, weapons in hand, and leather armor. They moved in small groups, browsing from stall to stall. At the very last stall, a massive 7th-tier demon wolf was selling demon meat. Seeing their attention drawn to the stall, Mao Shurjiu explained, esteemed guests, the Qingling Wolf Clan stall has demon meat from beasts of the 3rd tier and above, but they only accept spirit-infused herbs as payment. Spirit herbs for refining spiritual pills? Su Chengxian asked. Ling Yunzi chimed in, refining spiritual pills requires a formula, precise control over fire, and mastery of incantation techniques. Most importantly, the combination of spiritual plants must withstand the alchemical flames. As they chatted, They arrived at a stall selling items belonging to human cultivators. Among the goods was a small black gold cauldron, still smeared with traces of dirt and blood. Su Chengxian instinctively extended his spiritual sense to examine it, but was met with a barrier, immediately sensing the object was extraordinary. The stall was run by a 2-meter-tall gray wolf and a mountain python thicker and longer than Su Chengxian himself. Their bodies radiated a bloody aura, with demonic energy seeping from them. One was dozing off while the other idly gnawed on a bone. "Excuse me, how much for this black gold cauldron?" Mao Shiju stepped forward to ask. The gray wolf glanced up at them. "Cauldron? Not for sale. Herbs for sale. We're not here for herbs. We want the cauldron. What do you want in exchange?" Ling Yunzi's vertical pupils swept over the ordinary herbs inside the cauldron. "Not for sale," the gray wolf replied, shaking its head. Then, with a sidelong glance at Ling Yunzi, it added, "Unless one spirit herb." "Whoa, that's a steep price." Su Chengxian couldn't help but click his tongue. On the outskirts of the northern wilderness mountains, spiritual plants and beasts with unique bloodlines were exceedingly rare. Despite the number of these beasts before them, none appeared extraordinary. Reflecting on their arduous journey, where even with the help of a great sage, they had only acquired a peach pit and a sapling, the rarity of spiritual plants became all too evident. The small black gold cauldron that Ling Yunzi had his eye on was perhaps worth more than a single spiritual herb, but it certainly shouldn't warrant such an exorbitant price at Songlong's stall. No spiritual herbs, Ling Yunzi mused for a moment. How about a first-tier demon fish? Whoa. Su Chengxian turned to look at Ling Yunzi, thinking that the offer was ridiculously low. Normally, they wouldn't even bother with a second-tier demon fish, and now they were offering a first-tier fish, a creature they usually deemed unworthy for the coveted black gold cauldron. "No deal," Songlong responded decisively. At that moment, a large python suddenly opened its eyes, raised its head, and spoke in a hoarse voice, "Use him, and I'll make the trade." The python's gaze was fixed directly on Su Chengxian. "Him?" Ling Yunzi followed the gaze. No demon energy, dull eyes, no sign of intelligence. "Is he a captured beast you're selling, or just a useless companion?" The python squinted. "Give him to us to eat, and I'll throw in the herbs inside the cauldron as well." Whoa. Su Chengxian thought to himself. This big snake must be out of its mind. He quickly stepped back, making way for Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi. To his dismay, he had now become a bargaining chip in the trade. "Who are you calling dullied?" Su Chengxian couldn't help but retort. "No sense of judgment. My eyes look dull because I just woke up." From the conversation, he gleaned the disdain that intelligent beasts held for their less evolved, kin, treating them as mere commodities to be traded at will. This made him reflect on the time when the Empress allowed him to pull her carriage. In hindsight, it was a rare gesture of sibling affection. "He's not for sale," Ling Yunzi said after a brief pause, his tone tinged with regret. Internally, however, he thought, selling him isn't the issue. The real problem is that we can't beat this stupid snake. "Then this cauldron isn't for sale either," the python said greedily, its gaze lingering on Su Chengxian for an uncomfortably long moment. That look sent a chill down Su Chengxian's spine. Curious about what the python was thinking, he lifted his mental barrier to read its thoughts. Instantly, he heard Songlong's derisive inner voice. That old python still hasn't given up on eating its own kind. This patterned snake is indeed large and plump. Wait, there's something unusual about the aura of that white snake and green snake. So that's it. Let's go, Ling Yunzi said, seeing that negotiations were going nowhere and noticing Su Chengxian's intense focus on the python. He worried that lingering might stir up trouble, so he turned to leave the stall. Fighting was prohibited here, and being caught would result in expulsion. Su Chengxian hesitated for a moment before following. "Ha ha ha." Not far from the stall, Ling Xiao couldn't hold back his laughter. "Old ghost, how does it feel to be mistaken for a dim-witted, unintelligent beast and singled out as a potential snack?" "Not great," Su Chengxian replied lazily. "And besides, you don't actually think they only wanted to eat me, do you?" "Of course not," Ling Xiao sneered. That mountain python's greedy look was so obvious. How could I not see it? "Those two creatures certainly have no good intentions toward us. Avoid them?" "That dark little cauldron is quite a decent alchemy furnace," Ling Yunzi remarked. "With some refinement, it could be put to use. Without a lid, can it really be used?" "The lid is inside the cauldron. Then lure the snake out?" "Possible. All right." Su Chengxian's remark, revealing one's wealth too openly, seemed ordinary at first but stirred varied reactions among those present. Mao Shiju was momentarily puzzled, while the other two immediately grasped its deeper meaning. At this council of treasures, the three of them tacitly chose not to speak further. With so many keen-eared and sharp-eyed creatures around, even hushed whispers could easily be overheard. They found a secluded corner to settle down. "Sir," Mao Shiju bowed respectfully, "the Wolf Qing captain should be arriving shortly." If there are no other instructions, this humble one will go find a spot to listen to the lecture. Go ahead, Ling Yunzi replied calmly. There's no need to seek us out afterward. Before leaving, Mao Shurgio gave a pointed reminder. Sirs, please be cautious. On your return, make sure to follow the same path and stay within the boundaries marked by the spirit mansion. Beyond the limits, the captain won't intervene in disputes. Life and death are left to fate. If someone tries to lure you out, they're likely up to no good. Has something happened before? Su Chengxian asked curiously. More than just before. Every year, there are beasts that mysteriously disappear. Just in the past 2 days, I've seen 4 or 5 vanish. Outside the spirit mansion's boundaries, it's a lawless zone. Out there, anyone can become a hunter or prey. Su Chengxian nodded in gratitude. Thank you for the warning. You may go now. He watched Mao Shurjia leave to find a good seat for the lecture. Once Mao Shurjia was out of sight, Ling Xiao remarked, so this is a regular trick of theirs and not specifically aimed at us. I thought we were just unlucky, getting targeted as soon as we arrived. Su Chengxian irritably rubbed his head with the tip of his tail. This place thrives on schemes and murder. Even beasts themselves are considered riches. He pondered silently, wondering if the process of selecting victims was still underway. It seemed likely that this blatant slaughter wouldn't ease up until the arena battles began. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from a small hill behind a massive boulder, carrying an oppressive force. A towering figure riding a giant wolf descended from the sky, their arrival overwhelming. The beasts present responded with howls and cries. Silence! The giant wolf steadied itself and announced loudly, Wolf Qing Captain has arrived. Greetings, Wolf Qing Captain. The assembled beasts replied in unison. The lean man leaped down from the wolf's back. No need for formalities. Today, I will teach the method of gathering moonlight essence. Wolf Qing sat cross-legged on the stone platform and began his lecture without ceremony. Perhaps due to the straightforward nature of the beast clan or his belief that formalities were unnecessary for his audience, he skipped any elaborate pleasantries. This so-called lecture was not about profound insights into the Tao, but rather fundamental techniques for beast cultivation. Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi found themselves nodding off. For them, it was no different from listening to a teacher reciting elementary texts utterly unengaging. Su Chengxian was even less interested. He didn't cultivate at all, not because he didn't want to, but simply because he had no time. He barely had enough hours to sleep, let alone cultivate. Moreover, his aptitude was average in his past life, and his current physical body was just as mediocre. He figured his time was better spent resting to build up his vitality. To avoid drawing attention, the three still endured through most of the lecture. When Wolf Qing mentioned that those who didn't understand could leave, they took the opportunity to rise and follow the other departing beasts. Once they left the clearing, the other beasts dispersed in all directions. Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi led the way, with Su Chengxian bringing up the rear as they headed back. Without making it obvious, they deviated from the main path and turned onto a small side trail, naturally exiting the safe zone. 2 beasts to target a simple trap will suffice. The simpler, the better, Su Chengxian thought to himself, habitually glancing at his status panel before making a move. Host, Su Chengxian. Species, water-avoiding serpent. Rank, 6th rank, requires 10 million blood energy to advance to 7th rank. Blood energy, 6,830,166. Physical realm, beast body realm 2, 51410,000. Soul realm, beast soul realm 2, 76710,000. Abilities and combat skills. Abilities, Chi Devour and Blood Conversion, Bewitching Screech. Combat skills, Serpent Bite, Serpent Constriction. Refinement points, 06. Both my physical and soul realms have improved. Judging by my state when I killed the 6th rank mountain shaking boar, I should be able to handle a 6th rank beast hedon now. Su Chengxian calculated silently. Although his previous success relied on using his ability to disrupt the enemy's mind, why change a winning strategy? Until he encountered an opponent immune to this ability, he had little to worry about. At that moment, his senses detected prey drawing near. Hiss. Su Chengxian suddenly raised his head and let out a sharp hiss. Ling Xiao assumed a hunter's stance, exchanging a knowing glance with Ling Yunzi. Both of them tensed, ready to strike at any moment. Suddenly, a shadow emerged from the forest. A gray wolf shot out like an arrow, its bloodthirsty jaws targeting Su Chengxian's vital point. Almost simultaneously, a massive python slithered silently to Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi's side, its enormous body enveloping them in an instant. The snake's golden vertical pupils gleamed with a cruel red light as its body coiled tightly, releasing a surge of demonic energy. How dare you? Ling Xiao roared, his own demonic energy surging as he resisted the python's attack. Ling Yunzi concentrated his spiritual energy into his fangs, aiming directly at the serpent's gaping maw. You think you can bite me, little one? the python sneered disdainfully. Suddenly, a sharp hissing cry echoed from behind the snake. Alarmed, the python thought, that fat snake should have been killed by the wolf by now. Wait, what? Before it could finish its thought, a wave of dizziness overcame it, followed by searing pain in its eyes. Before it could react, an excruciating agony struck its vital spot. It turned out that Su Chengxian's hiss was a signal to attack. Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi coordinated flawlessly, taking advantage of the python's full release of demonic energy. Ling Yunzi's snakebite technique blinded its eyes in an instant, while Ling Xiao seized the moment to strike directly at its weak point. The outcome of the life-or-death battle was decided. Though the python was formidable, its overconfidence and reckless use of power left it vulnerable. Meanwhile, Su Chengxian's fight was even more one-sided. The gray wolf was swiftly defeated as he shattered its spine, tore open its throat, and drained its blood. Fool! Ling Xiao scoffed as he drank the python's blood without hesitation. The three of them quickly carried the two demonic beast corpses and retreated from the battlefield, following their usual routine to avoid attracting other high-level beasts. Their coordination had long become second nature. However, on the way back, Su Chengxian's expression suddenly changed drastically. Something's wrong, he exclaimed, sensing an unusual disturbance in his soul. He hastily shouted, "Brother, take the python's body." Tossing the python's corpse aside, he darted forward like a streak of lightning, moving so fast that Ling Yunzi nearly stumbled. What happened? Ling Xiao asked. Something's gone wrong by the river. The servant contract between Su Chengxian, Dasheng, and the purple-gold swift turtle Dai not only ensured their mutual loyalty but also established a spiritual connection. If any of them were attacked, the others would sense it. Although Dasheng and Dai's spiritual powers were still weak and unable to actively send distress signals, the fleeting sense of danger was enough to indicate they were under assault. Without hesitation, Su Chengxian dashed toward the riverbank. Watching his figure disappear into the distance, Ling Xiao and Lin Jianzi grew anxious. Dai's shell carried not only Shi Xiaotsue but also all their belongings. This was clearly a direct assault on their home. How could they not be alarmed? Yet leaving behind the recently hunted blue wolf and giant python seemed like such a waste. As they hesitated, a familiar figure appeared. "Masters! Trouble!" Cat 19 shouted as he ran toward them. "The old madam is being dragged away by the golden-backed dragonfish." "Understood," Ling Xiao replied briefly. "Guard these for us. We'll come back to retrieve them and pay you with a fish like the one from this morning." This area was a safe zone where fighting was prohibited. Hiring Cat 19 as a guard effectively marked the spoils as claimed, deterring other beasts from interfering. It was unlikely to pose any danger. "Understood." Cat 19 called back loudly. "Masters, shall I hire my brothers to fetch the items from your stall?" "Do it." Ling Xiao and Lin Jianzi hurried off without another word. Looking at the lifeless bodies of the blue wolf and giant python on the ground, Cat 19 clicked his tongue in amazement, secretly delighted. His judgment of this group's strength had been spot on. Whistling, he summoned a bird beast and instructed it, "Go and call my brothers." Cat 19 began calculating in his mind. If they managed to defeat the golden-backed dragonfish and returned, he would surely receive a handsome reward. If they didn't make it back, the two beast corpses alone would be enough to cover his journey back to the royal city. Still, he hoped they would triumph. Not only were they generous and kind, but their strength was formidable. In the northern wilderness mountains, power was everything. If they defeated the dragonfish, they would likely secure a residence in the spirit palace, opening the door to future collaborations. The golden-backed dragonfish, with a trace of dragon blood in its veins, was a master of water manipulation and skilled in the deadly water constriction technique. It had claimed a lair in the river and reigned as the undisputed ruler of the waters. While Su Chengxian and his companions were no pushovers, they appeared to be ordinary water-avoiding serpents. Though the term water-avoiding hinted at some aquatic abilities, it was doubtful they could gain the upper hand against the dragonfish. By the time Su Chengxian reached the riverbank, massive splashes erupted from the water. Amidst the tumultuous waves, a dark silhouette intertwined with flashes of gold. "Shuga, the mistress is in the water," Dasheng's voice called out from a tree on the opposite bank. With a loud splash, a large turtle carrying a transparent water bubble surfaced at it was Dai. The bubble protected the spiritual herbs, dragon blood tree, and other items on its back from being scattered or damaged during its dive. "Brother, Xiaotsue, hang on. I'm coming." Su Chengxian dove into the water without hesitation. Suddenly, the currents surged violently. In the dimly lit depths, he saw a white snake entangled by two water currents, struggling desperately. Moments later, a massive dark shadow shot forward from the gloom. It was a colossal beast resembling the legendary dragonfish. The dragonfish had a long, sleek body covered in jet-black scales, perfect for concealing itself in the murky depths. Its slightly bulging head and swaying whiskers exuded an air of arrogance. Though more fish-like in appearance, it bore certain dragon-like traits. Its back shimmered with golden scales, and its large head featured lifeless, protruding eyes and sharp fangs jutting out from the corners of its mouth. With a powerful flick of its massive body, the dragonfish shot toward the white snake like an arrow, its speed astonishing. However, the white snake seemed prepared, twisting its body at an impossible angle to evade the deadly strike. Its tail lashed out in retaliation, creating rippling waves that collided fiercely with the dragonfish's force. The impact sent surging currents throughout the water. But the white snake's strength was no match for the dragonfish, and it was further hindered by the beast's water-based magic. Trapped in the confined space, it could only dodge as best it could. A single misstep led to the dragonfish sinking its teeth into the snake, and blood immediately clouded the surrounding water. Suchunan saw this and charged forward without hesitation. The massive serpent's body collided with the dragonfish in an explosive crash, producing a deafening boom. His sharp fangs clashed with the dragonfish's razor-edged dorsal fins, sending water splashing in all directions. Without delay, he unleashed his innate combat skill, Serpent Bite, followed immediately by Constrict. The ferocious impact caused a massive disturbance at the riverbed, shredding the surrounding aquatic plants under the immense force. The vibrations even reached the surface, creating rippling waves. The dragonfish, however, was clearly familiar with the fighting style of serpentine beasts and effortlessly neutralized Suchunxian's grappling techniques. Suchunxian knew all too well that he could not afford to give the dragonfish an opening to use its innate abilities or spells. If that happened, the creature would undoubtedly manipulate the water to trap him. He was well aware of the advantage of close combat. His sonic ability grew more effective the closer he was to his opponent. Thus, he clung tightly to the dragonfish, refusing to give it a moment's respite. The thick, muscular serpent body intertwined with the 10-meter-long dragonfish in a fierce underwater struggle. The battle quickly escalated into a fever pitch. Suchunxian relied on his incredible strength and resilience to launch relentless attacks, while the dragonfish countered with its seasoned agility, extensive combat experience, and impenetrable scales. For a time, neither side gained the upper hand. This breathtaking battle raged on in the murky depths of the river, the clash of their immense powers sending shockwaves that frightened away aquatic creatures within several miles. After multiple rounds of intense exchanges, it became clear that neither combatant could easily dominate the other. The dragonfish, with its formidable bloodline and as a sixth-tier beast, displayed a strength far beyond that of ordinary creatures of the same tier. Gradually, Suchunxian began to falter. His body was riddled with wounds of varying depths from the dragonfish's sharp fangs. At one critical moment, he failed to evade a heavy sweep of the dragonfish's tail. With a resounding thud, both combatants were forced several meters apart. The dragonfish sneered arrogantly, saying, "Ha! You're the offspring of that mother snake? I was just thinking one wasn't enough to eat, and here you are, delivering yourself to me. Ha ha ha." It looked Suchunxian up and down with disdain and continued mocking. "You? Forget demon cores or essence sethers, not even a trace of demonic aura on you. You're nothing but a brute with raw strength, and you dare challenge me? You're courting death. Talk too much. Who do you think you're looking down on? Even without a demon core, I can still take you down." Suchunxian, clearly in a foul mood, said nothing and whipped around, lashing his tail as he charged forward. The golden-backed dragonfish scoffed, seeing this naive snake with only budding intelligence dare to ignore it. Misjudging the situation, it assumed Suchunxian hadn't refined his voice box yet and was unable to speak. "If you're courting death, I'll oblige." The dragonfish's body glimmered with a green light, stirring up a whirlpool that surged towards Suchunxian. Boom! Splash! Unable to dodge in time, Suchunxian was caught in the current, spinning twice uncontrollably before barely regaining his balance. He immediately activated his blood energy, a red glow rising around his body as he prepared to shatter the water flow. Just then, the dragonfish let out a sudden roar. "You're finished, kid. Take this treasure." A glowing pearl shot out from the dragonfish's mouth. Instinctively, Suchunxian looked at it, but the pearl was already before his eyes, and there was no time to evade. Bang! The pearl struck his head directly, and a beam of white light pierced into his spiritual platform. His soul manifestation flickered slightly, and his consciousness momentarily faltered. The figure seated on the lotus platform instinctively opened its mouth and absorbed the white light. What the? What the? What the? Suchunxian shouted 3 times as he snapped back to reality. The demon core was still spinning above his head, surprisingly not being retrieved. The system's prompt sounded at just the right moment. New task for the host. Swallow the demon core of the 6th-tier golden-backed dragonfish. Reward. Refinement points 12. Transformation pill Formula 1. Without hesitation, Suchunxian leaned forward and swallowed the demon core, immediately activating his innate ability Devouring Qi to transform blood. The system promptly displayed, swallowing the 6th-tier golden-backed dragonfish demon core. Full refinement will grant soul realm 389, physical body realm 355. At that moment, his spiritual sense detected two figures, Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi, stealthily approaching from behind the dragonfish. The dragonfish seemed to sense something, but was too shocked by the sight of its demon core being swallowed to notice the danger behind it. Idiot! Do you even know what that is? How dare you swallow? Suchunan couldn't be bothered to let it finish. Flicking out his forked tongue, he activated his innate ability Bewitching Hiss. He knew he had to end this quickly. Though his enhanced abilities made refining easier, the initial process still brought a slight burning sensation. The golden-backed dragonfish had been about to mock the foolish snake, but found its mind momentarily clouded by the hissing sound. Suchunan seized the opportunity to hiss again, focusing his spiritual sense into a small blade. Take this. You think you're the only one who can attack the spiritual sea? I can too. Zzz, the faint sound was perceptible only to Suchunan. The golden-backed dragonfish had no idea what was happening until the moment its spiritual core was pierced. Two water-avoiding serpents launched a lightning-fast ambush, their blue and white forms carving graceful yet lethal arcs through the water. Their magical energy surged forth, targeting the dragonfish's eyes with deadly precision. This was yet another flawless display of coordination between Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi. Even though this strategy was one they had used countless times before, their timing remained impeccable, executed without the slightest error. With a loud splash, the water currents entwining the great white serpent lost their force, shattering like broken crystals and disappearing. Freed from its restraints, Xiaotsue let out a hissing sound and immediately joined the battle against the golden-backed dragonfish. This fight didn't even require Suchunan to step in and assist. Among the three, Xiaotsue had originally been a fourth-tier beast. After some time spent cultivating together, she had advanced to the fifth tier, which allowed her to withstand the fierce assaults of the dragonfish. As for Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi, though they were only a step away from the fifth tier, they practiced top-tier techniques on their respective paths. Their precise control over their magical energy, mastery of combat skills, and keen ability to identify an enemy's weaknesses made every strike lethal. It was this strength that gave them the confidence to make their mark in this arena, which was teeming with fifth-tier and higher-tier beasts. After a dozen breaths, Suchunan was the first to break through the water surface. Moments later, ripples spread across the blood-stained river as Ling Xiao and the others emerged, dragging the lifeless body of the golden-backed dragonfish onto the shore. I need to sleep, Suchunan blurted out before anyone else could speak. I can't hold on anymore, I have to sleep now. My stomach feels so warm and comfortable, I don't want to waste another second of this feeling. With that, he sat cross-legged and closed his eyes. A system notification sounded. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Rewards include refinement points 12 and a shape-shifting pill recipe 1. As per the host's earlier instructions, the refinement points will be directly used to refine blood energy, enhancing cultivation and combat power. Blood energy 1111. Blood energy 111111. He swallowed the demon core. He's probably feeling awful right now, Ling Xiao remarked. Let's not wake him. Xiaotsue, stay here and keep watch. Well, go find Cat 19 and drag back the Tsong Wolf and the Great Python. Ling Yunzi nodded in agreement. The battle ended quickly. As Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi retraced their steps, they found Mao Shurjiu still waiting at the same spot. The little demon was surprised to see them return so soon, a flicker of astonishment flashing in his eyes. Your Excellency, how did you return so quickly? My brother who went to retrieve the items hasn't even arrived yet. No rush. You stay here and wait. We'll take these two fellows back first, Ling Xiao replied calmly. After a brief conversation, it wasn't long before a small demon arrived carrying a bundle. Inside were the items retrieved from the lecture gathering, including the black gold cauldron that Ling Yunzi had been eyeing. Where was this stored? Ling Xiao asked. At the Qingling wolf tribe stall during the lecture gathering, Mao Shurjiu explained. My brother had to present wolf fur and mountain python blood to the tiling dog guarding the items for verification before they could be retrieved. Ling Xiao pondered silently. This tiling dog likely wasn't just verifying authenticity, but could probably also discern the life or death of the item's owner. Nevertheless, it seemed that the demons and great demons here followed some sort of code. A few days later, they hired Mao Shurjiu's group to gather information. If anything important arose, a small demon from the mountain rat tribe would deliver the message. During this time, the family remained within the vicinity of the riverbank. At night, numerous prying eyes would often watch from the depths of the river or the shore. Though the corpses of the gray wolf, mountain python, and dragonfish served as warnings, and the family of snake demons stayed together, no one dared to act rashly. Yet, this underscored the fact that even in the Nokal zones, safety was not guaranteed as the arena's opening drew near. Around the area of the spiritual vein cave, anguished cries echoed occasionally, and the hidden struggles never ceased. Ling Yunzi sighed. I wonder how many will remain by the time the arena opens. What are you sighing about? There will always be victors to step onto the stage. You don't need to worry about having no opponents, Ling Xiao scoffed. Don't tell me you didn't witness scenes like this when you first entered the sect? Compared to humans, these beasts are far less cunning in their methods of conflict. Ling Yunzi remained silent, thinking back to the past and the faces of those people. His mood darkened considerably. At that moment, Su Chengxian finally woke from his deep slumber. Without even opening his eyes, he shouted, "Food! Food! Quick, quick, quick! Put it in my mouth! Shao Qing! Shao Bai! Hurry and bring your big brother a meal! What are you yelling about? You startled me!" Ling Xiao, jolted out of his cultivation by the sudden shouting, jumped up in irritation and gave him a headbutt. "The food's right next to you. Open your mouth and eat it yourself." Su Chengxian paid no mind and immediately pounced on the chunks of golden-backed dragonfish meat, devouring them ravenously. "Great king! Great king!" the monkey sage exclaimed joyfully, hopping around him in excitement. "Great king?" Su Chengxian asked in confusion. Ling Yunzi explained. Among the demon tribes, followers often address their leader as Great King. The sage must have heard this and decided to call you that. "Great king, you're awake?" Dai Dai, peeking her head out from the river, asked with concern. "Are you all right?" Su Chengxian devoured a large chunk of dragonfish meat. His cheeks puffed out as he mumbled, "I just feel so hungry." Before the words were even finished, he had already swallowed 2 more pieces of fish. Each section of the golden-backed dragonfish, meticulously cut by Ling Xiao and Lin Jianzi using their magical powers, weighed dozens of pounds. Su Chengxian ate 4 or 5 pieces in one goover 200 pounds before he finally felt somewhat full. "Ah, I feel alive again," he exclaimed, wriggling his body to crush and digest the fish meat inside him. Then he turned toward the wolf meat and began to feast on it. As he ate, he glanced around. "Huh, where's the climbing python meat? Is there any left?" "None. We already ate it," Ling Xiao replied with a frown. "What? Isn't this enough for you?" She immediately regretted her words, her heart racing as she scrutinized Hua Snake's body. She noticed his serpent form had grown thicker again and couldn't help but inwardly curse. This guy was growing way too fast. Could he have the bloodline of the Xian Shui Black Anaconda? After all, the Xian Shui Black Anaconda was known as the largest species among the python clans. It's enough, Su Chengxian chuckled. "I just wanted to try the taste. Back in the day, I always liked having a variety of dishes at meals, to mix up the flavors and switch between them." "You're so picky," Ling Xiao said, unable to hold back. "I'm starting to believe you really did live in a powerful sect before. Only someone with a high status in a prosperous sect could develop habits like this," Lin Jianzi chimed in. "I've never even thought about mixing different kinds of beast meat when eating." He felt a sense of relief that Hua Snake was finally full otherwise. Just preparing food for him would have been a monumental task. Over the past few days, the 6th-tier climbing python had already been finished off by them. Shi Xiaotsue, Dai Dai, and Dashing. What Hua Snake had just eaten was nearly 7th-tier golden-backed dragonfish meat, plus 5th-tier wolf meat. If it had been low-tier beast meat, he'd probably have needed even more. Su Chengxian didn't say anything further, just chuckled. Feeling satisfied, he slithered around a few times, adjusting the position of the meat inside him, then coiled up and went back to sleep. The dragonfish's demon core hadn't been fully refined yet, and he ended up sleeping for several days straight. It wasn't until one day that Mao Shijia's brother, Shu Laibao, came to inform them, "Your Excellency, the arena at the Spirit Vein Sanctuary is about to open." "When?" Ling Xiao asked. "Your Excellency, by sunrise tomorrow, you must head to the arena in front of the Spirit Vein Sanctuary," Shu Laibao replied. "It's been nearly 10 days since the death of the great demon that triggered the beast tide, and the demon generals have already sent out the summons. Today is exactly the 10th day." The next morning, Su Chengxian was woken up. The first thing he said was a complaint about how fast time had flown and how he hadn't slept enough. But he understood that if he didn't want to be seen as easy prey, he had to perform well in the arena. With his Empress sister, Dao Lord brother, and 5th-tier beast foster mother by his side, he could sleep without worrying about his surroundings. But it still wasn't a restful sleep. After all, they had to stay vigilant against high-tier beasts treating them as mere targets for experience points. In the dead of night, the anguished howls of beasts echoed, making it impossible to truly relax. In the Spirit Vein Sanctuary, with the authority of the demon generals and the protective formations at the entrance, you'll be able to sleep peacefully without anyone disturbing you, Ling Xiao said. "That is, as long as you're confident you can secure a sanctuary for yourself." "What do you mean? You're not planning to fight for a sanctuary yourselves?" Su Chengxian asked. "We're aiming to settle in front of the Spirit Vein Sanctuary," Lin Jianzi explained. "Neither of us has advanced to the 5th tier yet. Even though we've made significant progress in our cultivation over the past few days using the demon cores of the wolf and the climbing python, the time has been too short, and we haven't broken through. While our combat strength surpasses that of most fifth-tier beasts, if we encounter a truly formidable opponent with only one spirit vein sanctuary available for fifth-tier beasts, this time we'd have to settle for a lesser option. Suchunan mulled this over. He had assumed the Empress and the Dao Lord would be determined to win, but it was clear they understood the principle that while cultivators should be proud and fearless in competition, recklessly challenging insurmountable odds would only lead to ruin. Ling Xiao added, I don't believe it's wise to fight to the death over a single sanctuary. Of course, if the odds were heavily in her favor, she wouldn't mind giving it a shot. Everything will depend on the strength of the beasts competing this time. Lin Jianzi mused after a brief pause, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. Sometimes overthinking can make us miss great opportunities. We should set out early and adapt as the situation unfolds. Exactly, Ling Xiao agreed, turning to Su Chengxian with a faint, teasing smile. Old ghost, go clean up the leftovers. We've already eaten. Make sure to finish everything, don't let anyone else take advantage of it. Su Chengxian ignored her playful jab and silently turned to eat. He understood her intentions well. Though the Empress sister's words sounded harsh, calling him the one to clean up leftovers, the remaining dragonfish meat was intentionally saved for him. Earlier, they had eaten lower-tier fish caught from the river, which were only first or second tier. The mountain python, being a blood-related snake species, was beneficial for their cultivation, so it was prioritized to boost their strength. However, the superior dragonfish meat had been reserved for him. Excluding Shi Xiaotsue, the lady who cultivated through bloodline evolution, Su Chengxian had eaten the most golden-backed dragonfish. His younger siblings were so thoughtful in their actions that, as the eldest brother, he couldn't lag behind. While savoring the fish, he silently felt a surge of pride. Just watch as your big brother secures a cave mansion for us. Glancing at his stats panel, his confidence grew even stronger. Host, Su Chengxian. Species, water-dwelling serpent. Grade, 6th tier. Blood energy needed to advance to 7th tier, 10 million. Blood energy, 7,530,166. Physical realm, monster body realm 3508-10000. Soul realm, monster soul realm 3797-10000. Abilities and combat techniques. Abilities, Chi devouring blood conversion, bewitching screech. Combat techniques, snake bite, constricting bind. Refinement points, 0.6. While consuming beast meat could increase blood energy, at his level, the gains from low-tier beast meat were negligible, to almost be better off just sleeping. However, the dragonfish meat was exceptional, providing him with a decent boost to his blood energy. More importantly, after consuming the dragonfish's demon core and earning refinement points from completing a task, both his physical and soul realms had advanced by 600 to 700 points, surpassing the 3,000 mark and steadily approaching 4,000. This not only significantly enhanced his innate abilities, but also greatly amplified the power of both his bewitching screech and his spiritual sword technique. Su Chengxian calculated to himself, even if I can't win, worst case scenario, they'll just go foolin' and fight like a madman on the arena. Are you done eating? Ling Xiao's voice suddenly interrupted his thoughts. It's time to go. Coming. Why the rush? Can't a guy finish his meal in peace? Su Chengxian replied hastily, speeding up his eating. Where's the arena? Su Chengxian glanced around the open space. Sir, the arena is just ahead. Su Chengxian squinted, carefully examining the rough circular markings on the ground. After a moment of hesitation, he asked, So, this circle drawn on the ground is the arena? Yes, exactly, sir. This is way too sloppy. Su Chengxian couldn't help but complain. Just drawing some circles and calling it an arena? At least put up some kind of fence. No wonder the great sage once just drew a circle for Tang Song. Ling Xiao, standing nearby, burst out laughing. She was all too familiar with situations like this after all. This was the most remote spiritual domain in the northern wilderness mountains, where conditions were naturally the worst. Scanning the area, she noted there were only 70 or 80 beasts preparing to compete. With the divisions by rank, the matches could be wrapped up in a day. The number of high-ranking beasts in the front row was even smaller, not even 10, making her doubt whether there was a single 9th-ranked beast here. Of course, this number came after a selection process. Clearly, far more beasts had originally arrived. Should we move closer? Su Chengxian suggested, his gaze landing on an empty spot near a large black bear sitting cross-legged in the front row. The front's got open space, and the view's better. After half a year of traveling, this is the first bit of entertainment I've come across. I need a good seat. You go ahead. We can see fine from here, Ling Xiao replied, giving him a meaningful glance. Why so formal? Feeling shy? Su Chengxian suddenly understood. Ah, little sisters and Empress, right? Not a fan of squeezing through crowds, I get it. All right, big bro will clear the way and grab the spot. Then you all can join me. With that, he started worming his way forward, calling back over his shoulder. Brother Mouse, keep up. Got the fruit? Yais, I do. The small, nervous Mouse Liebao clutched a net bag full of shiny, freshly washed fruits. The water droplets glistened, dripping as he trembled and followed closely behind. Before long, Suchunan had maneuvered his way to the front row. Dropping to the ground, he glanced back. Hey, where's Brother Mouse? 2M coming. Mouse Liebao scrambled to catch up, startled. Brother Mouse, relax. I don't eat mice, Suchunan reassured him. When I open my mouth later, just toss a few fruits in. Got it. Got it, got it. Mouse Liebao nodded frantically, nearly collapsing under the oppressive aura of the high-ranking beasts around them. If not for the payment head accepted to serve this snake lord, he would have bolted long ago. Good. When it's my turn to go up, just wait here. They'll come back down and keep eating. Suchunan added. We've got enough fruit, right? Yes, yes. Plenty. Mouse Liebao hurried to reply. Brother 19 and the others are still picking outside. They said the fruits can be traded for beast meat, so however much you eat, we'll provide. Excellent. Suchunan nodded in satisfaction, then sighed with a hint of regret. Being a snake has its downsides, can't savor food properly. Not even sunflower seeds. Oh well, life as a snake has to come with some regrets. Mouse Liebao blinked his small eyes at him, listening to the lament. He could feel if this lord truly had no fear. Was he a high-ranking beast? But if so, why not release his aura to make the others step aside, instead of pushing his way through? It wasn't just Mouse Liebao who was puzzled. Even Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi in the back were confused. What's Suchuan's actual strength? Ling Xiao muttered. She had assumed his suggestion to move forward was a joke, but he had genuinely charged ahead and casually settled down in the front row. Yeah, he really stayed there. Ling Yunzi's eyes showed a hint of admiration. When beasts advanced in rank, they could sense changes in their own blood energy and determine their level. High-ranking beasts could judge lower-ranking ones through their blood energy, while lower-ranking beasts could only estimate the strength of higher-ranking ones through the oppressive aura they emitted. This aura wouldn't physically harm lower-ranking beasts, but would instill fear, causing them to retreat instinctively. Typically, such an aura was suppressed during hunts, but here it was unleashed strong beasts using it to intimidate potential challengers into backing down. Ling Yunzi speculated this might be tied to the arena's rules. Both he and Ling Xiao instinctively stepped back, keeping a safe distance of several feet. This was not only to avoid a direct confrontation and wait for an opportunity, but also because the overwhelming aura emanating from the beasts ahead made their very souls uneasy. Yet Suchunan seemed completely unfazed, boldly sprawling at the very front right, next to the most intimidating of all, the golden light tiger. Little brother Bai. Ling Xiao narrowed her eyes as she observed. Do you think he's pretending? Or is his soul really that much more resilient than ours? The scene before them was both absurd and amusing. The plump, patterned snake not only lounged there nonchalantly, but also kept craning its neck, trying to strike up conversations with the formidable beasts around it. The golden light tiger ignored him entirely, so he turned his attention to the black moon bear behind it. After being similarly snubbed, the shameless snake leveraged his long neck to bypass the front row and successfully engaged in small talk with two green spirit wolves further back. Before long, he had shifted his attention again, now chatting with the great white ape off to the side. How did I never notice how much of a chatterbox this guy is? Ling Xiao silently grumbled to herself. Does he have no idea what kind of beings he's casually striking up conversations with? Ling Yunzi murmured in a low voice. Haven't you noticed? That snake never stops talking unless he's asleep. Ling Xiao thought back and realized it was true. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Could it be he doesn't even understand why these beasts are emanating such auras? Bloodthirsty auras can repel both wild beasts without cognition and spirit beasts with intelligence, Ling Yunzi explained. The former sense danger instinctively, while the latter understand the implications. But some less intelligent creatures might suppress their instincts and approach out of curiosity. Suchunan, however, he paused meaningfully, isn't quite that stupid. Speaking of which, he's also a serpent. Those other snakes are just one step away from advancing to the 5th rank. While he's stronger than them, he's definitely not at the level of a high-ranked spirit beast. That golden light tiger is likely at the 8th rank, and the black moon bear might even be at the 9th. And yet here he is, not only sitting among them but daring to poke them in the neck with his tail. Ooh-ho! Ling Xiao suddenly looked down. He's turning back. He's definitely going to call us over. No way am I going to embarrass myself like that. That dumb snake must have lost his mind. Ling Yunzi also quickly avoided eye contact. Even Shi Xiaotsue seemed to think it best to ignore her overly enthusiastic child for the moment, lowering her head as well. Seeing his family avoiding his gaze, Suchunan was about to call out to them when a deafening tiger roar erupted from the low hill ahead. Roar. General Yu has arrived. General Yu settled into the stone chair on the low hill, his gaze sweeping downward. His brows furrowed as he noticed something amiss. There were 10% fewer beasts participating in the tournament this year compared to previous years. This displeased him. However, his expression softened when his eyes landed on the golden light tiger and the black moon bear, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. Just then, his attention was drawn to a patterned snake beside the black moon bear. He murmured. This snake seemed intriguing. Although it was only a 6th-tier beast, far from reaching the 7th tier. Its calm demeanor among the high-tier beasts suggested it had something to rely on. More importantly, the snake appeared to be quite young. A water-avoiding snake? General Yu's eyes gleamed. The last water-avoiding snake to emerge from this region had become a beast marquis. Unfortunately, back then, he had not yet risen to the rank of beast general. If his own domain could produce a beast marquis, he wouldn't be stuck in this barren land as a mere minor general. The northern wilderness was home to millions of water-avoiding snakes, and this patterned snake was clearly not a descendant of that beast marquis. Otherwise, it wouldn't have ended up here. But if this little snake could one day grow into a great beast, perhaps it could be sent to the royal city. The Marquis of Water Avoidance would likely be delighted to meet a younger relative. In that case, General Yu could establish a connection in the royal city. If the snake had good fortune, it might even lend him a hand in the future. Of course, these were thoughts for another time. Wolf Qing, Hu Shao, go make the arrangements, General Yu commanded with a wave of his hand. Yes, sir. The two large beasts received their orders and leapt down from the low hill. As they landed before the crowd of beasts and prepared to act, General Yu chuckled lightly. That black moon bear and golden light tiger, why don't you both show me your true abilities? I happen to have 2 top-tier caves available, reserved for 9th-tier beasts. The moment he said this, the crowd of beasts erupted into murmurs. Top-tier caves? 9th-tier beasts? Are there really top-tier caves available here? Are there 9th-tier beasts among us? What's a top-tier cave? Suchunan, ever curious, leaned in and whispered to Shu Liebao. This question momentarily distracted Shu Liebao from his fear. Clutching his net tightly, he explained, Sir, caves on spiritual veins are classified into top, middle, and lower tiers, based on the highest grade of spirit stones that can be mined there. A top-tier cave naturally yields high-grade spirit stones and has abundant spiritual energy. Beasts can keep whatever spirit stones they mine. Aside from the monthly quota they must submit, mining spirit stones? Submitting quotas? Su Qingxian blinked. So these caves aren't free to live in? You have to pay rent? This remark even drew a response from the usually silent black moon bear, who rumbled in a deep voice, You, little snake, speak in such strange terms. It was the first time the bear had heard someone liken submitting spirit stones to paying rent. Wow, brother bear. You can talk? Su Qingxian grinned. Humph. The black moon bear rolled its eyes. A dignified 9th-tier beast, of course I can talk. I've just been ignoring you. You audacious little snake. Yue Lang, what's your take on this top-tier cave? The golden light tiger asked. Its massive frame, covered in dazzling golden fur, shimmered as if emitting light under the sun. The black king character on its forehead glowed faintly. Of course the bear clan wants one, the black moon bear declared, rising to its feet and stepping forward. Thud, thud, thud. With each step, faint black demonic energy rippled around it. Its already massive size seemed to grow even larger as it moved. My goodness! Su Qingxian stared in awe. He had thought his own size was considerable, but compared to this towering black behemoth of a bear, he was utterly dwarfed. It could probably use me as a scarf, and the size would be just right. The golden light tiger, not to be outdone, also stepped forward, revealing its full form. A golden tiger, no smaller than the black moon bear, appeared before the crowd. As it moved, the wind seemed to stir, whipping up the demonic aura around both beasts into a swirling black mist. Yue Lang of the Black Moon Bear clan greets General Yu. The massive bear, taller than the low hill itself, clasped its paws and bowed toward General Yu on the stone chair. Li Xiaomao of the Golden Light Tiger clan greets General Yu. The Golden Light Tiger followed suit, lowering its head respectfully. Huh. Su Qingxian couldn't help but chuckle when he heard the Golden Light Tiger introduce itself as Li Xiaomao. Although he quickly stifled his laughter, it was enough to draw the attention of the two great beasts. He hastily turned his head, pretending to look for the source of the laughter. Su Qingxian glanced around and was startled was the only one left coiled up on the clearing. Apparently, the other beasts had retreated several meters under the oppressive aura of bloodthirsty demonic energy unleashed by the Black Moon Bear and the Golden Light Tiger. Damn it, I overplayed my hand. Su Qingxian cursed inwardly, blaming Shu Libao's lack of loyalty for fleeing without even giving him a heads-up. But regrets were pointless now. With a quick flick of his tail, he slithered with a sharp hiss into the crowd of beasts behind him, thinking, Surely those two big demons wouldn't bother chasing me down over a casual remark, right? As expected, by the time he had swum to the back of the beast crowd and looked back, the two demons had already turned their attention elsewhere. Phew! Good thing I reacted fast, Su Chengxian thought with relief. Just then, Ling Xiao appeared next to him and sneered. Had enough of showing off? Why not reveal your true abilities and compete for one of the top-tier caves? Your Majesty, surely you jest. I'm just a measly 6th rank, Su Chengxian groaned, lying flat on the ground. Besides, didn't General Yu say there are only 2 top-tier caves? The earlier fright had left him feeling weak and unsteady. Lin Jianzi pressed further. When you went up front, did you notice anything? No, I was just watching the commotion, Su Chengxian replied. Although he had sensed something unusual in the demonic energy fluctuations of the black bear and golden tiger and had wanted to observe them more closely, his actions were mostly driven by curiosity. He had a keen interest in high-level beasts, which prompted his risky-seeming move. However, in the spirit platform of a demon general's domain, these high-level beasts wouldn't dare act recklessly, so his actions were, in fact, quite safe. As they spoke, Shu Liebao suddenly popped up out of nowhere. Your Excellency. Seeing him, Su Chengxian immediately opened his gaping mouth wide. Shu Liebao froze for a moment before hurriedly tossing a fruit toward Hema, move he had rehearsed in his mind many times. Your Excellency, is it sweet? Bitterer than my snake gall, Su Chengxian sighed. Only slightly sweeter than the miserable life I had in my previous existence. Ling Xiao and Lin Jianzi exchanged puzzled looks. Why did that sound so morbid? At that moment, the voice of the great demon Lang Qing came from the front. Silence. Step forward in order. The beasts were then divided into 4 groups, one for the 4th and 5th ranks, and separate groups for the 6th, 7th, and 8th ranks. Shi Xiaocui, Lin Jianzi, and Ling Xiao were all placed in the same group. When it was Su Chengxian's turn, Lang Qing hesitated briefly, but ultimately placed him in the 7th rank group. Commander, Su Chengxian started to explain that he was only 6th rank, but he suddenly felt his tail pinched by the same large white ape from earlier. The words died in his throat. What is it? Lang Qing glanced at him. Nothing. The connection between the white ape and General Yu drew everyone's attention. Ling Xiao observed that whether it was the great demon Lang Qing or the demon General Yu, though they both displayed humanoid forms, they retained certain features of their original beast forms. This was a clear distinction from ordinary demons. The most notable difference between great demons and lesser ones was the oppressive aura generated by their demon energy. Ling Yunzi explained in detail, this demonic aura is unique to high-ranking members of the demon race and stems from their profound power. Each great demon's aura is distinctive, but those with close bloodlines often share similarities. He added that while the demon race did not value familial ties as much as humans, high-ranking demons still needed to consolidate power and control resources for cultivation. Bloodline connections often served as a natural bond within their groups. Ling Xiao, with her limited cultivation, couldn't fully confirm this theory. Her assumption was based solely on the physical similarities between the white ape and General Yu. However, she reasoned that even if they weren't blood relatives, being of the same species might create some sense of kinship. The crowd's discussion of the white ape naturally stemmed from the earlier scene where Su Chengxian had refrained from defending himself after the white ape's intervention. Is that a good or bad thing? Ling Xiao asked, puzzled. We'll find out soon, Ling Yunzi replied, turning his gaze to the great demon Lang Qing on the stage. Lang Qing was about to announce the tournament rules. Lang Qing's proclamation was clear and concise. Contestants would face each other in pairs. Winners would advance while losers were eliminated. 4th and 5th tier demons would compete for 6 lower-grade spiritual abodes. 6th tier demons would vie for 3 lower-grade middle-tier spiritual abodes. 7th tier demons would battle for 3 mid-grade middle-tier spiritual abodes. 8th tier demons would contest 4 upper-grade middle-tier spiritual abodes. The rules also stipulated that for the first 3 days, combat would occur only within the same tier. On the final 2 days, cross-tier challenges would be permitted. Each demon had 2 opportunities to take the stage, and winning one match would secure residence near a spiritual vein. Defeated participants could challenge winners up to 2 more times. After finishing the announcement, Lang Qing and Hu Xiao handed 8 bamboo containers to a group of smaller demons. During the earlier grouping, each demon had received a numbered stick. The small demons shook the containers, and the order of the falling sticks determined the sequence of matches. The winning sticks would remain in the containers. Ling Xiao, Ling Yunzi, and Shi Xiaocui all drew numbers, placing them toward the back of the order, and Su Chengxian was also not among the first contestants. Taking advantage of the downtime, the group of snakes gathered for a brief discussion. There are 9 7th-tier demons, including you, 17 6th-tier demons, and 47 demons in the 4th and 5th tiers combined, Ling Xiao said, turning to Su Chengxian. That white ape's intervention might not have been out of goodwill. What makes you think so? Su Chengxian asked. Ling Yunzi explained. Among the 7th-tier demons, you're the weakest. there's a good chance you'll become a target for others seeking an easy win. Not just Yuni Victor who shows signs of weakness or sustains injuries during the matches could become a target, Ling Xiao added. So it's not just about winning. You need to secure victory quickly while protecting yourself. Picking on the weak? Is that even allowed? Su Chengxian asked, confused. Why not? Ling Yunzi replied. If demons can adopt even a fraction of human cunning to gain an advantage, the demon race doesn't frown upon it. Everyone knows that pure trickery won't lead to long-term success in cultivation, but on the stage, strength reigns supreme. Even the most cunning still have to face their opponent's hidden. And spotting a flaw in an opponent's defense requires enough strength to exploit it. He continued, besides, how can you be sure that the demons on stage aren't intentionally exposing weaknesses? Many treat the tournament as a hunting ground, deliberately luring challengers to attack and then seizing the opportunity to eliminate them. So while there are 2 chances to take the stage, not everyone will survive to use them. Xiaotsue only needs to win 1 match, Ling Yunzi advised. Afterward, she can avoid any further challenges. As for me and Little White, we'll adapt to the situation. There's little value in the lower-grade spiritual abodes. They both turn their attention to Su Chengxian. What are your chances of securing a lower-grade middle-tier spiritual abode? Ling Yunzi asked. What do you mean? Aren't I aiming for the mid-grade middle-tier abodes among the 7th-tier demons? Su Chengxian asked, bewildered. Rather than risk defeat and injury, why not aim for something more attainable? You could forfeit your matches early, conserve your strength, and challenge the 3rd-ranked 6th-tier demon in the final days. I won't. Su Chengxian refused firmly. Although we only know that the Lingfu is divided into upper, middle, and lower grades, the differences within the same grade remain unknown, Ling Xiao said with a frown. But a middle grade is still better than a lower grade. Why give it up? Are you sure you can rank in the top 3 among the 7th tier? Su Chengxian's lips curled into a faint smile, a trace of cunning flashing in his eyes. And what makes you think I don't have the confidence to win against the 8th tier? The White Ape's intentions are quite simple, Ling Xiao analyzed calmly. It wants you to secure a spot for it, at the very least to stir up trouble in the 7th tier competition. It's leaving itself a backup plan if it fails in the 8th tier battle. It can switch to the 7th tier. Don't think too badly of the White Ape, and don't think I'm that foolish either. Su Chengxian chuckled softly, his tail swaying gently. Whether it's out of goodwill or not, the final decision lies with me. If I'm not confident, no matter how much it threatens me, I'll find a way to refuse. He appeared relaxed as he continued. Do you know? My current strength, in terms of both soul and body, has more than doubled since I killed the 6th-tier mountain smasher boar. My bewitching technique and spiritual strength have also advanced significantly. Forget middle grade, his tail flicked confidently. I might even have a shot at upper grade. You haven't even fought a 7th-tier beast before. Ling Xiao countered coldly. How can you boast like this? I may not have fought 7th or 8th-tier beasts, but that doesn't mean I'm unaware of their strength. Su Chengxian smiled mysteriously, prompting Ling Yunzi to narrow his slit-like pupils. So, when you ran to the front earlier, you had other motives. Did you test them out? Well, mostly I was just enjoying the show, observing potential opponents, Su Chengxian said smugly. Did you really think I'd be stupid enough to run ahead just to play the fool? Know your enemy, and you'll win every battle. Honestly, pretending to be clueless was kind of fun. You've been targeting the 8th tier from the start? Not exactly, Su Chengxian shook his head. My initial thought was simple. I wanted to find a comfortable place to sleep. The richer the spiritual energy, the better the rest. Since there are differences in the quality of Lingfu, it stands to reason that the stronger beasts are more likely to claim the better ones. So if there's a chance, why not fight for it? He elaborated further. But mainly, I wanted to assess my strength. With the 6th tier no longer providing a useful reference, I set my sights on the 7th tier. Using my spiritual senses to probe, I found that the 7th tier beasts present had energy fluctuations, physical toughness, and soul conditions comparable to the 6th tier golden-backed dragonfish. I suspect the golden-backed dragonfish was eager to devour Xiao Cui because it wanted to break into the 7th tier and compete for a middle-grade Lingfu. Since I've already consumed the dragonfish's demon core, a sharp gleam flashed in Su Chengxian's eyes. It's only natural for me to test my ability to challenge the 8th tier. So I pushed my way to the front and scanned all the 8th tier and suspected 9th tier beasts with my spiritual senses. So it's not because you're next long you're relying on the solidity of your soul, which far surpasses the others, Ling Xiao said thoughtfully. What? Nothing. Ling Xiao shifted the topic. Why do you think the White Ape has good intentions? It's strong, Su Chengxian replied bluntly. The strongest among the 8th tier. Not only that, but it also possesses a bloodline divine ability. It has no need to keep a backup plan. He silently decided it was best not to tell his Empress sister about his ability to read others' thoughts. Then how confident are you about fighting the 8th tier? Ling Xiao pressed. That depends. Su Chengxian began. But before he could finish, a small demon's voice suddenly rang out. 7th tier, Suchunan. To the arena. Suchunan turned swiftly, his agile figure leaping onto the arena. His confident stance radiated assurance, prompting Ling Yunzi to speak up. Shao Qing. This guy seems really sure of himself. If his soul power can truly discern the strength of an 8th tier beast, then he indeed has the confidence to defeat a 7th tier opponent. Ling Xiao replied softly. Soul power? Ling Yunzi shook his head and began to explain. The soul power of beasts is far from simple. Low-tier beasts rely entirely on their physical strength and vitality. Only later do they absorb spiritual energy and moonlight through their blood essence, allowing the spiritual energy to cleanse their spiritual sea. It's only when their souls are continuously nourished, shedding their ignorance and gaining sentience, that they can condense a soul. He elaborated further. When high-tier beasts form a demon core, they develop a soul manifestation, which is the foundation for transformation. But merely having a soul manifestation doesn't equate to mastering soul power. They must establish a spiritual platform in their spiritual sea, allowing the manifestation to sit firmly upon it, in order to refine spiritual consciousness. Only with spiritual consciousness can they be said to truly possess soul power. Even 9th-tier beasts may not achieve this. For instance, the golden light tiger and the black moon bear certainly lack spiritual consciousness. Soul probing in the cultivation world is almost equivalent to declaring war. If they had spiritual consciousness, they wouldn't remain indifferent to Suchuxian's probing. From the moment spiritual consciousness is born, it surrounds the body as a form of defense. Unless intentionally restrained, cultivators would inevitably sense each other's presence. Ling Xiao pondered aloud. Why is his soul power so strong? It might be related to his innate divine abilities. Ling Yunzi recalled. When we fought together before, his screech carried an enchanting power that affected the soul. This undoubtedly stems from his soul power. Suddenly, a piercing cry interrupted their conversation. On the arena, the strongest 8th-tier great white ape Suchunan had mentioned was locked in a fierce battle with a falcon. The falcon spread its wings wide, aiming for the ape's face, but the ape agilely dodged. As the falcon prepared to circle back for another strike, the ape leapt up and firmly grasped the falcon's talons. Die! With a shocking burst of demonic strength, the ape tore the falcon apart with its arms. Simultaneously, it delivered a devastating kick with its hind legs, puncturing the falcon's body. Blood sprayed everywhere, dyeing the ape's snow-white fur a deep crimson. It swiftly retrieved the faintly glowing demon core from the falcon's body and carried the corpse off the arena. The battle had ended so quickly it was suffocating. The falcon didn't even have time to admit defeat. Though Lang Qing, Hu Xiao, in general you were present to prevent unnecessary deaths, battles between beasts always aimed for lethal strikes, especially when the disparity in strength was evident. Ling Xiao thought to himself that Suchuxian's chances of competing for the upper mid-grade spirit mansion were indeed high. 8th-tier beasts were already rare, and now one was gone. If another fell, the top 3 of the 7th tier would have a chance to vie for the spot. Just as he was about to turn his attention back to Suchunan, another announcement rang out. 5th tier, water-avoiding snake, Shi Xiaotsue. Ling Xiao noticed that Shi Xiaotsue, a great white snake and his mother in this life, was nervously flicking her tongue. Don't worry, just forfeit if it gets too tough. Ling Yunzi comforted her. We're here for you, Ling Xiao added. He explained. The difference in strength between 4th and 5th tiers isn't vast. Only through actual combat can the stronger one be determined, which is why they're grouped together. Hiss. I won't lose. Shi Xiaotsue lifted her head proudly. I'm great at hunting. How could I lose in the first match? With that, she charged toward the arena with determination. At that moment, Ling Xiao suddenly remembered Suchuxian's match. When he turned back to look, the scene before him was astonishing. A large, bloated snake was retching on the stage. What's going on? He just swallowed his opponent's demon core. The demon core of a 7th-tier cloud-stepping deer. Ugh. Suchunan opened his mouth wide, cold sweat streaming down his body. He had just swallowed a demon core from a 7th-grade Biasta demon core of a 6th-tier goldenback dragonfish, no less. Half of it still remained in his stomach, unrefined. His proud ability to devour and convert energy wasn't omnipotent, and refining such a core required time. It was like how theoretically a person could eat several pigs over time, but could never swallow an entire one in a single bite. Right now, he had essentially done the equivalent of trying to gulp down a whole pig in one go. It all started just moments ago. As he stepped into the arena, the system notification chimed. Ding! A new task is available for the host. Task: defeat the 7th-tier demon beast, cloud-stepping deer. Reward: refinement points 12, transformation grass 3. A massive cloud-stepping deer leapt into view. Its spiraling antlers glinted sharply like blades, and its eyes radiated an unsettling mix of arrogance and malice. Each step it took sent tremors through the ground. As Suchunan was contemplating whether to strike first, Another system notification rang out. Ding! A new series of tasks is available for the host. Task: defeat opponents to claim the mid-grade spirit domain. Reward: refinement points 10, transformation grass 4. Earn refinement points 4 for each opponent defeated. Earn refinement points 4 for each demon core consumed. Before he could process the new information, the cloud-stepping deer made its move. It exhaled a thick, pale demonic mist from its nostrils and then spat out a radiant, glowing orb. And then, Suchunan did something incredibly foolish, opened his mouth and swallowed the demon core whole. Damn it! Suchunan cursed loudly, twisting his serpentine body in an attempt to vomit the core back out. What's wrong with you demon beasts? Why do you always use your cores as weapons? Have you never thought about the possibility of a snake accidentally swallowing one? Ha ha ha. The cloud-stepping deer let out a mocking laugh. You dare swallow my demon core? I've never encountered a snake this idiotic before. The spectacle quickly caught the attention of the surrounding demon beasts, even drawing the gazes of two great demons and General Yu, who stood atop a nearby low mountain. The great demon Lang Qing snorted softly, thinking to himself that he wouldn't go out of his way to trouble a mere water-avoiding snake. However, Hu Xiao, another great demon, saw through Lang Qing's thoughts. Lang Qing had noticed General Ye's interest in this patterned snake and was reminded of the legend of Shenglong Ridge and the water-avoiding marquis, prompting him to play nice. What are you laughing at, big cat? Lang Qing couldn't resist sending a telepathic message. The patterned snake's spirit is solid and might not be overwhelmed by the demon energy. And thus, this unexpected farce unfolded on the arena stage. Huh, little Qing dog, when will you ever fix that stubborn mouth of yours? Hu Xiao sneered, retorting with a mocking laugh. The tension on the battlefield escalated instantly. Although Lang Qing appeared tough on the outside, he was secretly pondering. Has this fat Hua snake lost its mind? The moment the cloud-stepping deer entered the fray, it immediately unleashed its demon core, clearly intending to end the fight quickly and avoid the drain of a prolonged battle. This scene only fueled the excitement of the onlookers. Battles involving 8th-tier beasts were too dangerous for anyone to approach, while fights between 4th and 5th-tier creatures were often too dull. As a result, most of the demon beasts and lesser demons had gathered around the 6th and 7th-tier arenas. At this moment, the unexpected turn of events on the 7th-tier stage had captured everyone's undivided attention. That Hua snake is doomed, someone shouted, voicing the thoughts of the crowd. Ling Xiao couldn't hold back his frustration. Stupid Hua snake. Playing dumb. Look at you now, your stupidity's about to kill you. He won't go down that easily. Ling Yunzi responded calmly. I know that. I just can't help but curse. Ling Xiao snapped back, his tone laced with concern. They had all witnessed Suchunan devour demon cores before. Even the golden-backed dragonfish, which was on the verge of advancing to the 7th tier, had survived it. Surely, this time would be no different, right? Suchunan, however, murmured under his breath, not entirely certain about that. Although his innate talent for devouring energy and transforming it into blood protected him from being immediately overwhelmed by the demon core, the constant release of demonic power from the core could become problematic if not refined in time. Both his bodhi's endurance and the progression of his innate abilities required the advancement of his soul and physical cultivation to keep up. A thought suddenly flashed through Suchuan's mind. I need to refine more points. In the next instant, he charged directly at the cloud-stepping deer, which was still standing there, waiting for him to collapse. Sorry about this, little dear. Since I've eaten your demon core, how about I make it up to you by eating the rest of you too? This battle was far from over. Still trying to struggle? The treading cloud deer sneered as it watched Suchunan lunge toward it. A disdainful smirk curled at the corners of its mouth. With a heavy stomp, it leaped gracefully over Suchunxian's head, its eyes filled with mockery as it turned midair. In its eyes, the idea of a water-avoiding snake daring to challenge the speed of the treading cloud clan was laughable. Yet, its smugness lasted less than a second before a thick snake tail smashed into its face with a resounding bam. The impact shattered the faint protective demon light around its head. The treading cloud deer winced in pain, shaking its head as it attempted to counterattack with its antlers. But Suchunan had already anticipated its move. His entire serpentine body coiled forward, his forked tongue flicking as he let out a sharp hiss. Hiss. It was his innate divine ability, the bewitching hiss. From a distant low hill, General Yu observed the scene with keen interest. An innate divine ability targeting the soul? Fascinating, truly fascinating. Meanwhile, the two nearby great demons, Lang Qing and Hu Xiao, remained oblivious, a clear demonstration of the gap in soul power between a demon general and a great demon. Bewitched, the treading cloud deer stumbled, its vision spinning. In that fleeting moment, Suchuan's jaws clamped tightly around its neck. A deer like you, laughing? Ridiculous and ugly. Suchunan thought with disdain. At this moment, He unleashed his full potential, executing the combat techniques he had rehearsed countless times in his dreams: constrict and snake bite. Combined with his soul's predictive abilities, his movements were even faster than he had imagined. The treading cloud deer, now deprived of its demon core and bound tightly, thrashed violently as Su Chengxian's sharp fangs pierced its throat. But the gushing blood quickly choked it, leaving no chance to plead for its life. Su Chengxian's methods had grown more ruthless and efficient than before, using his constriction to hasten his opponent's demise. Before long, the system's notification sounded. Congratulations to the host for defeating a 7th-tier demon beast, the treading cloud deer. Rewards. Refinement points 12, transformation grass 3. Congratulations to the host for consuming a demon core. Refinement points 4. Congratulations to the host for defeating an opponent. Refinement points 4. System. Allocate all refinement points to enhance my realm. Su Chengxian ordered immediately. He specifically aimed to maintain an advantage in his soul realm, which would allow him to better control his physical body and execute combat techniques with greater precision. After confirming the treading cloud deer was dead, Su Chengxian uncoiled himself and slithered off the carcass, lifting his head to signal to the nearby minor demon. 7th-tier arena, Su Chengxian, victorious. The minor demon announced loudly. Honored challenger, will you continue participating in the arena? Of course. Su Chengxian found the question somewhat odd but didn't bother to dwell on it. At the moment, all he wanted was to rest for a moment, while keeping an eye on Xiao Zui and Ling Xiao's battles. Scanning his surroundings, he quickly spotted the figure of Lin Jianzi. With the other demons stepping aside to make way, he slithered over. How's it going? Everything's going well. Xiao Zui and Ling Xiao are preparing for their second match. Ling Yunzi sized up Su Chengxian, a peculiar glint flashing in his eyes. This sudden concern from his Daojun brother made him feel a bit uneasy. I'm fine. Why do you ask? Ling Yunzi replied with a hint of doubt in his tone. Even though I missed your match, it's obvious you didn't get hurt. You swallowed the demon core of a 7th-tier beast, Ling Yunzi said bluntly. Everyone's wondering how long you can hold out. What? How long before you explode? Who's everyone? Lots of beasts. Su Chengxian let out a cold snort. Sorry to disappoint everyone, but I'm not going to blow up. Good. We're all counting on you to win a top-tier mid-grade spiritual dwelling. Less than half an hour later, good news arrived. Su Chengxian advanced directly due to a buy, earning a spot in a mid-tier mid-grade spiritual dwelling. Meanwhile, word came from the 8th-tier platform. An 8th-tier beast had fallen, freeing up a spot for a top-tier mid-grade spiritual dwelling. Su Chengxian's gaze instinctively swept over the strongest 7th-tier beasts, lingering briefly on one that resembled a lion. Unexpectedly, this glance provoked hostility. What are you looking at? The curly-maned yellow beast snorted. Are you thinking of challenging me? Why not? Su Chengxian shot back without hesitation. And how would you challenge me? The curly-maned yellow beast shook its massive head. Like you did with the cloud-stepping deer? Swallow my demon core? Huh. Why not? Su Chengxian asked again, unfazed. Fine. Fine. The curly-maned yellow beast was thoroughly enraged. 3 days from now, I'll be waiting for you. By then, he'll beat you to death. Heh. We'll see who beats who, Su Chengxian said coolly. Roar. You stupid snake. He'll eat you alive. Humph. With General Yu watching from above, do you dare? The curly-maned yellow beast stormed off in frustration but had no choice but to leave in defeat. Back by the riverbank, before anyone could speak, Dai poked her head out of her shell, curiously gazing at Su Chengxian. Great king, I heard you swallowed the demon core of the cloud-stepping deer and are about to die. I also heard you bragged on the platform that you'd swallow the curly-maned yellow beast and become the strongest of the 7th tier. Which one's true? Both. What? The next morning, the flower-patterned snake that had swallowed the demon core of the cloud-treading deer not only survived but seemed to be in excellent condition. Completing the 16 refinement points had significantly enhanced its physical body and soul, alleviating any immediate concerns about the demon core overwhelming it. Su Chengxian was meditating with his eyes closed when he suddenly sensed 2 presences approaching. Opening his eyes, he saw Ling Xiao and Lin Jianzi standing confidently before him, their spirits high. What's this? Has my Empress sister and Dao Lord brother finally ascended to the 5th rank? Su Chengxian chuckled. You can sense that too? Ling Xiao was astonished, secretly wondering just how powerful Su Chengxian's soul truly was. Could it already rival that of a great demon? Su Chengxian shook his head. Not quite. It's just that every time you two want to challenge me, you always have that same look on your faces. In truth, he had already noticed their molted skins. While advancing in rank didn't always lead to shedding, every shedding certainly signaled a boost in power. These two were already on the verge of breaking into the 5th rank. Xiao Zui raised her head and flicked her tongue, glancing over with interest. Hiss hiss? Ready for a fight? Not this time. They'll let you off for now, Ling Xiao replied. I need to save my strength for competing with other beasts. Lin Jianzi nodded in agreement. Same here. The two snakes had pushed themselves to the limit the previous night, finally ascending to the 5th rank before sunrise. They couldn't afford to expend their strength prematurely, as they were preparing to contest for a spiritual vein and its lair. I don't mind either way, Su Chengxian laughed lightly. After all, he didn't have to step onto the arena for the next 2 days. Even when his turn came, it would depend entirely on his mood. You can gloat for now, but it won't be long before I and Xiaobai surpass you completely, Ling Xiao declared with confidence. Oh, is that so? Su Chengxian asked with interest, curious about where Ling Xiao's confidence stemmed from. Ling Xiao was direct. Last night, I condensed my demon core. In no more than half a month, they'll be able to form a demon pill. Lin Jianzi is in the same situation. The techniques we cultivate the demon emperor's art and the celestial gate's true method are among the most supreme in existence. Once we have our demon pills, as long as there's sufficient spiritual energy, our cultivation will progress by leaps and bounds. Within a year or two, we'll be able to assume human form. Once we take on human form, the path of cultivation truly opens up. Our experiences and foundations from past lives will fully come into play. Who knows? We might even achieve enlightenment and ascend to the immortal realm in one fell swoop, just like the legends. But you're right now, you don't even have demon power. Human form? Su Chengxian's interest was piqued. Sister, will you look the same as you did in your past life? Maybe. Ling Xiao's demeanor became slightly awkward, her gaze shifting. Ahem. Lin Jianzi quickly interjected to steer the conversation back on track. Old ghost, raw vitality can only take you so far. If it were all that mattered, the demon race wouldn't bother cultivating demon power. I don't know what you're relying on or what you've inherited from your bloodline, but you should tread carefully. Times have changed, and some ancient inheritances may no longer suit this era of the wilderness. I agree, Ling Xiao chimed in. Anyway, that's all we wanted to say. Now, I must lead my forces into battle. Xiaotsue, let's go. Watching the spirited figures of his mother, Empress sister, and Dao Lord brother march off with determination, Su Chengxian sighed. Such drive. But he had no intention of joining them in their fervent cultivation. Why struggle when there were better ways to grow stronger? His gaze shifted to the 7th-rank cloud-treading deer nearby, and a sly smile curled his lips. My naive Empress sister, surpassing your big brother won't be that easy. Normally, Su Chengxian's vitality would increase just by sleeping, so he wasn't one to make life harder for himself. However, with a half-refined demon core still in his body, swallowing an entire cloud-treading deer now would be quite the challenge. Just imagining how wide he'd have to open his mouth to fit the deer's massive head was unsettling. Ugh, the mere thought of it was horrifying. Yet Su Chengxian opened his massive jaws and swallowed the deer's de-antlered head whole. He had already used his innate combat skill, serpent constriction, to crush the cloud-treading deer's bones and limbs, binding its entire body into a sausage-like shape. Heh, I bet no one else would have thought to use a combat skill like this. Su Chengxian thought smugly. If Su Chengxian had any advantage over the Empress and the Dao Lord, it would be his extraordinarily sharp and adaptable mind. Living in an era of information overload, he could always find creative and unexpected ways to entertain himself, even during the dullest moments. For people like Ling Xiao and Lin Jianzi, when faced with a deer, their first thought would be to divide it up. But why didn't Su Chengxian do the same? Cut it up? That's not something I can do. He chuckled inwardly. With his current strength, any burst of energy would reduce the deer to a bloody mess. A knife could slice through meat, and an axe could chop it apart, but he was like a hammer-wielding sheer brute force, only capable of smashing his prey into bits. As for why he didn't seek help, Su Chengxian's lips curled into a smirk. Humph, let me show you my methods. He thought of that arrogant curlyman lion. You think I can't beat you? Just wait after I've digested this deer and had a good nap. Next time we meet, it'll scare the life out of you. 15 minutes later, the massive cloud-stepping deer, whose size dwarfed his own head, was finally swallowed whole. Despite his serpent-like talent for devouring prey, consuming such a large creature even after coiling it into a deer intestine shape was no small feat. He writhed and twisted his body, compressing the prey inside his stomach to aid digestion. Finally swallowed it. Su Chengxian muttered, suppressing the urge to retch. He activated his innate divine ability Devour Qi, transform into blood circulating his blood energy throughout his body. Feeling the burning sensation in his stomach, he grumbled with regret, damn it, I didn't even get to taste what deer meat is like. Due to his past lives' influence, he had always believed in cherishing food and respecting ingredients at the very least. They should be prepared deliciously before eating. While he couldn't honor that respect now, directly refining the prey still felt like a waste. Of course, the main issue was that this method wasn't exactly efficient for him. But given the circumstances, advancing to the 7th tier was far more important. A system notification sounded. Ding. The host has devoured a 7th tier cloud stepping deer and will continuously gain blood energy 100, blood energy 100, 100, 100. Phew. Su Chengxian exhaled deeply. It's done. Dragging his heavy body, he slowly slithered toward the riverbank and climbed onto Daidae's turtle shell. Old turtle, I'm taking a nap. Blood energy surged continuously. Blood energy 1, 1, 1, 1. Blood energy 100, 100, 100, 100. Blood energy 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. Blood energy 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. Blood energy 100, 100, 100. Finally, the system chimed. Congratulations to the host for successfully advancing to become a 7th tier beast. Not worth it after all, Su Chengxian muttered as he woke from 2 days of deep sleep, his brows furrowing slightly. A 7th tier cloud stepping deer, which should have sustained him for half a month, had been completely refined in just 2 days. He instinctively checked his status panel, and his pupils shrank instantly. Rank: 7th tier. Blood energy needed to advance to 8th tier, 20 million points. Physical realm: monster body stage 450110000. Soul realm: monster soul stage 461810000. That was close barely past the advancement threshold, he thought with relief. But when he noticed the staggering requirement of 20 million blood energy to reach the 8th tier, his vertical pupils contracted again. Still, on second thought, if he could gain blood energy even by sleeping, what was there to fear? Worst case scenario, consuming 27th tier beasts would get him there. Wishful thinking, he scoffed at himself. 7th tier beasts from the spiritual vein caverns of Luyang Mountain were few and far between. While there were 8th tier, 9th tier beasts, and even great monsters and monster generals, with his current strength, they were far beyond his reach. However, his gaze shifted to the not-so-bright-looking 7th tier curly-maned lion nearby. Maybe there was a way. Looking toward the riverbank, he saw Ling Xiao, Ling Yunzi, Shi Xiaozue, and Deshang practicing cultivation, absorbing energy from the monster cores they had obtained from hunting the azure wolf and the climbing python. The sky was still dark, and Su Chengxian had no intention of disturbing them. As he lay back down, pondering strategies to deal with the lion, his eyes caught sight of the thriving spiritual herbs growing on Daidai's shell. Among them, the dragon blood tree stood out, nearing a meter in height, its trunk thickening from finger width to nearly 2 fingers wide. Deshang used the blood of the climbing python and the golden-backed dragonfish to water it, Daidai explained, poking her head out. This detail piqued Su Chengxian's interest. Upon closer inspection, while other beast blood had been used, these 2 types were the most prevalent. He mused, could it be because they both follow the path of bloodline evolution? Or is it related to dragons? Many beasts in this world can transform into dragons, Ling Yunzi, who had just awakened from meditation, chimed in. It's said they all possess traces of true dragon blood, which grants them the ability to transform. The fact that their blood can nourish the dragon blood tree likely indicates they carry a sliver of true dragon lineage. Old ghost, you finally decided to wake up? Ling Xiao, finishing her practice, snorted coldly. You devoured an entire cloud-stepping deer. Surprised it didn't kill you. Not only did it not kill me, but I've advanced to the 7th tier. Su Chengxian grinned smugly. Sorry, Empress sister, but I've beaten you to it again. Expected as much, Ling Xiao replied indifferently. I figured you wouldn't devour that deer for no reason. She silently speculated that perhaps the flower snake's bloodline inheritance included some secret method to amplify strength through refining blood meals. However, hastily advancing to the 7th tier, how would he fare against the strongest of the curly-maned golden beasts? Then again, knowing the flower snake's personality, he likely wouldn't step into the ring without confidence. At that moment, Shi Xiaozue swam over and affectionately nuzzled Su Chengxian. Little flower, are you okay? Everyone said you were dying. I'm fine. Why would anything be wrong with me? Su Chengxian replied, puzzled. Shi Xiaozue was so worried, she said. They said swallowing a monster core would kill you. For the past few days, Su Chengxian had deliberately avoided the arena area. Rumors spread like wildfire among the beasts, claiming he had swallowed a demon core and was now hiding somewhere, awaiting death. That big lion even had the audacity to inquire, are you dead yet? Ling Xiao couldn't help but burst into laughter upon hearing the rumors. Su Chengxian was equally amused, though annoyed. Unbelievable. This nonsense still hasn't blown over? A bunch of so-called enlightened beasts who don't focus on cultivating and instead run their mouths like gossipy old ladies. All just dying to see me dead. Well, guess what? I'm not dying. In fact, I'm going out there to scare the life out of them. Suddenly, a sly glint appeared in Su Chengxian's eyes. This idea might be a bit childish, but it should be more than enough to handle that big lion. When does today's arena match start? He asked. Ling Xiao frowned. Are you really planning to compete for the upper middle grade spiritual residence? Ling Yunzi interjected, Ling Xiao and I already secured a lower grade spiritual residence together, and with the middle grade one you have, it's more than enough for us. She explained that the main difference between spiritual residences of varying grades lies in the daily amount of spiritual energy that can be refined and the quality of spirit stones produced. For fifth-rank beasts like them, a lower grade residence was perfectly sufficient for cultivation. While the upper middle grade spiritual residence does have denser spiritual energy and makes it easier to mine higher grade spirit stones, the difference isn't significant for us. Suchunan, however, put on an air of righteous determination. I might not need it, but it'll be useful for you all. With the abundant spiritual energy of an upper middle grade residence, our entire family can live there and cultivate, boosting our progress even faster. Don't try to stop me, I've made up my mind. Half an hour later, on the 8th rank arena. You're here. I'm here. So, you still came. Did you come here to die? The curly-haired, yellow-man beast glared at Su Chengxian with fiery eyes. Su Chengxian remained calm and composed. Between the two of us, we'll see who's here to die. You not only want to beat me, but also kill me? Haha. The curly-haired, yellow-man beast laughed as if it had just heard the most ridiculous joke. And how exactly do you plan on killing me? By swallowing my demon core as well? Su Chengxian tilted his chin provocatively. Exactly. So what? Why don't you spit out your demon core and see if I dare to swallow it? You dare swallow it? The beast roared. Do you dare spit it out? Su Chengxian grinned. Or are you too scared to try? Even Su Chengxian felt a little embarrassed by such a crude taunt, though his snake-like skin didn't betray it. But then, fine, I'll spit it out. The curly-maned yellow beast let out a furious roar, opening its jaws to unleash a beam of white light aimed straight at Su Chengxian's face. Su Chengxian cast aside his sense of shame, his divine sense locking onto the demon core in an instant. Tilting his head back, he swallowed it whole. With his 7th-stage cultivation and mastery of innate divine abilities, though this move was perilous, it wouldn't cost him his life. A loud gulp echoed as he swallowed, and countless beasts and lesser demons at the scene involuntarily swallowed their own saliva in response. All eyes froze on this shocking moment. This madman, after devouring the demon core of the cloud-stepping deer, had now swallowed the core of the yellow-maned beast. On the sidelines, 2 powerful demons, Lang Qing and Hu Xiao, along with General Yu on the low hill, watched the battle intently. Lang Qing snorted coldly, foolish, a remark on the yellow-maned beast's impulsive actions after being provoked. Hu Xiao, for once, nodded in agreement, while General Yu furrowed his brows slightly. The yellow-maned beast, though momentarily panicked, quickly regained its composure. Unlike the dull-witted cloud-stepping deer, it didn't stand frozen in place. With another deafening roar, it lunged at Su Chengxian, its body enveloped in a blood-red mist infused with dark green demon energy, which descended upon him like a suffocating shroud. Su Chengxian sidestepped the blood mist, but soon sensed an attack on his soul hidden within the beast's roar. Were it not for the solidity of his soul and the stability of his lotus platform, this roar would have rendered him momentarily paralyzed, leaving him vulnerable to being trapped by the mist. The realization startled him. This ability was akin to his own bewitching cry, a unique innate talent. The battle grew fiercer, with both sides exchanging blows and sustaining injuries. Over time, the yellow-maned beast, weakened by the loss of its demon core, began to falter, while Su Chengxian's momentum surged ever higher. Just as victory seemed within Su Chengxian's grasp, madness flickered in the beast's eyes. It was preparing to detonate its demon core in a desperate bid to take him down with it. At the critical moment, a powerful surge of demonic energy swept in, forcibly separating the 2 combatants and sealing the yellow-maned beast's energy entirely. The match is over. And so, this heart-pounding battle came to an abrupt and decisive end. The general held up a peach, glowing with spiritual energy, and his voice echoed across the arena. I'll trade this peach for the demon core of the yellow-maned beast in your belly. The sudden proposal caught everyone off guard. Su Chengxian barely hesitated before nodding in agreement. General, I'm willing, but I can't spit it out, he admitted honestly, reasoning that with the general's status, it was unlikely he'd harm him in front of so many witnesses. Besides, offending the demon general could lead to trouble down the line. To be honest, General, I've already swallowed 2 demon cores recently, and am struggling to digest them, Su confessed. Over the past few days, his greed had gotten the better of him, hadn't yet fully absorbed the cores of the golden-backed dragonfish and the cloud-stepping deer, not to mention the entire body of a 7th-tier cloud-stepping deer he devoured just 2 days ago. His stomach was understandably overwhelmed. You're quite straightforward for a snake, the general chuckled, seemingly impressed by Zu's candor. With a wave of his hand, he added, this peach is in exchange for the demon core and will be considered on behalf of the yellow-maned beast. Since I've interrupted your fight, it's only fair I offer some compensation. Your upper-grade middle-class spiritual residence requires a monthly payment of 10 lower-grade spirit stones. They'll waive your fee for a year. How does that sound? Thank you, General. Su responded eagerly. The general then pointed a finger, and a surge of demonic energy entered Zu's body, effortlessly extracting the demon core of the curly-haired yellow-maned beast. And so, the spiritual residence arena match came to an early conclusion. When Su Changxian led the group into their newly acquired upper-grade middle-class spiritual residence, Ling Xiao followed behind, marveling aloud. If we'd known this would happen, we wouldn't have fought over that lower-class residence. Inside the spacious cavern, the stone doors revealed a hidden network of chambers. Built upon a spiritual vein, the concentration of spiritual energy within the residence was several times greater than the outside world. While the defensive formation didn't limit the number of demon beasts that could enter, overcrowding would dilute the spiritual energy, so most demons were reluctant to share their residences. However, for their small group of low-level snakes, plus a monkey that hadn't yet reached the 4th tier, the spiritual energy here was more than sufficient. What if we just don't take it? Shi Xiaozue suggested. Why wouldn't we take it? Su Chengxian countered. If we're not going to use it, we can rent it out. Rent it out? The group was momentarily stunned. Su grinned confidently. Exactly. Have Cat 19 ask around among the demons who didn't manage to claim a residence. As for the lower-class spiritual residence you fought so hard for, why give it up? Well, play the role of landlords and charge 1 spirit stone per month for rent. Isn't that great? He quickly outlined the pricing. Since the monthly fee to the demon general is 2 lower-grade spirit stones, we'll charge 1. For the upper-grade middle-class residence, the fee is 5, and for the middle class, it's 7. Our rates are reasonable. With the dense spiritual energy and the safety of the residence, there's bound to be a demon willing to rent it for training. That's a brilliant idea. Ling Xiao immediately agreed. Spirit stones were a coveted currency in the cultivation world. Not only could they be directly used for cultivation, formations, artifact crafting, alchemy, and growing spiritual plants, but they were also highly valued for trading other resources. Naturally, the more spirit stones, the better. They'll have Cat 19 handle it right away, she exclaimed excitedly. Oh, and what about the items in our snake skins? Should we still sell them to the great demon? She and Lin Jianzi had shed their snake skins recently but hadn't consumed them since they didn't significantly enhance their cultivation techniques. Instead, they used the skins to store spoils from their hunts, such as wolf pelts, the bones of a climbing python, and the scales of the golden-backed dragonfish. Su Changxian glanced around, his eyes settling on the newly acquired cloud-walking deer antlers. After a moment of contemplation, he explained to his companions, in the past, when we snake demons hunted, we would swallow everything whole and later regurgitate the remnants. This process left the materials so corroded that they became unusable. But now, we've improved our method, cutting out the useful parts in advance and preserving them in perfect condition. There was a hint of satisfaction in his voice. These materials, tempered by the blood and energy of demon beasts, are entirely suitable for alchemy and forging artifacts. Even if they're of slightly lower quality, they're more than sufficient for crafting weapons and armor for minor demons. I suggest we sell all of this and trade it for demon beast meat, Su Chengxian continued. Originally, we planned to use the materials from the snake skins to offset a few months' worth of low-tier spiritual mansion tributes. But since General Yu has exempted us from a year's offerings, we might as well exchange them for meat. It'll save us the time spent hunting and allow us to focus on cultivation. Lin Jianzi nodded in agreement. All right, I'll take care of it. He also mentioned his intention to learn the technique for crafting spirit stones. Among the 4 snakes, he was the most suited to study this alchemical art derived from the Taoist sections. Once he mastered it, he could teach the others. I'm going to sleep now, Su Chengxian said as he prepared to leave. Wait a minute. Ling Xiao held back the urge to curse at the snake. Eat the spirit peach and give me the pit. I need to take it to the great sage for planting. Oh, right. Su Chengxian smacked his forehead in realization, then turned to Lin Jianzi and reminded him, when you trade for beast meat, make sure to get the whole thing. Just say we enjoy eating blood tofu. I am Lin Jianzi. The other snake snapped. I know, Yunzi, Su Chengxian replied casually. Lin Jianzi. He growled through gritted teeth. You foolish flower snake. One day, I swear, they'll give you a proper beating. Just then, the system notification chimed in. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the series of tasks to defeat your opponent and secure the mid-tier spiritual mansion. Rewards received. Refinement points 10, transformation grass 4. Upon consuming the wood spirit root peach, the host will gain Soul Realm 408, Physical Prowess 129. As Su Chengxian savored the juicy spirit peach, he chuckled inwardly. Beat me? That's not going to happen so easily, little brother. Best of luck to you, keep trying your best. Inside the Lingfu of Luyang Mountain, a massive white snake with intricate patterns was soundly asleep. With each breath it took, Faint white mist swirled around its nostrils, and a crimson fog undulated throughout the entire cave. Surrounding this mid-tier spiritual vein cave were 4 other dwellings, each home to unique creatures. A green snake named Xiaotsue, a large white snake called Lingxiao, a purple-gold wind-chasing tortoise, and a golden-furred monkey sitting atop the tortoise's back, known as Dasheng. Su Changxian scanned the area with his spiritual sense and immediately assessed their cultivation levels. Xiaotsue had reached the 5th stage, Lingxiao was on the verge of a breakthrough to the 7th stage, while Dasheng was at the 4th stage, still some distance from the 5th. As for the purple-gold wind-chasing tortoise, its cultivation had remained stagnant, though its size had noticeably increased. Notably, the spiritual plants growing on the tortoise's back had begun to flourish under Dasheng's care and the nurturing of beast blood. The gathering spirit grass and spirit-locking grass had both grown to a foot tall, and even the recently planted shape-shifting grass had reached half a foot in height. These newly appeared spiritual plants no longer surprised anyone, as it was quite common for rare plants to grow around Su Changxian. Everyone was too engrossed in their own cultivation to question the origins of these plants. Lin Jianzi and Ling Xiao, however, were eager to challenge Su Changxian once they advanced to the 7th stage. The 2 brothers were convinced they could defeat him at the same cultivation level. As for Su Changxian, he could only offer his blessings, as even he was unsure of his current strength. Since settling into this spiritual abode, Su Changxian had reverted to his leisurely routine of eat, sleep, repeat. During this time, he thoroughly absorbed the gains from his recent arena battles. It took him 10 days to fully refine the demon core of a golden-backed dragonfish, after which he experienced an unusual shedding. His old skin burst apart entirely. With an ample supply of demon beast meat, his body continued to grow over the course of 3 months until stabilizing after refining the demon core of a cloud-stepping deer. Now, Su Changxian had grown into a colossal snake nearly 7 zhang long, with a girth exceeding 3 feet, almost double the combined size of Xiaotsue, Lingxiao, and Lin Jianzi. Fortunately, the spacious mid-tier spiritual vein cave could barely accommodate his massive body. He had allocated all his refined energy toward enhancing his soul and physique, and with the abundant blood and spiritual energy gained after advancing to the 7th stage, even his sleep contributed to his growth. His power now far surpassed what it had been during his battle with the curly-maned lion. As Su Changxian contemplated finding an excuse to have his brothers bring him food and gather spiritual stones, he suddenly remembered his earlier promise to participate in labor. Though no one had held him accountable for repeatedly oversleeping and missing stone-gathering duties, he decided to maintain some semblance of dignity and abandon the idea for now. After all, not participating from the start and agreeing to help but shirking the responsibility were 2 entirely different matters. My Empress sister has reached the 7th tier? Su Changxian woke from his slumber, stretching lazily. After over 3 months of seclusion, he felt a bit sluggish. Just as he was thinking of stepping out for some fresh air, he suddenly sensed a familiar wave of demonic energy emanating from the neighboring Dongting. It was Ling Xiao's aura, powerful and sharp, clearly indicating she had broken through to the 7th tier demon beast realm. Such speed! Su Changxian narrowed his eyes, recalling what Ling Xiao and her brother had mentioned before. They had said that as long as there was sufficient spiritual energy and the support of a demon core, their cultivation progress would skyrocket. It seemed they weren't exaggerating. Jumping from the 5th tier to the 7th in just 4 months was truly remarkable, almost comparable to how his own blood vitality increased just by sleeping. As expected of a former empress, Su Changxian nodded to himself, then quickly checked his own state. He was only a step away from the 8th tier. Judging by his current sleep quality, he estimated it would take no more than a month to break through. He wasn't too worried about being surpassed, though after all, each advancement for a demon beast became exponentially more difficult. Sweeping his divine sense across Lin Jianzi's dwelling, he found that this former Dao Lord's cultivation was also steadily improving. Out of curiosity, he glanced at the others. While Xiaotsue had made some progress, it was clear she lagged far behind her 2 genius children. As Su Changxian approached the edge of his cave, he spotted Dasheng riding on Daidaeus' back, fiddling with the dragon blood tree. Over the past 4 months, the tree had grown 2 new leaves, but lacking suitable beast blood for nourishment, its overall growth remained slow. Squeak, squeak. My king! Dasheng leaped excitedly toward him as soon as he saw him, clinging to his neck and perching on his back. Ugh, you call me my king, yet you expect me to carry you? Does that seem right? Squeak, squeak. But my king, I can't carry you. So I'm just supposed to carry you, huh? Well, if my king isn't willing, I guess I'll just let go. Dasheng blinked innocently, pretending to loosen his grip. Fine, fine. I'll let it slide since you're also called Dasheng. Su Changxian sighed inwardly. Having watched Journey to the West before, how could he refuse a monkey sharing the same name as the great sage? With a snake and a monkey leaving the cave, the world outside was blanketed in a layer of silver. The seasonal changes in the northern wilderness mountains were slow but stretched far longer than in the eastern human realm. When they had their contest, the foliage was just beginning to yellow. Now, winter had finally arrived. As Su Changxian admired the snowy scenery, he suddenly felt the ground tremble beneath his feet. A series of loud crashes and wolf howls followed. A war. Damn it! Su Changxian cursed. It's those two idiots, Wolf 1 and Wolf 2, from next door again. They must be recklessly mining spirit stones. He shook his head in exasperation. To think that even after crossing into this world, he would end up with such disruptive, bizarre neighbors. Lang'er, get out here. Su Changxian stood at the entrance of the wolf demon's cave, his fury barely contained. Months of patience had reached their breaking point, and his voice echoed through the mountain valley. Squeak, squeak. Come out. Come out. Dashang, hiding behind Su Changxian, clenched its tiny paws, cheerleading for its master. The defensive formation of the cave, though capable of blocking intruders, was far too rudimentary to muffle sound effectively. For the keen-eared 8th-tier Qingling wolf clan, even if they were deep within the cave mining spirit stones, the shouting outside would undoubtedly reach them. Come out now. If you don't, I'll break the door down. Squeak, squeak. Break it down. Break it down. Click. The stone door slowly began to rise. Dashang immediately ducked further behind Su Changxian. A fierce wolf head emerged, its eyes narrowing as it scrutinized him. Fat Hua Snake, why are you causing a ruckus at my elder brother's cave entrance? Lang'er, call me Fat Hua Snake one more time, and we'll settle this with a fight. Su Changxian warned in a low, threatening voice. Another wolf head appeared, sneering. Su, how bold of you to intimidate my brother. Surprising you're still alive. Langda, come out and fight me. Su Changxian had no patience for their taunts. He knew their strength well. While these two wolves were formidable, he was confident he could handle them with ease as long as it wasn't a life or death battle. I have no time to fight you. Still need to mine spirit stones, Langda replied, shaking his head. If you have nothing better to do, stop yelling in front of my home and disrupting our cultivation. Unbelievable. Su Changxian let out a dry laugh. Why don't you come out here so we can have a proper discussion about who's really disrupting whose cultivation? Damn it. A wolf demon pulling a Zhu Beiji act and twisting the truth. What a joke. This pair of wolf brothers had indeed become Su Changxian's greatest annoyance since moving into Lingfu. They were part of the Qingling wolf clan, tied for third place in the upper mid-grade Lingfu contest alongside the strongest Curlyman lion. The two clans had moved in nearly simultaneously. While they usually kept to themselves, the recent racket from mining spirit stones had become unbearable. We've never yelled in front of your cave. Lang'er growled, his eyes glaring. Oh, come on. Su Changxian couldn't help but laugh. Sure, you didn't yell, but do you have any idea how much noise you're making with your mining? The Lingfu in Luyang Mountain was built atop a spirit vein, with mountain peaks either connected or separated by valleys. Langda's cave happened to be adjacent to Su Changxian's stuff of a different grade. It was only a mountain away. The brothers mining at the base of their cave caused tremors that shook the entire mountain. Even Su Changxian, who prided himself on his ability to sleep through anything, had been jolted awake multiple times. The reason Su Changxian had waited until now to confront them was due to their shared connection to the Qingling wolf clan, to which the great demon wolf Lang Qing also belonged. Ling Yunzi often traded kitchen scraps for beast meat provided by Lang Qing, who not only offered fair prices but also threw in extra beast blood, maintaining a mutually beneficial relationship. However, today's disturbance was beyond tolerance. Su Changxian was determined to teach these two a lesson. Can you make less noise? Su Changxian snapped, glaring at the wolf brothers, who increasingly reminded him of huskies from his past life. Anyone who knows would say you're mining spirit stones, but anyone who doesn't would think you're tearing the place apart. The great demon's dwelling was a mountain and a cave. Su Changxian's thoughts lingered on this concept. An entire mountain monopolizing a spiritual vein compared to his current residence. It was like the difference between a luxurious mansion and a simple hotel suite. The Wolf brothers, Wolfda and Wolf-Air, had mentioned Lang Qing. As a great demon, Lang Qing certainly wouldn't live in a humble abode. For Su Changxian, a growing flower snake, a spacious home was particularly essential. Moreover, his family all needed ample space. Shi Xiaotsue, also evolving toward the form of a giant serpent. Ling Xiao and Lin Jianzi, whose cultivation had advanced, reaching lengths of 4 to 5 meters. And Dai Dai, the purple-gold wind-chasing turtle, whose back served as a mobile spiritual herb garden. Clack. As Su Changxian pondered, Wolfda and Wolf-Air had already closed the stone door of their cave dwelling, clearly determined to deny him any opportunity to resolve matters through combat. From behind the stone door came a chorus of wolf howls. A woo, accompanied by the lively sound of spiritual stone refining. Su Changxian sneered. What wolves? They're nothing but a pair of shameless mutts, cowardly and cunning, bringing disgrace to the Qingling wolf clan. However, on second thought, Wolf Da's approach might be the wiser choice, focusing solely on what mattered most to oneself, regardless of external distractions. This shrewdness and determination were, in fact, quite fitting for a wolf. After pacing around the cave entrance for a while, Suchunan realized that waiting there was pointless. Even if they came out, if they refused to engage in a direct confrontation, attacking them rashly would only give others an excuse to criticize him. While duels were not prohibited within the spiritual domain, senseless slaughter was strictly forbidden. Forget it. I'll deal with them another day. Returning to his own cave, he happened to run into Yunzi, who was about to head out. Well, this is rare. Old ghost, you're actually leaving your cave today? Is it raining red outside? Yunzi teased in surprise. It's snowing out, Suchunan huffed. I was struck by poetic inspiration and went out to look at the snow. Oh, you even wrote a poem? How about reciting it for us? Fine, I'll recite it. Suchunan thought to himself. A little ditty was hardly a challenge. In the depths of winter, I can't sleep. Out of the cave, the snow I seek. Yesterday, heaven baked a flatbread and sprinkled the ground with flowers so neat. Yunzi was momentarily speechless, having not expected him to actually compose a poem. Just then, Ling Xiao walked over from behind. You two snakes, still standing here composing poetry? What, planning to head to the mortal realm to take the imperial exam? I'm just here to fetch food for the next couple of days and happened to run into our extraordinarily poetic eldest brother returning home. Yunzi quipped. Indeed, our eldest brother's poetic talents are extraordinary, Ling Xiao said with a grin. Though heaven's flour, unfortunately, can't be used to make steamed buns. With that, she burst into laughter, and Yunzi joined in. Whenever they referred to him as eldest brother in that teasing tone, Suchunan never took it to heart. However, he had something to ask of them, so he seized the moment to respond. Little Empress sister, is it really that funny? It is indeed, Ling Xiao replied bluntly with a nod. Is it proper for a younger sister to mock her elder brother? Suchunan raised his head proudly. You've advanced to the 7th rank, haven't you? Care for a duel? Every time he proposed a duel, he felt a thrill. Facing his little Empress sister, against whom he was guaranteed to win, made him so elated he almost wanted to wag his tail. Fine, let's fight, Ling Xiao said, unwilling to back down. However, knowing she couldn't win alone, she cleverly added, once little white brother advances to the 7th rank, the two of us will team up against you. Deal. Suchunan agreed without hesitation. This uncharacteristic eagerness prompted Ling Xiao and Yunzi to exchange a knowing glance. Old ghost, whatever task you want us to handle, just say it already, Ling Xiao said. After spending so much time together, they knew each other inside and out. Suchunxian's sudden enthusiasm for a duel clearly meant he had something in mind. The Empress was well aware this was a trap, but she decided to investigate first. After all, when someone is confident of their victory, they always have ulterior motives. I want to live in a grand villa, Suchunan stated bluntly. He knew full well that Ling Xiao and Yunzi would not reject his proposal. After all, as cultivators with secrets of their own, having an independent space would benefit everyone. Although Suchunan had never left the cave dwelling, he was well informed about their movements, as neither of them had taken pains to conceal their tracks. Yunzi had been preparing for alchemy, while Ling Xiao was busy recruiting followers to expand his power. I think one of us needs to reach the great demon realm as soon as possible, Suchunan said directly. Why not you? Ling Xiao asked. Good question, Suchunan replied, fabricating an excuse on the spot. My cultivation technique is unique. Even if I possess the strength of a great demon, it doesn't necessarily mean I can achieve that realm. In truth, Suchunan wasn't certain about the timing of his own breakthrough. His current state was as follows. Advancing from the 7th to the 8th level required 20 million blood energy points. Physical body level, 17,804,679. Demon body level, 6,100,100,000. Demon soul level, 6,218,100,000. Only after breaking through to the 8th level would he know how much blood energy was needed for the 9th. Moreover, he had a vague feeling that he might not be able to take human form. He had noticed that Ling Xiao and Yunzi had started preparing for their transformation at the 6th level, but his system had never provided any prompts regarding this. Most importantly, he had no desire to be the shape-shifting great demon ruling over the cave. It sounded troublesome to him. He much preferred his current life of strengthening himself in his sleep and honing combat techniques in his dreams. He wasn't in a hurry to take human form. Besides, he hadn't even decided what kind of human form he'd prefer should he retain his appearance from his previous life. Or, actually, I've known about this for a while, Ling Xiao said with a peculiar expression, pausing before continuing. And you don't necessarily have to wait until reaching the Great Demon Realm to have your own cave dwelling. Not wait until the Great Demon Realm? Suchunan asked, puzzled. What do you mean? It's not that you don't need to, But you don't have to wait until then. As long as you complete the transformation first, you can select a spiritual vein and build your cave dwelling, Ling Yunzi explained. Then why don't the two of you hurry up and transform? Easier said than done. Ling Xiao snorted. It has to be a perfect transformation. Do you even know what's required for that? What's required? You need to learn the transformation technique and obtain transformation grass to craft a transformation pill. Transformation grass? I have that. Su Chengxian's eyes lit up. Where did you get transformation grass? Ling Xiao asked skeptically. The great sage planted it. The great sage planted it? Planted what? Transformation grass, of course. Su Chengxian looked smug as he puffed out his chest and glanced at Lin Yunzi. Yunzi, how's your success rate with alchemy? No need to worry. Big brother here has plenty of washing grass in reserve. Lin Yunzi, long since tired of correcting his form of address, simply turned alongside Ling Xiao towards the cavern hall where Dai Dai and the great sage were. After inspecting Dai Dai's back and confirming that the washing grass was indeed growing there, Lin Yunzi couldn't hide his excitement. A formula? Su Chengxian swished his tail proudly. Brother's got that too. Let me share it with you. Upon hearing that Su Chengxian possessed the complete formula, Lin Yunzi exhaled in relief, spared from the effort of deducing it himself. After noting down the formula, he added, though we have the main ingredient, washing grass, we're still missing a few auxiliary spiritual herbs. Ling Xiao nodded. That's true. But washing grass is the hardest to come by. As for the other ingredients, I can have Cat 19 investigate. If General Yu's warehouse has them in stock, we can exchange spirit stones for them. Over the past few months, between rent earnings and refining work, they'd managed to save up over 20 low-grade spirit stones. As for the origin of the washing grass, no one brought it up. Everyone had their secrets, and if someone was willing to share, why dig deeper? That's fantastic. Su Chengxian's eyes sparkled. So, who's going to transform first? He was genuinely curious would his Empress sister or Taoist brother choose to keep their previous life's appearance or opt for a new look. If it were the former, it would be quite the sight to behold. Lin Yunzi, what do you think? Ling Xiao asked. Lin Yunzi pondered for a moment. Transformation is fraught with peril. I probably won't attempt it until reaching the 9th rank. It's not that I can't, but achieving a perfect transformation is uncertain. I've been cultivating the orthodox path of the Xianmen, walking the immortal's way. For a demon to transform, they must endure 12 heavenly lightning tribulations. A 7th or even 8th rank demon body might not withstand the first 6 strikes. Without a perfect transformation, one's foundation would be damaged like Cat 19, reduced to a feeble demon. Attempting a second transformation would be nearly impossible. Lightning tribulation? Su Chengxian froze. You mean you have to endure lightning strikes just to transform? Only now did he realize how overly simplistic his assumptions had been. Lightning, symbolizing the might of heaven and earth, could genuinely be lethal, especially tribulations specifically targeting demons. Maybe we should reconsider, Su Chengxian hesitated. We can't risk my sister and brother's lives just for a bigger cave. Waiting until the 9th rank wouldn't hurt. I'll do it. Ling Xiao interrupted decisively, her tone firm. I need an independent dwelling. This wasn't something they could simply set aside. Ling Xiao and Lin Yunzi had a much stronger need for a spacious and private lair than Su Chengxian did. Ling Xiao needed a place to train her forces and cultivate allies after all. What kind of empress rules alone, without even a banner bearer? Lin Yunzi, on the other hand, required a tranquil space to set up arrays, refine pills, and prepare spiritual materials. They had already learned that great demons could claim an entire mountain for themselves. Furthermore, in Luyang Mountain, perfect transformation allowed one to report to General Yu, and then seek out a spiritual vein to establish a dwelling. However, perfect transformation required the rare and precious washing grass despite its low grade. It was more coveted among demons than many high-grade spiritual plants. I'm confident I can transform after advancing to the 8th rank, Ling Xiao declared resolutely. Isn't that too risky? Su Chengxian regretted bringing up the topic. Lightning tribulations were no joke. Luyang Mountain, though remote and teeming with demons, only had 2 great demons. The danger was self-evident. He must have been blinded by the allure of a grand residence earlier. Ling Xiao chuckled softly. Of course there's risk, but it's manageable. The difference between transforming at the 8th or 9th rank isn't significant. For demons, the key to transformation lies in the soul. Whether the divine soul and spiritual platform can manifest a complete human form is the true deciding factor. Under the tribulation of summoning thunder, the physical body resonated with the external human form within the spiritual platform, ultimately transforming into a complete human figure. This perfect transformation required both previous and current forms to be flawless human bodies, allowing no imperfections. For Ling Xiao and Lin Yunzi, however, this turned out to be the easiest challenge. In their past lives, they were true human cultivators and had long mastered the intricacies of the human body through their extended years of cultivation. What seemed like an insurmountable hurdle to others was, for them, effortless. The distinction between the 8th and 9th levels lay primarily in the fullness of vitality and the depth of physical refinement. The longer one could endure the thunder tribulation, the greater the chance for the soul to condense a complete human form, and the more perfect the physical body would become. Why is it that preemptively forming a human shape makes the thunder tribulation weaker? Someone asked. Lin Jianzi explained in detail. This stems from the principles of cultivation. Your Majesty's cultivation follows the path of the demon race, which is rooted in stimulating bloodlines and tempering the body and bones. When demons transform into human form, they use their demon core as the dantian, harnessing the power of the thunder tribulation to create a human body and open the demon path's purple mansion. However, if a demon chooses the celestial path, they must fully transform their physical body into that of a human, reconstruct the meridians and spiritual channels, and open the dantian's purple mansion to establish the foundation for cultivation. He continued, in other words, while demons who follow the demon path may take on human form, it is merely superficial, and their essence remains unchanged. They transform into human shapes simply because the human form is closer to the innate Dao body, making cultivation more convenient. In contrast, demons who adopt the celestial path must completely alter their physical constitution. This explains why the thunder tribulation is not only 3 strikes fewer for them than for me, but its intensity also varies depending on the demon's power. The most apparent difference between the two paths becomes evident during a life-and-death battle. For those on the demon path, reverting to their original form signifies breaking free of constraints and unleashing greater power, a sign of desperation. For those on the celestial path, however, reverting to their original form indicates exhaustion and the inability to maintain their human shape. Of course, Lin Jianzi added, shifting his tone, if one possesses extraordinary strength to withstand a more powerful thunder tribulation, the rewards are naturally greater. The thunder tribulation is both a trial and an opportunity. Successfully transcending it allows heavenly energy to nourish the soul and body, granting extraordinary benefits. At this point, Lin Jianzi thought of Shi Xiaozue, who had chosen the path of transforming into a dragon. He couldn't help but sigh. Among us, Xiaozue's transformation is actually the easiest. As a serpent pursuing ascension to dragonhood, she must also endure 9 strikes of thunder tribulation. However, hers is not the ordinary thunder of heaven and earth, but the purple heaven tribulation wielded by celestial officials from the purple heaven above. Aside from the ascension tribulation, the other trials are mere formalities. The heavens are divided into 9 layers, with Zhixiao heaven being the sacred court of the Daoist sages. Ling Xiao chuckled softly at this and said, though the thunder magic is wielded by the Daoist celestial officers, the dragons that ascend to the heavens all end up in Qixiao heaven, where the heavenly emperor resides, cultivating and serving. Su Chengxian felt a flicker of suspicion. Interesting. There must be some unspeakable reason behind this. However, he kept this thought to himself, saying nothing aloud. Ling Xiao didn't delve further into it. Judging by Ling Yunzi's expression, he seemed equally unaware of the details, which made sense. Dragons weren't exactly rare in the mortal realm. Ever since the fall of the ancestral dragon, even the true dragon lineage had lost its former dominance. Take the Empress's era, for instance. Her dragon-steeds were merely of draconic descent. There's no need to dwell on this now, Ling Xiao said with a smile. Once Xiaochui evolves and awakens her dragon bloodline, we can investigate further. Although her lightning tribulation for transformation will be relatively easier, her cultivation hasn't even reached the 6th tier yet. It'll likely take 3 to 5 years to reach the 7th tier. That's a normal pace for an ordinary beast cultivation. Besides, Xiaochui doesn't have the memories of a past life like we do. It's safer to wait until she's at the 9th tier before considering transformation. Then it's decided, Ling Xiao continued. Once I reach the 8th tier, I'll undergo transformation. Transforming early has its benefits. It separates the tribulation of transformation from the breakthrough to the great demon realm. If I wait until the 9th tier to transform, I'll have to face both tribulations in quick succession, or even simultaneously. The great demon realm focuses on the demon core and demon energy. The heavenly tribulation is triggered by the intensity of the demon energy. Before it fully condenses, the tribulation can be summoned early. But if it isn't triggered and the energy reaches a breaking point, the tribulation could descend at any time, catching one off guard. Once I achieve perfect transformation, my cultivation speed will skyrocket. Within half a year, it'll definitely break through to the great demon realm. Ling Zhao's confidence was palpable. Perhaps this was why General Yu permitted beasts on the brink of transformation to search for spiritual veins and carve out their own dwellings in advance. In my opinion, Ling Xiao suggested, we can start searching for spiritual veins now. Excavating a proper dwelling takes time, and by the time it's ready, they'll be at the breakthrough stage. This border region could even help retain great demons who might otherwise venture deep into the northern wilderness for better veins. Really? Are you that confident about succeeding in your transformation? Su Chengxian asked, his excitement rising. Of course. Ling Xiao declared firmly. If we use all the spirit stones we've saved for my cultivation, they'll definitely reach the 8th tier within 3 months. System notification sounded in Su Chengxian's mind. Task 1. Encourage your second sister, Empress Ling Xiao, to undergo transformation. Reward. Refinement points 12, Tranquility Flower 1. Task 2. Assist your third brother, Taoist Ling Yunzi, in refining a transformation pill. Reward. Refinement points 12, Tranquility Flower 1. Su Chengxian grinned widely. Got it. So it all comes down to spirit stones, huh? Leave it to me. Your amazing big brother is willing to sacrifice some of his precious sleep to get you those spirit stones. He bared his snake fangs, glancing at Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi. And you tell me, Empress sister and Taoist brother, your job is to make sure that in 3 months, your big brother is living in a grand mansion. Bang, bang, bang. A series of violent tremors erupted from the depths of the cave, startling Lang Da from his deep slumber. His ears perked up in alarm, and his first instinct was to assume that Lang Er had started mining spirit stones early. Scanning the surroundings, he noticed Lang Er sprawled out on the ground, limbs akimbo, belly up, snoring loudly. Bang! Another, even more intense tremor shook the ground. Langda immediately rolled to his feet, crouching low to better discern the source of the disturbance. The sound seemed to be coming from the neighboring spiritual chamber. Oh, whoa! It's that fat Hua snake, he growled, rushing over to Lang Er and slapping him hard across the face. Wake up, Lang Er. Get up now. Lang Er opened his eyes groggily. Big brother? Get up. That fat Hua snake next door is declaring war on us. Declaring war? Lang Er rubbed his head, still dazed. Big brother, can't we just ignore him? We can't beat him anyway. The loud banging sounds echoed once more, and Lang Da's voice dropped to a determined growl. Even if we can't beat him, we can't let him provoke us like this. Come on, we're heading out to mine spirit stones too. We won't let him have his way. Big brother, are you just trying to drag me along to mine spirit stones? Nonsense. I'm teaching you how to stand up for yourself. Soon enough, the same banging sounds started echoing from their side of the cave, reverberating through the walls and catching the attention of Ling Xiao and the others, who were deep in cultivation. In the depths of his own chamber, Su Chengxian also heard the commotion. Those 2 mangy wolves next door, up so early today? He muttered to himself while keeping his focus on his task. Channeling his blood energy to the tip of his snake tail, he suddenly struck the cave wall with a powerful blow. Bang! Bang! Cracks of varying lengths spread across the wall, sending fragments of stone tumbling down. Su Chengxian extended his spiritual sense, probing through the fissures in search of spirit stones. Compared to using demonic energy for detection, spiritual sense was far more precise, allowing him to pinpoint the exact location of spirit stones and significantly improve mining efficiency. Spirit stones were the essence nurtured within spiritual veins, rich with concentrated spiritual energy. They were hard, smooth, and refined, with a pure, radiant luster. Their colors varied depending on the spiritual vein: blue, green, red, purple, yellow, white, or even transparent or multicolored. Once refined, they shimmered brilliantly, truly living up to their reputation as treasures of the spiritual world. Bang! Su Chengxian swung his tail again, his blood energy surging as he struck one of the cracks, widening it further. This area was close to the root of the spiritual vein, and the walls, tempered by spiritual energy, were exceptionally tough. The denser the spiritual energy, the harder the stone, which was why higher-level spiritual chambers required greater power to mine effectively. Su Chengxian surveyed his progress with mild dissatisfaction. Outside, a swing of his tail could easily shatter a massive boulder weighing a ton. But here, it only opened a small window a few feet wide. Still, there was an upside: there was no risk of a caveat. Again, he growled, channeling his blood energy and using his tail like a whip to strike with renewed force. It was also an opportunity to temper his physical body and elevate his corporeal cultivation. Bang! 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 After several strikes, he finally reached the spot his spiritual sense had identified as the area richest in spiritual energy. The cool sensation emanating from the wall was palpable: not a physical chill, but a clarity brought to his spiritual consciousness by the dense spiritual energy. Sizzle! Su Chengxian gently tapped the newly created window with his tail, infusing it with surging blood energy. He then began to perform a refining incantation, using his blood energy to extract the spirit stone from the 3-foot-wide jade-like rock. This method was not something most people could or would dare to attempt, as it consumed significant energy and made it difficult to gauge whether the stone's spiritual energy was concentrated enough to form a proper spirit stone. Regular spirit stones were not ready-made. They required the miner to identify the densest concentration of spiritual energy within the jade and use their power to refine it. The process resembled smelting or tempering, and if the spiritual energy within the jade was insufficient to meet the standard for even the lowest grade of spirit stone, the jade would crack or shatter under the strain of the energy. After a quarter of an hour, a dark green spirit stone emerged, suspended in front of Suchunan, drawn forth by his blood energy. His spiritual sense swept over it, confirming it was flawless and without cracks. Only then could it be deemed acceptable. A spirit stone had to be perfect. Any imperfections would cause its spiritual energy to leak over time, eventually reducing it to an ordinary piece of jade. After refining the spirit stones, the residual spiritual energy in the surrounding jade began to rapidly dissipate. This continuous outflow of energy was the very reason the spirit mansion remained perpetually saturated with spiritual energy. Suchunan took a deep breath, feeling the dense spiritual energy envelop his entire body. The indescribable comfort made him want to take a brief nap. He quickly found a fitting excuse. Without the densest spiritual energy, the cave wall would gradually soften. It was the perfect time to rest, as it would make the subsequent mining much easier. With this thought, he settled down without hesitation, finding a comfortable spot to lie down. With his mining efficiency, he could extract at least 2 spirit stones in a single dia speed that even Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi could not hope to match. Typically, a 7th-tier monster beast in a superior-grade spirit mansion would take 2 or 3 days to mine just 1 spirit stone. However, Suchunan, thanks to his solid divine soul, sharp spiritual awareness, and robust vitality, adopted the brute force mining method he learned from Wolf Da and Wolf Air. This approach multiplied his efficiency several times over, and he didn't feel the slightest fatigue. Even though Su spent more time sleeping at the bottom of the cave than working, those above, like Ling Xiao, didn't find it unusual. After all, hearing no activity, they simply assumed he had overexerted himself and depleted his vitality. Unlike demonic or spiritual energy, vitality couldn't be restored through meditation or cultivation. It required ample rest to recover, making his extended naps entirely reasonable. And so, Su claimed the cave bottom as his domain, meticulously dividing his time. 1/3 for mining spirit stones, and the remaining 2/3 for blissful sleep. Occasionally, he would gather the leftover jade fragments, the waste from refining spirit stones, into a genuine snakeskin bag and haul them up for Ling Xiao to handle. During this period, the Empress, who had yet to ascend to the status of a great demon, demonstrated extraordinary leadership skills. Since deciding to take human form first, she exuded an imperial aura, rallying a group of minor demons, including Mao Shurgio, under her command. In just over 10 days, she had gathered 18 auxiliary transformation herbs and a material called crimson gold crystal, all essential for crafting the transformation pill. The crimson gold crystal was needed to stabilize the furnace temperature at the base of the cauldron, while the entire alchemy process required not only the main herb, the transformation herb, but also 12 auxiliary ingredients and several materials to calibrate the alchemical flames. Just thinking about these intricate steps gave Su a headache. Fortunately, he didn't have to worry about any of it. His sole responsibility was to mine spirit stones and process the waste fragments, leaving Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi to figure out how to trade for the required materials. And so, another 10 busy days passed. One day, as Su woke from his slumber and prepared to work, he casually glanced at his status panel. To his surprise, he noticed he was just a sliver of vitality away from advancing to an 8th-tier monster beast. Without hesitation, he decided to go back to sleep until the breakthrough happened. Surrounded by the rich spiritual energy, he closed his eyes once more. His vitality steadily increased. 1 until the system notification chimed. Congratulations to the host for advancing to an 8th-tier monster beast. Following that, his vitality continued to grow steadily. 1. You've reached the 8th stage? Ling Xiao's slit pupils widened in shock. She could hardly believe this sudden news. Yep, that's right. Suchunan nodded with a smug grin, his face brimming with excitement. This wasn't an act of arrogance, but a genuine expression of joy. Haha, little sister, how about that? Isn't your big brother amazing? 8th stage, just like that. How about you? Ling Xiao suppressed her urge to curse the heavens for their unfairness. It had only been a month, yet her cultivation progress was minimal. Although Suchunan had been unusually diligent lately, leading to an increase in the spirit stones they collected, she had to use them sparingly. Most of the stones were allocated for trading alchemical materials, and she still had to deal with refining waste stones, subduing minor demons, and handling various chores. Her plan was to spend a month organizing these tasks before fully committing to cultivation. For a cultivator, a month or even a year was but a fleeting moment. Yet, just as she had everything sorted out, her dear older brother had rushed in to announce his breakthrough had advanced to the 8th stage in just 1 month. This made Ling Xiao pause and think. It had been less than half a year since this foolish flower snake had broken through to the 7th stage. Even for a divine beast with noble bloodlines, such rapid progress was extraordinary. The more she pondered, the more peculiar it seemed. Her sharp gaze scrutinized Su Chengxian. Little sister, no need to be envious of your big brother. I'm just one step ahead of you, Su Chengxian said with a cheerful smile. So, you'd better hurry up. This statement revealed his true intentions. To encourage his younger sister, the future Empress, to successfully take human form, he had indeed made considerable efforts. Not only had he sacrificed precious sleep to harvest spirit stones, but he also came to announce his breakthrough immediately, hoping to motivate her. In his eyes, this was a supreme display of brotherly love. Of course, Ling Xiao was so moved that she couldn't even find the words to respond. Then, Su Chengxian wasted no time before seeking out Ling Yunzi. Dao Jun, my dear brother, your big bro has reached the 8th stage. Ling Yunzi remained composed. I am aware. If he had hands, they would surely be clenched into fists by now. Hey now, just knowing isn't enough, Su Chengxian chuckled. You need to learn from me and grasp the message I'm trying to convey. Such as the fact that I told Ling Xiao about my breakthrough first. Su Chengxian explained with feigned seriousness. Given her personality, she'll surely focus all her energy on cultivation to catch up. So, you should also feel some urgency. While you continue refining the alchemical furnace, prepare to create a transformation pill. Got it? Ling Yunzi was silent for a moment, unable to refute him. Reluctantly, he replied, understood. Now that's the spirit, Su Chengxian said with a tone of elder wisdom. We'll make sure the spirit stones are ready, but the pressure is on you. And don't slack off in your own cultivation either. Aim to reach the 9th stage, and take human form as soon as possible. Got it? Understood. It had been a long time since anyone had so bluntly reminded him to cultivate diligently. Ling Yunzi found the feeling oddly complex. Back when he first started his path of cultivation, his rapid progress had prompted his master and senior brothers to urge him to solidify his foundation. Now, after being reincarnated as a snake, he was being pushed by this self-proclaimed older brother to speed up his cultivation and avoid holding others back. The stark contrast was a true test of his mindset. Fortunately, Ling Yunzi was someone who had weathered many storms. He quickly steadied his thoughts. Thinking of Ling Zhao's upcoming transformation, he couldn't help but say, Old ghost, taking human form is no trivial matter. Ling Xiao knows what she's doing, so stop disturbing her focus. Heh, Dao Jun, you're overthinking it, Su Chengxian replied casually. Our little Empress sister has a stronger mindset than you. My teasing will only make her more determined. She's still a woman, Ling Yunzi said. Oh, so you look down on women, huh? Su Chengxian exclaimed loudly. You're doomed, I tell you. Doomed. Mark my words, you're bound to fall at the hands of a woman. How arrogant. How reckless. Looking down on women? Half the world is made up of women. Just look at this very cave. There are 3 females here, and none of them are to be trifled with. That kind of attitude will cost you dearly. Ling Yunzi fell silent at these words. Su Chengxian immediately perked up. Oh, Yunzi, don't tell me you really met your end at the hands of a woman? No. Ling Yunzi denied flatly. Su Chengxian tilted his head, a sly glint flashing in his eyes. Brother, do you think I believe you? Ling Yunzi quickly shook his head, trying to explain. It's not what you think, he said, his tone tinged with helplessness. Oh, come on, I wasn't thinking anything at all, Su Chengxian teased, his voice dripping with mockery. Just then, an urgent voice interrupted their exchange. My lord, I have news about the Shueyun stone. Mao Shurjiu came running in, excitement written all over his face as he bowed before Ling Xiao. This mountain cat spirit, though not particularly strong in combat, was brimming with ambition. He had always dreamed of following a powerful demon lord. In his eyes, small demons like himself were insignificant in the presence of true great demons. So, he chose a different path, finding a high-ranking demon beast with potential to pledge allegiance to, hoping that when they eventually ascended to greatness, he could naturally rise alongside them. Most demon beasts focused solely on cultivation and had little regard for weaker spirits like him. But everything changed when he met Ling Xiao, whom he deemed worthy of being his lord. After crossing paths with Su Chengxian and his group, Mao Shurjiu became even more determined, intentionally fostering closer ties with them. When the group moved into a mid-grade spiritual residence, Mao Shijia's fellow spirits agreed to follow as well. However, they hesitated, unsure who among this group would first ascend to become a true demon lord. It could take 3 to 5 years or longer, perhaps even decades. Success in their tribulations was far from guaranteed. But a few months ago, when Ling Xiao announced her intention to perfect her human form first, Mao Shurjiu made up his mind. He vowed not to wait any longer and pledged his loyalty on the spot. Since then, he had tirelessly searched for the spiritual materials needed for her transformation. Whose hands is it in? Ling Xiao asked, her face lighting up with joy. 3 months had passed, and she was now close to reaching the 8th rank. With this final material, everything would be ready, and the winds of fate would carry her forward. It's for the transformation pill. Su Chengxian suddenly leaned in, his large head looming over Mao Shurjiu. Hey, little cat, who has the Shuiyun stone? Hurry up and spit it out. If you dare keep us in suspense, this old man will dye your little kitty head pink. Speak up, who has the Shuiyun stones? Su Chengxian interrupted the little demon, just as it was about to show off. He knew Cat 19's old tricks all too well, always fond of keeping people in suspense, leaving them hanging. It was a habit it had picked up back when it served as an employer. Reporting to the great king, the little demon stammered nervously. I've heard that Bai Yuan Gong has a few Shuiyun stones in his possession. The 8th tier great white ape? Exactly. Although Cat 19 had managed to gather this information, the power gap between it and higher tier demons like Bai Yuan Gong meant its underlings couldn't even get close to such creatures. All it could do was relay the information to Ling Xiao, hoping the king would handle it personally. Su Chengxian chuckled when he heard this. It just so happened he owed the great white ape a favor. Now that they were both at the 8th tier, it was the perfect excuse to pay him a visit. The two of them lived in neighboring caves, separated only by a valley not far at all. Before long, he returned with 7 or 8 Shuiyun stones in hand, handing them over to Ling Yunzi. Here, Yunzi, these are for you. The fist-sized Shuiyun stones were covered in countless tiny holes, resembling volcanic rocks. Yet when touched, they emitted a faint coolness and carried a subtle flow of water element energy within. Without using spiritual power to shield it, moisture would constantly condense on the stone's surface. Su Chengxian, who had carried them back in his mouth, found himself almost drooling along the way. Then keep them all, Su Chengxian said, flicking his snake tail with a bold tone. What does Bai Yuan Gong want in exchange? Ling Yunzi cut straight to the point. He did need the Shuiyun stones, so there was no need to beat around the bush. It wants a transformation pill, Su Chengxian explained, then added, I promise to trade it one. Additionally, if we manage to refine extras, we can sell it another. These 8 Shuiyun stones are in exchange for 1 transformation pill, and the priority to purchase a second one if available. That sounds reasonable. Ling Yunzi nodded in agreement. A single transformation pill was worth far more than 200 low-grade spirit stones. Besides, by convention, those who provide the materials have the right to purchase the refined pills at a significantly reduced price. How many transformation pills can you yield in one batch? Su Chengxian finally thought to ask the crucial question. In terms of materials, one batch can yield 8 to 10 pills, Ling Yunzi mused. However, since I am now in a beast form and this will be my first attempt at refining pills, the success rate might not be as high. I should be able to achieve 3 to 4 pills though. That's fantastic. Su Chengxian exclaimed, slapping his snake tail in excitement. He had initially assumed a single pill per batch at most, but now it seemed the yield could be 3 or 4 times that. This trade was turning out to be a huge win. Moreover, as per Ling Xiao's plan, they had prepared enough materials for 2 batches, thanks to the ample supply of transformation grass carried by Dai Dai. On his way to the cave's depths, Su Chengxian passed through Ling Xiao's chamber and couldn't help but shout, Ling Xiao, I got the Shuiyun stones. The rest is up to Yunzi. By the way, you're close to reaching the 8th rank, aren't you? Our whole family is counting on you for that big house. As soon as he finished speaking, he realized something sounded off. Why does that sound so wrong? Like some scumbag brother trying to use his sister's dowry to buy a house. He muttered to himself, No, that's not it. I've been running around doing all the work. How did I become the bad guy? It should be more like everyone pooling money together to use the sister's home buying eligibility. Damn it, that doesn't sound much better. Su Chengxian shook his head. Whatever. Ling Xiao, rest assured. The best room in the big house will absolutely be yours. Big brother's word. Even if you get married, it'll still. At the thought of his sister getting married, he suddenly felt an urge to punch something, preferably Huang Mao. I need to find an excuse to beat up that curlyman lion again. Although the lion hadn't done anything wrong, Su Chengxian didn't care. It was the only yellow-furred creature nearby, and he felt inexplicably hostile toward anything resembling a brother-in-law. Did you eat something that disagreed with you? Ling Xiao, initially reluctant to engage, finally came out to check on this seemingly deranged individual. No, Su Chengxian replied solemnly. I just suddenly realized that, in this life, I really have a little sister. Ling Xiao, get lost. 3 months later, on a stormy night, a thunderous boom echoed. Ling Yunzi's first batch of transformation pills was complete, yielding 6 pills. 10 days later, Ling Xiao, who had advanced to the 8th rank less than half a month prior, triggered a thunder tribulation. The transformation tribulation had arrived. Boom, 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 boom. Deafening thunder roared across the southern side of Luyang Mountain. Lang De jolted awake from his slumber, flipping up in one swift motion. This thunder was strange, almost ominous, as if it was rumbling directly overhead. It carried a pressure that instinctively struck fear into the hearts of all beasts. This is no ordinary thunder, Langda thought warily. While summer storms and thunderclaps were commonplace, he had never encountered anything of this magnitude. He turned to glance at lair, who was still snoring away, and angrily swatted him with a paw. Hey, wake up. Do you hear what's going on outside? You're sleeping like a dead pig. No sense of vigilance at all. One day you'll get caught and eaten by another wolf. Huh. Lair groggily lifted his head. Big brother, do you even hear yourself? We are wolves. Lair, feeling wronged, explained. And it's not like I want to sleep this deeply. It's all that blasted striped snake's fault. The noise it makes mining spirit stones is unbearable. It shakes the whole mountain. Worse yet, it stops and starts randomly, unlike us, who only scramble like this at the end of the month when we can't make rent. That fat snake has been at it for months, every single day, for over an hour each time. The entire mountain's been in chaos. And he doesn't even stick to a schedule. Just as I start meditating. Bang, bang, bang. The moment I fall asleep, there he goes again. Enough. Langda gave him another slap. Get up and come with me to check it out. Check out what? The heavenly tribulation. Langda's eyes gleamed with excitement. Remember that green snake next door? He's been scouring everywhere lately for materials to refine a transformation pill. There's a good chance it's him undergoing the tribulation. Although Langda had never experienced a heavenly tribulation himself, the elders of their pack had warned them. If you ever come across someone enduring a tribulation, stay far away to avoid being caught in its aftermath. However, watching from a safe distance could provide valuable insight for their own future challenges. Moments later, Langda and lair had reached the mountaintop. In the distance, above a valley, a swirling mass of dark tribulation clouds loomed. Lightning serpents slithered through the dense clouds. Boom. A bolt of tribulation lightning struck down with terrifying speed. Is he aiming for a perfect transformation? Langda recalled the fat snake's ambitious demeanor from the other day and couldn't help but feel concerned. With this level of intensity, can an 8th-rank beast really endure it? It was said that among the Bai family's 4 water-avoiding snakes, only the mother snake, Bai Xiaotsue, remained below the 8th rank. The green snake, the little white snake, and the fat snake had all ascended to the 8th rank. But which one of them was undergoing the tribulation today? Boom, 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 boom. The 6th, 7th, and 8th bolts of lightning descended in quick succession. Suchunan silently counted the strikes in his mind. He wasn't alone. Bai Xiaotsue, who had already agreed to take on the Bai surname, along with Ling Yunzi, Dai, and Dasheng, all gazed up at the valley shrouded in tribulation clouds. Each bolt of lightning felt like a hammer pounding on their hearts. Around them, a large crowd of minor demons and beasts had gathered to witness the rare spectacle. Even 2 great demons had been drawn to the scene. The only notable absence was General Yu, who had not appeared, likely due to recent rumors about an injured great demon level 2-headed blackwater venomous python possibly roaming Luyang Mountain. A bounty had already been issued for it. But at this moment, Suchunan and his family had no time to worry about anything else. Their entire focus was on Lingxiao's tribulation. This tribulation lightning is truly terrifying, Suchunan thought to himself. I wonder if Lingxiao will succeed. Bai Xiaotsue said anxiously, her body trembling. She will, Suchunan said firmly. She's not just anyone. An Empress, once powerful ruler reborn with memories of her previous life, wasn't going to falter at a mere tribulation. Even if she failed, there was no way it would cost her life. Fate had given her a second chance. It wouldn't take it back so easily. Big brother, you seem to have a lot of faith in Her Majesty, Ling Yunzi said, a flicker of amusement flashing in his eyes. Of course, I have as much faith in her as I do in you, Dao Jun, Suchunan replied, a subtle, knowing smile playing on his lips. Then, as if remembering something, he added, you should hurry up and prepare for your tribulation as well. Ling Yunzi instinctively took a few steps back, thinking to himself, this guy has been acting strange lately, urging everyone he meets to focus on cultivation and advancing their levels. While the two were talking, the 9th heavenly tribulation thunderbolt struck with an earth-shaking roar, reverberating across the skies. As the final bolt of lightning faded, the dark clouds of tribulation began to dissipate. Then, a dazzling pillar of spiritual light pierced through the clouds, shining directly into the valley. How is it? Suchunan suddenly leaped up, shouting with excitement. Did she succeed? Within the pillar of light, a figure slowly rose into the air, shrouded in dense spiritual energy, making it hard to discern. Look, look, Suchunan exclaimed with excitement. It must be Ling Xiao. The spiritual energy began to gather into clouds, enveloping the figure within the light. Gradually, the energy merged into her body. After about the time it takes to burn an incense stick, the mist cleared, revealing a breathtaking silhouette. Suspended in midair was a tall woman clad in an opulent robe of deep ocean blue, intricately embroidered with golden phoenixes. Threads of gold shimmered in the sunlight, as though capturing all the brilliance of heaven and earth. A phoenix crown adorned her head, set with 9 radiant pearls that sparkled with dazzling light, though none could outshine the brilliance of her eyes. Her features were exquisitely refined, her skin smooth and luminous like the finest jade. Her expression carried an innate dignity that demanded respect, her slightly upturned lips hinting at an air of unshakable confidence. She held her head high, whether out of natural pride or the residual habits of her long years as a serpent. As her gaze swept slowly across the surroundings, her eyes seemed to penetrate directly into the hearts of those she beheld. She descended gracefully from the sky, each step exuding an unyielding aura of command, compelling others to submit without question. The imperial bearing she displayed was not something acquired overnight, but the result of years of reigning above all. Indeed, as the ancients said, one's environment shapes one's spirit, and one's cultivation shapes one's form. They were not wrong. Magnificent, absolutely stunning little sister. Suchunan couldn't help but shout with excitement. Great sage. Let's go, time to head out. Before dawn broke, Suchunan left the stone gate of his cave dwelling, with a golden-furred little monkey perched on his back, heading westward. At that moment, the system's notification chimed in. Ding. The host has a new task. Task. Locate a spiritual vein and establish a new cave dwelling. Reward, 16 refinement points. Looks like I'm destined to keep busy. Suchunan muttered to himself as he moved along. Well, I suppose it's not so bad. I can earn some refinement points along the way. The situation in the cave was rather unique. Ling Xiao had just taken on a humanoid form and was in a critical stage of stabilizing his cultivation. After enduring 9 tribulation lightning strikes, he needed to rest carefully, as even the slightest mistake could cause his form to collapse. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaozue was at a pivotal moment in advancing to the 6th rank, and Ling Yunzi was overwhelmed with tasks refining a second batch of transformation pills and striving to break through to the 8th rank. Naturally, the task of finding a spiritual vein fell to Suchunan. Aside from himself, Dai Dai, and the great sage, no one else in the cave had the time. Dai Dai, with her large size, struggled to move on land, leaving just a snake and a monkey to venture out. Busy, everyone's busy. Being busy is good, Suchunan mused to himself. One day, I'll be counting on all of you to carry me forward. He calculated in his mind. Once Ling Xiao fully adapted to his humanoid form, his cultivation would progress rapidly, likely reaching the great demon realm within a year or 2. Ling Yunzi, not one to fall behind, would undoubtedly push himself to keep pace. As someone who aspired to live a laid-back life, Suchunan was secretly pleased to see the subtle competition brewing between these two reincarnated powerhouses. Ambition is a good thing. Keep competing, he thought cheerfully. You both have scores to settle, so work hard on your cultivation. And while you're at it, take care of your big brother here. Recently, Suchunan had learned that Dao Jun, his younger brother in spirit, was also skilled in artifact crafting. Due to the dangers of the transformation tribulation, Ling Yunzi was preparing to trade the second batch of transformation pills with General Yu for a protective magical artifact. If he couldn't obtain a ready-made one, he planned to acquire crafting materials to make one himself. Suchunan had been hoping for a storage artifact to store beast meat, so he wouldn't have to trouble Cat 19 to exchange it whenever he got hungry. But seeing how busy Ling Yunzi was, he decided not to ask. Dao Jun can be pushed a little, but not too much, or he'll snap, he thought. Instead, he planned to request a storage artifact from the demon general delivering spirit stones to Wangyun Mountain next month. Unfortunately, he hadn't managed to extract even a single medium-grade spirit stone over the past year. A medium-grade spirit stone was worth 1,000 low-grade ones and could cover 3 or 4 years of effort if he could find just one. Ah, great sage. Suchunan called to the golden-furred monkey on his back. Chirp chirp. My king. Make sure to look carefully. See if there's a good spiritual vein nearby. Let's aim for the best one, Suchunan said, setting his hopes on the little monkey. The golden-furred monkey sage undoubtedly had an extraordinary talent for treasure hunting, as if the self-proclaimed title carried some kind of divine predestination. In this world where destiny and fortune were tangible forces, perhaps such miracles were indeed possible. Chirp, chirp. The sage thumped his chest, his eyes gleaming with confidence. I'll help you find it, my king. Those simple words carried a reassuring strength that could put anyone at ease. Suchunan grinned, his lips curling into a sly smile. Once we find it, I'll reward you with 2 extra spirit stones. Let those 2 peach trees grow quickly and bear fruit soon, and you'll get to taste the spiritual peaches as well. The 2 peach trees were currently growing quietly on Dai Dai's back, nurtured with great care by the sage. One had sprouted from a half-rotten green peach pit found along the road, while the other was the result of trading a spirit pill with General Yu. Though they had now grown to the thickness of 2 fingers, they were still far from bearing fruit. Speaking of spiritual peaches, even with the help of spirit stones to hasten their growth, the fruits would most likely end up in the stomachs of this snake family. The sage would probably get only a pitiful share. Suchunxian's promise was not unlike those of bosses who promise year-end bonuses employees toil for a year to win an electric scooter, while the boss casually drives off in a Range Rover. But the golden-furred monkey paid no mind to such trivialities. He rubbed his hands together in excitement, nodding vigorously as his lively eyes darted around, fully focused on seeking out high-quality spirit veins. The sprawling Shanglong Ridge stretched thousands of miles, with Luyang Mountain alone spanning 500 to 600 miles in radius. This barren land, vast as it was, fell under the jurisdiction of General Yu. In the height of summer, the mountain was lush with vegetation. As Su Chengxian wandered through it, he startled countless birds and beasts. Lower-level demon beasts, sensing his powerful blood energy, scattered in fear. Even a fifth-tier cloud-stepping deer fled at the sight of him from a distance. This made Su Chengxian pause to assess his own cultivation progress. Host, Su Chengxian. Species, water-avoiding snake. Rank, Tier 8. Blood energy, 31-294, 67750, 000 required for Tier 9 breakthrough. Physical realm, demon body stage, 7600100000. Soul realm, demon soul stage, 7808100000. Abilities, Chi devouring blood transformation, bewitching hiss. Combat skills, snake bite, snake constriction. Refinement points, 08. After more than 6 months spent alternating between refining spirit stones and deep slumber in the cave, both his physical body and soul had undergone significant growth. However, the path to Tier 9 was far more challenging than he had anticipated. At least another year of diligent cultivation would be needed to meet the breakthrough requirements. Once he located a suitable spirit vein to establish his lair, he would need to rest and recuperate thoroughly. Su Chengxian calculated silently. First, ascend to Tier 9, then wait for Ling Xiao and the others. Those two would never expect him to beat them to the punch. A sly grin spread across his face at the thought, looking particularly eerie on a snake's visage, enough to silence the surrounding chorus of insects. Suddenly, his vertical pupils contracted sharply. Something was wrong. Insects and birds wouldn't care about appearances. They scattered out of fear. There was something terrifying ahead. Run. Move forward or turn back. Su Chengxian stood on the mountain path, his brows slightly furrowed. The unknown dangers ahead made him hesitate, yet a surge of unwillingness rose within him. Squeak, squeak. Great King? Deshang pointed toward the front, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. Su Chengxian raised his head, his gaze piercing through layers of tree shadows to survey the undulating mountain terrain ahead. He weighed his options. Come back tomorrow night, but that would delay him by a day. He had searched this region for days, and only the area ahead remained unexplored. If he turned back now, the feeling of regret would grow wild like untamed weeds. What if there's a prime spiritual vein hidden ahead? He murmured to himself. Since I'm already here, why not take a look? With that thought, Su Chengxian gritted his teeth and made up his mind. Given his current strength, he was confident he could escape even if he encountered a 9th-tier beast. Besides, the 9th-tier powerhouses near Luyang Mountain were all cultivating in the high-grade spirit mansion and wouldn't appear here. This knowledge gave him some reassurance. 8th-tier beasts? He smirked slightly. Perfect for a hearty meal. And so, Su Chengxian continued forward with Deshang. Ahead lay more than a dozen small mountains waiting for him to explore. Searching for spiritual veins required following the mountain's natural contours. This was a rule of the world. Beneath towering peaks, spiritual veins were bound to exist, though not all would have matured. Some might have dissipated due to shifts in the world's spiritual energy. In the spiritually barren Luyang Mountain, the intertwining spectacle of spiritual veins was almost impossible to find. The quality of the veins here was extremely low. There wasn't even a middle-grade vein, let alone high-grade or supreme-grade ones. The demon clans were straightforward in their evaluations, determining the size of a vein by the abundance of spirit stones and its grade by the highest quality of those stones. The best spiritual vein in Luyang Mountain lay beneath General Yu's cave mansion. While not of high grade, it was abundant enough to qualify as a major vein. Next were the territories of the great demon Wolf Qing and Tiger Shao, both located in the northeast. This was precisely why Su Chengxian chose to explore the west. Though the western side has fewer spiritual veins, it's more expansive, Su Chengxian said as he spread out his divine sense, cautiously probing the area. If I can find a decent vein here, I'll not only keep us away from the attention of other great demons, but also serve as a good place for us to train and refine pills. This was a rare opportunity. According to Mao Shirjiu's reconnaissance, there were 6 9th-tier beasts in the Luyang Mountain Spirit Mansion. 2 were newcomers, while 2 others had been residing there for years and might soon take on human form. If they stayed after transforming, they would undoubtedly seek spiritual veins to establish their lairs. The thought of securing a vein ahead of time brought Su Chengxian a quiet sense of triumph, and his divine sense exploration gained a touch of excitement. This was the psychological boost of getting ahead of others. The best way to locate spiritual veins was through divine sense exploration. A strong soul was extremely sensitive to fluctuations in spiritual energy, but Su Chengxian's divine sense strength was limited. He had to stay close to the mountains to carefully investigate. If he were a demon marquis or demon king, a single sweep would reveal the entire structure of a spiritual vein. It was said that all current demon general stations were personally surveyed by demon kings. Though they lacked the wealth to hire geomancy masters from the royal city, with Su Chengxian and Deshang working together, finding a suitable spiritual vein wouldn't be too difficult. Su Chengxian was still quite ambitious. Since he had already gained this advantage, it would be a shame not to make the most of it. He pulled himself together, carefully observing and comparing the surrounding environment. This was his 3rd time traveling westward from Luyang Mountain. On his previous 2 attempts, he had taken different routes. Though he had discovered a few small spiritual veins, none of them met his expectations. This time, he pinned high hopes on this path, which explained his reluctance to leave earlier. However, as he ventured deeper, Su Chengxian's steps grew increasingly hesitant. Squeak, squeak. My lord, there's a powerful demon ahead, Deshang whispered in his ear, clearly sensing the unusual presence up ahead. A demon? Su Chengxian's heart skipped a beat. This wasn't an ordinary beast. Deshang had always been sharp at detecting auras and wouldn't mistake a high-level demonic beast for a demon. To humans, the term demon broadly referred to all demonic beasts and demon clans. However, among demonic beasts, demon specifically referred to members of the demon clan above the level of lesser demons. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Su Chengxian's mind. Could it be the rogue great demon? He recalled that before Ling Xiao attempted his tribulation, General, you had issued an order to search for a 2-headed blackwater venomous python. At the time, everyone was focused on Ling Xiao, so the matter hadn't been given much attention. Besides, although the great demon was gravely injured, it was known to be extremely ruthless. Now, cornered with nowhere to go, encountering it would surely result in a fierce battle. Under such circumstances, joining the pursuit hadn't seemed necessary. None of them had even bothered to find out what crime the python had committed, or the exact bounty on it. Only now did Su Chengxian remember the situation. The spiritual energy ahead became noticeably denser around the mountain peak, but facing a desperate great demon at such a high level was far too risky. Su Chengxian immediately decided to retreat, hoping to leave before alerting the other party. Just then, ding! New task for the host. Task objective: kill the great demon, Blackwater venomous python, Wu Shan. Task reward: 12 refinement points, 2 ghost mushrooms. What the? Su Chengxian was about to turn around and leave when the notification made everything clear wasn't going anywhere. His spiritual sense had already detected the presence of something. The entity, seemingly aware of his intent to flee, launched an attack without hesitation. A wave of foul, putrid air surged toward him. Deep within the shadowy forest, a secluded valley lay shrouded in twilight. The faint glow of the moon had just receded, and the first rays of dawn barely broke through, casting the world in an ambiguous mix of light and shadow. The dappled patterns of the trees flickered faintly in the haze, but the morning, usually alive with chirping birds and rustling insects, was unnaturally silent. It was as if every living creature held its breath, awaiting the deadly clash about to unfold. The air was thick with humidity, carrying a faint, almost imperceptible trace of poison. Su Chengxian felt his breathing grow heavier, yet his heart was unexpectedly calm. That brief exchange earlier had already revealed a critical piece of information. The opponent's strength was not as terrifying as the rumors had suggested. The massive figure remained hidden in the shadows, suppressing its presence and launching a sneak attack behavior that was, in itself, suspicious. A true great demon wouldn't need such cautious tactics to deal with a mere 8th-level beast. Though the 2 menacing snake heads and the peculiar aura clearly signaled its identity, Su Chengxian's doubts only deepened. Humph! The black serpent let out a low, disdainful snort, its tone laced with both scorn and barely concealed irritation. It had no intention of conversing with Su Chengxian. To it, an 8th-level beast was nothing more than a meal. Even if its prey had narrowly evaded its first strike, the outcome was already decided. The serpent suddenly reared its massive heads, both jaws opening wide to spew twin streams of dark green venom. The toxic liquid shot through the air like arrows, leaving a trail of devastation in its wake. Grass withered instantly, and leaves touched by the poisonous mist turned black and corroded, the damage stark and horrifying. Su Chengxian had anticipated the serpent's move and sidestepped just in time, but he couldn't entirely avoid the poisonous mist. It was then that he understood why the creature was so arrogant. The venom was lethally potent. Merely inhaling it could be fatal, rendering any elaborate combat techniques unnecessary. Think you can kill me? Dream on. Realizing he couldn't dodge in time, Suchunan quickly channeled his energy, forming layers of dark red protective blood energy around his body. As the venomous mist collided with the barrier, it emitted a sinister, sizzling sound. Countless threads of green poison tried to penetrate his defenses but were ultimately repelled by the dense blood energy. Suchunan felt a surge of relief. If the venom could be neutralized by his blood energy, it was no longer a threat. Even if the serpent unleashed more of its venom, his abundant reserves of energy would hold firm. Moreover, such a powerful toxin couldn't possibly be an unlimited supply within the creature's body. Wushan officer, why are you wasting time fighting me instead of running for your life? With fear dissipating, Suchunan's mind grew sharper. He quickly deduced why the opponent's strength didn't match the level of a great demon. It must have been severely injured while fleeing. The serpent's two venomous attacks were likely its most powerful weapons. The logic was simple. As a fugitive constantly hunted and under bounty, Wushan would be in a perpetual state of danger. This was Luyang Mountain, where General Ye's forces were actively searching for its trail. If Suchunan were in Wushan's position, he too would aim to finish off an 8th-level beast quickly to avoid alerting the station demon generals. If I were you, I'd make a run for it. I promise I won't chase you. The monstrous serpent's immense body loomed faintly in the dim light. It stretched over tens of meters, as thick as an ancient tree, its entire form covered in glossy black scales that gleamed with an eerie green sheen under the dawn's faint glow. Its two heads flicked crimson tongues, and its eyes burned with a cunning, bloodthirsty ferocity. Its sheer size alone dwarfed Suchunan by a staggering margin. What was even more terrifying was the surge of demonic energy emanating from the venomous Pythona power, so overwhelming that it far surpassed his own level, leaving him almost breathless. A glint of greed flashed in Suchunan's eyes. Hunting this creature, devouring its flesh and demon core, would not only enhance his cultivation but also bring a considerable bounty. However, as soon as the thought emerged, he decisively dismissed it. A being at the great demon level, even when gravely injured, was still an unshakable force for an 8th-tier beast like him. Engaging in a fight would inevitably result in injury. Leaving aside the agony of severe wounds, being poisoned would be an even greater ordeal. I suggest you assess the situation clearly, Suchunan said in a low voice. You can't kill me. Why not leave now and stop wasting your time on me? Continue your escape. Die. Yet his words not only failed to persuade the opponent, but instead thoroughly enraged the two-headed black python. It reared its two ferocious heads, giving Suchunan no chance to speak further, and launched a savage attack. With a guttural roar of death, an oppressive force radiated from its massive body, sweeping toward him. That move again. Suchunan cursed inwardly. Not long ago, Wushan had used this very tactic to ambush him from the front. The oppressive aura of a great demon had an innate suppressive effect on beasts, directly targeting the soul and consciousness. However, thanks to the dual warnings of his spiritual sense and the system's task notifications, along with his own considerable soul strength though inferior to Wushan, she managed to avoid being completely paralyzed by the suppression. But Wushan evidently didn't believe he had evaded it through sheer strength and insisted on repeating the same tactic. This choice made Suchunan's heart sink. It meant the demon still intended to claim him as prey and had no plans to let him go. Damn it, you bastard. You think I'm easy to bully? Suchunan cursed aloud. Wushan's disdainful attitude, treating him like mere food, ignited a blazing fury within him. If I can't avoid it, then he'll fight. You ungrateful beast. Suchunan roared. I gave you a chance to leave, but you insist on challenging me. Fine, then you're not leaving either. You're not even at your peak as a great demon, so stop acting so high and mighty. Just a mere demon, and you dare to challenge me? Suchunan sneered coldly, standing his ground against Wushan's ferocious attack. He had already resolved in his heart. Even if he couldn't win, he would hold out until General Yu arrived. The two massive serpents clashed in an instant. Wushan's enormous, twin-headed blackwater venom python coiled and collided violently with Suchunan's serpent form. Each impact echoed with deafening booms, and the strikes of their tails against the ground sent tremors rippling through the valley, as if the earth itself were shuddering. Within just a few exchanges, several ancient trees, hundreds of years old, were felled like brittle twigs. The air grew thick with the stench of blood, most of it coming from Suchunan's wounds. Just as he had anticipated, even though Wushan's strength had diminished, as a demon of the great demon realm, the Blackwater Venom Python's physical prowess and protective demonic energy far surpassed his own. Suchunan's attacks barely made an impact, while he found himself repeatedly outmaneuvered by Wushan's battle-hardened tactics. Damn black eel. Suchunan cursed furiously. Both being of the snake clan, Wushan's mastery of coiling and constriction techniques was far superior. Even Su Chengxian's spiritual attacks were thwarted by Wushan's protective energy. Worse still, when Wushan detected these attacks, he retaliated with a crushing counterforce, leaving Su Chengxian at a clear disadvantage. Unwilling to concede, Su Chengxian unleashed his combat skill, Serpent Fang. His blood surged as he launched a full-force assault. Yet the piercing screech of his fangs scraping against Wushan's defenses signaled his failure to break through once again. Huh, whelp, you dare to bite me? Wushan's two pairs of eyes gleamed with savage fury. To be hunted down to this point, only to face defiance from an 8th-tier brat, was an insult that stoked his rage to its peak. Suddenly, Wushan's two massive heads lunged with explosive speed, aiming directly for Su Chengxian's vulnerable 7-inch spot. Though Su Chengxian's refined evasion techniques allowed him to dodge most of the assault, the sheer size and dual-headed nature of his opponent proved overwhelming. One of Wushan's fangs grazed him, leaving a deep gash along his body. This battle was proving far more grueling than Su Chengxian had ever imagined. It doesn't hurt. This realization sent a chill through Su Chengxian's heart. The numbness spread instantly. This cunning two-headed venomous python had held back its poison in their previous encounters, just to strike at this moment. He clenched his teeth, berating himself for being careless. Facing an 8th-tier demonic beast, he had let his guard down and played mind games? Whether it was cleverness or stupidity no longer mattered. The priority now was to escape. General Yu was surely already on his way. In that case, I'll risk it all. Su Chengxian twisted his serpent-like body abruptly and lunged, his jaws wide open, sinking his fangs into Wushan's scaly body. To his surprise, Wushan did not dodge. Its cold, slit pupils flashed with a hint of disdain as it twisted to counterbite. Roar! A sharp pain surged through him as the serpent's fangs pierced Su Chengxian's protective blood energy. But at the same time, he managed to bite into Wushan's body. Though his fangs only breached the protective demonic energy, this time he refused to let go. Instead, he inhaled sharply. With a sizzling sound, a stream of Wushan's protective demonic energy was drawn into his mouth and swallowed into his belly. This was his innate divine ability Devour Qi to transform blood. Hiss! It felt as if he had swallowed 1,000 blades wrapped in shards of ice, and a chilling cold swept through his entire body. Yet Su Chengxian gritted his teeth and continued to swallow several more gulps of demonic energy. He could feel his internal organs being stabbed repeatedly by countless icy blades, the pain so intense that sweat poured from his body, and his entire serpent form was nearly frozen stiff. The demonic energy of an 8th-tier beast was indeed extraordinary. If not for his unique ability to devour, his organs would have been destroyed long ago. Fortunately, his blood energy began to slowly refine the demonic energy. Though the process was excruciating, he held on, refusing to release his grip. Eat. Even if I die, I'll take a piece of you with me. Su Chengxian had resolved to go all out. This black mud eel refused to take the easy way out. Today, it would pay the price. Of course, if Devour Qi to transform blood could refine faster, that would be even better. Just as this thought crossed his mind, ding! A system notification sounded. Attention, host. The 8th-tier two-headed blackwater venomous python, Wushan, has devoured multiple kin during its cultivation. Its demonic energy is bizarre and contains potent toxins. The energy exceeds the host's absorption limit. Would you like to consume 10 million blood energy to upgrade your divine ability? Promotion. Promotion. Su Chengxian was overjoyed upon hearing the notification, shouting inwardly in excitement. Ever since he had spent 1,000,000 units of blood energy to ascend from Qi devouring and blood transformation to Qi absorption and blood conversion, there had been no further prompts for a long time. Even consuming the demon core of a golden-backed dragonfish or refining the body of a 7th-tier cloud-stepping deer only allowed him to slowly digest the gains over time. The system's mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Attention, host. The ability Qi devouring and blood transformation will now be upgraded to devour and refine. The upgrade process will begin shortly. Please focus and fully activate your blood energy. Suddenly, a searing heat far more intense than before surged in his abdomen. As his blood energy boiled, the heat rapidly spread throughout his entire body. Although Su Chengxian, being a serpent, naturally favored warm and damp environments, he feared extreme heat above all else. Even his spiritual consciousness within the sea of his mind became restless due to the intense blood energy turbulence. He coiled tightly around the giant demon Wushan, who was trying to kill him, greedily absorbing the demonic energy from the double-headed venomous serpent. Wushan was furious at this bitey and never-let-go behavior, but Su Chengxian's surging blood energy and violently writhing snake body made it difficult for Wushan's attacks to inflict serious damage. Furthermore, with its demonic core lost and its power dwindling, Wushan had no choice but to abandon its attempt to tear its opponent apart. At that moment, Su Chengxian noticed that devouring Wushan's demonic energy had become unusually smooth, and his refining speed had significantly increased. System notifications began to chime in rapid succession. Blood energy 10-10-10, Soul Realm level 1111, Body Realm level 1111. These drumbeat-like notifications filled Su Chengxian with fighting spirit. As expected of a great demon, what a feast, he thought with glee, deciding to take a risk wouldn't completely avoid critical injuries. Despite his smaller size compared to Wushan, he refused to let go of this opportunity to devour more demonic energy. Damn it, I won't let go. Su Chengxian not only held on but bit down even harder, drawing in more demonic energy with a fierce suction. Having spent a tremendous amount of blood energy to upgrade his innate ability, he was determined to make it worth the cost. Wushan struck back, sinking its sharp fangs deep into Su Chengxian's back, piercing through flesh and scales. The excruciating pain nearly caused him to lose consciousness, a level of agony he'd never experienced in either of his lifetimes. Yet the more it hurt, the sharper his focus became, knowing he couldn't afford any reckless moves. Still, enduring without retaliation was unbearable. Su Chengxian immediately surged his blood energy, biting down with all his strength while fiercely absorbing Wushan's protective demonic energy. At the same time, he drove his fangs even deeper. Finally, he tasted the blood of the great demona, pungent, overwhelming flavor that was somehow exhilarating. I'll keep devouring. Feeling the refining process of the demonic energy and blood become faster and smoother, no longer like swallowing icy blades, Su Chengxian abandoned all restraint and fully embraced the act of absorption. The power of Su Chengxian's innate divine ability was beginning to reveal its extraordinary might as it advanced. With each siphoning, he could effortlessly seize the demonic energy that Wushan had cultivated over the years, and the amount he devoured continued to increase. Over time, he could distinctly sense the resistance against his snake fangs, which were embedded in the great demon's body, gradually diminishing. Wushan's protective demonic energy was originally an integrated defense. Whenever energy was drained from one area, energy from other parts would quickly flow in to replenish it. This made it impossible for Su Chengxian to break through the defense in one fell swoop, forcing him to advance bit by bit. However, at this moment, there were rare gaps in the flow of Wushan's energy. A chance, Su Chengxian thought with delight, realizing that Wushan's strength was depleting far faster than expected. Perhaps he could truly slay this great demon here and now. At the same time, Wushan finally became aware of the continuous loss of his demonic energy and erupted in a furious roar. Damn it, you little beast. What kind of sorcery have you used? Without his demon core, Wushan's ability to manipulate and sense his power had become sluggish. It wasn't until a few moments later that he fully grasped what was happening. This speckled snake was actually consuming his demonic energy. This realization sent shockwaves through Wushan's mind. How could an 8th-tier demonic beast devour the energy of a great demon? It defied all logic. If he were the one consuming Su Chengxian's blood and demonic energy, he could forcibly refine it with his superior power. But the reverse? An 8th-tier water-avoiding snake shouldn't even be able to withstand it, let alone exhibit no signs of strain or demonic energy fluctuations. Impossible. You've consumed my demonic energy. Why haven't you exploded from the overload? Wushan's mind churned with countless questions. Was it blood energy refining demonic energy? No, such a process would require an expenditure far beyond what any demonic beast could endure. Could it be some kind of innate divine ability? But a divine ability capable of allowing a demonic beast to devour and refine a great demon's power was unheard oftenless. It was a bloodline of a divine beast. Yet, as soon as this thought arose, Wushan dismissed it. Even without his demon core, his soul's perception remained sharp. A divine beast's bloodline, even a trace of it, would be impossible to miss under his scrutiny. Su Chengxian's bloodline aura was exceedingly pure, devoid of any signs of a powerful lineage or protection. In fact, it lacked even the basic fluctuations of demonic energy. This was precisely why Wushan had initially considered him nothing more than a potential source of blood food during the chase. But now, Wushan realized he might have made a fatal miscalculation. Perhaps he shouldn't have. Suddenly, a sharp hissing sound broke through his thoughts. Hissus. Hiss. Wushan's spirit wavered momentarily at the surge of disbelief in its minda subtle flaw that Su Chengxian instantly seized upon. Without hesitation, he unleashed his innate divine skill, bewitching screech. From the very start of the battle, his spiritual sense had been like an invisible web, weaving tightly around the great demon, probing for vulnerabilities. This strategy stemmed from the teachings of Taoist master Lin Jianzi. Compared to the formidable physical strength and protective demonic energy of the Yao race, their relatively weaker spiritual domain was often the most effective target. Su Chengxian focused his spiritual power into a sharp, blade-like form and directed it at the brow of one of the heads of the twin-headed blackwater venomous python. The two heads were nearly identical, making it impossible to pinpoint the exact location of its spiritual sea. Undeterred, he decided to gamble. Since he couldn't form two spiritual blades simultaneously, he would concentrate his attack on just one. As the spiritual blade pierced its target, one of Wushan's heads convulsed violently. The other head, overcome with pain, thrashed uncontrollably, letting out wild, guttural roars. Suchunan seized this opportunity to clamp onto Wushan's massive serpent body, voraciously drawing out its demonic energy and blood. Flesh and blood were torn away in chunks, splattering through the air. The battle descended into a bizarre loop. One head howled incessantly in agony. The other alternated between moments of clarity and dizziness. Suchunan repeated his relentless cycle, bite absorb, tear screech. With each successful attack, a series of system notifications echoed in his mind. Blood energy 10, spiritual realm 1, physical realm 1. These gratifying prompts spurred him to fight with even greater fervor. He maintained this strange rhythm for dozens of breaths, relentlessly cycling through his strategy. But on the sixth attempt at bewitching screech, exhaustion finally overcame him, and he failed. Roar! You wretch! Wushan's eyes burned crimson as it regained its composure, its fury erupting like a volcano. The battle was far from over. Suchunan's heart raced as he silently prayed, General Yu, when will you finally arrive? Deep, gruesome wounds now marred his body, with nearly a tenth of his demonic energy and flesh devoured. The deepest gash was horrifying, exposing stark white bone. This beast had truly driven him to such a wretched state. At this moment, the second head had already drooped lifelessly. Though no longer a burden, he refrained from immediately lunging at Suchunan. This cunning great demon had learned the art of spiritual attacks from his enemies. His vertical pupils narrowed into thin slits, and his concentrated spiritual force shot out like a sharp arrow toward his opponent. Though hastily deployed and incapable of forming a spiritual sword, the condensed spike was lethal enough. If it pierced the beast's spiritual sea and exploded, it would spell certain death. The spiritual attack arrived in an instant impossible to evade. Suchunan's heart pounded wildly, but in this critical moment, inspiration struck. Can't dodge it? Then take it heedin'. With my mouth. He opened his serpent's maw wide and swallowed the incoming spiritual attack whole. Host has devoured a wisp of spiritual energy. Soul Realm 40. Holy! It worked! Suchunan exclaimed in a mix of shock and delight, as if reborn. Opposite him, Wushan froze in disbelief before erupting into a furious roar. Foolish to the extreme. Swallowing spiritual energy is no different from letting it invade your spiritual sea. Are you just stalling for a few seconds? Explode. However, the wisp of spiritual energy dissolved upon entry, completely severed from Wushan's senses. Evidently, it had been consumed, just like the demonic energy and flesh before it, without causing the slightest harm to the flower-patterned serpent. A wave of terror surged through Wushan's heart. Leave. Escape now. If I don't flee, he'll devour me entirely. Even though his remaining strength still far outmatched Suchunan's, the sheer fear of being slowly consumed chilled him to his core. The once fierce great demon, who had fled 1,000 miles, finally came to his senses. Dragging his limp second head and his bloodied, battered body, he turned and attempted to flee. Run? Not a chance. Suchunan snarled, determined to stop him. He pursued relentlessly, sinking his fangs into Wushan and refusing to let go, greedily absorbing the great demon's energy and flesh. The intoxicating surge of power was addictive. Even when Wushan's energy flared and flung him away, Suchunan would immediately disregard his injuries and pounce again. In mere moments, Wushan had lost dozens more pounds of flesh. As Suchunan clamped down on Wushan's tail, he suddenly sensed a powerful force speeding toward them. A voice filled with confusion and astonishment followed shortly after. His heart skipped a beat. Could it be that this two-headed venomous python has an ally? Bang! Crack! A figure appeared in an instant, moving so fast it was nearly impossible to follow. Just as Suchunan sensed something, the person was already suspended midair, a surge of demonic energy gathering in their hand. In one swift motion, they grabbed the two necks of the twin-headed blackwater venomous python. With a clean and precise movement, the figure twisted their wrist lightly, and the two snake heads fell to the ground. Then, with a deft gesture, they cast a spell, effortlessly extracting and sealing Wushan's soul. The severed heads were tossed carelessly beside the snake's body, the entire process smooth and fluid, without any noticeable fluctuation of power. It all happened so quickly. The mighty demon Wushan, who moments ago had sent Suchunan flying, was now silent, its head and soul gone. Even its chest, which had been raised high as it moved, remained frozen in a proud posture. Gulp. Su Chengxian witnessed the entire scene and couldn't help but gasp in amazement. Was this the power of a demon general at their peak? Before this person, even a great demon seemed as insignificant as an ant, easily crushed. Though Wushan was already at the end of its strength, it was still undeniably a great demon, far stronger than Su Chengxian himself. The small sense of pride he had felt earlier when dealing with Wushan was instantly shattered by this display. Too stunned, Su Chengxian involuntarily inhaled sharply, forgetting that he still had Wushan's tail in his mouth. The mixture of demonic blood and energy caused him to cough violently. Cough, cough, cough. General Yu? The newcomer was none other than General Yu, clad in fine robes. In Su Chengxian's impression, this demon general was always unassuming, fond of luxurious clothing, generous and fair in his dealings. Who would have thought he could act with such decisiveness and ruthlessness? After witnessing this scene, Su Chengxian couldn't help but view General Yu with a newfound respect. General Yu, in turn, looked at him with a peculiar expression. I've been tracking this venomous python for days, but I didn't expect it to end up in your mouth. General Yu examined Su Chengxian, then glanced at the lifeless Wushan. The snake's body was riddled with bite marks, large chunks of flesh missing, clearly devoured by the water serpent in front of him. His gaze returned to Su Chengxian, somewhat surprised. Your cultivation has improved remarkably fast. You were only at the 6th stage during the last tournament, and now, just a year later, you've advanced to the 8th stage. Noticing Su Chengxian still had Wushan's tail in his mouth, he added, to have reduced a great demon to this state through sheer consumption, your combat prowess is indeed extraordinary. Su Chengxian was taken aback and quickly let go of the tail. General, is it not allowed to eat the flesh of a great demon after battling them? He had intended to secretly finish off the remaining meat on Wushan's tail before General Yu could claim the body. After all, the twin-headed blackwater python was already in this state. There was no point in holding back. Its flesh was a treasure for refining blood energy and enhancing cultivation. Every bite was a gain. Of course, to avoid revealing all his cards, he had refrained from absorbing Wushan's demonic energy. But General Yu's words made him nervous. Remembering the system's warning that Wushan was being hunted for devouring its kin, Su Chengxian began to worry. Had he violated some taboo of the demon race? No need to worry, General Yu reassured him. Wushan was declared a heretic and exiled by the demon marquis. Any demon is free to hunt and consume him. In fact, compared to the reward of a mid-grade spirit stone, the true value lies in Wushan himself, a great demon of the Blackwater venomous python lineage. That's why even other great demons or demon generals would pursue him. Were it not for the fact that his demon core and life-bound artifact were destroyed by the demon Marquis guards, he would never have fled all the way to Luyang Mountain. With only his physical body remaining, his value is significantly diminished. It's hardly worth a demon general's effort, let alone the risk of crossing territories and sharing the spoils with others. A great demon's corpse alone isn't enough to mobilize 2 demon generals. General Yu himself seemed indifferent to the matter. If not for his duty and eyewitness accounts of Wushan heading toward Luyang Mountain, he wouldn't have wasted days of cultivation time on this. Now that Wushan was dead, he was in a good mood and waved dismissively at Su Chengxian. Since you were the one to discover Wushan's trail and engage him in combat, allowing me to finish him off, this body is yours to keep. Due to his cultivation method, General Yu preferred spiritual fruits and plants over blood-based sustenance. Besides, the corpse had already been partially devoured. It was better to generously leave it to the water serpent. Thank you, General Yu. Su Chengxian quickly expressed his gratitude. With the Blackwater python's body, he might be able to replenish the massive amount of blood energy he had consumed. General Yu was truly fair and just. This is your rightful reward, so there's no need to thank me. However, I do have one piece of advice for you, General Yu said, pausing mid-step before turning back. Turning to Su Chengxian, Yu General said, you creatures of the serpent kind have a habit of devouring your kin to advance your cultivation. However, this is not only a deviation from the proper path of cultivation, but also a violation of the laws of the demon clan. You must remember this and never transgress. Before Su Chengxian could respond, a clear and cold female voice came from within the woods. Thank you for informing us, General. We are aware and will certainly not disobey. Before the voice faded entirely, a graceful figure emerged from the dense forest, followed by a sleek and elegant white serpent. The newcomers were none other than Ling Xiao and Ling Yun. Ling Xiao greets General Yu. Ling Yun greets General Yu. The woman and the serpent both bowed respectfully to the demon general hovering in midair. There's no need for such formalities, Yu General said, waving a hand dismissively. His gaze swept over Ling Yun before settling on Ling Xiao. His eyes flickered with interest, clearly intrigued by this newly transformed female demon. Though Ling Xiao was tall, dignified, and strikingly beautiful, his attention was drawn by something beyond her appearance. White Ling Xiao, Was it you who underwent the tribulation of transformation lightning a few days ago? Yes, General, it was me, Ling Xiao replied humbly. You General nodded with a smile. I've heard of your transformation. I hadn't expected not only for you to succeed flawlessly, but also to manifest your life-bound garment. Impressive, truly impressive. Congratulations. Cultivate diligently. I look forward to the day you ascend to the rank of a great demon. Thank you for your praise, General. I will not disappoint your expectations. Ling Xiao replied respectfully. Yu General then turned his attention to Su Chengxian and Ling Yun. Good, very good. As for you two, since you've made such remarkable progress in such a short time, why not push yourselves further? Strive to reach the 9th rank and break through to the realm of great demons as soon as possible. He could sense that the white serpent's cultivation was nearing the threshold of an 8th rank demon beast. This only deepened his interest in this family of water-avoiding snakes. Already favorably disposed toward them, he now saw their potential and was generous with his guidance. If, within 3 years, any one of you achieves the great demon realm, you General said with a meaningful smile, you might just find yourselves in line for a rare opportunity. An opportunity? What kind of opportunity? Su Chengxian asked eagerly, his curiosity piqued as he craned his neck forward. 3 miles ahead stood a towering, unnamed mountain peak, the most spiritually rich location in the area. General Yu shifted the conversation away from matters of fortune and suggested, if you trust me, why not choose that place as your dwelling? He knew Su Chengxian had come here to seek a spiritual vein to establish a retreat. Taking the opportunity to show goodwill, he directly pointed out the ideal location, saving them the trouble of searching. After advising, cultivate well, General Yu summoned his cloud riding technique and departed. As he left, General Yu mused to himself, a wise person needs no repeated reminders. These young ones not only knew how to choose surnames and names for themselves, but also demonstrated discipline and even understood the art of crafting garments for their transformation, a stark contrast to ordinary beasts. With his words already laid out, these 3 should be able to grasp the message. What fortune? Why didn't he explain before leaving? Su Chengxian watched General Yes figure disappear into the distance, utterly confused. But now wasn't the time to dwell on it. He lowered his head, biting into Wushan's tail and devouring its demonic energy. At the same time, he asked, Ling Xiao, Yunzi, how did you two get here? This place was far from the spiritual vein. Although his battle with the great demon Wushan had been intense, Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi's cultivation levels shouldn't have allowed them to sense it. Moreover, from Wushan's ambush to General Yes' arrival, not much time had actually passed, though the danger made it feel much longer. He was puzzled as to how they had arrived so quickly, just a step behind General Yu. There was nothing happening at home, Ling Xiao replied, frowning at him. The great sage sent Cat 19's red-winged bird brother to deliver a message to the spiritual mansion. Only then did Su Chengxian realize that he had been so absorbed in the fight with Wushan that he hadn't noticed the great sage's movements. Is the great sage all right? Not a scratch, Ling Xiao said. But you, why are you so badly injured? By now, Wushan lay dead. His neck snapped, head twisted, and body riddled with bloody holes. Su Chengxian wasn't in much better shape, with wounds of various sizes across his body. Although his rolling blood energy had stopped the bleeding, the blood that had previously gushed out had congealed into dark red scabs on his snake body. The spot pierced by the venomous fangs of the twin-headed blackwater venom python was particularly gruesome, with torn flesh and a faint, dark green glow indicating severe poisoning. Fine, none of it's fatal. I just need some rest, Su Chengxian said, glancing up briefly. He wasn't just trying to reassure them. It was the truth. His innate talent for blood devouring and transformation was advancing, continuously providing benefits. Even the poisoned area was starting to feel a faint sting, suggesting that the toxins might be on the verge of being refined. Coupled with the blood energy driving out the poison, the situation wasn't as dire as it seemed. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so at ease devouring blood and demonic energy with such gusto. This twin-headed blackwater venom pythoness at the great demon Wushan that fled? Ling Yunzi swam over to examine Wushan's head and shook his head slightly. Its soul is gone, and its demon core is missing. The horn atop the blackwater python's head is also nowhere to be found. If those things were intact, it wouldn't have fled here, Ling Xiao added. They had only figured this out on their way over. When they received the message, they knew things were dire and guessed that Su Chengxian had encountered the fugitive great demon Wushan while searching for a spiritual vein. Serpents and pythons had a habit of consuming their kin, as the similar bloodlines provided unparalleled benefits for enhancing blood energy, demonic power, and lineage strength. With the vast gap between an 8th-rank demon beast and a great demon, Su Chengxian had been in grave danger. Wushan must have intended to devour him. That realization had spurred the two of them to rush over. Who would have thought you'd end up eating him instead? Ling Xiao remarked, her eyelid twitching slightly. Su Chengxian was truly peculiar. Despite consuming such a large amount of the great demon's blood and flesh, he showed no adverse effects. She could even sense that some of the demonic energy was being absorbed as well. Old ghost, you seem to have grown stronger again, Ling Yunzi said as he swam closer, unable to hold back his comment. Initially, they had assumed that by the time they arrived, there might not even be a trace of Su Qingxian's remains. It wasn't until they heard the commotion halfway there that they realized Wushan might have been severely injured during his escape, leaving him far weaker than before. Even so, they had still thought Su Qingxian's chances were slim. The scene that unfolded before their eyes was truly shocking. The two-headed venomous python was riddled with bloody holes, while a massive flower-patterned snake feasted greedily nearby. The brutal aftermath of the battle was unmistakable. Ling Yunzi silently felt relieved that he had not yet taken human form. Otherwise, he doubted he could muster an appropriate expression to face such carnage. Yes, I've grown a bit stronger, Su Qingxian admitted matter-of-factly, his gaze sweeping over the battlefield. You didn't see it, but it was incredibly dangerous just now. Luckily, at the critical moment, my innate divine ability improved again. As he spoke, Su Qingxian finished gnawing on a chunk of meat from Wushan's tail, licking his lips with satisfaction. I'm full. The rest can be taken back as emergency rations. He eyed the remaining carcass of the demon. The flesh of a great demon can last for years without spoiling. It'll be more economical to save it for when I wake up hungry. Should we head back first, or check out the mountain general you mentioned? Su Qingxian asked. Ling Xiao responded immediately, let's go back. You need to recover from your injuries. The mountain isn't going anywhere. Since General Yu mentioned it himself, it's as good as reported. Whether we see it or not doesn't matter. Tomorrow, we can send Cat 19 to mark the spot, and then begin excavating a cave dwelling. There's no need to inspect it while injured. Alright, let's head back then, Su Qingxian agreed with a nod. Since Ling Xiao couldn't return to his serpent form for the time being, he and Ling Yunzi worked together to drag Wushan's massive body back. Along the way, Su Qingxian sighed. This time, my luck was really rotten. In such a vast place, how did I manage to run into him? It might have been inevitable, Ling Xiao explained as they walked. General Yu and the two great demons have their lairs on the eastern side of this mountain range. For Wushan to escape from the demon Marquis guards, he must have had some skill. Sensing danger, he hid here. And since you've been searching for spiritual veins in this direction, it was only a matter of time before you crossed paths. True, Ling Xiao continued to analyze. Besides, Wushan fleeing toward Luyang Mountain was likely an attempt to escape to the chaotic, lawless region of the southern mountain continent, where evil beings gather. He was probably waiting for the right moment to slip past General Yes watch. A demon of diminishing value wouldn't hold the demon general's attention for too long. If Wushan had hidden for a few more days, he might have truly escaped. But he ran into you, Su Qingxian, and that sealed his fate. So, in the end, he's the unlucky one. Hearing this, Su Qingxian felt much better. Serves him right. That greedy creature wanted to eat me, and look what happened, it ended up as my meal instead. Huh. Remembering the opportunity General Yu had mentioned, Su Qingxian turned and asked, do you two know what this opportunity might be? Both Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi shook their heads. I do, Su Qingxian said mysteriously. Do you know? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with disbelief. General Yu's words were vague, yet Su Qingxian seemed to understand perfectly this was a bit too uncanny. Ling Yunzi also cast a doubtful glance. Among all those in the cave dwelling, Huashi had always kept a low profile and knew the least about external affairs. How could Su Qingxian possibly know more than them? I really do know, Su Qingxian said as he tore off another piece of the great demon's flesh and stuffed it into his mouth. Chewing and swallowing, he continued, it's just a guess, but I'd wager him about 80 to 90% right. Oh, that confident? Ling Xiao raised an eyebrow. Why not share your reasoning then? The opportunity General you mentioned is most likely a marriage arrangement by a powerful figure in the demon clan. Marriage? Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi exclaimed in unison, clearly stunned by this unexpected answer. Do you have any basis for this conclusion? Ling Yunzi asked skeptically. Su Qingxian puffed out his chest. Do I look like the kind of person who just spouts nonsense? Their expressions, however, gave away their silent answer. Yes, they did think he was exactly that kind of person. Fine, I admit I can be a bit casual with my words sometimes. Su Qingxian rubbed his nose sheepishly. But this time, I'm confident I've got it right. Ling Xiao, think carefully, what did General Yu say before mentioning the opportunity? He talked about our cultivation levels, Ling Xiao recalled. He encouraged us to reach the 9th tier as soon as possible and break through to the great demon realm. Exactly. Su Qingxian snapped his fingers. That's the key. General Yu praised you first but didn't mention the opportunity right away. Logically, since you've already achieved perfect transformation, you should be the first to advance to the great demon realm. If the opportunity was meant for you, he would have said so directly. But instead, he mentioned me and Ling Yunzi specifically, even emphasizing you too. Su Qingxian grinned. So, doesn't it seem like this opportunity is meant for one of us? Ling Xiao thought back to the earlier exchange and had to admit that Su Qingxian's reasoning made sense. General yes words did imply that the opportunity required either Ling Yunzi or Su Qingxian to reach the great demon realm. Jumping to the conclusion that it's a marriage arrangement seems a bit far-fetched, Ling Yunzi remarked. Far-fetched? How? Su Qingxian sneered. Brother, think about it. What's something you and I can do that Ling Xiao cannot? Be a son-in-law to a powerful figure? Wrong. It's about making the daughter of a powerful figure pregnant. Ling Yunzi fell silent for a moment, then reluctantly admitted the logic behind the deduction. Even though Ling Xiao was a female emperor, disguising herself as a man might still attract plenty of demon clan powerhouses willing to take her as a son-in-law. Ling Xiao smirked. Although she was an esteemed empress, accustomed to people flattering her, few were as straightforward and unreserved as Su Qingxian in acknowledging her strength. Many paid lip service while secretly believing that a woman ascending the throne was merely a stroke of luck. Generally speaking, reaching the great demon realm means achieving transformation. Su Qingxian continued his analysis. That's probably the minimum requirement for this marriage arrangement in the demon clan, right? That's correct. Ling Yunzi nodded in agreement. The ninth tier of demon beasts in the great demon realm marked the dividing line between beasts and demon clans. The demon clan does seem to have a tradition of arranging marriages, Ling Xiao mused. This opportunity might indeed be related to a powerful figure planning to marry off his daughter within the next 3 years. However, a marriage arrangement in the demon clan? Ling Xiao trailed off, glancing at Ling Yunzi. I've heard that marriage arrangements in the demon clan are similar to how humans take Livian sons-in-law, Ling Yunzi explained. A Livian son-in-law? Su Qingxian's eyes widened. Seriously? He was all too familiar with the concept living in the wife's family, being at their beck and call, and even having children who wouldn't carry his surname. In ancient times, Livian sons-in-law were often considered lowly and could be dismissed with little consequence. Aside from the last point, how is that any different from a woman marrying into a family? Ling Xiao seemed puzzled by his reaction. Being considered lowly is just a precaution to keep the son-in-law in line. After all, men are physically stronger. Those who become Livian sons-in-law either come from poor families seeking survival or are looking to advance by joining a powerful household. Exactly, Ling Yunzi agreed. If you don't want to, you can simply refuse. Throughout history, forcing women into prostitution or marriages has been common, but forcing men into marriage is rare. The purpose of taking a Livian son-in-law is to have children. The pants are on you. How could anyone take them off without your consent? What the? Su Qingxian stared at Ling Yunzi, utterly dumbfounded. Brother, you. In the end, he could only shake his head in resignation. Forget it. Why are you so shocked? Ling Yunzi frowned slightly, his tone carrying a hint of confusion. Standing there, his Taoist robe fluttering gently in the wind, his eyes sparkled with confidence. Even if I were to become a Livian son-in-law, so what? In this world, strength reigns supreme. A mere title like that won't stand in the way of my path to greatness. Su Qingxian glanced at him sideways, the corner of his mouth curling into a meaningful smirk. Brother, you're speaking a bit too boldly here. Be careful, or you might end up with a fierce wife someday who drags you into her family, beats you black and blue, and forces you to father 17 or 18 kids. Let's see if you still talk so confidently then. Besides, this is the demon clan. Ling Yunzi explained calmly, his expression unruffled. They are different from humans. The demon clan doesn't have all those rigid formalities or notions of honor and shame. Terms like Livian son-in-law are things from the human world. There's no such concept as low status or enduring humiliation here. He paused briefly before continuing. In the demon clan, when the strong choose a son-in-law, it's to select someone with decent strength and potential to contribute to their family. Being chosen means you'll receive training from the strong and access to their family's cultivation resources. It can certainly be seen as a great opportunity. Then whose surname would the child take? Su Qingxian suddenly asked. The stronger one, Ling Yunzi replied nonchalantly. Makes perfect sense. Very reasonable. Truly admirable. Su Qingxian blinked, nodding as he took another bite of the snake meat in his hand. Clearly, he needed a moment to process. Haha, a child's surname? Ling Xiao chimed in with a laugh. Would Cat 19's child take the surname Cat? Cat 19's name is just Cat 19. It doesn't have a family name. This isn't unique to lesser demons. Greater demons are the same. Take names like Wolf Qing or Tiger Xiao, for example. These names are typically based on their original demon forms. He elaborated further. Some don't bother thinking too hard about it. A whole group might follow the naming trend of a strong figure in their midst. For example, if Wolf Qing became a great demon, many of the smaller wolf demons in his territory might adopt names starting with Wolf, like Wolf 1 or Wolf 2. That's already considered somewhat systematic. Many demon clan names are entirely random, as they don't have the concept of family lineage or inheritance. Got it? Got it. Suchunan nodded repeatedly after listening. So, the stronger one gets to pass on their name. That makes perfect sense. Ling Xiao initially wanted to clarify that these names weren't technically surnames, but after some thought, he realized that human surnames might have originated similarly. Over time, perhaps the descendants of Wolf Qing's group would indeed adopt Wolf as their family name. In the demon clan, only those at the level of demon commanders or above typically establish family forces and consider passing on their bloodlines, Ling Yunzi added. That's why the practice of choosing a son-in-law exists. Oh, I see. Su Chengxian nodded as he took another bite of meat, swallowing it before a sly glint flashed in his eyes. So here's the question: who do you think General Yu is planning to have Yunzi marry into? Big brother. Ling Yunzi looked at Su Chengxian, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. At this moment, Su Chengxian was coiled up on the ground, his plump, rounded snake body bloated from excessive feeding. He was deeply troubled by the thought of his upcoming transformation. Glancing at Ling Zhao's graceful human form, he couldn't help but worry about his own future appearance. Do you think someone like me, with this kind of physique, will look good after transforming? Su Chengxian asked, his wide eyes staring. His snake body was curled into a ball, resembling a living meme like an embodiment of hugging my chubby self in despair. JPG or mom, have I eaten too much, JP? Unable to shake off his anxiety, Su Chengxian took another bite of python meat. Ling Xiao gave him a "what nonsense are you talking about" expression. Regardless of the cultivation method, transformation is about condensing a human form from the essence of the soul. What does it have to do with your current snake body? It's worth worrying about, Su Chengxian replied earnestly. To him, the transformation tribulation felt like an important exam. He dreaded exams. Exams made him nervous, and nervousness led to mistakes. Worse still, he always had to visit the restroom before an exam. Needless worrying, Ling Yunzi commented. If Ling Xiao could refine such a fine set of robes during her transformation tribulation, why would it be difficult for you? Ling Xiao nodded in agreement. Even if you want to craft an exquisite set of robes, it's merely a matter of expending a bit more spiritual focus. She explained that during the transformation tribulation, treasures refined from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth were akin to the companion treasures of ancient beasts. Her robes, for instance, were crafted from her shed snake skin, enhancing both defense and power by incorporating new layers of shed skin. I suppose you're reluctant to become a Livian son-in-law? Ling Xiao teased with a knowing glint in her eyes. Su Chengxian immediately caught on. Well, I do have some thoughts. His gaze sparkled with the anticipation of showing off. But Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi had already seen through him. What's so hard to guess? If someone's seeking a son-in-law, it's either an elder from the snake or python clans or, specifically from the water-avoiding serpent clan. Same species, better offspring, Ling Xiao added. Among the demon clans, parents of the same lineage are more likely to produce offspring with strong bloodlines. Su Chengxian felt a bit deflated. Impressing these two wise ones was no easy feat. Thankfully, in terms of power, he still reigned supreme. Comforted by this thought, he took another bite of python meat, as if to maintain his edge. Back in the spiritual vein cave, Su Chengxian announced he was going to sleep. He didn't want Bai Xiaotsue, who was diligently cultivating, to worry about his injuries. Coiling up in his usual spot, he soon fell asleep. His blood energy steadily increased. 111. Until 3 days later, he heard the system notification. The divine ability Blood Devours has successfully advanced to Devour and Refine. Just then, he sensed a surge of spiritual power from the neighboring cave. Scanning it with his divine sense, he realized Ling Yunzi had broken through to the 8th rank. Haha, this seat has ascended to the 8th rank. Ling Yunzi's laughter echoed. Su Chengxian chuckled inwardly. The Taoist brother has finally reached the 8th rank. Now, let's see who reaches the 9th rank first. At that moment, a voice came from outside the cave. It was Lang Qing. Su Chengxian, are you there? Lang Qing's arrival brought two things: the delivery of a mid-grade spirit stone and inquiries about the transformation pill. While handing the spirit stone to Su Chengxian, he openly expressed his interest in the transformation pills refined by Ling Yunzi. According to custom, goods sold under the name of a station demon general usually require a 20% cut, Lang Qing began bluntly. However, you can be an exception in the condition that you leave all sales matters entirely to me. Rest assured, you won't suffer any losses in terms of price. Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi exchanged a glance and then nodded in agreement. The proposal was indeed reasonable. Having a demon general's endorsement could eliminate many potential troubles. After all, many alchemy shops might refuse to accept spirit pills of unknown origin for various reasons. Moreover, they were unfamiliar with the internal trading rules of the demon race, and certainly couldn't afford to travel far and wide for such matters. Once Lang Qing left, Ling Xiao gave a meaningful smile. For General Yu to send us this mid-grade spirit stone shows he's no short-sighted fool. In other words, this demon general has no intention of draining the pond to catch the fish for now. Ling Yunzi added. Or perhaps, we're not worth him breaking the rules over just yet. He elaborated further. Among the demon race, arbitrarily killing subordinate demons, especially high-level ones with potential, is strictly forbidden. If General Yu were to act against us, it would instantly cause all the demons here to scatter and flee. Besides, for someone who has already attained the status of a demon general, devouring these demons offers minimal benefit to his cultivation. It's more trouble than it's worth. What he truly needs are superior combat techniques, cultivation methods, divine powers, and spirit pills that can enhance his strength. More critically, he craves opportunities for bloodline inheritance. Ling Yunzi then revealed the crux of the matter. The demon race periodically opens a bloodline inheritance secret realm, but entry requires the recommendation of a demon marshal and the support of a demon noble from the royal city. That's likely why General Yu is so eager to see us advance to the great demon level. Looks like our guess was spot on, Ling Xiao said with a smile. Though she might not be well-versed in demon affairs, as a former empress of the previous dynasty, she could easily see through such political maneuvers. She analyzed further. A stationed demon general is akin to a local official, while the strong ones are comparable to high-ranking nobles or ministers in court. To form connections, especially close ones, mere gift-giving is not enough. Why not? Ling Yunzi asked, puzzled. Gift-giving is an art, Ling Xiao explained. Giving too little won't work, but giving too much can also backfire. More importantly, it's about aligning yourself with the right faction. Giving gifts and choosing a side, that's how you become one of their own. But even then, it's not enough. Everyone knows that the real benefits are reserved for family. The most direct way to become family is through marriage alliances, creating ties of kinship, but we have neither blood ties nor close relationships with General Yu, Ling Yunzi pointed out. As an observer of sect politics, he had seen many similar power struggles and understood the intricacies. Marriage alliances typically involved close descendants, whether biological or disciples, and rarely extended to outsiders. Ling Xiao gestured toward the mid-grade spirit stone in Su Chengxian's hand. Although this spirit stone is of average quality, it's enough to support one of us in cultivating to the 9th tier. With our cultivation methods and ability to utilize spiritual energy, this won't be difficult. So the aim is to bind us through gratitude, Ling Yunzi realized. Exactly, Ling Xiao nodded. Once we leave Luyang Mountain in the future, we'll naturally have an allied relationship with General Yu. In this world, who can avoid the complexities of humane or demon relationships? Especially within a faction, there's always a web of interests and factional disputes. Until one's personal strength is sufficient to challenge the rules, it's nearly impossible to stand alone, and borrowing power becomes inevitable. Just like now, don't we need General Yes help to smooth the way for selling spirit pills and magical artifacts? Ling Xiao then suggested that Lang Qing help them acquire protective artifacts or refine spiritual materials. He readily agreed, and even went out of his way to praise Ling Yunzi. Your Majesty deliberately revealed my skills? Ling Yunzi asked. Of course, Ling Xiao replied with a sly smile. Let General Yu see what you're capable of and encourage him to invest more resources into winning us over. After all, if they want to send someone from their side to cozy up to the strong, they'll naturally have to offer more benefits. This also helps convince them that we can ascend to the great demon level within 3 years. A mid-grade spirit stone, quite a generous move, Ling Yunzi commented. But it's part of the reward for the Wu Mountain bounty. Although the two-headed venomous serpent was slain by General Yu, the reward also included contributions from the foolish flower snake. Calling it a favor might be an understatement, but it's not as if he's placing extraordinary importance on us either. Just wait, Lang Qing will surely show some gesture once he sees you've advanced to the 8th rank. Not necessarily, Su Chengxian said calmly, gazing at the mid-grade spirit stone in his hand. General Yu isn't the kind of demon general who needs to curry favor with us in order to align with the strong. Why do you say that? Because he's incredibly powerful, Su Chengxian replied slowly, a trace of gravity flashing in his eyes. Over the past few days, I've repeatedly reflected on our previous battle in my dreams. My conclusion is that General Yu's strength far exceeds what we imagined. Ling Xiao nodded in agreement. According to what I learned from Mao Shijiu, General Yu ascended to the rank of Demon General 10 years ago and ranks among the top 3 under the command of the Demon Marshal Fuli. And he's cultivated for merely 60 years. With such exceptional strength and a long life ahead of him, he can afford to be so generous, giving away a mid-grade spirit stone without hesitation. A demon general ruling over a territory is akin to a local demon king in their domain. Ling Xiao continued his analysis. He personally killed Wu Shan. If we're being honest, exempting Su Chengxian from 3 months of tribute is already considerate. A less considerate one wouldn't give anything at all and might even say, I grant favors without expecting repayment. After all, outsiders wouldn't know the exact circumstances, nor how strong Su Chengxian truly is. Most would assume that without the demon general's intervention, Su Chengxian would have been devoured by Wu Shan. But perhaps I was overthinking it, Ling Xiao mused. Demon generals are different from ordinary human officials. Cultivators are often proud, and demon cultivators are even more unruly. With his level of strength, he doesn't need to win anyone over. As long as there's an opportunity to connect with other powerful individuals, he'll naturally gain recognition. So rather than calling it goodwill, it's more of an unspoken transaction. The trade is that Su Chengxian and his group are willing to serve as that opportunity. Even helping them sell elixirs and agreeing to purchase protective artifacts seems more like an act of deliberate mentorship. If that's the case, then this mid-grade spirit stone is sufficient, Ling Xiao said with a tinge of regret. It means we shouldn't expect further benefits from the demon general. Moreover, this kind of goodwill often comes with an expectation of reciprocation on our part. Should we refuse then? Of course not. Suddenly, Su Chengxian fixed his gaze on the mid-grade spirit stone and blurted out, "Can I just swallow this thing directly?" His words startled both Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi. "What did you say? Are you out of your mind?" "I'm not crazy, just feeling a bit weak." Su Chengxian gazed at the distant mountains with a deep sigh. The battle with the half-crippled great demon had left him unsettled. "And besides, my cultivation speed is just too slow." Ling Xiao nearly burst out laughing in disbelief. "Weak? Too slow? How long have you been cultivating?" "At most 2 years. You've gone from being an ordinary water-avoiding snake to an 8th-rank demon beast, and even managed to fight a great demon. And you call that weak? Slow?" Ling Yunzi chimed in. "For ordinary beasts with no special bloodline, it takes at least 10 years to cultivate into a demon beast, and that's only during their peak vitality. After becoming a low-rank demon beast, it usually takes another 20 years to advance to a high rank, before even attempting to reach the 9th rank. Along the way, countless beasts perish in the northern wilderness mountains. Of course, there are those in the demon race with exceptional bloodlines or fortuitous encounters, but none could possibly reach the 8th rank in just 2 years like you have." Ling Xiao couldn't help but want to slap some sense into him. "If you're weak, then what does that make me and my Taoist brother?" Su Chengxian still couldn't shake his unease. "But Wushan, he was crushed to death by General Yu with just one hand." That scene replayed over and over in his mind, the gap in strength feeling insurmountable the more he thought about it. This kind of jolt easily stirs up greed. As the saying goes, human greed knows no bounds, and being both human and snake, his desire was even greater. Even the laziest of slackers would feel the urge to rise under such pressure. "Can't I just consume a mid-grade spirit stone to boost my power?" he asked persistently. "My combat strength is weaker than Wushan's. General Yu used his whole hand to crush Wushan. With me, 3 fingers would probably suffice." The system remained silent. Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi also fell into silence, though their silence seemed to carry a deafening wave of anger. Su Chengxian wisely chose to block out their inner thoughts. "As long as I don't hear it, you can't scold me. Old ghost, are you deliberately trying to irritate me?" Ling Xiao crossed her arms and frowned. "You want to have a fight?" Su Chengxian glanced at her, thinking, "You can't beat me." But considering his injuries hadn't fully healed, not wanting to worry Xiao Cui, and definitely not wanting to completely provoke his Empress sister, he kept the thought to himself. Ling Xiao continued, "Cultivating beyond the 8th rank is far harder than before. Advancing from the 8th to the 9th rank is the first major hurdle, and reaching transformation is the second. Crossing these 2 thresholds within 10 years would make you exceptional among the demon race. But there's still a 90 chance of dying under the tribulation lightning. Most 9th rank demons take over 10 years just to accumulate enough demon power to transform," Ling Yunzi added. "If one can reach the realm of a demon general from a great demon within 50 years, they are considered a prodigy of the demon race. General Yu reached the demon general stage in 60 years, which speaks to his extraordinary talent." Ling Xiao paused for a moment and said, "General Yu is likely in the mid to late stages of the demon general realm now. No wonder he could easily kill Wushan. It seems he's aiming to break through to the demon martial realm within 100 years, which is why he needs the help of strong allies. You wouldn't want to disappoint General Yu, would you?" Ling Xiao asked with a smile. "I'll reach transformation within 3 years," Ling Yunzi declared resolutely. "I'm not so sure," Su Chengxian replied. "Then how much longer do you need to reach the 9th rank?" "About 9 more months," Su Chengxian said dejectedly. He had expended an enormous amount of blood energy to enhance his talent. Even with Wushan's body available for refining, it would still take that long to advance to the 9th rank. Hearing this, Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi abruptly turned and left without another word, heading back to Dongting. 9 months? If Su Chengxian could estimate the time so precisely, he must be confident. They, on the other hand, had no assurance of reaching the 9th rank within 9 months. Since that was the case, why waste time talking here? Better to hurry back and cultivate. Su Chengxian blinked, staring at the empty cave entrance with a hint of confusion in his heart. "Huh, just left like that," he murmured to himself. "We were talking just fine a moment ago. What's the rush all about?" Shaking his massive snake head, Su Chengxian decided not to dwell on it. Forget it. Sleep is more important. The priority now is advancing to the ninth rank. Only by reaching the ninth rank as a demon beast can I comprehend the conditions for cultivating to an even higher realm. As he swam lazily, he calculated carefully. He could currently accumulate 10 million units of blood energy every 4 months, but the amount required for each rank doubled with each advancement. After the ninth rank, the next level shouldn't require more than 50 million, right? That means I'll need to sleep for about 20 months. Plus the time I wake up occasionally, probably close to 2 years. At this thought, he couldn't help but worry about Ling Yunzi. Shaping his human form within 3 years. Can Yunzi manage it? His gaze landed on a mid-grade spirit stone. After a moment of contemplation, he decided not to use it yet, better to wait until he reached the ninth rank. Although his innate divine abilities allowed him to refine blood energy into spiritual energy at a faster pace after advancing, lacking a proper cultivation technique meant he could only crush the spirit stones and absorb the dissipated energy through breathing. Or, should I just swallow it whole? The image of himself opening his mouth wide and frantically inhaling made Su Chengxian's mouth twitch. Too ridiculous. And such a waste. Better to trade it with Ling Xiao or Ling Yunzi for some spirit pills, he mused silently. Ling Xiao has already perfectly shaped his form, and reaching the great demon realm is just a matter of time. Might as well give it to my brother Yunzi. Heh, sending a Taoist cultivator to be a Livian son-in-law, that's something I can't miss out on. As he passed by Xiaozui's section of the cave, he expanded his spiritual sense to take a look. The large white snake had just advanced to the 6th rank and was concentrating on forming her demon core. Meanwhile, Dai Dai was sound asleep in the adjacent chamber, her body having grown noticeably larger, enveloped by the spiritual mist generated by the spirit-gathering array. Dashing, on the other hand, sat in meditation, appearing calm and serene. The cave now had 2 newly added patches of soil soaked in beast blood, planted with unsprouted tranquil bloom and ghost fungus, both rewards from completed tasks. Returning to his own chamber, Su Chengxian began another round of cultivation. After more than 10 days, he finally refined all the blood and flesh of the Wushan beast. Stretching lazily, he realized that the chamber now felt a bit cramped. I've grown again, he thought smugly. Great demons are indeed incredibly nourishing. Just as he was considering urging his Empress sister to build a new cave dwelling, he heard voices discussing something outside. He immediately swam out, eager to join in the plans for his new home. Old ghost, what are you doing out here? Ling Xiao asked in surprise. What? Am I not allowed outside? Su Chengxian replied, puzzled. Did you advance to the 9th rank? Ling Xiao inquired cautiously. Of course not. At those words, everyone visibly sighed in relief. Su Chengxian quickly caught on. Oh, I see. In your minds, I wouldn't leave my lair unless I advanced? Is that it? Then why are you out here? Ling Xiao raised an eyebrow. I just woke up and overheard you all talking about excavating a new cave dwelling. I wanted to make a small suggestion. Oh? Let me guess, your chamber needs to be especially spacious, right? Ling Xiao chuckled. I already had that in mind. Rest assured. Exactly. That's it. Su Chengxian grinned. Also, we'd better hurry up and finish building this cave dwelling. Otherwise, this place won't be able to hold me for much longer. Ling Xiao observed Su Chengxian's physique, recalling the previous changes, and nodded in agreement. She began contemplating the layout of the cave dwelling, considering that Dai Dai would also need more space. The growth rate of the chasing wind tortoise was similar to Su Chengxian's, and as the foundation for the Bai family's spiritual plantation, such growth was a promising sign. We must not only build it large but also leave room for future expansion, Ling Yunzi pointed out the key consideration. Indeed, Su Chengxian's future growth in size was unpredictable, and the chasing wind tortoise's development depended on its bloodline inheritance. The current scale of construction might become insufficient in just a few years, especially since the duration of their stay was uncertain. Why not leave space for future expansion and excavate as needed? Exactly what I had in mind, Ling Xiao nodded, sketching a 5-petaled flower shape on the ground with her finger. I plan to design the cave dwelling like this. She elaborated on her idea, excavating 5 independent chambers around the spiritual vein, making the entire mountain resemble a lotus flower in full bloom with 7 or 8 petals. 5 specific areas would be excavated, providing ample space. The remaining areas could house minor demons, such as Mao Shurjiu and others, to handle daily affairs, allowing the masters to focus on their cultivation. Su Chengxian and Ling Yunzi expressed their agreement. They summoned by Xiaozui, Dai Dai, and Dashing for further discussion, and all approved of the plan. With the decision made, everyone returned to their respective chambers to continue cultivating. I almost thought he had truly advanced to the 9th stage, Ling Yunzi remarked after Su Chengxian left. It's only been a little over 10 days since his last breakthrough to the 8th stage. Yet seeing him emerge, I couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. I, too, was momentarily taken aback, Ling Xiao admitted with a shake of her head. Both of them were reborn individuals who had once held positions of great power. Though their current lifetimes were marked by ordinary bloodlines and the need to avoid the water serpent, their previous life's experience and mastery of top-tier cultivation techniques allowed them to progress far faster than ordinary practitioners. It wasn't until Lang Qing delivered mid-grade spiritual stones and Su Chengxian mentioned their slow cultivation that they realized just how exceptional their speed was. But Su Chengxian's progress was even more astonishing. He always seems to be one step ahead of us, Ling Yunzi commented. At lower levels, it could be attributed to bloodline differences. But even after forming his demon core, he continues to advance faster, Ling Xiao analyzed. What's even more remarkable is his ability to contend with a half-crippled great demon and consume its flesh despite being at the 8th stage. Such capabilities are said to belong only to descendants of ferocious beast bloodlines. Could it be that his cultivation technique surpasses ours? Have you ever observed his cultivation methods? Ling Yunzi countered. Heavenly techniques originate from the Dao ancestor, while earthly techniques come from the orthodox Dao sections. Both share the same roots, as do the techniques of the demon clans. I've never heard of a method that allows someone to grow stronger simply by sleeping. Could it be a unique demon bloodline? Ling Xiao raised an eyebrow. It's true that the demon clans occasionally produce individuals with extraordinary bloodlines and combat prowess. Ferocious beasts enhancing their strength through consuming blood is also not unheard of, Ling Yunzi said with a hint of puzzlement. But even that requires forming a demon core, cultivating demonic energy, and refining the baleful energy of blood. Otherwise, they would lose their sanity and become monsters. Yet this snake shows no signs of demonic energy or a demon core. Not only is this snake's origin mysterious, but even his cultivation technique and innate abilities are an enigma. Ling Xiao frowned deeply, clearly disliking the sense of being unable to grasp the situation. The ancient demon clans ruled for thousands of years. It's not surprising if there are secrets we don't know, Ling Yunzi remarked. Since he's a friend and not a foe, time will reveal the truth. I'll return to my cultivation now. You should also avoid letting mundane matters delay your progress. After all, they had benefited greatly from Su Chengxian's presence. As a Dao sovereign and an empress, being consistently outshone was hardly ideal. I know that. Ling Xiao raised her chin slightly. Once I ascend to the 9th stage this time, I will definitely surpass both of you. Don't speak too soon, Your Majesty, Ling Yunzi replied with a faint smile. Ling Yunzi glided gracefully through the water, his serpent body tracing an elegant arc. With a hint of pride in his voice, he declared, "How do you know I won't be the first to ascend to the 9th tier and step into the realm of great demons?" Ripples spread across the water's surface as a jade-like white snake head emerged. Bai Xiaotsue flicked her tongue, her gaze filled with maternal concern. "Xiao Qing, Xiao Bai, are you confident you can ascend to the 9th tier within 9 months? That depends on who triggers the lightning tribulation first." A competitive response echoed across the water. Meanwhile, inside the cave hall, Su Chengxian, though not intentionally paying attention to the commotion outside, knew his younger siblings all too well. Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi's deep-seated obsession with surpassing him was practically ingrained in their very beings. As the elder brother, how can I lose to my younger siblings? Even if you're destined to be empresses or Dao Lords, I won't allow it, he resolved silently. The massive body of the two-headed venomous python lay quietly in the cave hall. Due to the vast difference in cultivation levels, only Su Chengxian could fully absorb such flesh and blood within the entire cave. This time, he decided not to treat it as mere sustenance. He began to meticulously devour the flesh while activating his innate divine ability, refining it deeply in his sleep. After all, with the great demon already dead, its spirit had been captured and sealed by General Yu, and the demonic energy within its body was gradually dissipating. Consuming and refining it promptly to enhance his soul and physique was the best course of action. The days that followed saw Su Chengxian immersed in a cycle of cultivation, eating, sleeping, and refining. Blood energy 1111. Physique level 1111. Soul level 1111. For 6 months, he devoted himself entirely to this routine. Until one day, as he opened his eyes once more, the system's notification finally rang out. Blood energy 11111. Congratulations to the host for ascending to the 9th tier demonic beast. Just as he was about to examine his strength panel, Bai Ziakui's excited voice called out from outside. "Xiaohua, Xiao Qing, Xiao Bai, wake up. The cave mansion is complete. It's time for us to move." The cave dwelling was finally completed. As soon as Su Chengxian heard the news, he immediately slithered out of the main hall, joyfully wagging his snake tail as he rushed toward the front hall. His massive body collided with the stone walls of the cave, causing a thunderous rumble. Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi quickly stepped aside to make way, waiting for the giant snake to pass before leisurely following after him. Su Chengxian arrived at the front hall, only to find that no one else had arrived yet. What? Move over. Ling Xiao gave Su Qingxian's snake tail a kick from behind. Don't you know how big you are? Blocking the way like this, there's no room for me to step. The unsightly flower-patterned snake had gone through another shedding 4 months ago, entering yet another growth spurt. Every time Ling Xiao passed by, she worried that if he kept growing, he might collapse the entire cave. Fortunately, over the past 2 months, his growth had slowed down, thanks to a diet of regular beast meat. Xiaohua, you're growing so fast. Die, the purple-gold wind-chasing turtle, exclaimed in admiration, her tone full of envy. Growing big is great. The bigger you are, the stronger you become. Grandpa Turtle, you're not doing too badly yourself, Su Qingxian replied courteously, twisting his body to make room for Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi. Enough with the mutual compliments, you two, Ling Xiao interjected. Wasn't the new cave supposed to take a few more months to finish? With the two of you involved, how could it not be finished faster? Ling Xiao chuckled lightly. To speed up the process, she had used up all the discarded spirit stones, even trading 2 transformation pills that Ling Yunzi had refined. The remaining spirit stones were exchanged for crafting materials. General Yu had also provided significant assistance. While he hadn't fully aligned himself with them, his support was still a valuable asset. Considering the disparity in power between the two sides, this cooperation was just what Ling Xiao needed. So, does that mean we can move in right now? Su Chengxian asked eagerly. He had grown tired of the cramped current cave, where even turning over was a struggle. Yes, we can move in today, Bai Xiaotsue said with a cheerful smile. Sweeping his divine sense, Su Chengxian suddenly exclaimed in surprise, Xiaotsue, you've advanced to the 7th rank? That was fast. It only took you 7 months to go from the 6th rank. This news delighted Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi as well. Although Bai Xiaotsue was born a simple water-avoiding snake, with a steady supply of spirit stones, proper cultivation techniques, and the meticulous guidance of Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi, her rapid progress was entirely reasonable. Looks like it's a double celebration for our family today, Ling Xiao said with a smile. It's actually a quadruple celebration, Su Qingxian chuckled mischievously. The great sage has reached the 5th rank and even condensed a demon core. Oh! Ling Yunzi's eyes lit up with joy. That's wonderful. I'll find you a suitable cultivation technique right away. Ling Xiao chimed in, Your Majesty, do you happen to have any cultivation methods tailored for spirit monkeys? As they were talking, they both suddenly sensed something was off. Quadruple celebration? The completed cave, Xiaoqui 7th rank, the great sage's 5th rank, that's 3. What's the 4th? Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi simultaneously turned their gazes towards Su Chengxian. Su Chengxian grinned, baring his teeth at them. The 4th celebration is with me. Dear Empress sister, Brother Dao, sorry to say, but your big brother here has beaten you to it. I've just advanced to the 9th rank, oh yeah. Su Chengxian announced triumphantly, his face brimming with pride, as he eagerly awaited everyone's reaction. However, his joy was quickly interrupted by the subtle expressions of Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzion with a stoic face, the other narrowing his vertical pupils. The same thought crossed both their minds. What was destined to happen had finally come. Xiaohua, you've reached the 9th tier? Bai Xiaotsue, free from their complex thoughts, simply felt pure joy for her good child. She swayed her head and praised, Amazing, my little one. Her words carried a hint of Su Chengxian's mannerisms after spending so much time together. Not only her, but even Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi had unconsciously picked up on Su Chengxian's habits. If not for the fact that Su Chengxian spent most of his time sleeping, they might have even drastically reduced their usual self-references like, we and this seat. So fast. 9th tier already? Dai exclaimed with delight. Xiaohua, incredible. Squeak squeak. Great king. Incredible. Deshang was even more excited, raising his hands high and dancing around Su Chengxian. The most enthusiastic congratulations to our great king. Haha, I didn't expect it to happen so quickly either, Su Chengxian chuckled. I have to give a lot of credit to Wushan. The flesh and blood of a great demon are immensely nourishing. It's unbelievably potent. Refining all of its blood, flesh, and demonic power not only replenished the blood energy consumed by my innate divine ability, but also significantly enhanced both my divine ability and physique. 9th tier? Doesn't that mean you're close to the great demon realm? Ling Xiao raised an eyebrow. Not really, still a long way off. Su Chengxian shook his head. How far exactly? Ling Yunzi followed up. Let me check. Su Chengxian opened his system panel and took a look. Host, Su Chengxian. Race, water-avoiding snake. Tier, 9th. Blood energy required for advancement to Great Demon Realm, 10 billion. Current blood energy, 50,093,677. Physique Realm, Demon Body Realm 962010000. Soul Realm, Demon Soul Realm 979810000. Divine Abilities and Combat Skills. Divine Abilities. devour and refine, bewitching scream. Combat skills, snake bite, snake constriction, refinement points, 09. Seeing the requirement of 10 billion blood energy to advance to the great demon realm, Suchunan was secretly amazed. At his current rate, it would take 4 months to accumulate 1 billion blood energy, meaning he still needed about 20 months. However, he also noticed that his physique and soul had indeed improved significantly. The 12 refinement points obtained from killing Wushan, along with the 16 points rewarded for establishing his lair, had all been used over the past 6 months to refine blood energy and advance his realm. Additionally, the continuous devouring of Wushan's demonic power through his innate divine ability, as well as the natural growth of his body, had contributed significantly. With the increasing abundance of blood energy in his body, even during sleep, the circulation of blood energy tempered his snake physique and absorbed spiritual energy to nourish his soul. Although less effective than cultivating techniques, it still added a few dozen points each month. Suchunan estimated that by the time he advanced to the great demon realm, his soul and physique should also see breakthroughs. What exactly would happen would become clear within 2 years. Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi, noticing Suchunan closing his eyes in introspection, waited quietly. Meanwhile, Dai Dai, Deshang, and Bai Xiaozue had already excitedly gone off to explore the newly built lair. When Suchunan finally opened his eyes, only Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi were left waiting for him. So, can you already estimate when you'll advance to the great demon realm? Ling Xiao asked, trying to suppress the odd feeling in his heart. Ling Yunzi was equally curious. Neither he nor Ling Xiao had reached the 9th tier yet. Although their cultivation progress had exceeded expectations, Suchunan had managed to advance 3 months ahead of schedule. As a former Taoist lord, Ling Yunzi deeply understood how remarkable this progress was. In the world of cultivators, while the first 6 levels of the Qi refining stage could be relatively quick, each subsequent level often required over a year, even for the most talented disciples of major sections. For a beast, advancing from the 8th to the 9th tier was comparable to breaking through from the 8th to the 9th layer of Qi refining. Even with memories of a past life, such speed was truly astonishing. It can be expedited, but the time will be reduced by more than half, Suchunan said slowly, his gaze deep and contemplative. He knew the truth about his past life, but chose to express it in the simplest terms. Still, it'll take 20 months, he added, his tone calm and sincere. Deep down, he was aware of faster methods. If he reduced the number of times he awoke during the process, it might shorten the duration further. But seeing the almost fiery glare in his sister Ling Xiao's eyes, he wisely swallowed those words. Ling Xiao's expression turned fierce. 20 months? She repeated through gritted teeth. Another deadline calculated down to the month. Lin Jianzi lost interest in pressing further, while Ling Xiao snorted coldly and stormed off. In her heart, she vowed. Within 20 months, she would summon the lightning tribulation and break through to the great demon realm. Of course, this meant she first needed to advance to the 9th tier within 2 months. Lin Jianzi clearly held the same ambition. Although he was currently 1 step behind, he didn't seem bothered. For most people, the higher the realm, the harder the breakthrough. But for them, it was quite the opposite. Suchunan watched their retreating figures, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. He hadn't condensed a demon core or refined demon power, leaving others puzzled as to how he planned to break through. Was he intending to use blood energy to draw on the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to summon a lightning tribulation? The amount of blood energy required would be unimaginable. The process of moving was surprisingly simple. Ling Xiao had already cleared out the depleted spirit stones, and the usable ones were packed into the snakeskin shed and placed on Dai Dai's shell. The 3 of them only needed to walk from the old spiritual vein cave to the newly constructed one. Afterward, Ling Xiao went to return the ownership of the old cave. Back at the Bai residence, everyone returned to their respective caves to cultivate. Their daily routine of refining spirit stones continued, peaceful and steady. A month later, in General Yu's cave. General? Langqing asked in confusion. A beast has advanced to the 9th tier, General Yu stated calmly. The 2 water snakes from the Bai family? Langqing speculated. 3 of the Bai family's 4 snakes have already reached the 9th tier, General Yu clarified. Though Suchunan doesn't exhibit any demon power fluctuations, he broke through even earlier than the other 2. 3 9th tiers in one family? Incredible. General Yu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his eyes slightly closed, a contemplative expression on his face. The achievements of this family of 4 before him were truly astonishing. Within just 2 years, 3 of them had advanced to the 9th rank of demonic beasts. Such a rapid pace of cultivation was exceedingly rare. Commander, Langqing stepped forward and lowered his voice. I recall that when they first arrived, that flower snake was only at the 6th rank. What's even more peculiar is that it doesn't seem to have condensed a spiritual core to cultivate its demonic power. Hu Xiao chimed in. This family of water-avoiding snakes, who claim the surname Bai, each practice a different cultivation technique. General Yu nodded slightly. With his keen insight, though he couldn't fully discern the intricacies of Ling Xiao and his family's techniques, he could still make out some key points. One of them practices orthodox Taoist methods. Another focuses on demonic clan techniques. The flower snake's method is unclear, but its combat strength and cultivation speed faintly surpass the others. The mother snake practices the ascending dragon technique, but her potential seems to be the lowest among them. Commander, Hu Zhao's eyes glinted with sharpness. Could it be that they've acquired some kind of treasure? For an entire family to be this formidable, and to have access to not just one but multiple rare cultivation techniques. Lang Qing added with a pointed tone, they don't seem to have awakened some extraordinary bloodline. If they've inherited the legacy of a great power, there should be treasures in addition to the techniques. Perhaps the treasure is hidden somewhere, maybe the flower snake has swallowed it? Haha. General, you let out a hearty laugh. So what if they have treasures? And what if they don't? I have a bright future ahead of me, and no desire to abandon the righteous path to take a risky shortcut. Inwardly, he pondered. The demonic clan has its own laws. If a higher-ranking demon unjustly slaughters lower-ranking ones, and it comes to light, exile would be the only outcome. Of course, it all depends on the circumstances when backed into a corner. Such rules may no longer matter. Commander, while they are still demonic beasts, their combat prowess is truly extraordinary. General, you waved a hand to interrupt. Even if they possess a treasure, it might not be something I could use. Demonic clan treasures often require specific bloodlines to refine. Besides, the Bai family now has more than just 4 water-avoiding snakes. There's also that troublesome purple-gold wind-chasing tortoise and 20 or 30 lesser demons. To go on a killing spree for a treasure that might not even exist would be far too reckless. A faint smile appeared on his refined face. I am not someone who delights in killing. Promising juniors like these why make enemies of them when I could instead forge ties of goodwill? Those who violate the law are no longer protected by it. The demons of the northern wastelands are fair game to kill. But I have no intention of doing someone else's dirty work. Wise decision, Commander. Lang Qing and Hu Xiao cupped their hands in admiration. You two don't need to flatter me, General, you said with a chuckle, waving them off. In his mind, he thought, no matter how extraordinary Ling Yunzi and his family's techniques may be, they're of no use to me. If I truly wanted them, there are other ways to obtain them. It depends on the value of the cultivation technique, General, you said, a glint of meaning flashing in his eyes as a faint smile curved his lips. Seeing how quickly they've advanced to the 9th rank, the opportunity one promised might actually come to fruition. The general promised an opportunity? Lang Qing's heart tightened, his eyelid twitching involuntarily. General, you explained leisurely, I made an agreement with them. If they can break through to the greater demon realm within 3 years, I will grant them a fortuitous opportunity. Advancing to the greater demon realm in 3 years? Hu Xiao shook his head repeatedly, disbelief coloring his tone. That's impossible. 5 or 10 years might be more realistic. Advancing from the 8th to the 9th rank in a year is already astonishing. But breaking through to the greater demon realm within 3 years and successfully overcoming the tribulation? That's unheard of. General, you replied nonchalantly, 3 years was just a casual figure. 5 or 10 years to achieve transformation would also be acceptable. At the time, I simply thought it would be good for Hua Shi and Bai Shi to perfect their transformations early, just like that Qing Shi named Ling Xiao. Once they break through to the greater demon realm, everything else will naturally follow. Mentioning 3 years was merely to encourage them not to slack off. A hint of suspicion flickered in Lang Qing's eyes. He cautiously probed, General, why does it seem like this opportunity is specifically waiting for them? Exactly. Hu Xiao chimed in, realization dawning on him as he stared at General Yu. If there's an opportunity, why not give it to us? Why does it seem tailored for the snakes? General Yu shook his head with a smile. This opportunity isn't something you'd likely encounter. The Marquis of the Waters has 3 daughters, all yet to marry. The wolf and tiger exchanged a glance, understanding dawning between them. A demon marquis seeking a son-in-law would naturally prioritize members of the same species. You don't need to feel disheartened, General, you reassured them. Focus on your cultivation. Once I ascend to Demon Marshal, I'll take you all with me to the Marshal's mansion. Understood, General, the two replied respectfully, though their minds were already speculating. Among the 3 9th-rank members of the Bai family, who would be the first to break through to the greater demon realm and complete their transformation? If the 2 brothers transformed simultaneously, it would certainly make for a lively spectacle. Since the opportunity had nothing to do with them, watching an exciting event unfold would suffice. However, even General Yu believed that this lively spectacle would take a few more years, perhaps not until the Marquis of the Water's youngest daughter held a competition to choose a husband. Yet, 2 years later, the sky suddenly changed. A powerful wave of demonic energy surged forth, shaking the heavens and earth. Tribulation clouds gathered densely, and the suffocating pressure of the impending tribulation spread far and wide. Lang Qing and Hu Xiao sprang to their feet, exchanging bewildered glances. What's going on? Who's undergoing a tribulation? None of the ninth-rank beasts in the spirit manor were supposed to be doing so. Could it be the Bai family to the west? Impossible. According to General Yu's 3-year timeline, there's still a full year left. Boom, boom, rumble. Deafening thunder tore through the skies. At the bottom of the cave, where Su Chengxian was intently digging and refining spirit stones, he suddenly looked up, his serpent-like pupils dilating in an instant. His spiritual sense spread out rapidly, and the next moment, he let out an excited hiss, his massive serpent body shooting out of the cave like an arrow. Empress sister, you've finally come around? The past few months of boredom had nearly driven him mad. Just how bored was he? Bored enough to count every single rib in his body 399 pairs and even his scales, totaling 9,894. Not stopping there, he had dug a tunnel at the bottom of the cave toward the ley lines, extracting over 40 low-grade spirit stones in the process. What else could he do? A well-fed snake, with no phone to scroll through and no blood energy to gain from sleeping, had to find ways to pass the time. Though he hadn't mastered any advanced techniques, he'd at least picked up a few minor spells. Granted, with no demonic power to fuel them and relying solely on his blood energy, they were far from seamless, but they were better than nothing. Over 2 months ago, his blood energy had already surpassed the 10 million mark. He had initially planned to be cautious and stop at around 9 million, allowing Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi to reach the Great Demon Realm first. This wasn't out of any sense of filial piety or brotherly love, simply wanted to observe the power of the heavenly tribulation to prepare himself mentally. The last time he witnessed Ling Xiao undergoing the tribulation of transformation, he developed a healthy respect for the might of the heavens. But to his surprise, after one nap, his blood energy not only exceeded 10 million but surpassed it by several thousand. Fortunately, it didn't immediately trigger the tribulation. It was then he recalled Ling Yunzi mentioning that heavenly thunder required demonic power to be activated. Not long after, Ling Xiao's demonic power underwent a qualitative change, becoming more refined and vast, like clouds condensing into water. She began to focus on refining her spiritual sense and suppressing her demonic power fluctuations, no longer releasing her demon core even while absorbing moonlight at night. Su Chengxian quickly realized that this former empress had already broken through to the Great Demon Realm, just a few days behind him. Soon after, spiritual power fluctuations emanated from Ling Yunzi's cave as well. This former Dao sovereign had also stepped into the Great Demon Realm. With a human form, top-tier cultivation techniques, and the experience of a past life, their cultivation speed was nothing short of breathtaking, leaping from the 8th rank to the Great Demon Realm in just over 2 years. Boom! More bolts of lightning split the dark clouds. You two really know how to hold back. Su Chengxian sighed as he stared at the thunderclouds above. Uncertain about the grace period for undergoing the tribulation, he hadn't dared to sleep, fearing the lightning would strike while he was unconscious. For a snake accustomed to a life of eat, sleep, repeat, losing the option of sleep as a pastime left him so idle, he contemplated playing with his own tail. Still, he couldn't rush the other two. Judging by their actions, it was clear they were gathering their strength. After all, one was an empress, the other a Dao sovereign. They knew better than anyone the right time to face the heavenly tribulation. After all, a lightning tribulation is no joking matter. To push someone while trying to leech off their experience would be a bit too shameless. Su Chengxian reflected silently. No matter what, in this life, he was still her real elder brother. Whenever he had overly selfish thoughts, he always reminded himself of this. When boredom struck, he focused on refining spirit stones or counted the scales on his body repeatedly. Counting scales, however, required intense concentration. Any lapse, and he would find himself drowsy. Finally, the long-awaited moment arrived. Ling Xiao was about to face her tribulation. It was midday, yet dark thunderclouds rolled in like a stampede of thousands of warhorses, their roaring thunder echoing ceaselessly. The layers of storm clouds were deep and foreboding, as if ancient gods and demons had been awakened from the heavens, now roaring in fury. The ominous clouds devoured the daylight, leaving the world in darkness. Each cluster of clouds resembled towering mountain ranges, pressing down on the earth with an unstoppable force, slow yet relentless. The air was thick with suffocating tension, making even breathing feel burdensome. Amid this oppressive stillness, the thunder began to brew. At first, a low rumble, like a primordial beast stirring in its slumber. Gradually, the rumbling grew louder, as though it sought to tear the sky apart, unleashing an even more terrifying presence. Crack! In an instant, a streak of lightning split the heavens, its silver-white brilliance blazing through the world shrouded in darkness. Damn! Su Chengxian was just about to rush out of his cave dwelling and head to the valley Ling Xiao had chosen for her tribulation, a place far from any spiritual veins. But as he looked up at the scene before him, his scalp tingled, and he instinctively froze in his tracks. The lightning itself wasn't what scared him. It was the residual force it radiated that made his heart race. Calm your mind. Steady your spirit. Ling Yunzi suddenly appeared beside him. Don't let your soul become unsettled before the tribulation even begins. He seemed puzzled by Su Chengxian's reaction. You've been through this before. Why so tense? Su Chengxian thought to himself. You wouldn't believe me if I told you, but I've actually never experienced it. Of course, he couldn't say that aloud, it would risk exposing his true identity. So, he chuckled awkwardly. It's been so long, I barely remember. Then, quickly changing the subject, he asked, Yunzi, do you think your second sister can handle this tribulation? Hurry up, tell me something about the tribulation lightning. Su Chengxian eagerly looked at Ling Yunzi, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Ling Yunzi, however, seemed puzzled by his concern and furrowed his brows slightly. It's just a mere lightning tribulation. Her Majesty was once a female emperor. What could possibly go wrong? You said it yourself, she was a female emperor. Su Chengxian replied dismissively, waving his hand. Now, we're all starting from scratch. That wheat was a bit shameless, but it was undeniably true. Even though he had a system cheat that allowed him to increase his vitality just by sleeping, it still began at level 1. Besides, he knew nothing about cultivation, couldn't even grasp the basics of foundational techniques. If writing PowerPoint slides or drafting proposals could boost his cultivation, he might have stood a chance. Similarly, Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi were also starting from zero, with barely any remnants of their spiritual power left. Despite their memories and experiences as a former female emperor and a Taoist sovereign, in this life, they were merely 3 patchy bloodline water snakes. When they hatched, they had to begin with the most basic qi refinement, evolving step by step from low-level beasts. If not for the reliable Xiao Cui, their mother, who thoughtfully stole some spiritual bird eggs to feed them, their cultivation journey would have been even more challenging. After painstakingly cultivating for over 3 years, they had now reached the threshold of the great demon realm's lightning tribulation. This speed was already outstanding among demonkind, enough to provoke countless greedy eyes. For this reason, their family never mentioned their age to outsiders and kept their experiences before arriving at Luyang Mountain a tightly guarded secret. But compared to the bloodlines of divine and ferocious beasts, or their cultivation in their previous lives, what's a great demon realm even worth? Su Chengxian probed. The dragons that pulled the female emperor's chariot in her past life were at least of the demon general level, weren't they? It must have been ages since she even encountered someone at the great demon level. Does she even remember how to handle a tribulation at their current level of cultivation? As he spoke, Su Chengxian grew increasingly uneasy. It's like solving a problem an elementary schooler and a middle schooler would approach it differently. To put it bluntly, it's like comparing a young girl encountering a hooligan to an experienced dance mom facing the same situation. The latter would strip the hooligan bare, toss him onto the street, and even extort him until he couldn't afford socks. Likewise, the same lightning tribulation when Ling Xiao had her female emperor's cultivation, she could probably disperse it with a wave of her hand. But now she's not the female emperor. She's just a water snake that barely broke through to the great demon realm. As soon as his words fell, a bolt of lightning tore through the sky, illuminating the valley ahead. The deafening roar of thunder followed, accompanied by the oppressive descent of tribulation clouds. In an instant, it felt as though the entire world trembled. Suddenly, fierce winds howled, whipping up dust and leaves into violent whirlpools within the valley. Trees swayed wildly, their branches snapping, with some uprooted entirely and flung about before crashing back to the ground. The once serene valley descended into utter chaos. No wonder they had to drive out all the birds and beasts beforehand. The sight of the dark clouds, thunder, lightning, and tornadoes reminded Su Chengxian of apocalyptic movie scenes. But those were fictional, this was real. And the true lightning tribulation had yet to descend. Abruptly, his gaze froze on the figure suspended in midair above the valley. A tall woman clad in a phoenix robe stood there, her hands clasped behind her back as she stared at the heavens. Her figure was bathed in a faint azure gold glow, and the intricate golden phoenix embroidery on her robe seemed to come alive, fluttering as if ready to take flight. Her long hair, cascading like a waterfall, was elegantly pinned with a delicate golden ornament, swaying in the wind and adding an ethereal grace to her presence. Ling Xiao's expression was calm and aloof, her beauty cold and untouchable. Her brow carried an air of unyielding nobility and strength. As she gazed at the tribulation clouds, the slight upward tilt of her eyes seemed indifferent, yet unmistakably provocative. Provoking the lightning tribulation? Su Chengxian couldn't help but marvel internally. Wow, my proud and fearless sister, the female emperor. But what puzzled him even more was, Yunzi, why isn't Ling Xiao wearing the phoenix crown? The robe is part of a set. The phoenix crown, the robe, and the cloud shoes together can form a protective barrier when activated with spiritual power far sturdier than any demonic energy shield. If even one piece was missing, her defense would be reduced by 30%. Yet at this moment, Ling Xiao was not wearing her phoenix crown, only a simple robe paired with cloud-patterned shoes. The golden hair ornament on her head was beautiful, but it was merely an illusion created with magic, offering no defensive power at all. The Empress is not someone who would disregard her safety just for appearances, Lin Jianzi interjected, unable to hold back. Su Chengxian snorted coldly. Don't kid yourself. When this Empress's younger sister had just reincarnated, she completely revealed her true nature. Not only did she disdain him for being a flower-patterned snake, calling his colors unattractive, but she also smugly flaunted her pure green snake form. So what if she's the Empress? Can't she appreciate beautiful things? Lin Jianzi retorted. Besides, if I recall correctly, didn't Ling Xiao once say she was manipulated by a beauty? The tribulation lightning is triggered by the tribulation taker's own demonic energy, he continued to explain. Its intensity is brewed based on the tribulation taker's strength. Within the same realm, the stronger the cultivation, the more dangerous the lightning, but in turn, the amount of heavenly spiritual energy that descends will also increase. Moreover, any force on the tribulation taker's body besides their magic will be sensed by the tribulation cloud, amplifying the power of the lightning. Using external aids like protective artifacts will only attract even stronger tribulation clouds. However, spiritual phase garments, which lie somewhere between personal magic and external aid, won't increase the tribulation cloud's power as long as they aren't fully worn. Su Chengxian was silent for a moment before muttering, I see. As expected, no matter the world, humans are naturally gifted at learning from experience and exploiting the rules. By now, the tribulation clouds in the sky had reached their peak. Without giving anyone a chance to react, a bolt of lightning imbued with world-shattering power came crashing down, heading straight for Ling Xiao, illuminating the entire sky as if it were daytime. Crash! Torrential rain poured down in sheets. Su Chengxian slightly opened his snake mouth, staring at the awe-inspiring lightning, wondering if being struck by it would turn him into a fried snack. The surrounding demonic beasts were all struck with fear, and the lower-level ones prostrated themselves on the ground, not daring to look directly at the figure standing proudly in the sky. Faced with this fearsome heavenly tribulation, Ling Xiao merely nodded slightly, her gaze unwavering. As the first bolt of tribulation lightning descended, she remained motionless, lifting her hands gently with her palms facing upward. Her magical energy surged like a roaring river, colliding with the lightning above her head in a deafening explosion. Although most of the lightning's power was neutralized in the clash with her magic, some of it still landed on her dermic form, causing her fluttering phoenix robe to be instantly engulfed in crackling arcs of lightning. Tribulation lightning, can it really be blocked? Su Chengxian's eyes lit up in astonishment. Can the tribulation clouds be resisted? Su Chengxian's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he gazed intently at Lin Jianzi. Beneath this question lay a profound wisdom of the cultivation world. Lin Jianzi smiled faintly, a hint of surprise in his expression. Have you even forgotten this? He remarked, before delving into an explanation. The essence of tribulation lightning lies in. It is both a trial and an opportunity. As it courses through a cultivator's body, it tempers both the physical body and the spiritual sea. Those courageous enough may even use tribulation lightning to refine their soul. The benefits after overcoming the tribulation are multifaceted. 1. The body is strengthened. 2. The soul is elevated. 3. It lays a foundation for future cultivation of the yang spirit. Observe Ling Xiao's approach, Lin Jianzi said, pointing to the horizon. It seems she has a different plan for this tribulation. At that moment, the second heavenly tribulation descended. Amid the deafening roar of thunder, Ling Xiao stood unwavering, her arms channeling power gracefully to neutralize the lightning. Her robes shimmered with a faint green glow, and she appeared like a deity standing amidst the storm. The third, fourth, and fifth lightning strikes followed in quick succession, each more ferocious than the last. Yet Ling Xiao maintained her composure throughout. When the pause before the sixth strike came, the dark tribulation clouds churned with electric arcs, resembling countless serpents writhing within, brewing an even more terrifying force. She is depleting her demonic energy, Lin Jianzi suddenly remarked, his tone calm yet knowing. What? Su Chengxian was stunned. Without her demonic energy, how will she withstand the remaining tribulation lightning? Lin Jianzi replied calmly, she is consuming her energy, not exhausting it. With her wisdom, she must have a deeper purpose. Indeed, this was a tribulation imposed by the Hevensa trial designed to suppress cultivators. Every decision made would shape the path of their cultivation journey. Still pondering the virtue of life? Su Chengxian mused deeply. Heaven and earth are indifferent, treating all things as mere straw dogs. In the eyes of the Tao, a cat, a dog, a flea, or even a human are all the same. Cultivators. He paused abruptly, then added, might be more like blood-sucking cockroaches. At this thought, Suchunan couldn't help but gag. Ugh. Ling Yunzi instinctively took a small step back, putting some distance between them. Old ghost? Are you actually about to gag from fear? He recalled a time when a timid soul had wandered into the midst of a cultivator undergoing tribulation, only to be so terrified that they lost control of their bodily functions and vomited uncontrollably. Fear? Ha, impossible. Suchunan straightened his posture with exaggerated pride. But seeing the skeptical look on Ling Yunzi's face, he quickly added, I was just wondering. If one were to swallow a tribulation lightning bolt, would it scratch the throat? Before he could finish, another wave of dry heaving overtook him. Ling Yunzi flicked his forked tongue. Hiss. Suchunan scratched his head with his tail, realizing he'd gone too far with his boasting. Hastily, he changed the subject. Anyway, you mentioned earlier that Ling Xiao wasted several tribulation bolts. What exactly is she planning? If I'm not mistaken, she's preparing to use the next 3 lightning strikes to temper her demon body, isn't she? Ling Yunzi narrowed his eyes, clearly eager to steer the conversation away from Suchunxian's bizarre musings. Moreover, those previous bolts weren't wasted. The tribulation lightning, weakened by her demon energy, was perfect for refining her spiritual platform and sea of consciousness. This makes her physical and spiritual form more stable and solid. It also helps her demon body gradually adapt to the terror of the lightning, paving the way for the next stage of tempering. Tempering the demon body? Why would she need to deplete her demon energy first? Suchunan asked, clearly puzzled. He suddenly realized how little he understood about cultivation. Internally, he resolved to dive deeper into techniques and strategies, especially spell-related knowledge. If he could find some senior cultivators' handwritten notes or travelogues, that would be even better. Could store them in his sea of consciousness and replay them as movies in his dreams. Maybe even turn them into a whole TV series. Heh. He chuckled to himself, pleased with this newfound way to make his long sleeping hours more entertaining. Ling Yunzi sighed. If her demon energy isn't drained, it would instinctively surge to resist the tribulation lightning whenever her body is damaged. But the Empress is decisive, suppressing her demon energy to avoid resisting the lightning. This inevitably divides her mental focus, making it harder to fully concentrate on refining her soul. Ling Xiao prioritizes the strength of her soul over her demon body. However, the sea of consciousness is too crucial. If it sustains damage, it can't be repaired. So, she must ensure the majority of the lightning's power strikes her physical body instead of her spiritual platform. There are 3 tribulation bolts left, and they're the most dangerous ones. She must be confident she can endure them, but the pain they bring is inescapable. What an unshakable will of a true powerhouse. Ling Yunzi remarked, admiration evident in his tone. Then, turning to Suchunan, he added, brother, since you don't seem to recall much about tribulations, I assume you've also forgotten the most critical aspect of overcoming them. Let me remind you. Whether it's a lightning tribulation or one of wind and fire, the greatest danger lies in a wavering soul, an unsettled mind, and the birth of fear or cowardice. The key is unwavering, unshakable resolve. Before the words had fully settled, a deafening crack, boom, echoed through the sky. The 6th tribulation bolt had struck. Haha. Hu Xiao suddenly burst into laughter. So it's that transformed green snake. In the sky, the tribulation clouds churned, and flashes of lightning flickered within. The attention of Hu Xiao, Langqing, and General Yu was drawn to the extraordinarily powerful tribulation cloud. The thunderous might contained within it far surpassed the usual power seen during a great demon's tribulation. When the first bolt of tribulation lightning struck, Langqing couldn't help but let out a surprised gasp. The intensity of this lightning was indeed far greater than what he had faced during his own tribulation. What surprised them even more was Ling Xiao's way of handling it. Actively channeled her demonic energy outside her body to resist the lightning. This Ling Xiao, why is she so impatient? Hu Xiao frowned, assuming that Ling Xiao had been forced into an early tribulation because she couldn't suppress her cultivation any longer. Langqing, however, disagreed. Big cat, don't jump to conclusions. Why are you still so rash? Calm down and watch for a bit before making judgments. The first 5 bolts of tribulation lightning fell almost consecutively, giving the one undergoing the tribulation no time to catch their breath. By the 6th bolt, a dazzling rift tore through the sky, and a lightning bolt, roaring like a silver dragon, struck directly at Ling Xiao's position. Boom. In that critical moment, Ling Xiao remained completely composed. A radiant light burst forth from her body, and with a low, resonant hiss, a surge of cyan light erupted. Her humanoid form gradually gave way to reveal her true form, a massive snake with vibrant, jade-green scales. When the 7th bolt descended, Ling Xiao spat out a glowing, cyan demon core. As the lightning engulfed the core, she swallowed it back into her body, allowing the electricity to course through her entire being. Is she shedding her skin? Su Chengxian's eyes widened. She's shedding her skin during a tribulation? Ling Yunzi's slit pupils gleamed with sharp insight. What brilliant ingenuity! So it can be done this way. When the ninth bolt arrived, the heavens and earth seemed to tremble. The green snake closed her eyes, surrendering herself to the most powerful strike. The thunderfire scorched her emerald scales black, and the acrid scent of charred flesh filled the valley. What the? Su Chengxian craned his neck anxiously. Ling Xiao better not end up as roasted snake from this tribulation. No, no way. Su Chengxian shook his head, a determined glint flashing in his eyes. The Empress, this is the Empress. How could she die so miserably? Sure enough, Ling Xiao had not given up. The azure snake in midair suddenly writhed violently, her body erupting with a dazzling blue-green radiance. It was the culmination of all her demonic power and will, her ultimate defense. If this power were to be completely depleted, failure under the heavenly tribulation would be her fate. At that moment, time seemed to stand still. The world was left with nothing but the fierce clash of two beams of light. Goodness, this is way too risky. Su Chengxian's heart was in his throat. Ling Xiao's tribulation was nothing he could use as a reference. Seat was a razor-thin calculation where the slightest misstep could lead to certain death and the obliteration of one's soul. This isn't the way to play it. There's no need for this. He felt a sense of relief knowing that Ling Yunzi could serve as the next point of reference. Of course, Su Chengxian also believed that Ling Xiao wouldn't have chosen this path without confidence in her success. This Empress wasn't someone who would seek death so easily. She was waiting for the Emperor's return to settle old scores and grievances. Even if it seemed reckless, it was merely her way of maximizing the benefits. Seriously, this one will stop at nothing to get stronger. So unbelievably determined. As the thunderfire extinguished, revealing the azure snake's current form, Su Chengxian couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. Indeed, the thunderfire had dissipated, and the power of the lightning began to fade. Though heavenly tribulations were fearsome, they were not sentient. As long as the one undergoing the tribulation could maintain clarity of spirit and stability of body within a dozen breaths after the final strike, with some demonic power remaining, the waning lightning could be driven away, marking the tribulation as past. However, those brief dozen breaths were enough to kill most who faced the trial. Only someone like Ling Xiao, who had endured countless tribulations in her past life, received extensive guidance, and developed her own profound insights, would dare to attempt such a feat. Well, that's just great. Our azure snake sister has turned into a black snake sister. Su Chengxian finally exhaled and joked. At this moment, the once azure snake bore no trace of her former color. Her entire body was charred black, resembling a roasted sweet potato pulled from the bottom of a pot, with her outer layers carbonized into a hard shell. Speaking of roasted sweet potatoes, I'm actually feeling a bit hungry now, Su Chengxian muttered. Why don't you head back and grab a bite? Ling Yunzi suggested after a moment of silence. He figured that if the flower snake kept spouting nonsense, there was bound to be a fight once Ling Xiao finished her tribulation. Not that it was entirely unwelcome, he wouldn't mind joining in, though maybe later. Buzz buzz. The fierce winds subsided, and the torrential rain began to ease. Suddenly, a surge of spiritual energy rippled through the tribulation clouds. Countless invisible threads of energy spiraled down into the valley, gathering around the azure snake who had successfully endured the trial. The energy coalesced into misty white clouds, wrapping around her. These threads of spiritual energy nourished her body, gradually being refined as she breathed them in. Within moments, faint cracking sounds came from the azure snake's body. Crack crack boom. The azure snake landed gracefully on an ancient thousand-year-old tree in the valley. Her movements were elegant, her massive form almost entirely covering the tree, yet exuding an unparalleled blend of power and beauty. As she writhed, countless blackened and red scales peeled away, revealing fresh, vibrant azure scales beneath. The brilliant green-blue hue was even more striking now, radiating an otherworldly allure that spoke of strength and majesty. The world returned to calm, the environment once disturbed by the heavenly tribulation settling into serenity. Not only had the azure snake survived, but she had also used the power of the lightning to undergo multiple transformations, emerging with an even stronger presence. Ling Xiao opened her eyes, lifting her head to survey her surroundings. Her vertical pupils gleamed with dazzling light. She had not only endured 9 waves of heavenly lightning, but had also achieved a breakthrough in her cultivation during the process, refining her body and soul to their utmost limits. This heavenly tribulation is far stronger than the one for an ordinary great demon realm. To have survived it, her power must have grown immensely. And to think she could face the lightning tribulation in such a way? Lang Qing couldn't help but marvel. He recalled his own tribulation at the great demon realm, the memory of its dangers still fresh. At the time, he had barely survived, losing nearly half his life in the process. Ordinary demons without strong foundations, no cultivation techniques, or the protection of powerful allies could only rely on fragmented hearsay to grasp the key points. Then, it was all up to fate whether they lived or died was left to the heavens. Forget about taking advantage of the tribulation like the azure snake, just surviving it was a blessing. If only he'd known back then. Both he and Hu Xiao had been incredibly fortunate, all things considered. Though the injuries are severe and may take 7 or 8 years to heal, at least the foundation remains intact, leaving room for further progress in cultivation. Hu Xiao gazed at the distant scene of tribulation, his eyes flickering with a complex light. He turned to Lang Qing, his voice low and solemn. Seeing Ling Xiao undergoing tribulation now, how can one not feel moved? But knowing her method, it's likely beyond our reach. Lang Qing was about to respond when General Yu smiled faintly and explained, "Don't forget, Ling Xiao underwent the great demon tribulation after assuming human form. For most beasts, who would dare to transform prematurely? Even if they had the courage, the chances of success are negligible." He continued to analyze. If one waits until reaching the great demon stage to transform, they not only have to endure the tribulation but also refine a human form, leaving no strength to spare. And yet, the moment of the great demon tribulation is the most optimal time for transformation. Missing this opportunity means that once the demon body stabilizes and demon power grows, attempting to undergo the tribulation and transform later will result in lightning strikes of exponentially greater power. Indeed, it's a pity we can't replicate it. Lang Qing sighed, nodding in agreement with Huxio's assessment. Suddenly, a thought struck him. His eyes lit up as he turned to General Yu. Then this method of tribulation, could it possibly be applied to? General Yu seemed to read his mind and smiled. For the demon general stage tribulation, this method might work. This statement immediately ignited a spark in the two great demons, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Then Lord General Yu, Huxio's heart stirred. General Yu laughed heartily. As a cultivator in the late stage of the demon general realm, he was well aware of the fear demons held toward lightning tribulations. After all, whether demon or human, who wouldn't fear the wrath of tribulation lightning? Although considering a breakthrough to the demon martial stage was premature, requiring decades, even centuries of accumulation, the idea of planning ahead was undeniably wise. Lingxio's performance had given him an unexpected source of inspiration. At that moment, Hu Xiao suddenly noticed something unusual in the sky, and looked up. The tribulation clouds, which had previously begun to dissipate, were now gathering once more, darker and more imposing than before. Lang Qing and General Yu were equally astonished. Su Chengxian's heart raced. "Yunzi, are you about to undergo tribulation?" Ling Yunzi smiled proudly, his gaze firm. How could I possibly lag behind her? With that, he strode toward the valley. His target was none other than the 12 bolts of transformation tribulation lightning. Tiger Xiao frowned as he looked up at the tribulation clouds that had once again gathered in the sky. A wave of disbelief surging through him. In the valley, apart from himself, Lang Qing, and General Yu, there were only the two ninth-tier serpent demons across from them, one flower-patterned and one white. Could it be that the Bai family serpents were about to face another tribulation? This is just too much, Tiger Xiao thought to himself. One powerful individual in a clan should be enough, right? 3 serpents advancing to the 9th tier in such a short span, and now another one. As the white serpent elegantly slithered toward the valley, Tiger Xiao had no choice but to accept the reality that Bai family serpents were truly about to undergo their tribulations one after the other. Trying to seek some auspicious timing? Ridiculous. Lang Qing muttered, clearly unimpressed. There's still a whole year until the deadline set by General Yui. Rush things like this? Tiger Xiao blinked his tiger eyes and suddenly had a realization. Wait, the green serpent took a year to reach the 9th tier, and with 2 years to ascend to a greater demon, that makes exactly 3 years. If this really ties into their master's promise. General Yu shook his head slightly and explained. This white serpent is different. He cultivates a Taoist technique. His tribulation will be tens of thousands of times more perilous than the green serpent's. Boom, boom, boom. The clouds churned, and the thunderclaps were even more earth-shaking than before. The terrifying power of the 12 heavenly tribulation bolts was clearly manifest in the sky. In the path of demon cultivation, the foundation lies in the demon's body. But for the path of immortality, the foundation requires a human form, General Yu elaborated. This time, the white serpent must not only endure the tribulation, but also use the power of the lightning to reshape his human form, opening his meridians and acupoints to lay the groundwork for future core formation. Under the oppressive dark clouds, the silver-white serpent moved with a majestic grace, its body shimmering faintly with white light, as though a divine beast had descended to the mortal realm. Su Chengxian turned to tease the green serpent with a grin. Little sister, our third brother really has an impressive look. He couldn't help but think of Bai Nyangzi and hatched a mischievous plan. Once Ling Yunzi took his human form, He'd have him imitate by Niang's appearance and sing a love ballad. Impressive look? You'd better hope he doesn't hear you, or he might make you take his place under the lightning, Ling Xiao retorted. Despite her exhaustion, coiling herself tightly, she managed to respond with a hint of sarcasm. Su Chengxian glanced at her and clicked his tongue. Taking advantage of the brief moment before the tribulation lightning struck, he asked with concern, Ling Xiao, why are you still in serpent form? Don't tell me you can't shift back to human form after your tribulation? Last time, you couldn't return to your original form for a while after transforming. This lightning tribulation was even more perilous. Su Chengxian watched Ling Xiao intently, his heart unable to hide his worry. The fearless and unyielding display by Her Majesty the Empress earlier made it hard for him to believe she was truly unharmed. Moreover, the condition of her demon core remained uncertain. I'm tired, Ling Xiao said softly, her voice carrying traces of exhaustion. She explained, it's not that I can't take on human form, but maintaining my original form conserves more energy. After a brief pause, she continued, this tribulation has been quite rewarding, especially in terms of the transformation between my demon form and human form, which will now be much more seamless. My spiritual strength and divine consciousness have also seen significant improvement, granting me even greater control over my demon body than before. A hint of pride laced Ling Xiao's tone. My physical body, tempered by the lightning, is now incredibly resilient. Ordinary weapons won't even leave a scratch, and even great demons of the same level would find it extremely difficult to break through my defenses. Most importantly, after enduring the tribulation fire, my serpent body has undergone 2 molts, completing a process of blood refinement and bone tempering. Additionally, a trace of ancestral bloodline has been awakened within me. What bloodline? Su Chengxian immediately asked, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. The ancient serpent, Ling Xiao replied bluntly. And it seems I might be on the verge of awakening a natural divine ability. Shifting the subject, she added, however, this tribulation has left my spirit and demon energy severely depleted. It will likely take me a year or more to fully recover. The reformation of my demon core will also take time, but its quality will undoubtedly surpass my previous one by several fold. Suddenly, Ling Xiao appeared slightly uneasy. Su Chengxian, do you still have any spirit stones? Could you lend me some? Oh, come on. We're like siblings. Why talk about lending? Su Chengxian said with a hearty laugh. Take them, they're yours to use. When I've fully recovered, we'll find a way to get you some great demon meat. Now that's the spirit. Su Chengxian laughed. Even Yunzi borrowed a mid-grade spirit stone from me. You two can repay me together. Just bring plenty of meat, I have a big appetite. His tribulation will likely last even longer than mine, Ling Xiao reminded him. After all, he's not facing just 9 bolts of lightning, but 12. No worries, I'm in no rush, Su Chengxian grinned. They'll just add some interest to the loan. Ling Xiao shot him a glance. At that moment, a loud rumble echoed as a bolt of lightning exploded in the sky above the valley ahead. She looked up to see the tribulation clouds continuing to gather, surging ominously. Her gaze shifted between the clouds and Su Chengxian, her thoughts churning. It's precisely because of the mid-grade spirit stone from the flower serpent that Lin Jianzi was able to progress so quickly to the transformation stage. His defensive artifact was only completed 2 days ago. I wonder if he'll be able to overcome this tribulation smoothly. A dozen breaths later, the tribulation clouds in the sky finally brewed the first bolt of lightning. With a crackling roar, torrential rain began to pour, accompanied by fierce howling winds. Boom, boom, crack. A deafening thunderbolt struck down like a lightning serpent, hurtling toward the white snake below. Its massive form churned the winds and stirred the clouds, causing the surrounding heavens and earth to tremble faintly. The white snake in the valley raised its head high, its spiritual energy surging as it actively faced the oncoming strike. Bang! The lightning pierced through the snake's body and slammed into the ground, producing an earth-shaking explosion. The white snake writhed uncontrollably as arcs of lightning and sparks ignited on its body in an instant. Su Chengxian exclaimed in shock. How is it that with just the first bolt of lightning, it's already catching fire? Ling Yunzi's snake form isn't even fat. If this burns for a while, all the oil will be roasted away. This is his tribulation to transform into a human form, Ling Xiao said with a glance. Compared to my own transformation, this is 100 times more painful. Is that why you chose not to pursue it? More or less. I know of a few cultivation techniques for ascending the immortal path, but none of them are top tier, and the tribulation is extremely difficult. Forget immortal techniques. Back in my previous life, I didn't even choose the demonic saint path I practiced. That's because for a member of the demon race to cultivate human techniques and face the tribulation to take on a human form, the pain is unimaginable. Besides, I have no attachment to becoming human. Same here, Su Chengxian nodded in agreement. Ling Yunzi still chose to walk this old path. Could it be that he doesn't know about the demon race's top-tier techniques? Ling Xiao's curiosity was piqued. Could there be another reason? Some deeper motivation to endure such torment? A soulmate? A tale of love and heartbreak? A green snake and a flower-patterned snake exchanged glances, both seeing the same inquisitive interest in the other's eyes. Should we test him when we get the chance? Ling Xiao blinked. Agreed. Su Chengxian nodded. How about your majesty uses a beauty trap to trade for it? I refuse. Ling Xiao shot him a glare. If the flower-patterned snake wants to have it all, no way. Boom. Crack. As they spoke, the second tribulation lightning descended. Like a divine sword wielded in fury, the lightning split the void and struck directly at the giant snake's head. The white snake still held its head high, refusing to dodge or retreat. Bang! The moment the lightning collided with the snake's body, a dazzling brilliance erupted, and countless fiery electric serpents danced across its surface. The white snake stood firm, with a faint silver glow flowing beneath its scales. This was the protective divine light formed by Ling Yunzi's cultivation. However, even this protective force couldn't withstand the tribulation lightning's assault. The scales cracked and shattered in the lightning fire, exposing raw, crimson flesh. Soon after, the third and fourth bolts of lightning struck in rapid succession, barely giving any pause. Su Chengxian's heart pounded wildly. Even from a distance, the oppressive weight of the tribulation clouds and the sheer force of the lightning strikes left him unsettled. To acclimate to the environment, he deliberately refrained from circulating his own energy to resist. After all, one must familiarize oneself with the test venue before the final examination. Moreover, unsure of what his own tribulation might entail, he needed to gather as much information as possible. After the fourth lightning strike, the fifth did not immediately follow. Turning his head, Su Chengxian asked, "Why has it stopped?" 12 divine bolts of lightning, with a pause after every 4 strikes, Ling Xiao explained. How considerate, Su Chengxian remarked. Though Ling Xiao had never heard the term, he understood its meaning and let out a scoff. Tribulation lightning considerate? Impossible. The pause is to prevent cultivators from using external means to aid themselves. The clouds that generate the lightning lack sentience, after all. So this pause is for the clouds to make adjustments accordingly? Su Chengxian marveled, amazed at the heavenly Dao's understanding of human cultivators. Naturally, whether external aid is used or not, the tribulation lightning only grows stronger. This pause also allows the clouds time to gather energy for the next round. Boom. Crack. The pause was fleeting. Another thunderclap shattered the air, shaking the entire valley. This round of 4 lightning strikes came even faster and fiercer than before. Boom. 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 Endless lightning poured down, enveloping the white snake completely. Amid this destructive force, the giant snake's body began to undergo a startling transformation. Its scales gradually fell away, dissolving into specks of light that vanished into the air. The spiritual energy surrounding Ling Yunzi's body turned into thick mist under the assault of the lightning and fire, shrouding him entirely. Bang, bang, bang. Within the blinding light of the lightning and the swirling spiritual mist, the sound of the white snake thrashing against the ground echoed continuously, a testament to its agony. The already devastated valley, previously ravaged by Ling Xiao's own tribulation, suffered further destruction. Through the shimmering light, splatters of blood and fragments of scales, still ablaze with lightning fire, scattered everywhere in the fierce winds. Fortunately, the tribulation clouds unleashed a heavy rain just in time to extinguish the flames. Otherwise, the entire valley would have turned into a sea of fire. After the 4 lightning strikes, there was another pause. Thunder rumbled within the dark tribulation clouds overhead, lightning serpents slithering restlessly. In the valley below, the giant snake seized the brief respite, letting the fire spread across its body, paying it no mind. The great white serpent coiled upward, raising its head high and spitting out a demon core. It exhaled repeatedly onto the core, each breath triggering intense surges of spiritual energy. A dense aura enveloped its body, and its torn flesh and scales began to heal and regenerate at a visible speed. Before the 9th bolt of lightning struck, Ling Yunzi's serpent body had fully recovered. Yet, he did not retrieve the demon core. Instead, he allowed it to hover in midair. With a deafening roar, the first bolt of lightning tore through the sky, striking the demon core with precision. Whoa! The core was instantly ignited by the thunderous flames. Holy crap! Su Chengxian exclaimed, wide-eyed. Unbelievable! Ling Yunzi is just as reckless as Ling Xiao. Why are these two always testing the limits of life and death? Is this really the path one must take to become an empress or a Dao sovereign? The lightning not only set the demon core ablaze, but also struck the massive body of the white serpent. His protective artifact shattered instantly, filling the air with the acrid scent of burning and destruction. The serpent's body trembled violently, but instead of retreating, it surged forward, raising its head high and letting out an earth-shaking roar. With one swift motion, it swallowed the burning demon core. Boom! A blazing red light erupted from his demon form. Spiritual energy and electric currents intertwined and clashed across his white-scaled body. Before the second bolt of tribulation lightning descended, his serpent form began to change. Since no one dared to use divine senses to observe the tribulation lightning, Suchunan could only see the white serpent trembling intensely, its figure becoming increasingly blurred. The serpentine shape gradually dissipated, transforming into a humanoid silhouette. Boom! Crack! The third bolt of lightning struck down. As the light faded, the white serpent had fully taken on a human form, although its features and physique were still indistinct. Finally, the last bolt of tribulation lightning crashed down. When the radiance dispersed, a stunningly handsome Taoist clad in snow-white robes, with long flowing hair like a waterfall, stood in the valley. He gazed up at the dissipating tribulation clouds in the sky, a faint smile gracing his lips as a soft spiritual glow radiated around him. The 12 bolts of tribulation lightning had ended. His transformation was complete at last. The thunderous tribulation came to an end, and the fierce winds and torrential rain dissipated in an instant. The heavens descended with spiritual energy, misty and ethereal, enveloping the white-robed Taoist in the valley. His eyes were gently closed as he sat in tranquil meditation. This Taoist, who had just passed through the formative tribulation, was none other than Linjianzi. Though his true form was that of a serpent demon, at this moment, his features were refined, his demeanor otherworldly, with no trace of demonic aura. He seemed more like an immortal exiled to the mortal realm. Well, Suchunan remarked, his tone laced with intrigue. Spiritual energy turning into rain. Huh? Ling Xiao glanced at him briefly, but her thoughts were focused on the benefits Linjianzi had gained from this tribulation. Walking the orthodox path of the Tao to transcend the formative tribulation was perilous, but succeeding brought immense advantages to one's cultivation. For Linjianzi, retracing his path with experience made it all the smoother. This guy is decisive. I'll give him that, Ling Xiao said with a faint snort. He borrowed the power of the tribulation lightning, using thunder and fire to shatter and burn his demon core. Such a technique definitely not from the orthodox Taoist teachings. Linjianzi picked it up quickly. As a demon cultivator practicing the orthodox Taoist methods, Linjianzi had to condense a demon core before transforming. However, demon cores inevitably carry traces of bloodlust and demonic energy, which needed to be shattered and purified before transformation. By utilizing the tribulation lightning, he not only avoided the arduous task of breaking the core himself, but also tempered it with thunder fire, reclaiming it to resist the tribulation. Though risky, the results were remarkable. The spiritual energy bestowed by the heavens isn't given randomly, Suchunan mused with curiosity. After the tribulation, does the amount of spiritual energy one receives depend on something? Of course, Ling Xiao replied with a nod. If one aligns with the will of the heavens, the spiritual energy descends abundantly, like mist, rain, or even a waterfall. But if one goes against the will of the heavens, the spiritual energy is sparse, like threads just barely given. So, how does one align with the will of the heavens? Good question. Suchunan leaned in. I don't know. After a moment of contemplation, Ling Xiao finally said, truly, I don't know. However, in the mortal realm of the eastern lands, humans have speculated on this. They believe it relates to the cultivation method one practices. For example, I cultivate the ways of the demon clans, so I endure the most intense tribulation lightning with my demon body. Linjianzi, practicing the orthodox Taoist methods, shattered his demon core with thunder fire, demonstrating the resolve to abandon his demon form and fully commit to cultivating an innate Taoist body. That said, aligning with the will of the heavens is no simple feat. Such matters are uncertain at best. The fact that we succeeded doesn't necessarily mean it's because of this. Take it with a grain of salt and don't put too much stock in it. Since everyone has their own personal motives, it's better to follow one's own path and rely on one's own abilities. The key is to stay true to your heart. During a tribulation, don't let fear throw your mind into chaos or allow inner demons to take hold. Inner demons? Suchunan caught on to the term. There are inner demons during a tribulation? Thunder can shake the soul, dispelling evil and banishing demons. If you have impure thoughts in your heart, the tribulation lightning will stir them up and bring them to the surface, Ling Xiao explained. That's why, to outsiders, the tribulation lightning seems brief, just a few strikes from its descent to its dispersal. But for those undergoing it, it feels like an eternity. Ah, I see. Suchunan nodded in understanding. With the formative tribulation behind him, from now on, Xiao Bei's cultivation will truly progress by leaps and bounds, Ling Xiao remarked, turning to Suchunan with a smile. Old ghost, when will you face your tribulation? When do you think I should? You're asking me? Ling Xiao chuckled. Such a life-or-death decision regarding cultivation, asked so nonchalantly? Unless… She looked at Su Chengxian thoughtfully. Go on. Let me hear your thoughts. All right. If you ask me, today is perfect. Ling Xiao's slit-like pupils narrowed slightly. Why? Surely you have a reason if you think today is the right time? A reason? Of course, Ling Xiao said with a smile. Have you heard of borrowing fortune? In the world of cultivation, there's a belief in leveraging good fortune. Both Lin Jianzi and I successfully passed our tribulations today and even received spiritual energy in the form of rain from the heavens. They say good things come in threes. Wouldn't this be a great omen? If you face your tribulation today, you might just ride this wave of fortune. That makes sense, Su Qingxian murmured, deep in thought. Makes sense, doesn't it? Ling Xiao said with a playful smirk. Everything I say is as good as gold. How could it not make sense? She hadn't really believed Su Qingxian would choose today to face the tribulation, but as soon as she finished speaking, she couldn't help but laugh. Oh well, if you ask me, Xiaohua, you better hurry back and focus on your cultivation. Time waits for no one. If you don't speed up, you'll get left behind by me and little by… Before she could finish her sentence, Su Chengxian had already turned and started swimming forward. Ling Zhao's heart skipped a beat as she suddenly realized something. Where are you going? Don't tell me. You're going to face the tribulation. The flower snake cheerfully flicked its tail, tacitly confirming Ling Zhao's guess. Sure enough, her premonition was right. The tribulation clouds in the sky gradually dissipated. Hu Xiao nodded in excitement. Not bad, not bad. It's finally over. Watching as the white snake absorbed and refined almost all the spiritual energy from the lightning tribulation, and with most of the tribulation clouds now dispersed, he thought to himself, there probably wouldn't be a third lightning tribulation, would there? Even as a mere observer, watching two tribulations back-to-back was no small strain. The thunder tribulations of this Qing and Bai snake pair from the Bai family were truly extraordinary, and their methods of overcoming them left onlookers in awe. One had reached the great demon realm, while the other had formed its foundation in immortal transformation, truly a stroke of fortune for their family. Especially the white snake after enduring the lightning tribulation, it transformed into a true immortal form, remarkably human-like. Hu Xiao chuckled inwardly. Heh, pretty boy. I bet he's going to attract a lot of female demons. He suddenly thought of something peculiar. Before achieving human form, females of all kinds seemed to prefer his own robust and powerful appearance. But as soon as one took on human form, they'd all start chasing after those scholarly types or Taoist priests, claiming they were elegant and aloof with a certain charm. Charm? Bah, isn't it just about good looks? Hu Xiao grumbled to himself. And those who go out of their way to flirt with bald monks, aren't they also just picking the handsome ones? These lady demons are nowhere near as loyal as us male demons. At least we've always only liked the good-looking ones. Feeling smug, Hu Xiao lifted his head proudly only to suddenly widen his eyes in shock. Hey, master, look quick. Look at what? The tribulation clouds. They were about to disperse, but now they're gathering again. What? When will it end? Hu Xiao exclaimed, practically jumping in place. General Yu looked down at the valley where a Taoist sat meditating, a satisfied smile playing on his lips. The birth of two formidable demons on his Luyang mountain was certainly good news for its master. The green snake could be set aside for now, but the white snake's future within the demon clan seemed boundless. Most remarkable was his proficiency in alchemy, and rumor had it he could forge artifacts as well. The question was whether he could successfully establish his foundation. Judging by the celestial phenomenon of the spirit rain, his tribulation of transformation had been perfectly executed, reshaping his human form and Taoist body. The next step would be to clear his meridians and acupoints, open his Dantian and Purple Mansion, and lay the groundwork for the immortal path. In the valley, Ling Yunzi had just overcome his tribulation and was in the process of restoring his spiritual power. This was his most vulnerable and vigilant moment. Since General Yu had no intention of becoming his adversary, he wisely refrained from probing with divine sense. He planned to send Lang Qing to investigate in a few months. After all, there was no animosity between him and the Bai family snakes. If anything, there was a faint sense of protection. Moreover, there was still an unfulfilled opportunity. The white snake was unlikely to conceal his cultivation. This white snake, his name is Ling Yun? General Yu glanced at Hu Xiao, who seemed lost in thought, and turned to ask. Yes, General. I heard the green snake call him by his nickname, Stao Bai. Lang Qing replied. His formal name is Bai Ling Yun. Bai Ling Yun? They'll remember that. General Yu nodded. He recalled the green and white snakes introducing themselves when they paid their respects earlier. Ling Xiao and Ling Yuntu of the four water-avoiding snakes shared a surname. The large white snake, the weakest in cultivation, was a female named Bai Xiaotsue. Both the green snake and the white snake took her surname, Bai. However, the pattern snake had a different surname, Su, and was called Suchunan. These names were quite rare among demons. General Yu mused to himself. Intelligent demons don't always become strong, but aside from a select few blessed with innate talent and extraordinary fortune, it's nearly impossible for the foolish to progress far in cultivation. Since he's skilled in alchemy, he likely understands other techniques too. If not, I could find some for him, perhaps even a few pill recipes. This would benefit not only that opportunity but myself as well. As General Yu prepared to leave, Hu Shao suddenly exclaimed, "General, look." General Yu turned back to see the dissipated tribulation clouds rapidly coalescing again. What's going on? Lang Qing asked, confused and uncertain. Look at the valley, Hu Shao shouted. That patterned snake. A massive patterned snake darted into the valley in a flash. It gestured to the white snake, who seemed to sense the change in the tribulation cloud, signaling him to leave. This spot, I need it. So, this by family of snakes is taking turns to face tribulations together? Hu Shao muttered with a snort. In the valley. You're undergoing a tribulation too? Ling Yunzi asked Su Chengxian. Yes. Su Chengxian nodded and urged, little brother. You'd better leave quickly, or my tribulation lightning might strike you. But you don't even have enough spiritual power. I know what I'm doing. Su Chengxian waved dismissively with his tail, which he used like a hand. Go on. Be careful. Tribulation lightning is no small matter, Ling Yunzi said, his expression twitching slightly. Seeing the blood energy surging around Su Chengxian, he said no more. Offering a final word of caution, he turned and soared into the sky, his black hair and white robes billowing behind him in an elegant silhouette. Tisk! Su Chengxian made a strange sound, then turned his head skyward. The tribulation clouds were gathering fast. His surging blood energy had already disturbed the flow of spiritual energy in the heavens and earth, triggering the lightning tribulation. Boom! Boom! The thunder rolled like an intense drumbeat. These thunderclouds, they don't look quite right, Su Chengxian muttered as he stood proudly, staring at the roiling clouds above. The thunderclouds shifted dramatically, countless dark storm clouds surging like ink-black dragons, rapidly converging into an endless, boundless sea of darkness. Amid the deafening roar of thunder, streaks of lightning danced wildly in the depths of the clouds like silver serpents, weaving an impenetrable net across the sky. Each flash was accompanied by an earth-shaking boom, causing the ground to tremble. Oh, my heavens! Am I some filthy thing that must be eradicated? Su Chengxian muttered, staring at the increasingly violent tribulation lightning above him, sinking into deep self-doubt. He reflected on his 2 lifetimes, his previous life filled with toil and servitude, and this one spent mostly eating, sleeping, and teasing his Empress sister and Taoist brother. How could he deserve such divine punishment? From a distance, Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi stood with grave expressions. They had witnessed others undergoing tribulations before and could immediately sense the extraordinary nature of the storm clouds before them. I've seen countless lightning tribulations, Ling Yunzi remarked with a frown. This level of intensity is unheard of for a 9th-tier beast breaking through. Even the lowest grade core formation tribulation is only slightly more powerful than this. Before he could finish speaking, the first bolt of tribulation lightning descended. A streak of heavenly punishment, blending deep blue and ghostly purple, struck down with apocalyptic force, targeting the flower serpent directly. With a deafening explosion, the air seemed to ignite, and the surrounding mountains, rocks, and trees were instantly reduced to dust. Damn it! Su Chengxian cursed aloud. The lightning struck so swiftly that he didn't even have time to blink before it hit him. His protective blood energy was shattered in dozens of places, his scales splintered, and his flesh torn open. Yet, as he felt the power of the strike, he oddly felt a sense of relief. The consumption of nearly 100,000 units of blood energy would have been fatal for a typical 9th-tier beast. But Su Chengxian sneered. If there's one thing I'm not afraid of, it's burning through blood energy. His internal energy surged, instantly healing his wounds and restoring his defenses. He raised his head toward the storm clouds, a glint flashing in his eyes. Bring it on. In that moment, Su Chengxian shed all fear. He knew that the real trial had only just begun. Boom. Crack. The second bolt of tribulation lightning roared down, immediately followed by the third with no pause in between. The thunderous crashes shook the heavens, each strike more powerful than the last, leaving the onlookers in awe and fear. They held their breath instinctively, their hearts pounding for Su Chengxian. After all, these were only the first 3 bolts of the tribulation lightning. If the Yao clan's 9th-stage lightning tribulation was to be followed, 6 more devastating strikes awaited him. Bang! Bang! 2 more bolts struck in quick succession. A guttural roar echoed through the valley as Su Chengxian, though battered and scorched, managed to endure. At this moment, his form resembled a massive serpent adorned with intricate patterns, writhing in the muddy valley that had been turned into a storm-stricken quagmire. His serpentine body bore more charred wounds, with blood, flesh, and scales torn open in several places. Yet, these injuries were superficial. The clusters of lightning flames that clung to him were extinguished almost instantly by the surge of his blood energy. What surprised everyone, perhaps even himself, was what happened when the third bolt of lightning descended too quickly. Suchunan, gazing skyward, opened his jaws wide, meeting the thunderous light heat. A faint flicker of lightning fire slipped through the cracks in his blood energy and entered his mouth. Instinctively, he activated his innate divine ability to devour and refine. That tiny spark of lightning was successfully absorbed and refined. Instead of being transformed into blood energy, it directly elevated his spiritual soul's realm. In his perception, the refined lightning spark took the form of a small electric serpent, coiling and battling near his soul manifestation, intertwining with the electric arcs in his mental sea around a lotus platform. During this process, strands of pure lightning essence integrated into his soul. However, this unexpected boon came at a cost that expended nearly 100,000 units of blood energy, and the experience was excruciatingly unpleasant. Gah, gah. Suchunan couldn't suppress the dry heaves. It was even more overwhelming than the first time he had swallowed demonic energy. The onlookers, including Ling Xiao and the others, had no idea that he had managed to devour tribulation lightning, let alone the changes occurring within his mental sea. Seeing his current state, their expressions varied, puzzled as to why someone undergoing a tribulation would appear this way. Boom. Crack. The fourth and fifth bolts of tribulation lightning descended in rapid succession. Suchunan braced himself, enduring the fourth strike as before. But when the fifth bolt struck, he suddenly reared up, lifting his serpentine head high and opening his jaws wide, his forked tongue darting out and retracting with lightning speed. Bang! Bang! His massive body crashed back to the ground alongside the lightning's impact, flames of tribulation crackling to life. He quickly surged his blood energy to resist the flames, while activating his innate ability once more to devour and refine. Pain, pain, pain. This time, he didn't fully swallow the lightning, merely grazing it with his tongue. Yet the agony was 100 times more intense than before, almost eclipsing the searing burn of the lightning flames on his body. Thankfully, after a dozen breaths, he managed to complete the refinement, though the blood energy he consumed had multiplied 7 or 8 times over. Damn it, I almost killed myself with that one. Suchunan cursed inwardly. But considering the boost to his spiritual soul, he refused to stop. The 6th, 7th, 8th, and finally the 9th bolts of tribulation lightning struck. Each time, Suchunan employed the same method to endure, barely surviving but reaping the rewards. As the 9th bolt faded, Suchunan lifted his gaze to the swirling tribulation clouds above, silently wondering, is it over? Dark clouds churned ominously as the 10th heavenly thunderbolt descended with a deafening roar. The silver lightning, like a massive blade slicing through the skies, seemed intent on claiming the life of the tribulation challenger. This was far beyond the usual 9 thunderbolts faced by ordinary demon clans. Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi, now in their human forms, stood watching Suchunan's figure intently. Ling Yunzi explained in a grave tone, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth gives birth to all things, and cultivators rely on their essence, energy, and spirit as their foundation. The heavenly Tao tests with tribulation lightning, always in multiples of 3, 6, 9, 12. This is the ultimate principle of the universe. But he has no spiritual power, no demon core. How can he survive these 3 tribulation bolts? Ling Xiao frowned. Though his vitality is robust, judging by that foolish flower snake's earlier stunt of licking the lightning, I'm certain his energy reserves must be significantly depleted. Ling Yunzi suddenly remarked, I suspect he may never have undergone a tribulation before. You mean? Ling Xiao raised a brow. No wonder he's so reckless. Ignorance breeds fearlessness. This snake's courage. Perhaps we should carve out his gallbladder and use it to brew wine for me. Facing the 10th bolt of tribulation lightning, Suchunan remained calm. As a transmigrator, he had long anticipated that his tribulation would be anything but ordinary. He had deliberately chosen to undergo his tribulation after the 2 Taoists to observe whether they would face any unique challenges. When the 10th bolt of heavenly lightning struck directly toward him, Suchunan did something astonishing once again. He stuck out his tongue and licked it. Zap! The thunder cracked violently. Ling Yunzi's eyelid twitched. It seems he won't be dying anytime soon. Not just not dying, Ling Xiao sneered. Look at him still hopping around like he's full of life. Though, to be fair, he was jumping as a reaction to the lightning strikes. The 2 were secretly amazed at the sheer vitality coursing through Suchunan. Ling Xiao frowned and muttered, I've never understood why is there no energy fluctuation whenever he breaks through? I find it equally strange, Ling Yunzi replied, shaking his head. If Suchunan knew about their confusion, he would have chuckled to himself. The system had long since concealed all abnormal fluctuations for him. At this moment, He had no time to dwell on such thoughts, focusing entirely on dealing with the tribulation lightning. His blood energy surged, swiftly repairing his defenses. Boom! The 11th bolt of tribulation lightning, like a silver dragon diving into the sea, engulfed Suchunan in a web of electricity. Damn it! He cursed internally. This is intense, I am practically cooked. Immediately after, the 12th golden lightning bolt and the 13th purple lightning bolt struck in quick succession. Boom! Boom! Suchunan spat out a mouthful of black smoke, narrowly avoiding being roasted alive. Yet the tribulation clouds did not dissipate. The 14th bolt of heavenly lightning descended once more. Are you kidding me? Suchunxian's composure shattered. Is this ever going to end? As the 13th heavenly thunderbolt crashed down with a deafening roar, Ling Xiao instinctively stepped forward, only to be yanked back by Ling Yunzi. Your Majesty, stay calm, Ling Yunzi said, his voice steady despite his own astonishment. Calm? Xiaobai, did you see that? That was the 13th thunderbolt, Ling Xiao exclaimed, turning to Ling Yunzi with disbelief written all over his face. Just moments ago, both of them had sighed in relief, seeing Suchunan successfully endure the 12th tribulation lightning. They were puzzled as to why he hadn't taken the opportunity to transform, and then out of nowhere the 13th bolt struck. Only those who achieve a 6th grade pill or higher face more than 12 tribulation thunderbolts, 15 bolts for 7th grade, 18 for 8th grade, and 21 for 9th grade. The same applies to monster clans ascending to demon generals, with realms divided into 9 tiers. But how could a 9th tier beast suddenly leap to the level of a demon general or form a golden core? Impossible, Ling Xiao muttered, shaking his head. The gap in cultivation is too vast. Even if his technique is unique, what kind of technique could summon a 13th tribulation bolt that wasn't supposed to exist? And yet, that was not the end. By the time the 16th bolt descended, Ling Xiao was completely dumbfounded. On the other side, General Yu and the other 3 demons were utterly frozen, staring blankly at the relentless thunderbolts. Suchunan, meanwhile, had no time to even think about transforming. After surviving the 15th bolt, he was barely holding on. The next 3 bolts drained nearly 10 million units of his blood energy, in addition to the 20 million already consumed, leaving him almost entirely depleted. Although he still had some blood energy left, his body and soul were increasingly battered, with no time to recover. Damn it all! Suchunan panicked. The surging blood energy was pushing his body to its limits. Coupled with the searing flames of the lightning, his body was on the verge of collapse. The electric fire in his spiritual sea was becoming harder to extinguish. Even if he managed to endure, a shattered body would leave his fragile soul vulnerable to instant annihilation. At that moment, the system chimed in. Host is facing a life-threatening crisis. Would you like to expend blood energy to elevate your soul and physical Bodhis realm to resist the tribulation lightning? Yes. Suchunan responded without hesitation. Warning. Elevating to the great demon realm to withstand tribulation lightning will require tens of millions of blood energy. Please confirm. Confirm. Confirm it now. The 16th tribulation bolt struck with a blinding flash, illuminating the heavens and earth before plunging everything into silence. Though the figure struck appeared small and insignificant, it stood tall and unyielding. Its serpentine mouth opened slightly, as if declaring its defiance against the heavens. Holy crap! The lightning was so intense that no one could see the surge of blood energy suddenly emanating from Suchunan. In an instant, the energy boiled around him, shielding his vital points, while the excess formed a crimson cloud that enveloped the crackling electric flames. Activating his innate divine ability, devour and refine, he began tempering his entire being. I must look like a roasted snake right now, he thought, before his mind blanked out for a moment. When he regained consciousness, he noticed his body was charred black. Within a few breaths, the last remnants of his blood energy were completely drained. He rolled over, only to hear the sound of brittle glass shattering. The scorched shell of his body was peeling away, revealing fresh, gleaming scales underneath. Huh, did I grow bigger? Suchunan muttered, staring at the burnt skin he had shed. The system's voice interrupted him. To ensure a smoother breakthrough in tribulation, the system will now lift the restrictions on the host's blood energy transformation. Please prepare for significant physical changes as your blood energy is fully released. Alright, Suchunan suddenly froze. Wait. What do you mean by smoother breakthrough and tribulation? I've already endured 16 bolts, haven't I? Boom. Crack. You've got to be kidding me. There's more? The lightning within the tribulation clouds darkened to a deep violet, arcs of electricity intertwining with sparks, creating a terrifying display. The 17th tribulation thunder followed the unchanging Rulich strike stronger than the last. Suchunan's vertical pupils reflected the roaring thunderbolt as it descended. He opened his mouth to curse Ling Xiao but swallowed the words after all. This was his choice, and the anomaly of the tribulation could hardly be blamed on anyone else. Besides, he had harbored a sliver of hope at the start, thinking the tribulation clouds, after gathering so many times, might weaken. But how could the heavenly way be so easily fooled? If such a loophole existed, the brilliant human cultivators would have exploited and repaired it long ago. System. Understood. Consuming life force to shield the host from the tribulation thunder. In an instant, the thunderbolt struck, and flames of lightning erupted. In the blink of an eye, a surging crimson sea of blood energy spread from the massive flower serpent's body, clashing with the lightning arcs and flames. Gradually, the blood energy gained the upper hand. Ding! The host has consumed 10 million units of life force and successfully withstood the tribulation thunder. Suchunan felt as though his heart was bleeding, his body steadily oozing fresh blood. This strike was not only immensely powerful, but also carried a bone-chilling cold that seeped into his flesh, meridians, and organs, only to be repeatedly dispelled by his blood energy. This added yet another layer of torment. He exhaled sharply, releasing a frosty breath that froze the falling raindrops into hailstones, which plummeted to the ground and embedded themselves deeply in the mud. Damn it! Suchunxian's heart skipped a beat. He silently thanked the abundance of his blood energy. Without it, he might have been frozen into an ice sculpture. Who would have thought the tribulation contained such tricks? The tribulation clouds in the sky continued to churn, brewing the next strike. Suchunxian observed coldly, calculating in his mind. The last two strikes each consumed 10 million units of blood energy. With a total reserve of 100 million, nearly half was already gone. At most, he could endure 6 more. His heart sank. Ding! Host, would you like to refine the remaining blood energy into essence blood chi using the power of tribulation flames after the ordeal? Essence blood chi? What's that? Suchunxian asked. Host, those who seek immortality must cultivate and condense essence blood. To do so, blood energy must first be refined into essence blood chi, which can then be elevated to essence blood energy and ultimately condensed into essence blood, paving the way to eternal life. A spark of excitement ignited in Suchunxian's heart. System, are you saying I can not only survive the tribulation, but also have blood energy left over? The system remained silent. His heart sank again. No response meant no certainty. For now, surviving the immediate tribulation took precedence. If there's any left after the tribulation, refine it. Understood. Ling Xiao, Ling Yunzi, and General Yu, along with several other onlookers, had long given up trying to analyze this unusual tribulation. They no longer discussed it, merely watching silently. This tribulation had already defied all norms, whether in the number of strikes, their increasing power, or the fact that Suchunxian had yet to show any signs of transformation. The 18th tribulation thunder descended, its lightning column encased in flames, resembling a fiery dragon plunging downward. As the lightning struck the ground, even the raindrops ignited. The remaining vegetation in the valley, already sparse, was utterly consumed by the raging flames. Ling Yunzi's eyes narrowed as he discerned the pattern. The 5 elemental energies? Could this lightning technique be targeting his 5 viscera? He understood that thunder and lightning were born of the yin-yang energies, thunder representing yang and lightning embodying yin. Thunder and lightning, moving through the energies of heaven and earth, could generate the 5 elements. Thus, the collective term for lightning techniques was the 5 thunders. The 5 viscera energies must be gathered and unified to reach the path of the Tao, mastering the mysteries of the 5 thunders. However, the viscera were the hardest to temper, even more so than meridians or apertures. If even a single point were breached during the tribulation, it could spell complete failure. The 19th tribulation thunder struck with a brilliance 100-fold brighter than the fiercest flames. The valley was engulfed in a storm of lightning and fire. The flower serpent's vibrant scales shimmered eerily under the light of the flames, only to be devoured by the overwhelming destructive force in an instant. Suddenly, an indescribable power surged forth. A violent gale arose, lifting torrents of rain and mud into the air. A column of water shot skyward, and the world seemed to plunge into chaos. A massive tornado formed amidst the storm, roaring as it twisted, like the gaping maw of a god or demon intent on consuming everything. At its core, the tornado morphed into a deep, pitch-black vortex within moments, exuding an oppressive aura that suffocated all who beheld it. Only the golden lightning and earth lightning remain. Ling Yunzi murmured, his gaze intense. He had never seen lightning so vividly manifest the 5 elements. The 20th tribulation thunder descended, its size more than double that of the previous strike. Retreat! Quickly! General Yu shouted. Though his voice was drowned out by the thunder, Ling Yunzi and Ling Xiao had already sensed the danger and leaped backward almost simultaneously. In the next moment, the tribulation thunder struck the flame-engulfed valley, colliding with the swirling vortex. The ensuing explosion roared as if it came from the depths of the earth, like a dragon overturning underground. Then, the 21st tribulation thunder crashed down. The tribulation thunder descended with a deafening roar. Dark clouds churned and raged across the sky, blotting out every trace of light. A violent force swept through the valley, stirring up towering waves. Lightning, storms, and blazing thunderfire collided and intertwined at the valley's center, unleashing a power capable of obliterating everything in its path. Boom, boom, boom. The relentless explosions were accompanied by a deep, resonating hum as the ground beneath quaked violently, as though some colossal beast deep within the earth was roaring in fury. The valley floor heaved upward, massive rocks breaking free from the steep cliffs and crashing down like meteors. Bolts of lightning, surging water, and torrents of mud merged into a catastrophic tempest. The ancient trees, which had stood tall for millennia, were powerless against this force. Some were uprooted entirely, while others were snapped in half, their groans of despair echoing through the chaos. The entire valley was engulfed in a scene of utter destruction, with aftershocks rippling outward for miles. Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi were forced to retreat 100 meters, yet even then, they could feel the scorching, lightning-laden winds battering against them. Old ghost, were you some unparalleled demon in a past life? Ling Xiao flicked his sleeve, dispelling the moisture in the air. 21 bolts of heavenly tribulation. Just how much evil must one commit to deserve this? Ling Yunzi didn't respond, his gaze fixed on the valley and the ominous tribulation clouds looming above. The clouds seemed to be settling, the thunder's ferocity gradually waning. Is the tribulation over? Is that foolish flower snake dead or alive? Ling Xiao looked toward the valley, now shrouded in mist. The fallen rocks obscured the view, and without using spiritual senses, it was impossible to discern what lay within. The two cautiously gathered their energy, ready to rush into the valley as soon as the tribulation clouds dispersed. Even if Suchunan had perished, they were determined to recover his body and prevent it from being devoured by other beasts. On a distant peak, Hu Xiao, Langqing, in general, you were also watching the unfolding events closely. The tribulation clouds aren't moving. Look, Hu Xiao shouted excitedly, only to have Langqing clamp a hand over his mouth. At that moment, an earth-shattering sound erupted. Dense fog surged from the valley, shifting from blue-gray to milky white, before finally condensing into a chaotic haze. The thunderfire extinguished, the storm dissipated, and the earth trembled once more. Suddenly, an enormous serpent's head burst through the fog. Sunlight, golden rays poured down in a dazzling cascade. Clouds, brimming with vibrant colors, they adorned the horizon. In this tranquil evening, a massive floral-patterned serpent lay coiled quietly amidst the mountains. Its body twisted and turned, more majestic than the streams winding nearby. Its scales shimmered under the glow of the setting sun, radiating hues of fiery red, emerald green, deep ocean blue, and amber gold. These colors intertwined to create a mesmerizing masterpiece. Around it, ethereal mist swirled gently, blending with the lush greenery. A mountain stream flowed peacefully nearby, dotted with blooming wildflowers. With each breath of the serpent, the milky white mist slithered like tiny snakes into its nostrils, seeping into every gleaming scale. Whoosh! The serpent shifted slightly, causing the ground and mountains to tremble. It raised its head and let out a deep, resonant hiss, as if an ancient mythical beast had awakened from the mists of time. Butterflies and bees flitted among the flowers, their movements harmonizing with the babbling sound of distant streams, forming a symphony of nature. Yet the serpent's eyes, deep and aloof, gazed into the distance through layers of shimmering light. Only those who could understand its hiss would know what this enigmatic serpent was truly thinking at the moment. The message it conveyed through its spiritual sense was surprisingly straightforward. Hungry, hungry, hungry. Bring me food now. As for that seemingly profound and indifferent gaze, it was merely the grogginess of just waking up. Great King, we're here. A group of small demons cheerfully pushed a large wooden cart up the mountain path. The cart was piled high with blood-rich meat and spiritual fruits sealed with demonic energy. A monkey demon bounded up to Suchunan, exclaiming, Great King, this time we brought fish from the endless sea. How should we eat it? Suchunan scanned the food with his spiritual sense and tapped the texture of the meat. He decided immediately, half will be made into soup, the other half roasted. Is Yunzi's grill ready? It's ready, but I didn't bring it. The golden-furred monkey scratched his paw sheepishly. Suchunan chuckled and let out another long hiss, while transmitting his voice to Ling Yunzi's cave. Yunzi, Yunzi, bring the grill over for your big brother. Hungry, hungry, hungry. Damn flower serpent. Ling Yunzi's forehead throbbed with irritation. Yet, unable to block Suchunan's spiritual transmissions due to weaker soul power, he sighed in resignation. After a moment of contemplation, he grabbed the crafted grill and flew out of his cave. Not wanting to leave anyone out, Su Qingxian decided to reach out to his sister Ling Xiao as well, along with Bai Xiaocui and Dai Dai, to greet them all with his spiritual voice. Damn stupid flower serpent. Ling Xiao gritted her teeth in frustration. Every time it wakes up, it's the same routine demanding food and drink. Even 21 bolts of heavenly tribulation couldn't strike it down. Truly a menace. By the time she arrived, the valley had already turned into a bustling scene. The small demons had transformed into three maternal forms, wearing aprons and hats as they busily worked. Some chopped ingredients, others scrubbed pots. The meat didn't need washing, it was pristine, with the sealing demonic energy already absorbed by Su Chengxian. Ling Xiao raised an eyebrow in surprise as she observed the demons' fluid movements. These little demons, they've mastered transformation techniques so quickly? The demons weren't using the innate divine ability of heaven and earth transformation. Instead, they were employing a basic imitation technique from the demon clan transformation magic, the simplest form of it. The art of transforming into human form may be simple, but for this group of little demons, it's already a rare feat. Born with weak souls and incomplete human forms, their control over demonic power is rudimentary at best. For them to have mastered this technique with such proficiency is indeed a commendable achievement. Su Chengxian's enormous appetite, however, provided these little demons with a perfect opportunity to showcase their skills. This grand figure could devour thousands of pounds of meat in one sitting, and his tastes had grown increasingly discerning. By assuming human forms, the little demons were able to take on the role of his chefs. The transformation of the valley was nothing short of astonishing. In just 3 months, the once charred wasteland had turned into a celestial paradise. Amid the chirping of birds and fragrant blossoms, the spiritual energy was so dense it almost took on a tangible form. This miraculous scene was largely thanks to the earth-shattering moment when Su Chengxian underwent his tribulation. The final lightning strike of the tribulation contained not only thunderous energy but also a powerful essence of earth. The collision of lightning, fire, mountain winds, and the 5 elements unleashed a cataclysmic upheaval. Several nearby peaks collapsed, accidentally revealing a few unformed spiritual veins. Drawn by the descending spiritual energy, these veins started converging toward the valley, showing signs of forming a new network. Although the newly exposed spiritual veins contained some spirit stones, their quality was average and their quantity limited. Nevertheless, they provided excellent practice for the little demons. Currently, they were collecting spirit stones for the Bai family, though their limited strength made progress slow. Once their cultivation improved, their efficiency would naturally increase. Aside from the spiritual vein beneath the Bai family's dwelling, there were several other exploitable locations. The valley, having witnessed 3 successive tribulations, had transformed into a true paradise. Most remarkable of all was the lingering spiritual energy that descended during Su Chengxian's tribulation. Even now, it had not been fully absorbed and continued to permeate the valley like an ethereal mist. Standing amidst this spiritual fog, Ling Xiao couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of creation. No wonder these little demons came running joyfully whenever Su Chengxian called. The spiritual energy that descended after a tribulation was the purest of its kind, though no one but the tribulation taker could refine it. Simply being immersed in it brought unparalleled comfort to the soul with every breath. However, her moment of tranquility was soon interrupted. Gazing at Su Chengxian's massive demonic form, Ling Xiao furrowed her brows. "Why hasn't your size reduced even a bit?" she questioned. The serpent bloodline creatures are born with innate abilities, and upon reaching the realm of powerful demons, they can practice the art of shape-shifting. Su Chengxian's form after successfully overcoming the tribulation was awe-inspiring. His demon body had a diameter exceeding 3 meters at its thickest point, and even the tip of his tail could easily pierce the ground. His total length reached an astonishing 70 to 80 meters, a size large enough to coil around an entire basketball court. For 3 months, he had maintained this enormous shape. This wasn't a temporary measure to cope with the heavenly tribulation, but rather his true form after the shackles of his bloodline were broken. Such a massive body rendered his original cave dwelling utterly inadequate. Even if he expanded it deeper underground, it was unlikely to fully accommodate him. Moreover, with the divine radiance from the heavens still not fully refined, Su Chengxian had no choice but to temporarily reside in a mountain valley. Though he was now impervious to fire, water, heat, and cold, his gigantic form was undeniably inconvenient. 2 months ago, Ling Xiao had already taught him the incantations for the size-altering technique. But seeing him still in this form today, Ling Xiao frowned and said, "Didn't you say last time you were about to master it? Why hasn't there been any change? Are you slacking off again?" Thinking about this lazy flower snake who spent his days eating and sleeping, with no ambition yet progressing in cultivation faster than her, Ling Xiao couldn't help but feel an urge to whip him into shape. "It's just comfortable lying like this," Su Chengxian responded matter-of-factly. In truth, he was still adjusting to his massive body. Over the past 3 months, He had not only healed the injuries from the tribulation, but also stabilized his soul and physical realm after breaking through. The overwhelming sense of power coursing through him was intoxicating. And there's another reason, he continued. I just want to admire how dashing and magnificent I look right now. You don't get to see a snake this big every day, so why not take a few more glances? Ling Xiao frowned upon hearing this. This flower snake was clearly spouting nonsense. The size-altering technique had no bearing on how comfortable or uncomfortable one felt. Besides, having been human in his past life and never reincarnated as a snake before, where did he get this so-called snake aesthetic? Dashing and magnificent? Utterly laughable. Do you plan on staying like this forever? She asked coldly. Tisk. It's not like I'm going out, Suchunan replied nonchalantly as he rolled over, causing the ground to rumble loudly. His carefree attitude was brazen, showing no concern about provoking his sister, the Empress. In truth, after the tribulation, whether due to his large size or the lightning strikes, several hundred low-grade spiritual stones had appeared beneath him. Since he had no immediate use for them, he lent them all out. The grill, hot pot, and other tools crafted by Ling Yunzi for him were exchanged for these stones. Comparatively, though Ling Xiao hadn't paid interest, she had compensated by customizing spiritual meat and fruits for him and even arranging for little demons to help prepare meals. But none of that really mattered. Suchunan remembered the mission issued by the system after the tribulation to engage in a battle with his siblings, who had already mastered their human forms. The rewards were 10 refining points and a spirit restoration pill recipe. After 3 months of recovery, his state and mindset were fully adjusted. It was time to test his strength. Following the tradition of the Bai family, Suchunan extended an invitation to Ling Xiao to foster sibling bonds. Sister, care for a duel? At the summit of Luyang Mountain, General Yu awoke from his meditative cultivation. With a sweep of his sleeve, he dispelled the barrier that had isolated him from the outside world. Extending his divine sense across the mountain, he immediately caught the chatter of the little demons bustling about below. The flower-patterned snake in the west has woken up again. This time, it's not just meat, it wants soup too. I heard it even asked for grilled fish. Grilled fish? That's way too fishy. You don't get it. Those are sea demon fish from the infinite ocean, grilled on a black iron plate. The aroma is heavenly. Before long, the conversation shifted to the earth-shattering thunder tribulation that had occurred 3 months prior. On that day, dozens of lightning strikes rained down in succession, shaking the mountain so violently that none of the little demons dared leave their caves. The Western Valley had been left utterly devastated. The water-avoiding snake clan from Bai Manor is truly incredible. Now they have 3 great demons among them. Yeah, and it's all thanks to the great king's generosity in granting them such a vast territory in the west. Listening to their chatter, General Yu couldn't help but smile faintly. However, his mind turned to the 3 demons of the Bai family. The green snake, Ling Xiao, had already endured the trials of transformation and breakthrough tribulations, solidifying her status as a great demon. The white snake, Bai Ling Yun, was slightly less advanced in cultivation but was currently working on refining a foundation pill. If successful, she would step directly into the mid-ear of the great demon realm. As for the flower-patterned snake, Suchunan, General Yes' brow furrowed slightly. A thunder tribulation with 21 lightning strikes was an exceedingly rare occurrence. At the time, he had intended to investigate, but seeing the green snake and white snake standing guard, their vigilance and battle readiness evident, he had refrained. He had only taken a brief glance and noted that the flower-patterned snake's physical strength was far beyond ordinary. While he was lost in thought, a sudden commotion erupted outside. The ground trembled, and even the western peaks began to shake. They're fighting. It's the flower-patterned snake. My heavens, what a massive serpent! From their vantage point on the mountainside, the little demons gazed in awe at the scene. Between the peaks, a colossal flower-patterned snake reared its head and let out a thunderous hiss, standing over 20 zhang tall. Such a size was rare even for demon generals or commanders using their manifested forms, let alone a physical body. The little demons whispered among themselves, curious yet too afraid to get close for fear of being caught in the crossfire. Only a few 9th-tier demon beasts dared to venture closer to investigate. Causing trouble again, General Yu muttered as his divine sense swept over the scene, instantly grasping the situation. A strange expression flickered across his gaunt face before he leaped into the air, heading toward the western peaks. Moments later, he arrived to witness a fierce battle. On the mountaintop, a man and a woman stood amidst the chaos, their robes billowing wildly in the gale. One wielded a spirit-infused whip, its energy writhing like a serpent, while the other fought with a sword, both launching relentless attacks against the flower-patterned snake. Hiss! A massive, colorful serpent demon emerged from the dim valley, its colossal body stretching out under the sunlight. Its iridescent scales shimmered with a deadly and eerie brilliance, like a flowing, venomous rainbow. It raised its head proudly, its dark, vertical pupils blazing with fury, while its crimson tongue flickered menacingly, and a deep, resonant hiss echoed through the valley. But this anger wasn't because Ling Xiao had called Ling Yunzi to gang up on him. 2 against 1? Ha! That had always been their way of settling things since they were young. What truly sent Su Chengxian into a rage was these two had learned how to fly. Watching Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi soar gracefully into the sky, Su Chengxian's eyes turned red with envy. Back in the day, he would have been overjoyed just to master a light-foot technique to move around effortlessly. How convenient it would have been for getting to and from school. As he grew older, while others dreamed of immortality and ascension in fantasy novels, all he wanted was to fly. It would save so much on travel costs. And if he could get a storage artifact, he could deliver packages, and food. What a way to strike it rich. Sword riding, wind riding, or even chanting spells to fly. It didn't matter how. If the sword could grow larger and come with a windproof cover, that would be perfect. But laughably, even after cultivating to the stage of enduring heavenly tribulations, he had completely forgotten about learning to fly. Wait a minute, hadn't he seen General Yu riding clouds before? Could it be that he, as a powerful demon, was the only one who couldn't fly? The thought of his Empress sister and Taoist brother mastering flight and leaving him, their elder brother, behind only made Su Chengxian more frustrated. He had planned to have a proper fight, but now he just wanted to beat them up until they taught him how to fly. Whoosh boom! Su Chengxian lashed out with his massive tail, striking the mountain where the two stood with full force. The ground trembled, and boulders shattered and scattered in all directions. He let out a thunderous roar as his blood surged through his body, his nearly indestructible serpent form radiating a terrifying aura. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth quaked in response, and a biting whirlwind howled through the valley, forcing the two to dodge aside. Their whips and flying swords were thrown off course by the gusts, and though they managed to strike near Su Chengxian, they couldn't even scratch his armored scales. Bang! Bang! 2 deafening explosions rang out as the weapons were sent flying back. Haha, that's what you get for flying. Su Chengxian laughed triumphantly, but his laughter quickly turned to frustration as he watched the two effortlessly evade the wind, gracefully catching their rebounding weapons with an air of elegance that seemed almost celestial. The sight infuriated him to no end, and with a furious roar, he lashed out with his tail again. Boom! The serpent's tail lashed out like a massive whip, striking the mountain with a deafening crash. Even without unleashing much of his blood energy, Su Chengxian's sheer brute force caused the entire peak to tremble violently. Rocks shattered and fragments flew in all directions, some piercing through the air, others tumbling down the cliffs with sharp, whistling sounds. Some pieces struck trees, igniting sparks, while others crashed to the foot of the mountain, shaking the ground with a resounding quake. The cold wind howled, carrying with it a thick haze of dust and the acrid scent of scorched earth, mingled faintly with a metallic sweetness, that unmistakable trace of Su Chengxian's blood energy radiating in the air. Curse you! Damn it! Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi shouted furiously, battered and disheveled under Su Chengxian's relentless onslaught. All three had recently broken through to new levels of power, leaving them unfamiliar with each other's current strength and combat abilities. They had assumed Su Chengxian's suggestion for a sparring match would begin with cautious probing, but instead, he had attacked with unrestrained ferocity from the outset. As for Su Chengxian's stated reason, the two of them didn't believe it in the slightest. How could someone as lazy, gluttonous, and unmotivated as him, who hadn't even mastered the innate ability to change his size after 3 months, possibly be so enraged just because they had practiced the cloud riding and wind-piercing movement technique? Huh. You're asking for it. 2 figures shot forward like lightning from opposite sides, their weapons gleaming with dazzling light. Ling Zhao's whip, shaped like a serpent, and Ling Yunzi's horsetail whisk released streaks of greenish-white energy with every movement, drawing upon the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to form spectral blades that converged on the massive serpent. The weapons struck Su Chengxian's scaled body with thunderous explosions, creating a cacophony of sound as demonic energy and spiritual power clashed, altering the very skies around them. But Su Chengxian was undeterred. His massive form writhed and coiled through the valley, his tail sweeping through the air and generating powerful gusts of wind. The blood energy coursing through him easily dispersed the incoming attacks, and his scales shimmered with a mysterious bluish-purple hue under the setting sun. Each movement of his colossal body caused the ground to quake, sending clouds of dust and leaves swirling into towering tornadoes. Wherever he passed, vegetation withered, and rocks were sent flying, his presence more overwhelming than that of his opponents. He deliberately directed the tornadoes toward Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi, forcing them to expend more spiritual power just to maintain their footing. Ha ha ha! Su Chengxian's laughter was wild and carefree. The ground trembled incessantly from the fierce battle, with cracks spreading like cobwebs, some plunging into unfathomable depths. Dust filled the air, obscuring vision. When General Yu arrived, this was the chaotic scene that greeted him. Steadying himself, He observed closely. Ling Yunzi seized an opportunity as Ling Zhao's snake-like whip unleashed streaks of green energy toward the serpent. With a flick of his horsetail whisk and a hand seal, Ling Yunzi summoned the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to form a sword array. The luminous swords wove into an impenetrable net in midair, descending upon their opponent. The sword array tore through the howling winds, but the serpent didn't dodge. Instead, its tail swept out with devastating force. Boom, boom, boom. The collision of energies unleashed a terrifying shockwave. Mountains crumbled, vegetation disintegrated into dust, and the entire valley seemed to groan under the impact. The sword array was shattered. General Yu observed coldly, his thoughts hidden. It wasn't that Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi were weak, it was that the serpent was simply too powerful. After surviving the lightning tribulation, the serpent had become overwhelmingly strong. Its thick skin and protective blood energy rendered it nearly invulnerable. Even if someone managed to breach its defenses, it was nearly impossible to inflict any real damage. Its scales no longer resembled the outer skin of an ordinary python, but were instead akin to the segmented, impenetrable armor of a dragon. What surprised General Yu even more was the serpent's spiritual strength. He realized that his own divine sense was being blocked by Suchunan, leading him to suspect that the serpent's cultivation and power far exceeded that of an ordinary mid-level demon. In terms of spiritual strength alone, it might already rival a high-level demon. Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi's spiritual strength didn't appear to be weak either. The techniques and combat skills they employed were astonishingly powerful, clearly derived from extraordinary cultivation methods. Too bad Suchunan hasn't yet taken a human form, General Yu mused silently. If Huashi Suchunan could ascend to immortality and take on human form, next year's son-in-law selection at the Bai Shui Marquee Manor would surely be his for the taking. In that case, Luyang Mountain and the Marquee Manor could even be considered a match made in heaven. Unfortunately, for a demon who has yet to assume human form, the future is always uncertain. With the status of the Bai Shui Marquee, how could they possibly accept an untransformed demon as a son-in-law? These days in Wangqing, it's become a trend among female demons to favor those who have taken on handsome human forms. This isn't a recent development. While General Yu prefers not to meddle in such trivial matters, his lineage lacks significant backing, leaving him no choice but to focus on his cultivation. Instead of waiting for fate to bestow opportunities, it's better to seize them proactively. As such, he paid close attention to the happenings in Wangqing. Though the city was teeming with minor demons, it was rare for untransformed great demons to stand out. However, while Su Chengxian remained in his original form, his brother Bai Lingyun's human form was striking and extraordinary. Just his looks alone were enough to give him a significant advantage. Coupled with his considerable strength, there was a real chance he could succeed. Even if he didn't, forming connections through the opportunity would still be valuable. After all, how could such a talented and promising young man fail to make an impression? Moreover, Bai Lingyun's abilities extended far beyond mere appearances. Boom, boom, boom. The commotion from the fight below grew increasingly intense, causing General Yu to furrow his brows. Such a spectacle risked prematurely revealing their strategies. If outsiders caught wind of it and word spread, it would draw unwanted attention, putting them at a disadvantage when stepping into the arena. Worse still, if rival great demons prepared in advance or if demon generals or marquises meddled, the situation would become even more complicated. What worried him even more was the possibility of someone getting seriously hurt if the three demons genuinely lost their temper. Su Chengxian, with his formidable strength, and Ling Xiao's ferocious combat style posed a significant risk. Yet it was Bai Lingyun, who had not yet built a solid foundation, who seemed most likely to get injured first. Enough! General Yu bellowed, his voice like thunder. With a sweep of his sleeve, a golden demonic light transformed into a massive blade, slicing through the air with unstoppable force toward the trio. The move was swift and powerful, immediately putting an end to their skirmish. General Yu descended gracefully, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. A faint smile played on his lips as he said, "This little place of mine can't withstand your roughhousing. Besides, when it's family fighting each other, you can't go all out, nor can you achieve anything noteworthy." He glanced at Su Chengxian and then at Lingyun, nodding in approval. "In my opinion, you should return to your cultivation. They'll find a proper place for you to unleash your full strength when the time comes." The demon general stationed at Luyang Mountain appeared just in time to stop the scuffle. Su Chengxian and the others gave General Yu this courtesy truthfully. They had no other choice. After all, no one was confident enough to take down a demon general. Besides, the purpose of the sparring had already been achieved. They had tested each other's strength and showcased their skills to those watching. The three demons withdrew their moves, and General Yu nodded in satisfaction before turning to leave on a cloud. Just then, Su Chengxian hurriedly called out, "General, we've grilled some fish. Would you like to stay and try it?" He secretly planned to gather some information from him. As expected, General Yu politely declined. Once his figure disappeared into the clouds, Ling Xiao couldn't help but communicate telepathically. What were you thinking? You wanted him to stay for a meal? Given Su Chengxian's massive current form, speaking aloud was akin to a thunderclap. The group had tacitly agreed to use spiritual telepathy for conversations. This avoided being overheard and spared them the awkwardness of one calling himself Jian, another Binzhua, and yet another rambling endlessly. What's wrong with inviting him to eat? Su Chengxian asked, confused. Our food isn't bad at all. Fried mushrooms with grilled fish, paired with fresh wild green. She could smell the aroma earlier. The small demon Mao Shirgio had quite the skill, managing to gather various seasonings like scallions, ginger, garlic, Sichuan pepper, and chili peppers. The garlic-flavored grilled fish was undoubtedly a delicacy. In this world brimming with spiritual energy, while these ingredients weren't considered spiritual plants, their taste enhanced by the ambient energy was far superior to what Su Chengxian remembered from his previous life. Even luckier, among the small demons they had recruited was a pig demon with exceptional culinary talent, capable of perfectly recreating any dish Su Chengxian desired. This isn't about how good the food smells, Ling Xiao huffed. Putting aside the fact that demon generals have long since stopped needing food, they likely have fasting pills anyway. Even if he did stay, were you planning to pry information out of him? Of course. Su Chengxian admitted without hesitation. You're a fool. Ling Xiao snapped. With your limited wits, you think you can outsmart him? General Yu is incredibly shrewd. The monkey clan is known for their cleverness. It's said he's particularly skilled at discerning truth from lies and avoiding misfortune. What could you possibly hide from him? Be careful, or he'll uncover all your secrets with just a few words. Ling Xiao continued sternly. Don't forget, we've already deduced most of the opportunity General Yu mentioned. Judging by his evasiveness, he clearly has no intention of revealing it. If you push the matter now, won't it just become awkward? And that's not even the worst of it. Tour origins are the biggest secret of all. Old Ghost, you need to calm down and stop provoking General Yu, Ling Xiao warned seriously. Be wary of him seeing through us, and stay alert for his tests. Her team of small demons had already scouted out the key information about Luyang Mountain, including its most powerful figure. It was precisely because they judged that this promising demon general wouldn't harm them that they decided to stay. But any judgment could be wrong, especially when wealth tempts the heart. Su Chengxian's 21 lightning strikes were far too conspicuous. Slaying demons for their cores is a common practice among humans, and demons are no exception, Ling Xiao said, crossing her arms and sizing up Su Chengxian. Even though you don't have a demon core, your demon body is still a treasure. Skinning you, extracting your tendons, dismantling your bones. Your body could be used for refining pills, forging artifacts, or even sold for a hefty amount of spirit stones. Although Su Chengxian knew Ling Xiao was trying to scare him, he couldn't help but shudder. After all, the image of General Yu crushing the great demon Wushan with a single palm was still fresh in his mind, leaving a significant psychological shadow. Our rapid progress in cultivation is bound to attract attention, Ling Yunzi, who had been silent until now, finally spoke. But slowing down our cultivation because of that isn't the solution. Hesitating out of fear is not the way forward. In my opinion, we should accelerate even more. True safety comes from personal strength, not reliance on others. And this applies not just to General Yu. Everyone you encounter might harbor covetous intentions toward you. This is inevitable. But there is a way to make even those with murderous thoughts hesitate to act recklessly. Elevate your cultivation to a level that instills fear in them. General Yu has already reached the late stage of the demon general realm, Ling Yunzi said in a deep voice. Demon generals possess a divine domain. Anyone who enters it will have their cultivation suppressed and weakened. If someone with weaker strength gets suppressed, they'll be like fish on a chopping block. However, if we reach the late stage of the great demon realm, the three of us together should be able to stand a chance against him. Their spiritual power is stronger than that of ordinary great demons, so the suppressive effects of their divine domain will be slightly reduced, Ling Xiao added. Dai Dai can take Dasheng and Xiao Chui away. Su Chengxian listened to their meticulous analysis, catching a whiff of the bloodshed and ruthlessness that marked the path of cultivation. You may not have the intent to harm others, but you must never lack vigilance against them, he remarked thoughtfully. After a moment of reflection, Su Chengxian realized this concern was far from baseless. Ordinary people would kill for mere wealth, how much more so for power and status? And when it came to cultivation resources, which could mean greater strength, immense power, and prolonged life, he couldn't help but glance at his snake body, recalling how he had once feared being treated as a snack after his transmigration. Now, it was clear that one must never let their guard down. Growing stronger was the only true path forward. All right, it's decided, Su Chengxian said, invigorated. Eat well and sleep soundly. Seeing his pensive expression, Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi exchanged a knowing look. Perhaps now Xiaohua would finally take cultivation seriously. Strength was undoubtedly the foundation of everything. Only by becoming stronger could one gain more control over their fate. The three of them were allied as one, and their fortunes were tied together. One would rise or fall with the others. Xiaohua, when do you plan to take on a human form? Ling Xiao asked. If you transform sooner, I can teach you the art of riding the wind and clouds. I could also pass on a top-tier escape technique to you, Ling Yunzi added. Really? That's fantastic. Su Chengxian replied with a grin. He had just been wondering how to request their techniques without seeming impolite, but now they were offering them freely. Would you like to learn it now? No rush, let's eat first. Su Chengxian noticed that the little demon's meal was already prepared. Grilled fish doesn't taste as good when it's cold. With that, he flicked his snake tail and darted toward the Tribulation Valley, shouting, "Charge! Time to eat!" Haha, so delicious. A hearty laugh echoed through the valley. Su Chengxian, using his blood energy as a guide, transformed a pair of arms befitting his snake-like body, each hand skillfully holding a pair of chopsticks. With practiced ease, he grabbed pieces of fish from the boat-shaped grill and stuffed them into his mouth. These were enormous fish hauled up from the endless sea, so large they had to be cut into sections to fit on the grill. So convenient. Eating like this is amazing. Su Chengxian exclaimed as he devoured the meal, motioning to the little demons around him. Xiao Qing, Xiao Bai, come on, don't be shy. As the saying goes, if you're not enthusiastic about eating, your mindset must be flawed. Ling Xiao gritted her teeth as she watched the scene unfold. She turned to Ling Yunzi and asked, which saying is that supposed to be from? I've never heard it before. Ling Yunzi shook his head, equally puzzled. To this day, they hadn't given up trying to uncover Su Chengxian's origins. This chatterbox of a character often let slip bits of information, but when they tried piecing the fragments together, no coherent conclusion could be drawn. Even speculating about his past life led nowhere. Ling Xiao once suspected he might be from the celestial realm, but that idea was quickly dismissed based on their understanding of the nine heavens. There was no way such an eccentric flower snake could exist there. What baffled them most was Su Chengxian's attitude toward cultivation. Unlike most, he showed no obsession with growing stronger. Instead, he was utterly captivated by food. The first thing he did after passing his tribulation was search for spices simply because he could finally savor flavors. Through their daily observations, Ling Yunzi and Ling Xiao noticed that apart from sleeping and eating, Su Chengxian only displayed a special fondness for a black and white monkey named Little Saint. This raised suspicions that he might have some connection to a saintly-level powerhouse. Yet, judging by his almost childlike kindness toward the little demons, the two speculated that Su Chengxian's previous life likely wasn't very old, and that he might have come from a place with a well-ordered society and abundant living conditions. Such innocent compassion for the weak often only appeared in young people untouched by the harshness of life. Ironically, it was this seemingly harmless yet incredibly powerful trait that solidified the alliance between the three of them. Ling Xiao had initially believed her advantage as the first to pass the tribulation would ensure her dominance, but real combat proved her wrong. Su Chengxian could fend off both her and Ling Yunzi simultaneously with nothing but his blood energy. This enigmatic figure continued to leave the pair both perplexed and resigned. The battle among the three had yet to involve any combat techniques or innate divine abilities, yet their mana consumption was already considerable. Ling Yunzi truly lived up to his reputation as a disciple of the orthodox sect. The power of his combat techniques after his transformation was on a whole new level. After overcoming the tribulations of breaking through, all three of them had made significant advancements in their cultivation and combat strength, but Su Chengxian's prowess still stood out above the rest. Ling Xiao felt a mix of emotions in her heart, sensing that Ling Yunzi was likely feeling the same at this moment. In contrast, Su Chengxian appeared completely at ease. Not only was he savoring the delicious grilled fish, but his mood was also lifted by the system's notification. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of engaging in a battle with your siblings who have successfully transformed. Task rewards, Refinement Points 10, Spirit Replenishing Pill Recipe 1. Please decide whether to use the refinement points now. I'll hold on to them for now, Su Chengxian responded internally. He hadn't yet decided how to use the refinement points, but he already had plans for the pill recipe. Yunzi. He called out using spiritual transmission, a method of communication that had the obvious perk of not interrupting his enjoyment of the meal. Ling Yunzi, who was about to leave, paused upon hearing the transmission. What is it? Both he and Ling Xiao had no intention of staying to share the fish, and were preparing to return to their cultivation. I just remembered a pill recipe. Su Chengxian got straight to the point. I'll tell you about it. You can refine it for me to try. What kind of recipe is it? The recipe for a spirit replenishing pill. Su Chengxian then transmitted the complete recipe to him. This recipe, provided by the system, not only included the required spiritual ingredients, but also detailed instructions on the refining process and the accompanying incantations. After hearing it, Ling Yunzi was somewhat surprised. This recipe is a bit different from the one I know, he remarked. explaining that he was aware of a recipe for a spirit-replenishing pill, but it lacked a few of the spiritual plants listed in Su Chengxian's version. Can it be refined? Su Chengxian only cared about this point. It can't. Why not? The spirit-replenishing pill doesn't require many ingredients, but it does need dozens of specific spiritual plants. Missing the plants? Su Chengxian chuckled lightly. That's easy, just buy them. Ling Yunzi cast a mocking glance at Su Chengxian, as if looking at a naive fool. However, when he realized that the man was still engrossed in eating and completely oblivious to his gaze, Ling Yunzi had no choice but to speak up with a hint of exasperation. Do I look like someone who wouldn't have thought of that? Su Chengxian silently mused to himself. Well, it's hard to say. It wasn't that Ling Yunzi was dull-witted. Rather, based on Dao Lao's previous accounts, this man had been weak in his youth but exceptionally talented. Protected by his sect, he later gained significant strength after leaving it. His skills in alchemy and artifact refinement alone were enough to make him highly sought after in the Eastern mortal realm, with people willingly offering him rare materials. It wasn't entirely surprising that he might be unfamiliar with the trade of spiritual plants among the demon clans. Hearing their discussion about spiritual plants and pill formulas, Ling Xiao strolled over and added, among humans, even rare treasures that cannot be cultivated are often preserved by sects out of a sense of heritage. But the demon clans in the northern wilderness mountains are different. She elaborated, the northern wilderness mountains, home to the demon clans, are abundant in spiritual veins. However, due to their unique cultivation methods, their need for medicinal pills is far less than that of the human race. Most spiritual materials grow naturally in the wild, and when demons or beasts encounter spiritual plants, they often consume them directly. For instance, when we hunted the mountain-shaking boar, we found the clear heart grass in its stomach. Isn't that something you, of all people, should understand better than the demons themselves? She added, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Ling Xiao then explained why obtaining spiritual plants was so difficult. Only the royal cities have dedicated facilities for cultivating and preserving spiritual materials. These are usually collected under orders from the demon kings, or through bounties issued by demon marquises, generals, or commanders. The most reliable way to secure enough resources for alchemy is to align yourself with these powerful figures. While there are merchant caravans and spiritual goods pavilions operated by demons, spiritual plants are far more precious than materials like spiritual meats or elemental minerals, which are easier to preserve. Harvesting and storing spiritual plants require specialized techniques, and even a small mistake can significantly reduce their efficacy. Sometimes, the flowers, fruits, and roots of the same plant must be collected using entirely different methods. Moreover, the variety of spiritual plants is vast, and no spiritual goods pavilion can possibly stock everything. Each plant can also vary in quality: low, medium, high, or supreme grade. If a specific plant is unavailable, buyers often have to place a deposit and pre-order it. With the spirit stones we currently have, we can't even afford to buy spiritual plants, let alone place deposits. Su Chengxian froze for a moment at the mention of lack of funds. This was a problem he was all too familiar with. Had spent half his previous life in poverty. However, if they couldn't buy spiritual plants, he had an idea. What if we grow them ourselves? If we can't buy mature spiritual herbs, surely we can buy seeds, right? Grow spiritual plants? Ling Xiao chuckled. You think I haven't thought of that? Not only had she considered it, but she had also been laying the groundwork for it for 2 years. As a former emperor, she was well-versed in the art of resource stockpiling. She had been recruiting minor demons to gather spirit stones, spiritual fruits, roots, and seeds. Every time Lu Yangshan, Langqing, or Hu Shao visited a demon city under the jurisdiction of a demon commander, she would have them bring back spiritual seeds. She exchanged these for items like their shed skins, accumulated spirit stones, and even a few leftover transformation pills refined by Ling Yunzi. With a Goldwater monkey adept at cultivating spiritual fields in their household, it would be a waste not to use its skills. She also took meticulous care of the spiritual plants on Daidaeus' back, sparing no expense on demon beast blood, discarded spirit stones, or anything else the great sage required. Fortunately, with the great sage's spirit gathering grass and spirit locking grass forming a spirit gathering array, combined with their exclusive access to a spiritual vein, they saved a considerable amount of spirit stones. The spirit gathering grass was nearly mature, but the results from planting additional spiritual plants had been minimal. Why is that? Su Chengxian asked, puzzled. Are seeds rare and expensive? I can understand spiritual plants being costly, but why should seeds be so expensive? If demons don't cultivate them and the process is time-consuming and tedious, shouldn't seeds be cheaper? Quite the opposite, Ling Xiao explained. Precisely because spiritual plants are harvested for alchemy as soon as they mature, their seeds are even harder to come by. The spirit plant market among the demon clans does indeed have its unique limitations. Outside of the royal city, there are very few places capable of cultivating spirit plants. While the Lingwu Pavilion sells ready Tao spirit plants, it's almost impossible to find seeds or seedlings there. His Majesty originally wanted to buy seedlings, Lin Jianzi said with a wry smile, recalling the time he was teased by Hu Xiao. Humph. A hint of mischief flickered in Ling Xiao's eyes. I would have forgotten if you hadn't brought it up. Looks like I need to find an opportunity to teach that big cat a lesson, Ling Xiao remarked meaningfully. Advising the emperor always comes with risks. Su Chengxian nodded thoughtfully. I understand now. The northern wastelands rely on the mountain spirit veins and wild spirit plants from nature, so naturally, they wouldn't develop a market for buying and selling these. Even for valuable items and their derivatives, without large-scale production and supply, purchasing them would be both difficult and expensive. It's far from the imagined scenario of cheap clearance sales. Recalling the process of refining the shape-shifting pill last time, Su Chengxian couldn't help but ask, speaking of which, gathering the materials for the shape-shifting pill seemed to go quite smoothly, didn't it? Ling Xiao explained. That's because the shape-shifting pill is in high demand among the demon clans. Many beasts aspiring to reach the shape-shifting realm prepare the materials in advance. As for the rare and valuable shape-shifting grass, we just happen to have it. The other spirit plants and auxiliary materials were also quickly gathered. No wonder the white ape had that water cloud stone. Su Chengxian recalled the situation when they exchanged for the materials. That guy's clever. Stockpiling water cloud stone, which is essential for alchemy. Most of the other materials were exchanged from beasts living in the spirit vein caves, Ling Xiao added, particularly those at the 7th rank or higher. While the 9th rank beasts had plenty of materials, most were unwilling to trade. Back then, Lin Jianzi hadn't demonstrated his alchemy skills yet, so it took quite some effort to convince them to part with some. Su Chengxian's eyes lit up. So the white ape actually trusts us quite a bit. He turned to Lin Jianzi. By now, your former neighbors must have a lot of faith in your alchemy skills, right? After all, you've successfully refined the shape-shifting pill twice, not to mention your talent in crafting artifacts. Of course, Ling Xiao said with a raised brow. The white ape has already received the shape-shifting pill. As for its quality, everyone's well aware. Among the 3 newly added great demons of Luyang Mountain, 2 achieved perfect shape-shifting. Why are you asking about this? Su Chengxian grinned cheekily. If we promise to refine shape-shifting pills for them when needed, do you think they'd be willing to trade their spirit materials with us? Most likely, Ling Xiao mused. But what does that have to do with the spirit plants we need? Pills like the spirit restoration pill aren't as essential for demon cultivation as the shape-shifting pill. It doesn't matter, Su Chengxian replied with a sly smile. If they don't have something, they can find a way to get it. Sister Empress, Brother Daojun, how about we start a spirit plant bank together? Collecting seeds or seedlings of spiritual plants is indeed the most economical and feasible option at the moment. Let me analyze this issue from several perspectives. 1. Resource acquisition strategies. Cultivation route. Obtain seedlings for cultivation. Leverage the unique advantages of the Great Sage. Establish a long-term and stable supply chain. Exchange route. Avoid formal trade channels like Lingwu Pavilion. Seek opportunities for resourceful exchanges with minimal investment. Utilize existing resources for bartering. 2. Current challenges. Short-term challenges. Severe shortage of resources for alchemy. Limited funds, making large-scale procurement difficult. High prices on formal channels. Long-term planning. Prepare for the eventual crossing of the endless sea. Build a stable supply of alchemy materials. Support the cultivation needs of Su Chengxian and others. 3. Execution plan. Convene a gathering of the demon clans. Choose favorable weather conditions with clear skies and gentle breezes. Attract participation from 9th tier, 8th tier, and 7th tier demon beasts. Assert dominance by showcasing power to establish leadership. Negotiation tactics. Use alchemy and artifact crafting as incentives. Leverage by Ling Yun's professional expertise. Seek mutually beneficial and collaborative arrangements. This plan maintains flexibility in resource acquisition while avoiding over-reliance on a single approach. By employing a dual strategy, it can alleviate immediate resource pressures and lay a foundation for long-term development. The key lies in managing cooperative relationships with other demon clans, maximizing current advantages without overly exposing weaknesses. While this approach may seem opportunistic, it is a pragmatic choice under the present circumstances. Why not purchase spirit plants from the Lingwu Pavilion? The deep voice of the black bear Yuelang echoed through the air as his piercing gaze locked onto Su Chengxian. Too expensive, can't afford it, Su Chengxian replied flatly, his eyes sweeping across the gathered members of the demon clan. The atmosphere instantly grew tense. A glint of danger flickered in the tiger eyes of Jinhu Li Xiaomao. What do you mean by that? Are you implying that the spirit plants we possess aren't worth spirit stones? Or are you planning to take them by force? Of course not, Su Chengxian denied with a shake of his head, but then he added, however, it would be better if I didn't have to pay spirit stones at all. His words were like a boulder plunging into a serene lake, stirring ripples of uncertainty. The demons exchanged glances, but none dared to leave. They waited, anticipating the explanation of this Bailey prefecture officer. A faint smile tugged at the corners of Su Chengxian's lips as he continued. Bailey Prefecture is planning to establish a spirit plant bank. You can provide us with spirit materials on credit for alchemy, and in the future, use them to offset the cost of purchasing pills. We are also cultivating our own spirit plants. If any of you have seeds or saplings, you're welcome to contribute them for collective growth. His voice was steady and assured. Once the spirit plants mature, you'll have the option to sell them directly to us to offset pill costs or share in the profits once the pills are refined. We understand that alchemy doesn't always succeed, but at Bailey's Spirit Plant Bank, the spirit plants you deposit can always be redeemed at 60 of the market value. Moreover, we guarantee that any redemption request will be fulfilled with pills within 3 months. These words, like a spring breeze, began to dissolve the tension in the room. When Su Chengxian mentioned that even seeds and saplings could be exchanged, a spark of hope lit up in the eyes of every demon present. Officer, officer, a sharp voice rang out from the back. A small demon eagerly asked, is it true that seeds and saplings can be exchanged for pills? This exchange showcased Su Chengxian's wisdom and strategic thinking. Rather than resorting to force or coercion, he presented a mutually beneficial proposal that resonated with the demons. This was the essence of his philosophy. Like Zhang Taigong, fishing only those willing will take the bait. The little demons reacted as if a pot had been overturned. At first, one bold demon spoke up. Seeing that they weren't reprimanded, the others quickly followed suit, as if they had found their anchor, and began chattering excitedly. Can we really exchange for elixirs? Is such a good thing even possible? Su Chengxian nodded slightly and explained in a calm tone. Of course, but there's a condition: spiritual plant saplings grow very slowly and require a great deal of care and spiritual resources. If they fail to survive, you'll have to accept the loss. However, if you can grow them successfully, although their value is only 1/30th of a mature plant, all other exchange conditions remain valid. Rather than dampening the little demon's enthusiasm, his words only fueled it further. Some clever ones immediately grasped the key point. You're complaining about the low value? If it weren't for Captain Su's offer, who else would even want your saplings after you dig them up? A fox demon, flicking its fluffy tail, crossed its arms and spoke with confidence. The main point is that we can get elixirs. Another chimed in. Do you have any idea how hard it is to obtain elixirs within the demon clan? Just look at how Su Chengxian and his team struggled to gather the materials for alchemy. Some particularly sharp-witted demons had already realized the advantage of the by-resident site housed an alchemist. Captain Ling Yun's alchemy skills were renowned, and he had successfully refined several transformation pills on 2 separate occasions. Suddenly, a timid voice piped up from the back of the crowd. Captain Su, if the alchemy doesn't work out, can we exchange for cultivation techniques instead? This question immediately sparked realization among the other demons that by-residents didn't just have an alchemist. It also had a powerful demon skilled in cultivation techniques. All eyes turned to Su Chengxian. Without hesitation, Su Chengxian replied, of course. Not just techniques, weaponry, combat skills, spells, even protective artifacts can be exchanged. Internally, he made a mental note to leave the finer details to Ling Xiao and Lin Jianzi, who had more experience managing the merit exchange system. The little demons' reactions were exactly as Su Chengxian had anticipated. To them, elixirs were of unparalleled importance. While transforming early had its risks, with sufficient elixirs and cultivation resources, the benefits far outweighed the drawbacks. It wasn't just the little demons, some of the high-ranking beasts present also seemed moved by his words. After all, elixirs, combat techniques, and cultivation methods were the most precious resources on the path of cultivation. The sudden appearance of the magical artifact instantly heightened the tension in the atmosphere. Su Chengxian, ever perceptive, noticed a subtle shift in the breathing patterns of the high-ranking demonic beasts before him. These usually formidable creatures now seemed unusually cautious, as if waiting for one among them to break the silence. Though he didn't fully understand their wary demeanor, Su Chengxian decided to respect it. His gaze swept slowly across the assembled beasts before he spoke, breaking the stillness. Is there anything you'd like to ask? Since we're all important partners here, a bit of candor wouldn't hurt. The moment his words fell, the curlyman lion beast couldn't hold back and spoke eagerly. Captain Su, can the pills offered in exchange guarantee their quality? Quality? Su Chengxian raised an eyebrow. The lion beast nodded solemnly. Exactly. The spirit pavilion in the royal city does sell pills, but their quality varies greatly. Unlike the straightforward grading of spirit plants, pills require a specialized appraiser to determine their value, which incurs an additional cost, it explained. Even ordinary pills are already expensive, and high-quality ones are exorbitantly priced. If endorsed by the spirit pavilion, the cost becomes utterly astronomical. Su Chengxian caught the underlying implication. While high-ranking demonic beasts could instinctively judge the quality of transformation pills, they struggled with other types. Clearly, this lion wasn't just interested in transformation pills, it was a potential major client. Sensing Su Chengxian's hesitation, the lion grew anxious. If there's no appraiser available, that's fine too. We can tolerate lower quality pills. Worst case, we'll consume more of them and take the time to expel the pill toxins. It's better than having none at all. That's not what I meant, Su Chengxian replied with a smile. I'm calling in my brother to address this. When it comes to pill quality, it's best to leave it to a professional alchemist. With that, he used his divine sense to summon Ling Yunzi. Ling Yunzi arrived swiftly. He and Ling Xiao had been aware of Su Chengxian's significant plans for the day, and neither had been in the mood for cultivation. In moments, Ling Yunzi appeared on the scene, hands clasped behind his back, and wasted no time with pleasantries. His first words were boldly arrogant. Who needs an appraiser? No appraisal needed? What do you mean by that? The white ape, who had some knowledge of alchemy, leapt to its feet, its fur bristling with excitement. Ling Yunzi, exuding confidence, declared, when a true spirit pill is crafted, it forms its own spiritual patterns. Have you ever heard of such a thing? Heavenly Dao appraisal, the white ape exclaimed, his voice trembling with excitement. Your alchemy skills they can achieve heavenly Dao appraisal? Indeed, Ling Yunzi affirmed with a slight nod. Su Chengxian blinked, his thoughts racing. Heavenly Dao appraisal? What kind of skill is that? Judging by these beasts' reactions, it seemed his brother's alchemy was far beyond ordinary. Just then, a deep, incredulous voice rumbled from the crowd. Can you truly craft pills with 7 colors and 9 spiritual patterns? The speaker was the black bear demon, Yu Yalong, and Su Chengxian immediately understood. He had heard bits and pieces about this background from the casual conversations of Ling Xiao and Mao Shijiu. Both Yu Yalong and the golden tiger demon, Li Xiaomao, were 9th-tier demonic beasts who had arrived at Luyang Mountain around the same time as Ling Xiao's family. Their clans were under the command of a demon marshal and held considerable influence, though these two were from branch bloodlines. Rather than competing for resources within their clans, they chose to seek spiritual abodes elsewhere. To them, any high-grade spiritual abode was the same, and it saved them from the internal strife of their clans. Many 9th-tier demonic beasts like them resided in the spiritual vein caves of Luyang Mountain. Su Chengxian's bank plan specifically targeted these individuals. Compared to collecting spiritual plants one by one from low-level demons, obtaining living expenses from these 9th-tier beasts was much more efficient. Moreover, the cultivation of mature spiritual plants and other materials often relied on these higher-tier beasts. The primary need of these beasts was transformation pills, and not just one they needed as many as possible. While Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi only required a single pill to perfectly take human form, other beasts couldn't be as confident. The safest approach was to prepare multiple pills. The main function of the transformation pill was to stimulate the soul within the sea of consciousness, allowing it to transform into a human form while temporarily erasing memories of their beast form. Although excessive consumption could lead to pill toxicity, this minor side effect was negligible compared to the 80 fatality rate of failed transformations for 9th-tier beasts. Even for a black bear demon like Yu Yalong, how many transformation pills could his clan prepare for him? Secondly, these demons had some skills and could secure resources from their clans. Otherwise, how would they know about the availability of high-grade spiritual abodes in Luyang Mountain? Lastly, those who left their clans were often restless and ambitious. Such individuals were more likely to accept a proposal for collaborative pill refinement. They were familiar with the rules of alchemy in the capital. Preparing materials for a pill didn't guarantee success, and even if the pill was successfully refined, the alchemist would take half as their share. Su Chengxian calculated quietly. As long as he used the spiritual plants they needed as payment, he wouldn't have to worry about selling the transformation pills he obtained. If Ling Yunzi's pill refinement success rate remained above 50, this business could yield massive profits. Based on Yu Yalong's comments, it seemed Ling Yunzi's alchemy skills were indeed remarkable, which boosted Su Chengxian's confidence even further. Watching these individuals from prominent clans brimming with excitement, Su Chengxian couldn't help but feel pleased. Having a Taoist lord as a younger brother certainly saved him a lot of trouble. Without lifting a finger, he could sit back and wait for spiritual plants to be delivered to him. However, he couldn't help but wonder about the term, Heavenly Dao Pill Appraisal, with its talk of 7 colors upon success and 9 patterns of spirit lines. What did it all mean? He clicked his tongue in puzzlement, thinking, am I the only one who doesn't understand? Just as he was silently grumbling, Ling Yunzi spoke confidently, his voice loud and clear. For you to mention 7 colors upon success and 9 patterns of spirit lines, you must have some knowledge. Indeed, the pills I refine can reveal spirit patterns that attest to their grade, eliminating the need for any pill appraiser. His tone was full of pride, and Su Chengxian couldn't help but want to roll his eyes. This must be the true face of a Taoist lord, he thought. He only restrains himself in front of Ling Xiao and me. Even though Su Chengxian still didn't understand these terms, he chose to remain silent. Worst case, he could just ask Ling Yunzi directly later. He had discovered that the information revealed in their daily interactions far exceeded his expectations, and Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi had yet to recognize his true origins. Clearly, his identity was beyond their realm of understanding, which made him feel increasingly disinclined to bother hiding it any further. Meanwhile, the black bear demon, the golden tiger demon, and the white ape elder could no longer contain their curiosity. Seeing the confusion in the eyes of the surrounding demons and lesser creatures, the white ape elder decided to explain briefly. A pill, he said, refers to the final product infused with spiritual energy after successful refinement. While they are often called spiritual pills, not all pills are deserving of that title. Alchemy requires not just skill, but also innate talent. Excellent alchemists are exceedingly rare, and this talent only becomes evident during the actual process of pill refinement. In other words, the true threshold for an alchemist lies in possessing both exceptional natural aptitude and advanced alchemical techniques. Only then can they create genuine spiritual pills. Both are indispensable. The art of alchemy has always been one of the most enigmatic practices in the realm of cultivation. This secretive craft is rarely passed down, creating a rather awkward situation. Some individuals with extraordinary talent may spend their entire lives unable to step into the world of alchemy, while others who manage to enter the field lack genuine skill and can only produce subpar pills. What exactly are spirit patterns? A curious little demon couldn't help but ask. Lin Jianzi's sharp gaze softened as he began to explain. Spirit patterns are the imprints left by the spiritual essence of heaven and earth on the surface of a pill. They serve as the most straightforward indicator of a pill's quality. It is said that with truly top-tier alchemy, even the simplest pills can reveal distinct gradations of quality based on the impurities within. He continued. Pills are categorized by 7 colors and 9 spirit patterns. The 7 colors white, green, cyan, yellow, red, orange, and purple represent the grade of the pill, from lowest to highest. When a pill is formed, it draws in the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, condensing 1 to 9 spirit patterns on its surface. The number of patterns reflects the pill's quality: 1 pattern for grade 1, 3 for low grade, 5 for medium, 7 for high, and 9 for supreme. And what about a grade 9 purple pill? The demons held their breath in anticipation. 8,000 years ago, the human race once refined a dragon-tiger pill of grade 9 purple. It was so extraordinary that it gained sentience and intelligentsia, a true celestial pill. The little demons and spirit beasts present were utterly stunned, their mouths agape. For many of them, the distinction between spiritual pills and ordinary ones was something they were hearing about for the first time, let alone the concept of a celestial pill. At this moment, a curly-maned lion stood up, gazing at Lin Jianzi in midair with eager eyes. Ling Yun, Captain, can you truly refine spiritual pills with spirit patterns? Are your words true? Lin Jianzi responded with a calm smile. Since I have spoken of it publicly, it will soon become common knowledge. As a proud great demon, would I resort to deception for mere temporary gain? If I had intended to trick you out of spiritual plants, wouldn't it be easier to do so in secret? Besides, if I fail once or twice, no demon would ever trust me again. Roar. Li Xiaomao, the large tiger, let out an excited growl and stood up, asking, how many spiritual plants, seeds, or seedlings do you require? Do you have any specific grade or type in mind, or any other conditions? Focus on the ingredients required for the transformation pill and spirit restoration pill. Ling Xiao said clearly, her voice resonating as she hovered midair. Su Chengxian and Ling Yunzi remained silent. Among the 3 demons, there was a tacit understanding that Ling Xiao managed the affairs of the cave dwelling, and the other 2 refrained from interfering. Ling Xiao's appearance was seen as an implicit approval by the gathered demons, who immediately showed expressions of delight. The clever black bear demon, Yue Yalang, quickly understood the intentions of the 3 demons. Among them, 2 had already survived the transformation tribulation, leaving only the flower snake demon, whose alarming physical form made transformation especially challenging. Moreover, the White Mansion Elder had yet to reach the 9th stage, making the transformation pill essential. As for the spirit restoration pill, it was even easier to trade. Without the necessary ingredients for alchemy, they would need to accumulate spiritual stones. Any transformation pill successfully refined, especially those engraved with spiritual patterns, would easily attract other demons. Such pills were as sought after as rewards offered by demon generals. I am not well versed in these matters. Could you tell us what the spirit restoration pill does and what ingredients are needed to refine it? Yue Yalang asked. Since the topic of gathering ingredients for pill exchange was brought up, it was natural to inquire about the specifics. The pill is called spirit restoration, as it replenishes the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, Ling Xiao explained. Does this pill aid in improving cultivation levels? Asked Li Xiaomao, the golden-furred tiger demon. Indeed. Ling Yun nodded. Can we also use it? asked the curly-haired yellow man beast. Of course, Ling Xiao replied with a smile. Pills surpass spiritual stones because they can be directly consumed and refined into demon power. Spiritual stones require an additional step to extract their energy, and most of them are low-grade, incomparable to true spiritual pills. With Ling Yunzi promising to refine genuine pills engraved with spiritual patterns, how could the demons not be tempted? Word of this would surely spread, drawing not only the demons of Luyang Mountain, but also those from distant regions. Do you think Wolf Qing Captain, Tiger War Captain, and even General Yu might come seeking pills if they hear about Ling Yun Captain's alchemy? Li Xiaomao whispered to Yue Lang. Then we'd better act quickly, the black bear demon said, squinting as he glanced at Dai Dai. The purple-gold swift turtle had a large shell, but spiritual plants were extraordinary and required specific environments to thrive. For instance, the ghost mushroom that Su Chengxian had acquired was relocated by the great sage to a dark and damp area deep within the cave. The demons were naturally eager for pills that could enhance their cultivation speed. When Ling Xiao listed the necessary ingredients one by one, they listened carefully, memorizing every detail. To prevent any confusion, she extended a delicate hand and instructed Ling Yunzi to use his magic to perform the water-moon mirror technique, projecting the forms of the spiritual plants and materials for everyone to see. Su Chengxian's eyes lit up, intrigued by the spell. He began to wonder if it might be possible for him to learn it. If Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi were to transform their past experiences into visual imagery, it would indeed resemble watching a grand fantasy film. However, while this possibility exists, it remains exceedingly unlikely. It seems more practical to conjure up random scenes in their minds for amusement. At this moment, White Ape Lord, Black Bear Spirit, and other beasts were intently memorizing the appearances of various spiritual materials, especially the curly-maned lion and the golden-furred tiger, whose eyes were wide open, staring unblinkingly at everything in front of them. Though these beasts ostensibly came out seeking opportunities, it felt more like they had been half-forced to leave their comfort zones, leaving them with a sense of grievance. The curly-maned lion took a deep breath and spoke slowly. Although our talents aren't exactly exceptional, we still have a chance to turn things around. Like Li Xiaomao said, asking our families for high-grade spiritual herbs might be difficult, but requesting seeds or seedlings might not be outright refused. This statement was modest to a fault. Once spiritual herbs mature, they are harvested for alchemy, making seeds naturally rare and valuable. However, their clans had specifically cultivated spiritual herb fields, ensuring seeds were preserved to avoid total loss due to unforeseen circumstances. Therefore, obtaining seeds or seedlings wasn't particularly challenging, and they might even take the opportunity to request some mature plants. By claiming they had encountered an alchemist and had a chance to refine pills, asking for 1 or 2 types of spiritual plants per person would likely not be denied. As the curly-maned lion spoke, his gaze swept over the other beasts around him. If all of us here work together, we just might gather the spiritual materials we need. White Ape Lord pondered for a moment before speaking. I may not have any kin, but I do have some acquaintances. Since we're talking about cooperation, the specific distribution will require careful discussion. Such matters are not suitable for public debate. Additionally, everyone here has some spiritual materials for transformation pills. Why not pool them together and ask Captain Ling Yun to refine a few furnaces? I've heard that Captain Ling Yun's skill in alchemy is extraordinary, capable of producing more than just 2 or 3 pills in a single batch. Suddenly, White Ape Lord recalled something and, after Ling Xiao finished introducing all the spiritual materials, asked, by the way, the transformation pill I purchased last time didn't seem to have any spirit patterns, did it? Of course not, Ling Xiao replied on behalf of Ling Yunzi, her tone calm and composed. As an empress, she had long anticipated this question from the white ape and explained with ease, last time. My third brother had not yet taken human form. His limited cultivation during the alchemy process required prioritizing the pill's efficacy, leaving us no choice but to temporarily sacrifice other aspects. Though this explanation subtly acknowledged their shortcomings, Ling Xiao's poise, honed by years of leadership, lent her words an air of sincerity. She added with a soft chuckle, as for the pill's effectiveness, both this officer and my third brother are right here. Feel free to judge for yourselves. That single remark carried more weight than 1,000 explanations. Even by the standards of human cultivators, Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi's human forms were exceptional, let alone among the demon clans. Their extraordinary aura set them apart, like cranes in a flock of birds. Even the 9th-tier demon beasts, who had observed their transformation from afar, couldn't help but concede to Ling Xiao's words. At this moment, Ling Yunzi spoke, his tone indifferent. If anyone here has unused shape-shifting pills acquired through trade or assistance with spiritual materials, you may bring them to me. In my next alchemy session, I will inscribe spiritual patterns upon them. Though his words were delivered casually, they sent ripples of astonishment through the gathered demons. They all knew that spiritual patterns were marks left by the heavens upon a pill, symbolizing its authenticity and power. Such a statement left no room for doubt or contention. Suchunan couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Wow, learned something new today. Observing the demeanor of Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi, he finally understood what it meant to have true mastery and presence. Who could possibly discern the exact truth behind their words? Indeed, back then, Ling Yunzi's cultivation was still shallow, and without a human form, his alchemy process was inevitably influenced by his demonic energy, requiring additional effort to control the flames. However, this wasn't the true reason for the lack of spiritual patterns on the shape-shifting pills. The actual cause lay in his origins, Jinma Mountain, a place Ling Xiao often referred to as righteous yet tainted. Despite knowing the pill recipe, he had never had the opportunity to refine it before. Meanwhile, Lang Er was already pleading with his brother to gather spiritual herbs, fearing they might be outpaced by other clans. Afterward, Ling Yunzi shared a few techniques for harvesting spiritual plants, while Ling Xiao promised to compile the exchange guidelines within 2 or 3 days. Only then did the assembled demons disperse. Thanks for all your hard work, sister and Yunzi. I'll just wait for the spiritual pills, Suchunan said with a grin. Nice try, old snake. All the work falls on me and Yunzi. While you get to relax, Ling Xiao shot him a sidelong glance. Well, you two are capable, aren't you? The capable should take on more work, Suchunan replied, stretching lazily without a hint of shame. After all, he had earned this leisure fair and square. With that, he flopped onto the ground and closed his eyes to rest. Ling Xiao, exasperated, gave him a light kick before turning to leave. The kick, devoid of demon energy, was harmless, and Su Chengxian's massive serpent body didn't budge an inch. Ling Yunzi shook his head with a sigh and followed suit. The serpent truly fell asleep. Deep within his consciousness, his blood energy steadily increased. 111. Suddenly, an unusual notification appeared. Essence blood energy 0.0001. The alert nearly startled him awake. Though 3 months had passed since his tribulation, this minuscule growth in essence blood energy left him uneasy. However, now wasn't the time to dwell on it. With only about 10 days of satiety remaining, he needed to make the most of his rest. A month later, Su Chengxian awoke right on time. This was his second awakening since discussions about the spiritual plant bank began. As a cultivator in the great demon realm, he had long mastered complete control over his body, including his sleep cycles. Upon waking, he summoned a minor demon to prepare his meal while simultaneously checking his system panel. Host, Su Chengxian. Race, water-avoiding serpent. Rank, Great Demon Realm. Advancement requirement, refined 10,000 points of essence blood energy. Blood energy, 13,003,320. Essence blood energy, 691. Physical cultivation, essence realm 10, 4031000000. Soul cultivation, spirit realm 10, 209100000. Abilities, devour and refine, bewitching hiss, size alteration, combat techniques, snake bite, snake constriction, refining points, 1120. While his blood energy continued to grow steadily, the sluggish increase in essence blood energy left him anxious. Looks like I'll need to push Yunzi to speed up the pill refinement, he muttered to himself. The system's voice echoed in Su Chengxian's mind, as calm and cold as always. Host, there are 2 ways to refine blood energy into refined blood energy. 1. Use refinement points to condense blood energy into refined blood energy. 2. Use a large amount of spiritual energy to refine blood energy into refined blood energy. Note, 10,000 points of blood energy can be converted into 1 point of refined blood energy, consuming 1 refinement point. Su Chengxian flicked out his forked tongue, letting out a low hiss. He was already familiar with this information, yet each time he heard it, he couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. Over the past few months, a harsh truth had become increasingly clear. Refined blood energy grew at an agonizingly slow pace. In over 4 months, he had accumulated more than 1,000,000 points of blood energy in a completely natural state. However, only 150,000 of it had been converted into refined blood energy through the absorption and exhalation of spiritual energy. The system panel displayed the stark and glaring number just 15 points. On average, that was less than 4 points per month. Hiss. Su Chengxian flicked his tongue again. Having grown accustomed to the exhilarating surge of blood energy, this snail-paced efficiency left him irritated. The spiritual energy concentration in this valley was not low, comparable to a medium-grade spiritual vein. Moreover, he had been refining the heavenly spiritual energy that descended after his tribulation. Without the support of this additional energy, relying solely on ordinary spiritual energy from natural breathing would make the refinement process even slower. The lone 1 refinement point on the system panel stood out glaringly. The system's task assignments were always unpredictable, and refinement points could neither be stockpiled in large quantities nor accumulated quickly. Previously, the maximum limit was extremely low. Although it had now increased to 20 points, it was still a drop in the ocean. Furthermore, these points were also needed for refining the soul, tempering the physical body, and advancing realms. A harsh calculation. The same one refinement point could enhance 10,000 points of blood energy by 100 points in physique or soul power, yet it could only produce 1 point of refined blood energy. However, breaking through to the next realm required a substantial accumulation of refined blood energy. Suchunan assessed his current state. For this reason, he had refrained from using the soul refinement point he had, along with the 10 points earned from subsequent tasks. After being severely injured by the 21st tribulation lightning strike, he had postponed any plans for rapid cultivation advancement to focus on recovery. Over this period, he had confirmed a terrifying realization: expecting refined blood energy to grow autonomously, like blood energy, was pure wishful thinking. With a growth rate of less than 4 points per month, accumulating the 10,000 points needed to break through would take centuries. Hiss. Just the thought of wasting away hundreds of years made Suchunnan's entire body shudder. Solely relying on refinement points to condense refined blood energy was equally unrealistic. Since the tribulation, the system had only issued one task, rewarding him with 10 refinement points. Looking at the meager reserve of 11 points, Suchunan gave a bitter smile. Using these points to refine blood energy would be like a drop in the ocean, but if he invested them all, how would he enhance his physique and soul? This was especially critical after the tribulation, as over 90 million points of blood energy had merged into his body, continuing to strengthen his physical form. With such a massive amount of blood energy tempering his body, the strength of his soul became increasingly significant. Suchunan suddenly realized a neglected danger: if his physical body became too powerful while his soul remained relatively weak, his control over his body would significantly decline. With his monstrous current form, if his soul's power couldn't maintain absolute control, his combat effectiveness would inevitably plummet. Realizing this, he wasted no time in summoning the system. Suchunan focused his thoughts and dismissed the data panel, closing his eyes in silence. His enhanced spiritual power allowed him to perceive the subtle changes occurring within the serpent's body like never before. The energy of his blood surged and roiled within him, like an invisible force, creating a powerful siphoning effect on the surrounding spiritual energy. In an instant, the refined spiritual energy transformed into ethereal mist, gently gathering above his mind's sea, encircling his spirit and eventually merging with it. This process brought Suchunan an indescribable sense of comfort and ease. Within his massive physical form, a faint yet distinct burning sensation caught his attention. Crimson blood energy surged like tidal waves throughout his body, vigorous and intense within his flesh, but thinner and slower in his internal organs. However, in his stomach and intestines, the concentration of blood energy reached its peak. This unique experience gave Suchunan a sudden insight: blood energy could be manipulated in this way. He made a mental note, considering the possibility of replicating this process in the future. As the blood energy gradually settled, he opened his panel once more. Physical realm, essence origin stage 1070-310-0000. Spiritual realm, essence soul stage 1100-910-0000. The disparity of over 300 points marked the current limit of how far his spiritual cultivation could surpass his physical cultivation. After confirming these details, Suchunan's thoughts returned to the pressing matter of refining blood energy. The solution remained as straightforward and direct as it had been a month ago. He needed an abundant supply of spiritual energy. The idea of consuming spirit stones immediately surfaced in his mind. However, refining the spiritual energy within spirit stones required first breaking them apart. Once the energy was released, it would dissipate rapidly if not immediately absorbed. Although his innate ability, devour and refine, had grown stronger with his cultivation, it still couldn't resolve this fundamental issue. This ability was highly effective at refining energies such as mana, spiritual power, and demonic energy, but its efficiency with pure spiritual energy was significantly lower. Thus, while consuming spirit stones was feasible, it was far too wasteful to be considered an optimal solution. Not yet at the level where he could afford to squander resources, Suchunan resolved to explore other options. His thoughts turned to a new possibility. Could there be a method to release spiritual energy more gradually, giving him enough time to devour and refine it? Supplementary elixir. Suchunan's eyes lit up. This might just be the solution he was looking for. He carefully pondered the deeper meaning behind the pill recipe provided by the system. Just like the case with the transformation herb, the answer often lay hidden in plain sight. Now, all that remained was for Ling Yunzi to finish refining the pill and test his hypothesis. After piecing together all the clues, Su Chengxian felt about 70% confident in his conclusion. The rest was a matter of waiting patiently for the results. As he debated whether to contact Ling Yunzi to inquire about the progress, a faint ripple of spiritual energy caught his attention. Following the source of the energy, his divine sense quickly locked onto the spiritual vein near the Bai residence. Since it was within his own territory, Su Chengxian did not hesitate to extend his divine sense for a closer investigation. It turned out that Ling Yunzi was in the midst of refining the transformation pill, and the process was nearing completion. After a brief moment of hesitation, Su Chengxian directed his divine sense toward the mountain peak, specifically the alchemy room Ling Yunzi had set up after moving into his new cave dwelling. Given the risks of explosions during alchemy or artifact crafting, the area was guarded only by a few minor demons equipped with basic warning measures. This level of protection was deemed sufficient, as the Luyang Mountain was already well secured with the presence of General Yu, a formidable demon commander, along with Ling Xiao and Su Chengxian themselves. If a truly powerful adversary managed to breach the defenses, retreating would be the wisest course of action, even if it might slightly tarnish the dignity of a Dao sovereign. After all, for now, he was merely a great demon. At the mountain peak, the most striking sight was the large pill furnace, standing taller than a person. Though it wasn't Su Chengxian's first time seeing it, he still marveled at how the small black gold cauldron had transformed into this massive furnace. Its exterior was unassuming, marked by the passage of time, which lent it a serene and understated elegance. Supported by 3 sturdy legs, the furnace's body gleamed with a reddish glow under the roaring flames. Ling Yunzi had once mentioned that while the furnace's crafting technique appeared rough and its internal formations were relatively simple, it was entirely forged from pure black gold. This allowed it to quickly conduct heat and partially isolate blast energy, making it an ideal artifact for the demon territory. The seemingly crude craftsmanship, however, seemed intentional. The intricate rune array engraved above the furnace's opening was exceptionally refined, capable of channeling and concentrating the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into a visible vortex, which then flowed into the furnace. Su Chengxian's divine sense hovered above the scene, observing from above. Threads of spiritual energy coalesced into a luminous white mist, shrouding the furnace's mouth. Such a remarkable pill furnace would undoubtedly be even more extraordinary if it had a matching lid. However, if it were a complete treasure, it likely wouldn't have fallen into their hands in the first place. At times, Su Chengxian couldn't help but wonder whether the karmic burdens of Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi, both reincarnations of powerful figures, an empress and a Dao sovereign, had somehow influenced his own fortunes. After all, the bloodshed they caused in their past lives must have left an indelible mark. Compared to them, he really did feel like an innocent little lamb. Ling Yunzi thought to himself. In his previous life, apart from dealing with flies, mosquitoes, and cockroaches, he had rarely taken a life. By all accounts, as a transmigrator, he should have stumbled upon treasures every few steps. Yet reality had been far less kinda, hadn't even encountered a decent heavenly treasure or earthly marvel. The pill furnace before him, though acquired by chance, was rather plain and unremarkable. At best, it could be considered a high-grade magical artifact, still a step away from reaching the level of a spiritual artifact. But the grade of the furnace wasn't the deciding factor in pill refinement, at least not for the pills Ling Yunzi was currently attempting to craft. For now, he didn't need a spiritual or treasure-grade furnace. Buzzbow. Another wave of spiritual energy rippled within the furnace. The alchemical flames danced with an almost sentient precision, enveloping each ingredient and meticulously refining and fusing them. Dressed in a simple white robe, Ling Yunzi's expression was calm and serene, his eyes tightly shut. One hand formed seals, faint glimmers of light occasionally emanating from his fingertips and flowing into the furnace. His other hand controlled the pill fire from a distance, occasionally conjuring a small flame and guiding it into the furnace. Su Chengxian, though unfamiliar with the art of alchemy, had observed enough times to recognize that this seemed to be the final stage of pill formation. All the spiritual herbs and materials had been added in sequence, and now Ling Yunzi was likely fine-tuning the heat to achieve the final fusion of medicinal properties. This month, Ling Yunzi had already refined a batch of transformation pills, the last attempt being just half a month ago. It had to be said, their spiritual plant bank plan was progressing smoothly. The ingredients for the transformation pills had been gathered in just a few days. Su Chengxian pondered silently. When he last woke up and asked Ling Xiao, the replenishment pills still required 2 kinds of spiritual plants and 1 material. Now that half a month had passed, they should have managed to gather everything, right? Just then, a faint, elegant medicinal fragrance wafted out from the furnace. The scent carried a vibrant vitality, as if it could cleanse the dust from one's soul and invigorate the spirit. The surrounding spiritual energy fluctuations also grew stronger in response. A few breaths later, accompanied by a crisp and pleasant hum, the flames within the furnace gradually extinguished. In an instant, a richer, pure aroma filled the air. Was the pill about to be completed? Buzz-buzzed alchemy furnace hummed softly as a silent transformation unfolded within. The flames inside had already extinguished, but the alchemical fire outside continued to burn at just the right intensity, carefully heating the base. Ling Yunzi's fingers moved deftly, forming intricate hand seals as he infused his mana into the process, simultaneously tossing several spiritual ingredients into the fire. The alchemical flames danced as if alive, shifting from a vibrant oranger like sunset to a deep blue-violet like lightning. The colors intertwined and spun, driving the fusion of spiritual energy, medicinal essence, and the refined properties of the materials within the furnace. A faint but enchanting aroma wafted out, fresh and earthy like vegetation, yet rich and robust like metal and stone. Su Chengxian flicked out his serpent tongue, unable to resist the tantalizing scent that stirred his appetite. He had just awakened and hadn't eaten, but seeing that the pills were nearing completion, he decided to stay and watch the final moments of the process. Ling Yunzi slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of satisfaction flashing through them. He gently waved his sleeve, releasing a ray of spiritual light. Though the fire at the furnace's base still burned, several crystalline pills leaped out, each radiating a soft glow from the potency of their medicinal power. The humming sound echoed throughout the alchemy chamber, causing the surrounding spiritual energy to stir and form faint whirlpools around the furnace. In an instant, a pure, gentle milky white light erupted, enveloping the pills and purging all impurities and malevolent remnants. The light condensed into a pillar as the pills spun within, their surfaces gradually revealing four white spiritual patterns. As the light dissipated, Ling Yunzi used his mana to bind the pills and carefully stored them in a jade-green bottle. Let me see, how many transformation pills did you make this time? I lost count earlier, Su Chengxian asked telepathically. 8. Ling Yunzi replied with a slight movement of his lips, fully aware that someone had been secretly observing him. Even so, he opened the bottle cap and allowed Su Chengxian to examine the contents. The bottle exuded a rich medicinal fragrance, and inside lay 8 reddish-brown pills, each adorned with radiant white spiritual patterns, making them appear all the more extraordinary. Not bad, Yunzi. You've improved again, Su Chengxian remarked with approval. His praise was deliberate, meant to encourage Ling Yunzi to keep up the hard work. After all, this batch had yielded one more pill than the last, which was indeed commendable. With their agreed 5,050 split, the more pills, the greater the benefit for both. Ling Yunzi smiled faintly, showing no trace of modesty. So, little brother, what level are these 8 pills at? Su Chengxian inquired further. This was only Ling Yunzi's 4th attempt, yet he had managed to produce 8 Y-tier, 3rd-grade standard spiritual pills with spiritual patterns. It was an impressive feat, especially considering his limited experience with transformation pills. In the Eastern Lands human realm, most demon cultivators were viewed by humans as prey, and orthodox sects often upheld traditions of hunting demons. The Jinma Mountain sect, in particular, advocated for the complete eradication of demons. It was said that one of their law enforcement elders once publicly berated another sect elder for hypocrisy over this issue. It's all because of you so-called compassionate old fools. The enforcement elder's roar echoed through the air, constantly preaching about heaven's virtue of cherishing life, claiming there's a difference between good and bad demons. Killing some, sparing others, what a bunch of pointless nonsense. This furious reprimand became widely circulated among the cultivators of the Eastern Lands. When Ling Xiao recounted it, he imitated it with remarkable precision, reenacting the elder's dramatic table-slamming and hair-raising fury to perfection. The incident's origin was rather absurd. According to the tale, one elder, during a patrol, took pity on a severely injured pig demon, not only sparing its life but also giving it a few medicinal pills to aid its recovery. However, once the pig demon healed, it caused havoc, using its tusks to viciously injure a disciple of Jinma Mountain, striking the disciple on the rear. This enraged the enforcement elder to the point of an explosive outburst. In private, Ling Xiao speculated that the unlucky disciple was likely Ling Yunzi. The reasoning was simple. In the past century, among all the disciples of Jinma Mountain, there were very few whose injury specifically to their posterior could provoke the enforcement elder to such unrestrained fury and public rebuke of his peers. But Ling Yunzi never admitted it, and Ling Xiao had no way of confirming. After hearing this tale, Su Chengxian couldn't help but marvel at Jinma Mountain's deep-seated animosity toward the demon race. No wonder Ling Yunzi had such strong resistance to any medicinal formulas beneficial to demons, refusing to even document complete recipes. Yet, despite this, Ling Yunzi's skill in pill refinement was astonishing, managing to achieve such results with only 4 attempts. How impressive! To what extent? Su Chengxian pressed curiously. Ling Yunzi chuckled softly. Oh, just managed to harness 98 of the medicinal efficacy from the materials. Oh, so there's still room for improvement? Su Chengxian teased, feigning sincerity. Ling Yunzi's expression froze instantly. Heh, not what you wanted to hear, huh? Su Qingxian grinned mischievously before adding. So, when are you planning to refine some Buling pills? I'm looking forward to trying one. Not in a rush, Ling Yunzi replied with a forced smile. The materials are ready, but there are still a few aspects of the formula that need consideration. Then, raising an eyebrow, he countered. What about you? When will you achieve transformation? Should I set aside a couple of transformation pills for you? Or, could it be that you'll never manage to transform? What? Old ghost? You mean you won't ever be able to transform into a human form again? Before Ling Yunzi's words could fully settle, a tall figure appeared atop the mountain. It was Ling Xiao. She casually took the blade and playfully jabbed it towards Su Chengxian's chest. Right in the feels, sis. Not exactly. Su Chengxian began to explain, but Ling Xiao interrupted with another question. Come to think of it, why didn't you transform before? Even Ling Yunzi seemed intrigued by this question. Su Chengxian fell silent. The truth was, it wasn't that he couldn't transform, it was that he hadn't managed to achieve it during the tribulation of breaking through. The reasons were both intricate and simple. First, the sheer number of tribulation lightning bolts was far beyond normal. Having never faced the wrath of heaven and earth before, his mind was thrown into turmoil when the first bolt struck. To survive, he had to focus all his attention on enduring the lightning, missing the critical window to complete his transformation. Second, and more fundamentally, he harbored doubts about the transformation itself. What form should he choose? Should he, like Ling Xiao, use the demon race's method to manifest an innate Dao body, but without a demon core, what would serve as his dantian? Or should he follow Ling Yunzi's approach and reconstruct his meridians and apertures? Yet he had no spiritual power, nor any understanding of the dantian or qi. These uncertainties surged into his mind at the pivotal moment of the tribulation, leaving him unsettled. On the path of cultivation, every step is a crossroad. Choosing wrong can be fatal, but hesitation often proves even deadlier. To force a transformation under the tribulation lightning would have been akin to courting death. But at the heart of it all, he simply wasn't ready to become human again. He had no lingering attachment to his past life, nor any clear expectations for the future. This set him apart from Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi, who were both driven by unrelenting desires to return it for vengeance or closure. Faced with Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi's probing, Su Qingxian finally muttered, I forgot. Forgot what? Ling Xiao blinked in confusion. Forgot to transform. Or forgot why you didn't? I just forgot to transform, Su Qingxian replied, deciding to embrace the absurdity. What's the big deal? Claiming you forgot doesn't make you brave, it makes you look foolish, Ling Xiao quipped, raising an eyebrow. Well, I did forget, Su Chengxian retorted stubbornly. To him, life as a snake was carefree. Sleep, repeat. Being human, on the other hand, came with guilt, boredom, and an incessant need to do something meaningful, to strive for self-improvement, burdens he considered remnants of his previous life. Just as Su Chengxian was about to slip away to check on Xiao Sheng's brewing spirit wine, Ling Xiao called out to him, Wait, there's something else. What is it? I'm heading out later to deliver a transformation pill to General Yu and, while I'm at it, to scout for opportunities, Ling Xiao said. Huh, didn't you say you weren't going? Su Chengxian recalled Ling Xiao once mentioning she planned to decline this marriage proposal, as it involved entanglements with demon lords and commanders too messy to handle. I heard that the water-avoiding Marquis has a drop of unrefined flood dragon essence blood. It might be used as a prize. Flood dragon essence blood? The essence blood contains the cultivation power of the flood dragon. If refined, it can not only enhance one's magical power but also reveal the true form of the flood dragon, serving as a focus for visualization and cultivation, Ling Xiao said with a hint of longing in her voice. She continued explaining, this essence blood isn't just any ordinary drop of blood. It's the purest part condensed from the flood dragon's flesh and blood. If its inherited bloodline is awakened, it might even grant combat techniques, cultivation methods, or innate divine abilities. Is it useful for Xiaozui's cultivation? Su Chengxian asked directly, no longer hiding his intentions. Xiaozui is cultivating the path of transformation into a dragon, starting from becoming a flood dragon before ascending. That's correct, Ling Xiao nodded, a glint of light flashing in her eyes. However, the refined flood dragon blood can also be used for alchemy, and the leftovers can be used to nourish the dragon blood tree. Pills made from dragon blood are immensely beneficial to the cultivation of all serpents and pythons, she added. The three of you can also consume it. It can serve as an auxiliary material for certain pills, significantly enhancing their potency. Su Chengxian thought to himself that flood dragon blood could indeed be used in alchemy. In the eyes of human cultivators, demon beasts or any sentient creatures were considered treasures of heaven and earth. Some people spent their days scheming how to consume them to enhance their cultivation. Naturally, alchemy, as an effective way to integrate spiritual materials, would not be overlooked. From the information Su Chengxian had gathered from Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi, he summarized humanity's approach to natural resources. Consume what can be eaten, use what can't be eaten in alchemy, forge tools with what can't be used in alchemy, and if all else fails, use it for construction. This familiar practicality made him feel as if he'd returned to the comfort of his old home. When it came to watering the dragonblood tree, he wasn't surprised. Over the years, thanks to the great sage's efforts, the dragonblood tree had grown into a small sapling. Unfortunately, its sparse leaves made it look nearly bald. Although the great sage had mentioned it required the blood of serpents or pythons that had reached spiritual refinement, who would be foolish enough to voluntarily offer blood to a tree? Would using flood dragon blood to water the tree be more effective? Yes, Ling Xiao nodded. Of course, dragon blood would be the best. A single drop of true dragon essence blood might even cause the dragon blood tree to bloom. Should we go find a true dragon? Su Chengxian chuckled awkwardly, knowing this was a pipe dream. True dragons weren't like snapping turtles in a pond that could be easily caught let alone defeated. Ling Xiao continued, the fruit of the dragon blood tree has effects similar to pills refined from flood dragon blood. Consuming it over time can nurture one's vitality, dispel the evil tendencies that serpents and pythons are prone to, and heal hidden injuries caused by magical tempering of the body. So, for this drop of flood dragon essence blood, we must make the trip. The essence blood in the hands of Bai Shuiho was said to come from a flood dragon with the combat power of a demon marshal. Such a treasure was worth competing for. Even if they couldn't obtain it, they would lose nothing. Ling Xiao had already devised a plan for how to handle the aftermath if they succeeded. Going alone isn't safe. Ling Yunzi immediately chimed in. Su Chengxian, you should transform into your humanoid form quickly so we can go together. I just transcended my tribulation a few months ago. Su Chengxian flatly refused. Thinking about how not transforming would allow him to avoid this, he felt quite pleased with his cleverness. The transformations of demon beasts were always peculiar, and the daughter of a demon marquis might have a rather unique appearance. Knowing she was a snake made him even more hesitant. Although demon beasts with cultivation, tempered by the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, often had an otherworldly beauty, Su Chengxian had spent years living among snakes and could now interact with them calmly. Still, the idea of marrying a snake demoness was something he struggled to accept. With your current robust serpent body and immense vitality, it's indeed challenging to manifest an innate Dao form, Ling Xiao said with a smile. But that's okay. It doesn't affect this matter. Before anything else, however, Su Chengxian, you must first cultivate the great and minor divine powers to reduce your serpent form to under 10 feet in length. Otherwise, you won't be able to enter the arena. Won't it affect things? Su Chengxian asked skeptically. Didn't General Yu say that transforming into a humanoid form was a prerequisite for seizing opportunities? Just follow my plan, Ling Xiao said confidently. All right then, Su Chengxian reluctantly agreed. Su Chengxian squinted his eyes thoughtfully, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Winning without even taking on a proper form now, that's intriguing. No need for dragon blood. No need to marry a snake. This deal is all profit, no loss. And so, the matter was settled. Ling Xiao received 2 crystal-clear transformation pills from Ling Yunzi, one of which would be gifted to General Yu to pass along to the demon commander. Su Chengxian's spiritual plant bank progressed surprisingly smoothly. Upon learning that Ling Yunzi could refine spirit pattern pills, not only did General Yu show no sign of hostility, but he also sent over several rare seeds and spiritual materials, including 2 specially treated spirit herbs. Reflecting on his earlier concerns, Su Chengxian couldn't help but chuckle to himself. He had initially worried that expanding the business might provoke General Yu's mistrust, but it turned out he had been overthinking. A closer analysis revealed the truth. As a demon general, General Yu's power wasn't rooted in appointments from the demon clan or the loyalty of his subordinates, but in his formidable cultivation and combat prowess. The 3 by family demons? So what? Their cultivation level is a whole realm lower. What's there to fear? Su Chengxian had figured it out. For General Yu, guarding Luyang Mountain was fundamentally about acquiring cultivation resources, and power was merely a means to that end. This shrewd demon general clearly understood priorities. Both sides were sharp-minded, which naturally led to a tacit understanding. Every time Ling Yunzi opened the furnace to refine pills, 1 transformation pill would be delivered to General Yu. In return, the general never took without giving, always preparing generous gifts in exchange. Meeting a demon general like him is quite the stroke of luck, Su Chengxian thought with relief. If I'd run into one of those brutes who only know how to shout, fight, and seize anything valuable they see, that would have been a nightmare. All that mindless killing isn't decisiveness, it's just insanity. After Ling Xiao departed, Ling Yunzi immersed himself in studying the formula for the spirit-replenishing pill. Su Chengxian withdrew his spiritual sense, enjoyed a hearty meal, and went to sleep contentedly. During his rest, his vitality steadily increased. 1, 1, 1, 1. Even his essence blood showed slight improvement, 0.0001. Suddenly, a surge of spiritual energy rippled through the air, interrupting his cultivation. Is the spirit replenishing pill about to be completed? Su Chengxian's eyes snapped open, and he immediately extended his spiritual sense toward the mountaintop. Su Chengxian felt the changes in his blood energy and estimated that this time, his slumber had lasted no more than 10 days. He extended his divine sense to the mountaintop and discovered that aside from Lin Jianzi, who was fully immersed in refining pills, Ling Xiao was also there, standing guard. Why are you here, Ling Xiao? Did something happen? Su Chengxian asked, somewhat surprised. Lin Jianzi sent me a message, asking me to come and guard the area. Ling Xiao replied succinctly. Does refining pills require a guard? Su Chengxian was taken aback for a moment before asking, is there a problem with the formula for the spirit restoration pill? Ling Xiao shook her head. No, he didn't say specifically. But I know that if there were an issue with the formula or the refining process, Lin Jianzi's personality would have made him stop immediately. This is likely something good. Otherwise, with his pride, he wouldn't have asked for my help. When did you arrive? Su Chengxian inquired. About an incense stick's time ago. And how long until the pills are complete? By sunrise tomorrow. Su Chengxian glanced at the newly risen sun. Another full day and night? Yes. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Old ghost, do you know how long Lin Jianzi has been refining this batch of pills? 7 whole days. Normally, pill refining is completed within 3 days. The more difficult the pill, the longer it takes. This batch must be extraordinary. Old ghost, what's so special about this formula? I heard it's different from anything known before, Su Chengxian admitted bluntly. In truth, he had no clue about these things. He didn't know the first thing about refining pill. She couldn't even manage steel or oil in his past life. Back then, even cooking rice in a rice cooker often resulted in undercooked grains. Because of this, he now held great admiration for Lin Jianzi's skills. As he thought about it, his divine sense drifted toward Ling Xiao. This imperial sister of his was indeed quite capable. All the spiritual materials needed for refining pills had been arranged by her, and it was said that even a storage treasure was now in the works. What a wonderful situation while others had to curry favor and rely on connections for spiritual pills and artifacts. All he needed to do was maintain his strength and his position as the elder brother. Then he could enjoy the support of his Taoist brother and imperial sister. Should I come over to assist as well? Su Chengxian felt he couldn't just sit back and reap the benefits. It dawned on him that Lin Jianzi's request for Ling Xiao to guard the area might be to prevent someone from attempting to steal the pills. The thought of someone trying to take food from his mouth made a fierce glint flash in Su Chengxian's slit-like pupils. Ling Xiao snorted lightly. You? Come over? And how would you do that? Bulldoze your way through? With Su Chengxian's current size, even moving around would cause a huge commotion. If a fight broke out, this cave dwelling, which lacked defensive formations, might end up flattened. Let me ask you, how's your progress with mastering the art of size manipulation? Su Chengxian instinctively shrank his neck, even though he knew Ling Xiao couldn't see him. I forgot to practice. Hurry up and get it perfected. Otherwise, when we go to the royal city, you'll stay home and keep Xiao Chui company. 3 days, just 3 days. I promise. Su Chengxian, eager for a trip to the royal city, immediately declared. That's more like it. Ling Xiao finally seemed satisfied and promptly urged him to return to his cultivation. Just before leaving, Su Chengxian remembered something. Oh, Your Majesty, is there a way to walk among humans in their form without fully transforming? Not fully transform? You don't want to transform? I'd like to pick a form I like. Ling Xiao's expression turned peculiar. Ugly serpent, are you unhappy with your appearance in your past life? Do you think you weren't handsome enough? Or could it be that you were a woman in your past life? I've heard the Fox clan has a secret technique, Ling Xiao said, her interest piqued, her eyes lighting up. When transforming, they don't have to follow their original form, nor are they bound by gender. Unfortunately, this technique requires the bloodline of the celestial Fox clan to cultivate. Su Chengxian couldn't help but sigh. Your Majesty, you falling victim to a beauty trap really wasn't unjustified. All I want is to try out a few different appearances. Su Chengxian squinted, his tone carrying a hint of probing. A glimmer of amusement flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes. Appearances? Like changing skins? She chuckled softly, her fingers tracing a graceful arc in the air. Well then, would you like to see my collection of celestial portraits from the immortal realm? No need. Su Chengxian refused decisively, but his tone shifted almost immediately. Then how about portraits of celestial men? You know, the kind where they're bathing. His voice trailed off, and a trace of anticipation flickered in his gaze. Ling Xiao observed his hesitant expression and eventually relented. With a touch of pity in her voice, she explained several methods for assuming human form without altering one's true shape. The first is the art of transformation, essentially a kind of illusion, she began, counting on her fingers. I know several variations of it. However, it's not easy once you've set a form. It's fixed. It can be easily seen through by cultivators. But the upside is you can create at least 3 different appearances. The key is that you must have an intimate understanding of the form you want to transform into. Then there's cultivating an external incarnation or condensing a young spirit body, she continued. Alternatively, there's a more unconventional method, like the skin-stealing ghosts who wear a human shell. But that trick is too crude, even ordinary people can spot the flaws. Suchunan listened intently, silently calculating his options. The art of transformation seemed like a promising choice, but perhaps he should first focus on mastering the fundamental divine techniques. The next day, before the sky began to brighten, Suchunan opened his vertical pupils. His gaze turned toward the mountain where Ling Yunzi was refining pills. The spiritual energy fluctuations there were growing increasingly intense. Ever since his breakthrough in the divine soul realm, these subtle premonitions had never failed him. It seems the spirit replenishing pill is about to succeed, he murmured to himself. Before his words had fully faded, a dazzling beam of light shot straight from the mountain peak into the sky, its brilliance piercing through the darkness. Yet in that very moment, Suchunan suddenly sensed an eerie presence approaching. What is that? He frowned warily, his expression tightening with caution. The early dawn light gently illuminated the heavens, as the dark starry sky transformed into a perfect canvas. A single beam of light pierced through the horizon, instantly dispersing into a kaleidoscope of colors shifting from red to blue, then morphing into purple, unpredictable and mesmerizing. Suddenly, a burst of golden radiance erupted at the edge of the sky, shining brilliantly in all directions. Suchunxian's sharp spiritual senses detected that the light actually originated from the mouth of the alchemical furnace. As the spiritual energy net dissipated, the medicinal power of the elixir began to overflow, drawing the surrounding spiritual energy into a luminous display. This phenomenon alone was not enough to create a celestial spectacle, but it coincided perfectly with the moment of sunrise. The rising sun is the peak of the world's spiritual energy. At this time, as yin and yang intertwine, it carries immense fortune but also conceals great peril. For cultivators, breathing in spiritual energy at this hour offers a rare chance to absorb the light of the purple sun. However, ordinary practitioners cannot withstand the intense solar essence. A single misstep could result in being consumed by its scorching flames. Ling Yunzi's batch of elixirs was completed precisely at the moment of the purple qi rising in the east. The dispersing medicinal energy, illuminated by the morning sun, unexpectedly manifested subtle signs of a celestial phenomenon. Finally, a halo of purple light gradually faded, adding an auspicious air to the scene. The clouds in the sky were painted with vibrant hues by the morning light, as though the entire heavens had been set ablaze. Suchunan noticed that the world's spiritual energy became extraordinarily active in that fleeting moment, ephemeral yet profound. In that instant, the flames beneath the furnace atop the mountain suddenly surged. The blazing red fire rose like the sun emerging from the sea, distorting the surrounding light and shadows. As Ling Yunzi completed his final intricate hand seal, an invisible force lifted the lid of the furnace. A wisp of white mist ascended from within, releasing an enchanting fragrance that refreshed the soul. A gentle breeze arose on the mountaintop, stirring the spiritual energy into a vortex around the furnace's mouth. Countless streams of spiritual energy flowed into the furnace, faintly accompanied by the sounds of dragon roars and phoenix cries. Then came an even broader wave of spiritual energy, rippling outward in powerful vibrations. The vortex transformed into a pillar of light, lifting several crystalline elixirs into the air. These elixirs shimmered with a dreamlike radiance, their brilliance flowing within the spiritual glow. The elixirs, saturated with immense spiritual energy, trembled slightly before soaring skyward like the rising sun, piercing through the clouds. Waves of spiritual energy surged in torrents, leaving ripples in the sky. The energy enveloped the elixirs in layers, rolling and shimmering in the morning breeze and sunlight. It resembled a sea of clouds and radiant light, bathing the entire area in resplendent brilliance. Suchunan squinted his eyes, sensing a faint heat within the spiritual mist under the sunlight. Could it be the solar essence flame? This thought made him scrutinize the elixirs more closely, their extraordinary nature even more evident amidst the dazzling glow. For the unaware demonic beasts and lesser creatures, the scene before them was utterly overwhelming. They saw a radiant halo suddenly appear at the peak of Baifu Mountain. The heavens seemed to open, with countless rays of light breaking through, as if the hands of a deity had parted the mundane world's fog. The multicolored glow wove into a surreal tapestry, each thread imbued with the majestic power of heaven and earth, inspiring awe and reverence. Countless beams of divine brilliance and streaks of auspicious light cascaded from the clouds, gently brushing the earth. Wherever they touched, all things seemed to flourish. And with the thought of Ling Yunzi refining elixirs at the mountaintop, Something extraordinary is happening. This is a celestial phenomenon. The sky shimmered with radiant colors. This was no ordinary sunrise. Spiritual energy surged like tides, so dense it could be felt with every breath. The little demons in the mountains were ecstatic. Though they had witnessed countless sunrises, never had they seen such a magnificent and divine spectacle. It must be Captain Lingyun refining the spirit-replenishing elixir. A small demon exclaimed, leaping about in excitement. It recalled the young herb it had recently gathered and delivered to the Bai residents. Lord Lingxiao had once said that anyone seeking to exchange for elixirs could go to her. If Captain Lingyun's alchemy skills were this extraordinary, its herb was sure to fetch a great reward. Even more thrilling was the thought that one day, Captain Lingyun might craft an elixir to help it take human form. Meanwhile, the sea monsters lurking in the great river, though less intelligent than the mountain demons, were also drawn to the phenomenon. Silently, they began swimming upstream, curious to uncover its source. Suchunan, however, furrowed his brow. That strange aura had appeared in it was neither demonic energy nor spiritual power. Instead, it felt like a chaotic, murky, explosive force, entirely unrestrained. Just as he was about to investigate further, the anomaly above the mountain peak shifted again. The few spirit pills within were now brimming with spiritual energy, radiating a brilliant light. Not only was the spiritual energy of heaven and earth pouring in from above, but the essence of the unrefined ingredients within the cauldron below also streamed upward, merging continuously into the pills. With the final trace of essence absorbed, the light surrounding the pills suddenly condensed, then burst forth in dazzling brilliance. Under the dual force of the pills' medicinal power and the spiritual energy, the now-rounded spirit pills began to pulsate. Buzz-buzz. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth trembled once more. The light around the spirit-replenishing elixirs transformed into a rainbow, with green and yellow hues shining most vividly. Within moments, all other colors faded, leaving only these two, which coiled around the pills like dragons or serpents. This was not merely a display of color, but the purest manifestation of wood and earth spiritual energy. The light danced across the pill's surface, leaving trails of spiritual brilliance wherever it touched. The pills spun rapidly, drawing in the surrounding spiritual mist at an incredible pace. Gradually, the spinning slowed, and the green and yellow lights etched increasingly distinct marks on their surfaces. Buzz-buzz. The pills emitted a peculiar vibration, as green and yellow intertwined, forming intricate, mysterious patterns. When the spiritual mist finally dispersed, all returned to calm. Each of the 5 spirit pills bore 7 simple spiritual patterns on their surfaces, gleaming with an ethereal light under the sun, exuding a mystical aura like newly forged treasures. Suchunan immediately assessed the yield from this, Daijin's brother, plot of land, calculating how much rent he could claim. The 5 pills were undeniably exquisite in appearance, and he could hardly wait to try them. However, he was not the only one coveting these treasures. Boom! A massive column of water suddenly erupted from the great river on one side of Mount Luyang, carrying with it a nauseating stench as it shot skyward. Splash! Boom! The wide surface of the river suddenly roiled as if stirred by an invisible giant hand. A massive creature shot up from the shadowy depths, sending a towering column of water into the sky. The air was instantly filled with the briny stench of seawater, mixed with a nauseating aura of blood and malice. Su Chengxian's sharp senses picked up on the scent, which was eerily similar to the sea beast meat he'd been eating recently. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a giant crab-like creature, as large as a small mountain, emerged fully into the daylight, a formidable sea monster from the endless sea. This monstrous crustacean was covered in an iron-hard shell that shimmered with an eerie mix of crimson and bluish hues. Its menacing pincers, sharp and massive, opened and snapped shut with a chilling clack that could unsettle anyone's nerves. Ling Xiao. Lin Jianzi called out in warning, his back to the sea monster. He was at a critical juncture in refining his elixirs and couldn't afford to make a misstep that would ruin all his efforts. It's a pincer beast, Ling Xiao replied calmly, as though she'd anticipated the creature's arrival. During the day and night she'd spent guarding Lin Jianzi's alchemy process, she had already analyzed all potential threats. Human cultivators wouldn't risk their lives for a batch of spirit-enhancing elixirs. The surrounding demon clans, wary of the demon nation's laws and the presence of General Yu, wouldn't dare attack either. It was the sea monsters, traveling up the river that connected to the endless sea, who posed the greatest threat. Sure enough, the pincer beast's greedy eyes locked onto the glowing elixirs floating in midair, as though it had discovered a priceless treasure. Though its intelligence was limited, it was instinctively drawn to the life-giving energy radiating from the spirit-enhancing pills. Clack! Clack! The creature raised its massive pincers, each the size of a grindstone, and lunged straight at Ling Xiao. Clearly, it had decided to eliminate this obstacle first. Oomph! Ling Xiao snorted coldly, flicking her serpent whip as she stepped forward to meet the attack. Although sea monsters lacked demon cores and didn't possess supernatural combat techniques, their physical strength was formidable. Their pincers and shells were as tough as the finest magical artifacts. This pincer beast, with strength equivalent to an early-stage great demon, was something Ling Xiao could hold off for now. Seeing this, Su Chengxian let out a sigh of relief. Once Lin Jianzi finished collecting the elixirs, the two of them could join forces to take down the beast with ease. He was already imagining the feast to come before savoring the spirit-enhancing pills. They could enjoy a meal of roasted giant crab. Suddenly, the salty stench in the air didn't seem so unpleasant anymore. Su Chengxian, a connoisseur of fine food, knew this well. Many ingredients had unpleasant odors before being cooked, often releasing strange smells when heated. But what of it? As long as the final dish was delicious, he could forgive them all. Especially after transforming into a snake, Su Chengxian found himself far more accepting of raw food. Roasted or raw, it didn't matter much anymore, pairing it with the spiritual wine crafted by Xiao Sheng made for a perfect combination. Speaking of spiritual wine, he wondered how Xiao Sheng's brewing was coming along. Pulling his thoughts back to the present, Su Chengxian observed Ling Yunzi by the river, attempting to collect the pills. His wide sleeves fluttered as his hand gestures changed continuously, yet he struggled to get the pills into the jade bottle. The scene reminded Su Chengxian of his old neighbor trying to call their stubborn dog back home, always an uphill battle. But this was to be expected. This batch of spirit-replenishing pills was of exceptional quality, imbued with spiritual patterns from heaven and earth, making them unwilling to be easily contained. As Ling Yunzi had once explained, many alchemists avoided letting heaven and earth appraise their pills because once pills developed spiritual awareness, they would resist and try to escape. High-grade pills, in particular, could even transform into mythical beasts to fight back against the alchemist. The most challenging part of collecting pills was avoiding the use of brute force, as it could damage them. Instead, one had to patiently summon and guide them using spiritual power. These spirit-replenishing pills were only at the green grade with 7 spiritual patterns, far from the yellow grade. Ling Yunzi's struggles were mainly due to his limited cultivation level. Su Chengxian wasn't worried and waited calmly. Sure enough, after a few moments, the pills began to stir. Ling Yunzi took out a jade bottle and carefully guided the pills toward its opening. Just as success seemed within reach, disaster struck. Crack! A thunderous noise erupted as a massive crab suddenly sprang into action. Its enormous body exuded dense water vapor mixed with a foul stench as it lunged uncontrollably toward the pills. Courting death. Ling Xiao scoffed coldly, snapping her long whip with force. She knew sea monsters were thick-skinned and lacked intelligence, so the best way to kill one was to engage in close combat and target its weak points. However, with her current cultivation level, she wasn't confident in delivering a fatal blow. For now, she could only drive it away to prevent it from interfering with Ling Yunzi's efforts. But in that split second of distraction, danger escalated. Hiss! A sea serpent suddenly sliced through the air, striking with lightning speed. Whoa! Su Chengxian's startled cry echoed through the water. The sight of the sea serpent before him left him utterly dumbfounded, not because it was particularly powerful or terrifying, but due to its bizarre appearance. Its sinuous body was covered in scales that shimmered with a red and blue luster, which from a distance made it look strangely like a giant crab. But the most shocking thing was that this cursed sea serpent actually had a pair of wings. Those wings weren't particularly large, only about 2 meters wide and 3 meters long, making them look rather comical on the serpent's massive, round body, which stretched over 10 meters. Yet, they were undeniably wings capable of flight. Su Chengxian watched as the small wings fluttered merrily underwater, and a surge of jealousy flared uncontrollably within him. He understood all too well the value of flight. Whether through flight techniques or escape spells, relying solely on one's own power consumed an immense amount of spiritual energy. The stronger the physical body, the greater the energy expenditure. This was why cultivators often opted for alternative methods of flight. Some rode the wind, others summoned clouds, and many used magical artifacts to soar through the skies. Some even engraved formations onto their tools, using spirit stones to replace their own energy solution that burned money but spared effort. The most effortless method, however, was taming a flying mount, letting these naturally gifted creatures carry them aloft. And this sea serpent before him, while its tiny wings were far too small to lift its massive body, bore the unmistakable mark of a bloodline's innate gift. This only deepened Su Chengxian's frustration. Not only lacked the ability to fly, but his enormous body made the prospect of flight even more challenging. This was precisely why Ling Xiao had been urging him to practice the art of size manipulation. This technique not only allowed one to alter their body size, but also reduce the weight of their form through successive layers of restriction, thereby conserving energy during flight. Yet the thought of willingly shackling himself felt deeply unpleasant, which was the root of his reluctance. But reality spared no room for indulgence. His massive serpent form was indeed unwieldy for travel, leaving him no choice but to grit his teeth and train. Fortunately, his practice during dreams had been relatively smooth. A few more tries, and he should grasp the essentials. Once he mastered this, he could finally begin studying flight techniques. Watching Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi soar freely in the skies had left him envious for months. And now, seeing this ugly sea serpent smugly flapping its little wings in front of him, his frustration boiled over. He wanted nothing more than to swallow the creature whole. But alas, he couldn't fly. And this cunning sea serpent was clearly after the spirit-nourishing pill as well. The giant crab from earlier had obviously been creating a diversion for it. Damn it! Su Chengxian cursed through gritted teeth, whipping his tail fiercely as he propelled himself forward with a thunderous rush. Even if he couldn't fly, he wasn't about to let that stop him. As long as he got close enough, he could launch himself forward and sink his teeth into the serpent. Yet deep down, he knew full well that by the time he arrived, the spirit-nourishing pill would likely already be in the serpent's jaws. This creature had clearly come prepared, and it seemed to share some unique form of communication with the crab. The latter had not only charged ahead to draw Ling Xiao's attention, but also launched sudden attacks to create opportunities for the serpent to strike. Damn it! Ling Xiao cursed under her breath. She had been too careless, failing to anticipate that sea beasts could employ such cunning tactics. And worse, the threat wasn't just one creature, but two. Though these beasts lacked true intelligence, their instincts honed through hunting and evading predators in the deep had forged natural combat strategies. She had underestimated them, allowing them to use the water's misty veil to conceal their presence. Never had she expected these typically solitary creatures to work together. The sea serpent that emerged later was clearly stronger than the crab. Otherwise, it couldn't have driven the crab to fight so recklessly. Now, with the crab keeping her occupied, she had no way to stop the serpent. Hiss! With a powerful flap of its wings, the sea serpent shot forward like an arrow loosed from a bow, transforming into a streak of light as it surged towards the spirit-nourishing pill. It had been gathering strength in the river for some time, and this strike was clearly a calculated move, one it had every intention of succeeding with. Ling Yunzi, sensing the sudden approach of an unfamiliar aura, immediately turned cold. He had been mere moments away from securing the pill, but now he was forced to make a decision. Collect the pill or confront the enemy. If he didn't retrieve the pill in time, it wouldn't immediately vanish, but its medicinal essence would begin to dissipate. This was precisely why pills needed to be sealed in jade bottles with spiritual energy immediately after their creation. Rest assured, I've got this, he muttered under his breath. At this critical moment, a figure descended like a flash of lightning. With just a slight lift of their arm, a surge of immense power instantly gathered around the elixir, forming an impenetrable barrier of light. Caught off guard, the sea serpent slammed heavily against the barrier, letting out a piercing screech as its massive body tumbled backward. Unwilling to admit defeat, it opened its blood-red maw and unleashed several sharp jets of water, but the barrier remained motionless, unyielding amidst the splashing water. Such an effortlessly conjured shield, capable of withstanding the sea serpent's full-force attack without a scratch, could only belong to one individual in the Luyang Mountain General Yu. The sea serpent, undeterred, let out furious roars and summoned all its strength, launching 3 consecutive powerful assaults. Bang, bang, bang. With each impact, the barrier shone brighter until it finally shattered. However, by this time, the sea serpent was already dizzy and disoriented from the repeated collisions. General Yu let out a faint scoff, flicked their sleeve, and raised a hand to deliver a strike from midair. A surge of demonic energy erupted from their palm, transforming into a colossal hand that came crashing down on the sea serpent's head. There was no escape. In an instant, the serpent's skull was shattered by the force, its consciousness obliterated. Its massive wings stiffened before it plummeted straight from the sky. At that moment, an even larger patterned serpent charged forward ferociously. Seeing the opportunity, it coiled its body and pushed off the ground with its tail, raising its head high and opening its gaping mouth. Hiss! I devour! The falling sea serpent landed directly into the open maw, sliding effortlessly into its stomach. Su Chengxian burst into a triumphant laugh, exclaiming, "Haha, said I'd swallow you, and I did." His mouth, spanning a width of 7 to 8 meters, made swallowing a serpent 2 to 3 meters thick appear effortless. He promptly sent a telepathic thank you to General Yu, paying no mind to the peculiar expression on their face, and then turned his attention to the giant crab attempting to scuttle away at the mountain peak. Hiss hiss! A sinister hissing sound echoed, as his spiritual sense shot forth like a sharp blade. That giant crab'll have it for sure. The giant crab met its end swiftly and tragically. Under the overwhelming might of General Yu, the sea monster had no chance of escape. Ling Xiao was secretly annoyed, realizing she had almost been deceived by 2 sea creatures. What irritated her even more was Su Chengxian's sudden interference, as the crab quickly became his meal. At that moment, Ling Yunzi had already collected the freshly refined pills into a bottle. Ling Xiao approached him, and the two exchanged a tacit glance. Ling Yunzi, understanding her intent, quietly handed her a jade bottle. Then, the two of them flew together to General Yu. "Thank you, General Yu, for your assistance," Ling Xiao said, cupping her hands in gratitude. "Thank you, General Yu, for your help," Ling Yunzi echoed immediately after. General Yu laughed heartily. "There's no need for thanks. Slaying sea monsters is part of my duty. How did it go? Was the pill refinement successful?" "Thanks to your protection, it went very smoothly," Ling Xiao replied, using her magic to lift the jade bottle in her hand. "Here is one of the pills, a token of our appreciation. Please accept it, General." General Yu gave her a meaningful look, then glanced at Su Chengxian, who was on the side indulging in the sea snake and the crab. With a knowing smile, he remarked, "This pill of yours is not easy to come by. If I don't accept it, it would go against the customs of the demon clans. But if I do accept it, it feels like I'm taking a great advantage from you." He had witnessed the entire process of the pill's formation. The 7 spiritual patterns glowing with blue and yellow light were enough to prove the extraordinary quality of this spirit-replenishing pill. Such a pill, if sold in the royal city, would be worth as much as a transformation pill. Moreover, he had recently received several offerings of pills from the Bai family. While it was customary for a commander to accept tributes, receiving pills directly was quite rare. Ling Xiao smiled sincerely. "General, you're joking. You are the Lord of Luyang Mountain, and since we rely on your protection, this pill is rightfully yours. There's no need to talk about taking advantage." "Huh, very well. I understand," General Yu finally said, accepting the pill. He was indeed eager to try Ling Yunzi's spirit-replenishing pill. Knowing it was meant to enhance cultivation, he had no reason to decline. After General Yu departed, Su Chengxian immediately retraced his steps back to the valley, worried the crab's freshness might fade. Though ordinary crabs might not be suitable for consumption after death, the special demonic energy within this sea monster should preserve its flavor. "Everyone, quick! Roast this crab for me," Su Chengxian called out telepathically upon returning to the valley. The little demons eagerly responded, "Yes, King. Right away, King. Bring the king's roasting pan, quick." One of the little demons squeaked, "King, this creature looks so hideous, can it even be eaten?" "Of course," Su Chengxian replied. "It's delicious. Later, I'll let you all taste the broth, it's incredibly savory." Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi arrived shortly after, quietly sitting to the side, watching Su Chengxian and the little demons busy themselves. Once the crab was placed on the roasting rack, Su Chengxian swam over. "Can you really eat more?" Ling Xiao teased. "You just devoured thousands of pounds of sea snake meat infused with chaotic demonic energy." "Chaotic demonic energy?" Su Chengxian froze for a moment. Ling Xiao sneered. "Although it's already faded and fragmented, and very scarce, sea monsters from the Chaos Sea indeed possess chaotic demonic energy. The most terrifying thing about this power is that it prevents sea creatures from developing intelligence. Most demons only consume it sparingly, and the ones available on the market are usually processed." "So the ones I ate before were processed?" Su Chengxian suddenly understood. "No wonder this time it feels so much more invigorating." "Ling Xiao, Lin Jianzi, strength?" Su Chengxian pondered over these words, his brows slightly furrowed. Even with his vast knowledge and intellect, he couldn't immediately grasp the deeper meaning behind them, though an inexplicable sense of thrill coursed through him. To quickly deal with the giant crab before him, he had already activated his innate divine ability devour and refine. Being an astute individual, he naturally cleared his stomach in advance. Although he deliberately muted the system notifications to avoid drawing attention, the strange sensation in his abdomen was hard to ignore. That feeling was akin to eating something extraordinarily spicy, a searing heat that burned from within. As the sea serpent's flesh and blood were continuously refined in his body, a growing restlessness took hold of him. Initially, he assumed it was due to the serpent being unusually fresh and an exotic variant with wings, which might explain the unique reaction. It wasn't until Ling Xiao's words struck a chord that Su Chengxian realized the truth. The strange sensation was most likely caused by chaotic demonic energy. This power was evidently too wild and unrestrained, making the refined blood energy unusually volatile. "It's fine, still within acceptable limits," he said after carefully assessing the state of his soul and physical body. Though the sea serpent hadn't been fully refined yet, the absence of any warnings from the system suggested there wasn't much to worry about. "I see. So, I guess I don't need to step in and deal with that crab for you?" Ling Xiao inquired. "No need. I actually enjoy a bit of a challenge," Su Chengxian replied with a grin before quickly turning serious. "Now, back to business." Seeing his shift in demeanor, Ling Xiao dropped the crab topic and began discussing the distribution of the pills. "There are 4 spirit replenishing pills left. How should we divide them? Can we keep all four? Su Chengxian asked. This time, we can, Ling Xiao explained. The ingredients for the pills were contributed by various parties, but no single contribution was enough to claim an entire pill, and no one has requested to buy them. However, next time we'll likely need to share what just happened is sure to make many among the demon clans covet these pills. Then how would we split them? Su Chengxian asked, puzzled. There are 4 of us in our family, 1 pill each. There are 4 spirit replenishing pills and exactly 4 snakes in Bai's family. Isn't that straightforward? Xiao Zui can't consume an entire pill, Ling Xiao remarked, raising an eyebrow. He couldn't help but think how generous the flower snake always was. Then let her share one with Dashing Dai? Su Chengxian hesitated before asking, Yunzi, these pills can be divided, right? Yes, they can. Then it's settled. Su Chengxian clapped his hands together, his enthusiasm evident. All right, hand me one first. Let me have a taste and see how it is. The moment Su Chengxian swallowed the replenishing spirit pill, he felt a cool sensation glide down his throat. The pill, about the size of a child's fist and radiating a faint, ethereal glow, was swallowed whole. Due to the seal on its spiritual energy, it didn't have any distinct taste, leaving only a gentle warmth circulating within his body. System, how do I refine the pill? Su Chengxian asked with a yawn. Although his instincts hinted that he should use his innate devouring refinement ability, he decided to confirm with the system to be on the safe side. Please activate the devouring refinement ability to refine the replenishing spirit pill, the system responded clearly. With the instructions in hand, Su Chengxian immediately channeled his blood energy and activated his innate ability devouring refinement. As the blood energy surged toward the pill in his stomach, his eyelids grew heavy, and he rested his head lightly on his tail. With his soul now stronger, using such abilities not only didn't interfere with his sleep, but even enhanced it. As he drifted into slumber, the system's notifications echoed faintly in his mind. Congratulations, host. Spiritual energy refined 1. Threads of spiritual energy, mixed with the medicinal power of the pill, spread from his stomach throughout his body. The comfortable sensation made him too lazy to pay attention to the specific changes within him, and he quickly sank into a deep sleep. Blood energy 1. Physical body realm 3. Blood energy 1. Soul realm 1. Vital blood energy 1. 2 months later, the system finally announced that the replenishing spirit pill had been fully refined, prompting Su Chengxian to open his eyes. During this time, he had woken up every 10 days or so to eat. While the pill reduced his need for food, it couldn't eliminate it entirely. As this was his first time refining a pill, he had deliberately slowed the process, turning what could have been a 40-day refinement into a full 2 months. Stretching lazily, his body emitted a rumbling sound that instantly made Su Chengxian freezy, had forgotten to practice the minor and major divine techniques during his cultivation. A quick sweep with his divine sense revealed that Ling Xiao was still in seclusion in her cave, and he let out a sigh of relief. Although he wasn't truly afraid of his Empress sister, failing to fulfill his promises left him feeling a bit guilty. Taking advantage of Ling Xiao's absence, he quickly sent a message to Linji Yunzi. Yunzi, bring me another replenishing spirit pill. Over the past 2 months, Linji Yunzi had refined several batches of pills, including 2 more batches of replenishing spirit pills apart from the transformation pills. Accounting for the ones traded and the 2 given to General Yu, there should still be 5 pills left. Here. Moments later, Linji Yunzi arrived in a flash, tossed over a jade bottle, and left without another word. Hey, where are you rushing off to? Why so fast? You can send messages with divine sense, sure, but this attitude your elder brother doesn't like it, Su Chengxian grumbled. Refining pills, Linji Yunzi replied with a flick of his sleeve as he departed. Oh, well then, that's fine. Pill refining is important. Third brother is so hardworking. Your elder brother is pleased, Su Chengxian muttered as he used his blood energy to form a hand and retrieve another replenishing spirit pill from the jade bottle. Having eaten just a few days ago and not feeling particularly hungry, he decided he could afford another nap. Su Chengxian swallowed the elixir, thinking to himself that refining it while sleeping was indeed convenient. As he glanced at Ling Yunzi in the distance, he couldn't help but marvel at how quickly his companion's cultivation had progressed. It seemed that alchemy was not just a skill for Ling Yunzi, but also a shortcut to advancing his cultivation. The Bu Ling Dan is truly beneficial for them, Su Chengxian thought. He could clearly sense the rapid improvement in the cultivation of both Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi, estimating that they would break through to the mid-demon stage within half a year. This guy, they truly are chosen ones. Just as he was about to assess his own condition more thoroughly, a familiar and intoxicating sensation surged through him. Taking a deep breath, he noticed a fresh and sweet fragrance lingering in the air, a blend of floral and grassy freshness from the distance, intertwined with the unique medicinal potency and spiritual energy of the Bu Ling Dan. Could Ling Yunzi have added some special ingredient to this Bulingdan? Su Chengxian muttered to himself. It was early winter, and apart from a few old plum blossoms among the withered grass and trees, there should have been no such rich fragrance in the air. Clearly, it was the elixir's power and spiritual energy at work, creating a vivid yet lucid illusion. The wondrous sensation spread from his nose to his mouth, chest, stomach, and eventually seeped into every fiber of his being, even reaching his very soul. The experience was so extraordinary that he couldn't help but become utterly immersed in it. His blood and vitality surged continuously. 1. When Su Chengxian awoke in the snow-covered valley, his entire body still felt incredibly refreshed. Unlike his previous cautious attempts, this time he had already refined a quarter of the elixir in his sleep, and the effects were even more pronounced than before. Just as he was about to summon a little demon to bring him food, he suddenly sensed that sea monsters from the boundless sea had infiltrated the great river again. Extending his spiritual sense toward the mountain peak, he confirmed that Ling Yunzi's new batch of elixirs was about to be completed, and yet again, some reckless sea monsters sought to steal them. Looks like I'll have to trouble General Yu once more, Su Chengxian remarked with feigned regret. How embarrassing. Of course, he still had to deal with the situation himself. While living sea monsters were indeed troublesome, dead ones made for a rare and delicious feast. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.